Foucault's Pendulum, by Umberto Eco. Translated from the Italian by William Weaver. Part 2. Copyright 1988 by Gruppo Editoriale Fabri Bompiani, Sonzuogo Estas S.P.A. English translation, copyright 1989 by Harcourt Brace Yovanovitch, Incorporated. This recording of the full-length reading of Foucault's Pendulum was published by arrangement with Audio Renaissance Tapes and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape, Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco, Part 2. This part consists of chapters 54 through 120. Chapter 54. The Prince of Darkness is a Gentleman. Shakespeare, King Lear, Act 3, Scene 4. It was autumn. One morning I went to Via Marchese Gualdi, because I had to get Signor Garamont's authorization to order some color photographs from abroad. I glimpsed Allier in Signora Grazia's office, bent over the file of minutious authors, but I didn't disturb him because I was late for my meeting. When our business was over, I asked Signor Garamont what Allier was doing in the secretary's office. "The man's a genius," Garamont said. "An extraordinary mind, keen, learned. The other evening I took him to dinner with some of our authors, and he made me look great. What conversation! What style! A gentleman of the old school, an aristocrat. They've thrown away the mold. What knowledge, what culture! No, more, what information! He told delightful anecdotes about characters of a century ago, and I swear it was as if he had known them personally. Do you want to hear the idea he gave me as we were going home? He said we shouldn't just sit and wait for ISIS-unveiled authors to turn up on their own. It's a waste of time and effort to read when you don't even know whether the authors are willing to underwrite the expenses. Instead, we have a gold mine at our disposal, the list of all the minutious authors of the last 20 years. You understand? We write to our old, glorious authors, or at least the ones who bought up their remainders, and we say to them, 'Dear sir, are you aware that we have inaugurated a series of works of erudition, tradition, and the highest spirituality? Would you, as an author of distinction and refinement, be interested in venturing into this terra incognita, etc., etc.? A genius, I tell you. I believe he wants us all to join him Sunday evening. Plans to take us to a castle, a fortress, no more, a villa in the Turin area. It seems that extraordinary things are to happen there, a rite, a Sabbath, where someone will make gold or quicksilver. It's a whole world to be discovered, my dear Casaubon, even if, as you know, I have the greatest respect for science, the science to which you are devoting yourself with such passion. Indeed, I am very, very pleased with your work, and, yes, there's that little financial adjustment you mentioned. I haven't forgotten it, and in due course we'll talk about it. Allier told me the lady will also be there, the beautiful lady, or perhaps not beautiful, but attractive. There's something about her eyes. That friend of Belbo's, what's her name? Lorenza Pellegrini. Yes, there's something, no, between her and our Belbo. I believe they're good friends. Ah, a gentleman's answer. Bravo, Casaubon. But I do not inquire out of idle curiosity. The fact is that I feel like a father to all of you, and glissons à la guerre comme à la guerre. Goodbye, dear boy. We really did have an appointment with Allier in the hills near Turin, Belbo told me. A double appointment. The early hours of the evening would be a party in the castle of a very well-to-do Rosicrucian. Then Allier would take us a few kilometers away to a place where, at midnight, naturally, some kind of druidic rite, Belbo wasn't sure what, would be held. I was also thinking, Belbo added, that we should sit down somewhere and give some thought to our history of metals, because here we keep being interrupted. Why don't we leave Saturday and spend a couple of days in my old house in— name omitted. It's a beautiful spot, you'll see. The hills are worth it. Diotilevia's coming, and maybe Lorenza will too. Of course, you can bring along anyone you want. He didn't know Leah, but he knew I had a companion. I said I'd come alone. Leah and I had quarreled 2 days before. Nothing serious, it would be forgotten in a few days, but meanwhile I wanted to get away from Milan. So we all went to, name omitted, the Garamont trio and Lorenza Pellegrini. At our departure, a tense moment, When it came time to get into the car, Lorenza said, "Maybe I'll stay behind so you three can work in peace. I'll join you later with Simon." Belbo, both hands on the wheel, locked his elbows, stared straight ahead, and said in a low voice, "Get in." Lorenza got in, and all through the trip, sitting up front, she kept her hand on the back of Belbo's neck as he drove in silence. Name omitted, was still the town Belbo had known during the war. But new houses were few, he told us. Agriculture was in decline, because the young people had migrated to the city. He pointed to hills, now pasture, that had once been yellow with grain. The town appeared suddenly, after a curve at the foot of the low hill where Belbo's house was. We got a view beyond it of the Monferrato plain, covered with a light luminous mist. As the car climbed, Belbo directed our attention to the hill opposite, almost completely bare. At the top of it, a chapel flanked by 2 pines. "It's called the Brico," he said, then added, "It doesn't matter if it has no effect on you. We used to go there for the Angels' lunch on Easter Monday. Now you can reach it in the car in 5 minutes, but then we went on foot, and it was a pilgrimage." Chapter 55. I call a theatre a place in which all actions, all words, all particular subjects are shown as in a public theatre, where comedies and tragedies are acted. Robert Flood, Utriusque Cosmi Historia, Tomi Secundi, Tractatus Primi Sectio Secunda, Oppenheim, 1620, page 55. We arrived at the villa. Actually a large farmhouse, with great cellars on the ground floor, where Adelino Canepa, the quarrelsome tenant who had denounced Uncle Carlo to the partisans, once made wine from the vineyards of the Covasso land. It had long been unoccupied. In a little peasant house nearby, Adelino Canepa's aunt still lived, a very old woman, Belbo told us, who tended a little vegetable garden, kept a few hens and a pig. The others were now long dead, uncle and aunt, the Canepas. Only this centenarian remained. The land had been sold years before to pay the inheritance taxes and other debts. Belbo knocked at the door of the little house. The old woman appeared on the threshold, took a while to recognize the visitor, then made a great show of deference, inviting us in, but Belbo, after having embraced and calmed her, cut the meeting short. We entered the villa, and Lorenza gave cries of joy as she discovered stairways, corridors, shadowy rooms with old furniture. As usual, Belbo played everything down, remarking only that each of us has the terror he deserves, but he was clearly moved. He continued to visit the house from time to time, he told us, but not often. "It's a good place to work, cool in summer, and in winter the thick walls protect you against the cold, and there are stoves everywhere. Naturally, when I was a child, an evacuee, we lived only in 2 side rooms at the end of the main corridor. Now I've taken possession of my uncle and aunt's wing. I work here in Uncle Carlo's study." There was a secretaire with little space for a sheet of paper, but plenty of small drawers, both visible and concealed. "I couldn't put a bullafia here," Belbo said, "but the rare times I come, I like to write by hand, as I did then." He showed us a majestic cupboard. "When I'm dead, remember this contains all my juvenilia, the poems I wrote when I was 16, the sketches for sagas in 6 volumes made at 18, and so on." Let's see, Lorenza cried, clapping her hands and advancing with exaggerated feline tread toward the cupboard. "Stop right where you are," Belbo said. "There's nothing to see. I don't even look at it myself any more. And in any case, when I'm dead, I'll come back and burn everything." "This place has ghosts, I hope," Lorenza said. "It does now. In Uncle Carlo's day, no. It was lots of fun then. Georgic. That's why I come. It's wonderful working at night while the dogs bark in the valley." He showed us the rooms where we would be sleeping, mine, Diotalevi's, Lorenza's. Lorenza looked at her room, touched the old bed and its great white counterpane, sniffed the sheets, said it was like being in one of her grandmother's stories, because everything smelled of lavender. Belbo said it wasn't lavender, it was mildew. Lorenza said it didn't matter, and then, leaning against the wall, her hips thrust forward as if she were at the pinball machine, she asked, "Am I sleeping here by myself?" Belbo looked away, then at us, then away again. He made as if to leave and said, "We'll talk about it later. In any case, if you want it, you have a refuge all your own." Diotalevi and I moved off, but we heard Lorenza ask Belbo if he was ashamed of her. He said that if he hadn't offered her the room, she would have asked him where she was supposed to sleep. "I made the first move, so you have a choice," he said. "The wily Turk," she said. "In that case I'll sleep here in my darling little room." "Sleep where you want," Belbo said, irritated, "but the others are here to work. Let's go out on the terrace." So we set to work on the broad terrace, where a pergola stood, supplied with cold drinks and plenty of coffee, alcohol forbidden till evening. From the terrace we could see the Brico, and below it a large plain building with a yard and a soccer field, all inhabited by multicolored little figures, children it seemed to me. "It's the Salesian Parish Hall," Belbo explained. "That's where Don Tico taught me to play, in the band." I remembered the trumpet Belbo had denied himself after the dream. I asked, "Trumpet or clarinet?" He had a moment's panic. "How did you—" "Ah, yes, I told you about the dream, the trumpet. Don Tico taught me the trumpet, but in the band I played the bombardon." "What's a bombardon?" "Oh, that's all kid stuff. Back to work now." But as we worked, I noticed that he often glanced at that hall. I had the impression that he talked about other things as an excuse to look at it. For example, he would interrupt our discussion and say, "Just down there was some of the heaviest shooting at the end of the war. Here in—" name omitted. "There was a kind of tacit agreement between the fascists and the partisans. 2 years in a row the partisans came down from the hills in spring and occupied the town, and the fascists kept their distance and didn't make trouble. The fascists weren't from around here. The partisans were all local boys. In the event of a fight, they could move easily. They knew every cornfield and the woods and hedgerows. The fascists mostly stayed holed up in the town and ventured out only for raids. In winter it was harder for the partisans to stay down in the plain. There was no place to hide, and in the snow they could be seen from a distance and picked off by a machine gun even a kilometer away. So they climbed up into the higher hills. There, too, they knew the passes, the caves, the shelters. The fascists returned to control the plain. But that spring we were on the eve of liberation. The fascists were still here, and they were dubious about going back to the city, sensing that the final blow would be delivered there, as in fact it was, around April 25th. I believe there was a communication between the fascists and the partisans. The latter held off, wanting to avoid a clash, sure that something would happen soon. At night, Radio London gave more and more reassuring news. The special messages for the Franchi Brigade became more frequent. "Tomorrow it will rain again. Uncle Pietro has brought the bread," that sort of thing. Maybe you heard them, Diotalevi. Anyway, there must have been a misunderstanding, because the partisans came down and the fascists hadn't left. One day my sister was here on the terrace, and she came inside and told us there were 2 men playing tag with guns. We weren't surprised. They were kids on both sides, whiling away the time with their weapons. Once, it was only in fun, 2 of them really did shoot, and a bullet hit the trunk of a tree in the driveway. My sister was leaning on the tree. She didn't even notice, but the neighbors did, and after that she was told that when she saw men playing with guns, she must go inside. "They're playing again," she said, coming in to show how obedient she was. And at that point we heard the first volley, then a second, a third, and then the rounds came thick and fast. You could hear the bark of the shotguns, the rat-a-tat of the automatic rifles, and a duller sound, maybe hand grenades. Finally, the machine guns. We realized they weren't playing any longer, but we didn't have time to discuss it, because by then we couldn't hear our own voices. Bang, wham, rat-a-tat. We crouched under the sink, me, my sister, and Mama. Then Uncle Carlo arrived along the corridor on all fours to tell us that we were too exposed. We should come over to their wing. We did, and Aunt Caterina was crying because Grandmother was out. "Is that when your grandmother found herself face down in a field in the crossfire?" "How did you know about that?" "You told me in '73 after the demonstration that day." "My God, what a memory. A man has to be careful what he says around you." "Yes. But my father was also out. As we learned later, he had taken shelter in a doorway in town and couldn't leave it because of all the shooting back and forth in the street. And from the tower of the town hall, a Black Brigade squad was raking the square with a machine gun. The former mayor of the city, a fascist, was standing in the same doorway. At a certain point, he said he was going to run for it. To get home, all he had to do was reach the corner. He waited for a quiet moment, then flung himself out of the doorway, reached the corner, and was mowed down. But the instinctive reaction of my father, who had also gone through the First World War, was stay in the doorway. "This is a place full of sweet memories," Diotalevi remarked. "You won't believe it," Belbo said, "but they are sweet. They're the only real things I remember." The others didn't understand, and I was only beginning to. Now I know for sure. In those months especially, when he was navigating the sea of falsehoods of the diabolicals, and after years of wrapping his disillusion in the falsehoods of fiction, Belbo remembered his days in, name omitted, as a time of clarity. A bullet was a bullet, you ducked or got it, and the two opposing sides were distinct, marked by their colors, red or black, without ambiguities. Or at least it had seemed that way to him. A corpse was a corpse was a corpse was a corpse, not like Colonel Ardenti, with his slippery disappearance. I thought that perhaps I should tell Belbo about Synarchy, which in those years was already making inroads. Hadn't the encounter between Uncle Carlo and Mongo been synarchic, really, since both men on opposing sides were inspired by the same ideal of chivalry? But why should I deprive Belbo of his Cambrai? The memories were sweet because they spoke to him of the one truth he had known. Doubt would begin only afterward. Though, as he had hinted to me, even in the days of truth he had been a spectator, watching the birth of other men's memories, the birth of history, or of many histories, all stories that he would not be the one to write. Or had there been for him, too, a moment of glory and of choice? Because now, he said, and also, that day I performed the one heroic deed of my life. My John Wayne, Lorenza said, tell me. Oh, it was nothing. After crawling to my uncle's part of the house, I stubbornly insisted on standing up in the corridor. The window was at the end, we were on the upper floor, nobody would hit me, I argued. I felt like a captain standing erect in the center of the battle while the bullets whistled around him. Uncle Carlo became angry, roughly pulled me into the room. I almost started crying because the fun was over, and at that moment we heard 3 shots, glass shattering and a kind of ricochet as if someone were bouncing a tennis ball in the corridor. A bullet had come through the window, glanced off a water pipe, and buried itself in the floor at the very spot where I had been standing. If I'd stayed there, I would have been wounded. Maybe. My God, I wouldn't want you a cripple, Lorenza said. Maybe today I'd be happier, Belbo said. But the fact was that even in this case he hadn't chosen. He had let his uncle pull him away. About an hour later he was again distracted. Then Adelino Canepa came upstairs. He said we'd all be safer in the cellar. He and my uncle hadn't spoken for years, as I told you. But in this tragic moment, Adelino Canepa had become a human being again, and Uncle even shook his hand. So we spent an hour in the darkness among the barrels, with the smell of countless vintages, which made your head swim a little, not to mention the shooting outside. Then the gunfire died down, became muffled. We realized one side was retreating, but we didn't know which, until, from a window above our heads, which overlooked a little path, we heard a voice in dialect. Monsieur, y est de la Repubblica Belle ici? What does that mean? Lorenza asked. Roughly, Sir, would you be so kind as to inform me if there are still any sustainers of the Italian Social Republic in these parts? Republic at that time was a bad word. The voice was of partisans, asking a passer-by or someone at a window, and that meant the fascists had gone. It was growing dark. After a little while, both Papa and Grandmother arrived and told of their adventures. Mamma and Aunt prepared something to eat, while Uncle and Adelino Canepa ceremoniously stopped speaking to each other again. For the rest of the evening we heard shooting in the distance toward the hills. The partisans were after the fugitives. We had won. Lorenza kissed Belbo on the head, and he wrinkled his nose. He knew he had won, though with some help from the fascists. In reality, it had been like watching a movie. For a moment, risking the ricocheting bullet, he had entered the action on the screen, but only for a moment, on the run, as in Hell's a-Poppin', where the reels get mixed up and an Indian on horseback rides into a ballroom and asks which way did they go. Somebody says that way, and the Indian gallops off into another story. Chapter 56. He began playing his shining trumpet with such power that the whole mountain rang. Johann Valentin André, Die Chemische Hochzeit des Christian Rosenkreuz, Strasbourg, Setzner, 1616, Volume 1, page 4. We had reached the chapter on the wonders of hydraulic pipes, and a 16th-century engraving from the Spiritalia of Heron depicted a kind of altar with a steam-driven apparatus that played a trumpet. I brought Belbo back to his reminiscing. How did it go, then, the story of that Don Tuco Brahe, or whatever his name was, the man who taught you to play the trumpet? Don Tico. I never found out if Tico was a nickname or his last name. I've never gone back to the parish hall. The first time I went there it was by chance. Mass, catechism, all sorts of games, and if you won he gave you a little holy card of Blessed Domenico Savio. That adolescent with the wrinkled canvas pants, always hanging on to Don Bosco in the statues, his eyes raised to heaven, not listening to the other boys, who are telling dirty jokes. I learned that Don Tico had formed a band, boys between 10 and 14. The little ones played toy clarinets, fifes, soprano sax, and the bigger ones carried the tubas and the bass drum. They had uniforms, khaki tunics and blue trousers, and visored caps. A dream, and I wanted to be part of it. Don Tico said he needed a bombardon. He gave us a superior look and said, as if repeating familiar information, "A bombardon is a kind of tuba, a bass horn in E-flat. It's the stupidest instrument in the whole band. Most of the time it just goes oompa, 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 or, when the beat changes, pa-pa, pa-pa, pa-pa. It's easy to learn, though. Belonging to the brass family, it works more or less like a trumpet. The trumpet demands more breath, and you need an embouchure. You know, that kind of callus on the upper lip like Louis Armstrong. Then you get a clear, clean sound, and you don't hear the blowing. The important thing is not to puff out your cheeks. That only happens in movies, cartoons, or New Orleans brothels." "What about the trumpet?" "The trumpet I learned on my own during those summer afternoons when there was nobody at the parish hall, and I would hide in the seats of the little theater. But I studied the trumpet for erotic reasons. You see that little villa over there, a kilometer from the hall? That's where Cecilia lived, the daughter of the Salesians' great patroness. So every time the band performed, on holy days of obligation, after the procession, in the yard of the parish hall, and especially in the theater before performances of the Amateur Dramatic Society, Cecilia and her mamma were always in the front row, in the place of honor, next to the provost of the cathedral. In the theater the band would begin with a march that was called A Good Start. It opened with trumpets, the trumpets in B-flat, gold and silver, carefully polished for the occasion. The trumpets stood up, played by themselves. Then they sat down, and the band began. Playing the trumpet was the only way for me to attract Cecilia's attention." "The only way?" Lorenza asked, moved. "There was no other way. First, I was 13, and she was 13 and a half, and a girl 13 and a half is already a woman. A boy at 13 is a snot-nosed kid. Besides, she loved an alto sax, a certain Papi, a mangy horror he seemed to me, but she only had eyes for him, as he bleated lasciviously, because the saxophone, when it isn't Ornette Coleman's and it's part of a band, and played by the horrendous Papi, is a goatish guttural instrument, with the voice of, say, a fashion model who's taken to drink and turning tricks." "What do you know about models who turn tricks?" Anyway, Cecilia didn't even know I existed. Of course, in the evening, when I struggled up the hill to fetch the milk from a farm above us, I invented splendid stories in which she was kidnapped by the Black Brigades, and I rushed to save her as the bullets whistled around my head and went chack-chack as they hit the sheaves of wheat. I revealed to her what she couldn't have known, that in my secret identity I headed the resistance in the whole Monferrato region, and she confessed to me that this was what she had always hoped. And at that point I would feel a guilty flood of honey in my veins. I swear not even my foreskin got wet. It was something else, something much more awesome and grand. And on coming home I would go and confess. "I believe all sin, love, glory are this. When you slide down the knotted sheets, escaping from Gestapo headquarters, and she hugs you, there suspended, and she whispers that she's always dreamed of you. The rest is just sex, copulation, the perpetuation of the vile species. In short, if I were switched to the trumpet, Cecilia would be unable to ignore me, on my feet, gleaming, while the saxophone sits miserably on his chair. The trumpet is warlike, angelic, apocalyptic, victorious. It sounds the charge. The saxophone plays so that young punks in the slums, their hair slicked down with brilliantine, can dance cheek to cheek with sweating girls. I studied the trumpet like a madman. Then I went to Don Tico and said, 'Listen to this.' And I was Oscar Levant when he had his first tryout on Broadway with Gene Kelly. Don Tico said, 'You're a trumpet, all right, but—'" "How dramatic this is," Lorenza said. "Go on, don't keep us on pins and needles." But I had to find somebody to take my place on the bombardon. "Work out something," Don Tico said. So I worked out something. Now I must tell you, dear children, that in those days there lived in, name omitted, a couple of wretches, classmates of mine, though they were 2 years older than I, and this fact tells you something about their mental ability. These two brutes were named Annibale Cantalamessa and Pio Bo. Asterisk, historical fact. What? Lorenza asked. I explained smugly. When Salgari in his adventure stories includes a true event or something he thinks is true, let's say that after Little Bighorn, Sitting Bull eats General Custer's heart, he always puts an asterisk and a footnote that says historical fact. Yes, and it's a historical fact that Annibale Cantalamessa and Pio Bo really had those names, but the names were the least of it. A real pair of sneaks. They stole comic books from the newsstand, shell cases from other boys' collections. And they would think nothing of parking their greasy salami sandwich on your prized Christmas book, a deluxe volume of Tales of the High Seas. Cantalamessa called himself a communist, Bo a fascist, but they were both ready to sell themselves to the enemy for a slingshot. They told stories about their sexual prowess, with erroneous anatomical information, and argued over who had masturbated more the night before. Here were two villains ready for anything. Why not the Bombardon? So I decided to seduce them. I sang the praises of the band uniform. I took them to public performances. I held out hopes for amatory triumphs with the Daughters of Mary. They fell for it. I spent my days in the theater with a long stick as I had seen in illustrated pamphlets about missionaries. I rapped them on the knuckles when they missed a note. The Bombardon has only 3 keys, but it's the embouchure that matters, as I said. I won't bore you any further, my little listeners. The day came after long sleepless afternoons when I could introduce to Don Tico 2 Bombardons. I won't say perfect, but at least acceptable. Don Tico was convinced. He put them in uniform and moved me to the trumpet. Within the space of a week, for the Feast of Our Lady Help of Christians, for the opening of the theatrical season with They Had to See Paris, there before the curtain, in the presence of the authorities, I was standing to play the opening bars of Good Start. "Oh, joyous moment," Lorenza said, making a face of tender jealousy. "And Cecilia?" She wasn't there. Maybe she was sick, I don't know. But she wasn't there. He raised his eyes and surveyed the audience, and at that moment he was bard, or jester. He calculated the pause. 2 days later, Don Tico sent for me and told me that Annibale Cantalamessa and Pio Bo had ruined the evening. They wouldn't keep time, their minds wandered when they weren't playing, they joked and never came in at the right place. "The Bombardon," Don Tico said to me, "is the backbone of the band, its rhythmic conscience, its soul. The band, it is a flock. The instruments are the sheep, the bandmaster the shepherd, but the Bombardon is the faithful, snarling dog that keeps the flock together. The bandmaster looks first to the Bombardon, for if the Bombardon follows him, the sheep will follow. Jacopo, my boy, I must ask of you a great sacrifice. To go back to the Bombardon. You have a good sense of rhythm. You will keep those other 2 in time for me. I promise, as soon as they can play on their own, I'll let you play the trumpet." I owed everything to Don Tico. I said yes, and on the next holy day the trumpets rose to their feet and played the opening of Good Start in front of Cecilia once more in the front row. But I was in the darkness, a Bombardon among Bombardons. As for those 2 wretches, they were never able to play on their own, and I never went back to the trumpet. The war ended, I returned to the city, abandoned music, the brass family, and never even learned Cecilia's last name. "Poor boy," Lorenza said, hugging him from behind. "But you still have me." "I thought you liked saxophones," Belbo said. Then he turned and kissed her hand. "But to work," he said, serious again. "We're here to create a story of the future, not a remembrance of things past." That evening, the lifting of the ban on alcohol was much celebrated. Jacopo seemed to have forgotten his elegiac mood and competed with Theotalevi in imagining absurd machines, only to discover each time that the machines had already been invented. At midnight, after a full day, we all decided it was time to experience what it was like sleeping in the hills. On my bed, the sheets were even damper than they had been in the afternoon. Jacopo had insisted that we use a priest, an oval frame that kept the covers raised and had a place for a little brazier with embers. He wanted to make sure we tasted all the pleasures of rural life. But when dampness is inherent, a bed warmer encourages it. You feel welcome warmth, but the sheets remain humid. Oh well. I lit a lamp, the kind with a fringed shade, where the mayflies flutter until they die, as the poet says, and I tried to make myself sleepy by reading the newspaper. For an hour or two I heard footsteps in the corridor, an opening and closing of doors, and the last closing was a violent slam. Lorenzo Pellegrini putting Belbo's nerves to the test. I was half asleep when I heard a scratching at the door, my door. I couldn't tell whether it was an animal or not. I had seen neither dogs nor cats in the house. But I had the impression that it was an invitation, a request, a trap. Maybe Lorenza was doing it because she knew Belbo was spying on her. Maybe not. Until then I had considered Lorenza Belbo's property, at least as far as I was concerned, and besides, now that I was living with Leah, other women didn't interest me. The sly glances, often conspiratorial, that Lorenza gave me in the office or in a bar when she was teasing Belbo, as if seeking an ally or a witness, were part, I had always thought, of the game she played. Without a doubt, Lorenza had a talent for looking at any man as if challenging his sexual capacity. But it was a curious challenge, as if she were saying, "I want you, but only to show how afraid you really are." That night, however, hearing her fingernails scrape my door, I felt something different. It was desired. I desired Lorenza. I stuck my head under the pillow and thought of Leah. I want to have a child with Leah, I said to myself, and I'll make him, or her, learn the trumpet as soon as he, or she, has enough breath. Chapter 57. On every third tree a lantern had been hung, and a splendid virgin, also dressed in blue, lighted them with a marvelous torch, and I lingered longer than necessary to admire the sight, which was of an ineffable beauty. Johann Valentin André, Die Chemische Hochzeit des Christian Rosenkreuz, Strasbourg, Setzner, 1616, 2, page 21. Toward noon, Lorenza joined us on the terrace, smiling, and announced that she had found a terrific train that stopped at, name omitted, at 12:30, and with only one change, she could get back to Milan in the afternoon. Would we drive her, she asked, to the station? Belbo continued leafing through some notes. "I thought Allier was expecting you, too," he said. "In fact, it seemed to me he organized the whole expedition just for you." "That's his problem," Lorenza said. "Who's driving me?" Belbo stood up and said to us, "It'll only take a moment. I'll be right back. Then we can stay here another couple of hours. Lorenza, you had a bag?" I don't know if they said anything to each other during the trip to the station. Belbo was back in about 20 minutes and resumed working without referring to the incident. At 2 o'clock we found a comfortable restaurant in the market square, and the choosing of food and wine gave Belbo further opportunity to recall his childhood. But he spoke as if he were quoting from someone else's biography. He had lost the narrative felicity of the day before. In mid-afternoon, we set off to join Allier and Garamond. Belbo drove southwest, and the landscape changed gradually, kilometer by kilometer. The hills of, name omitted, even in late autumn were gentle, domestic. But as we went on, the horizons became more vast. At every curve the peaks grew, some crowned by little villages. We glimpsed endless vistas. Like Darien, Diotalevi remarked, verbalizing these discoveries. We climbed in third gear toward great expanses and the outline of mountains, which at the end of the plateau was already fading into a wintry haze. Though we were already in the mountains, it seemed to be a plain modulated by dunes. As if the hand of a clumsy demiurge had compressed heights that seemed to him excessive, transforming them into a lumpy dough that extended all the way to the sea, or, who knows, to the slopes of harsher and more determined chains. We reached the specified village and met Allier and Garamond, as arranged, at the café in the main square. If Allier was displeased to hear that Lorenza wasn't coming, he gave no indication of it. "Our exquisite friend does not wish to take part, in the presence of others, in the mysteries that define her. A singular modesty, which I appreciate," he said. And that was all. We continued, Garamond's Mercedes in the lead and Belbo's Renault behind, until, as the sunlight was dying, we came within sight of a strange yellow edifice on a hill, a kind of 18th-century castle, from which extended terraces with flowers and trees, flourishing despite the season. As we reached the foot of the hill, we found ourselves in an open space where many cars were parked. "We stop here," Allier said, "and continue on foot." Dusk was now becoming night. The path up was illuminated for us by a host of torches that burned along the slope. It's odd, but of everything that happened from that moment until late at night, I have memories at once clear and confused. I reviewed them the other evening in the periscope and sensed a family resemblance between the two experiences. Yes, I said to myself, now you are here, in an unnatural situation, groggy from the smell of old wood, imagining yourself in a tomb or in the belly of a ship as a transformation is taking place. You have only to peer outside the cabin, and you will see objects in the gloom that earlier today were motionless, but now they stir like Eleusinian shadows among the fumes of a spell. And so it had been that evening at the castle. The lights, the surprises of the route, the words I heard, and then the incense. Everything conspired to make me feel I was dreaming, but dreaming the way you dream when you are on the verge of waking, when you dream that you are dreaming. I should remember nothing, yet, on the contrary, I remember everything, not as if I had lived it, but as if it had been told to me by someone else. I do not know if what I remember with such anomalous clarity is what happened or is only what I wished had happened, but it was definitely on that evening that the plan first stirred in our minds, stirred as a desire to give shape to shapelessness, to transform into fantasized reality that fantasy that others wanted to be real. The route itself is ritual, Allier was telling us as we climbed the hill. These are hanging gardens, just like, or almost, the ones Salomon de Caux devised for Heidelberg, that is, for the Palatine Elector Frederick V, in the great Rosicrucian century. The light is poor, and so it should be, because it is better to sense than to see. Our host has not reproduced the Salomon de Caux design literally. He has concentrated it in a narrower space. The gardens of Heidelberg imitated the macrocosm, but the person who reconstructed them here has imitated only the microcosm. Look at that rocaille grotto. Decorative, no doubt. But Caux had in mind the emblem of the Atalantifugians of Michael Meyer, where coral is the philosopher's stone. Caux knew that the heavenly bodies can be influenced by the form of a garden, because there are patterns whose configuration mimes the harmony of the universe. "Fantastic!" Garamond said. "But how does a garden influence the planets?" "There are signs that attract one another, that look at one another, embrace and enforce love. But they do not have, they must not have, a certain and definite form. A man will try out given forces according to the dictates of his passion or the impulse of his spirit. This happened with the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians. For there can be no relationship between us and divine beings except through seals, figures, characters, and ceremonies. Thus the divinities speak to us through dreams and oracles, and that is what these gardens are. Every aspect of this terrace reproduces a mystery of an alchemist's art, but unfortunately we can no longer read it, not even our host can. An unusual devotion to secrecy, you will agree, in this man who spends what he has saved over the years in order to design ideograms whose meaning he has lost. As we climbed from terrace to terrace, the gardens changed. Some were in the form of a labyrinth, others in the form of an emblem, but each terrace could be viewed in its entirety only from a higher one. Looking down, I saw the outline of a crown, and other patterns I had been unable to embrace as I was passing through them. But even from above I could not decipher them. Each terrace, seen as one moved among its hedges, presented some images, but the perspective from above revealed new, even contradictory images, as if every step of that stairway spoke two different languages at once. As we moved higher, we noticed some small structures. A fountain of phallic shape stood beneath a kind of arch or portico, and there was a Neptune trampling a dolphin, a door with vaguely Assyrian columns, an arch of imprecise form, as if polygons had been set upon other polygons, and each construction was surmounted by the statue of an animal, an elk, a monkey, a lion. "And all this means something?" Garamond asked. "Unquestionably. Just read the Mundus Symbolicus of Piccinelli, which, incidentally, Alciati foresaw with extraordinary prophetic power. The whole garden may be read as a book or as a spell, which is, after all, the same thing. If you knew the words, you could speak what the garden says, and you would then be able to control one of the countless forces that act in the sublunar world. This garden is an instrument for ruling the universe." He showed us a grotto, a growth of algae, the skeletons of marine animals, whether natural or not, I couldn't say. Perhaps they were in plaster or stone. A naiad could be discerned embracing a bull with the scaly tail of some great biblical fish. It lay in a stream of water that flowed from the shell a triton held like an amphora. I will tell you the deeper significance of this, which otherwise might seem a banal hydraulic joke. Foucault knew that if one fills a vessel with water and seals it at the top, the water, even if one then opens a hole in the bottom, will not come out. But if one opens a hole at the top also, the water spurts out below. Isn't that obvious? I said. Air enters at the top and presses the water down. A typical scientific explanation in which the cause is mistaken for the effect, or vice versa. The question is not why the water comes out in the second case, but why it refuses to come out in the first case. And why does it refuse? Garamond asked eagerly. Because if it came out, it would leave a vacuum in the vessel, and nature abhors a vacuum. Nequaquam vacui was a Rosicrucian principle which modern science has forgotten. Very impressive, Garamond said. Casaubon, this has to be put in our wonderful adventure of metals. These things must be highlighted, remember that. And don't tell me water's not a metal. You must use your imagination. Excuse me, Belbo said to Allier, but your argument is simply post hoc ergo ante hoc. What follows causes what came before. You must not think linearly. The water in these fountains doesn't. Nature doesn't. Nature knows nothing of time. Time is an invention of the West. As we climbed, we encountered other guests. Belbo nudged Dio Talevi, who said in a whisper, "Ah, yes, facies hermetica." And among the pilgrims with the facies hermetica, a little off to one side, a stiff smile of condescension on his lips, was Signor Salon. I nodded. He nodded. "You know Salon?" Allier asked me. "You mean you know him?" I asked. "I do, of course. We live in the same building. What do you think of him?" "I know him slightly. Some friends, whose word I trust, tell me he's a police informer." That's why Salon knew about Garamond and Ardenti. What was the connection exactly between Salon and De Angelis? But I confined myself to asking Allier, "What is a police informer doing at a party like this?" "Police informers," Allier said, "go everywhere. They can use any experience for inventing their confidential reports. For the police, the more things you know or pretend to know, the more powerful you are. It doesn't matter if the things are true. What counts, remember, is to possess a secret." "But why was Salon invited?" I asked. "My friend," Allier replied, "probably because our host respects the golden rule of sapiential thought, which says that any error can be the unrecognized bearer of truth. True esotericism does not fear contradiction." "You're telling me that finally all contradictions agree." "Quod ubique, quod ab omnibus, et quod semper." Initiation is the discovery of the underlying and perennial philosophy. With all this philosophizing, we had reached the top terrace and were on a path through a broad garden that led to the entrance of the castle or villa. In the light of a torch larger than the others and set upon a column, we saw a girl wrapped in a blue garment spangled with golden stars. In her hand she held a trumpet, the kind heralds blow in operas. As in one of those holy plays where the angels are adorned with tissue-paper feathers, the girl wore on her shoulders 2 large white wings, decorated with almond-shaped figures, each with a dot in the center, looking almost like an eye. Professor Camestris was there, one of the first diabolicals to visit us at Garamond, the adversary of the Ordo Templi Orientis. We had difficulty recognizing him because he was costumed most singularly, though Allier said it was appropriate to the occasion. A white linen toga, loins girt by a red ribbon that also crisscrossed both chest and back, and a 17th-century hat to which were pinned 4 red roses. He knelt before the girl with the trumpet and uttered some words. "It's true," Garamond murmured. "There are more things in heaven and earth." We went through a storied doorway which reminded me of the Genoa cemetery. Above it, an intricate neoclassical allegory and the carved words Condolio et Congratulator. Inside, the guests were many and lively, crowding around a buffet in a spacious hall from which 2 staircases rose to upper floors. Inside, the guests were many and lively, crowding around a buffet in a spacious hall from which 2 staircases rose to upper floors. I saw other faces not unknown to me, among them Bramante and, to my surprise, Commendatore de Gubernatis, an SFA already exploited by Garamond, but perhaps not yet made to face the terrible prospect of having all the copies of his masterpiece pulped, because he approached my boss with a show of obsequious gratitude. Allier was in turn approached obsequiously by a tiny man with wild eyes, whose thick French accent told us that this was the Pierre we had heard accusing Bramante of sorcery through the curtain of Allier's study. I went to the buffet. There were pitchers with colored liquids I couldn't identify. I poured myself a yellow beverage that resembled wine. It wasn't bad, tasting like an old-fashioned cordial, and it was definitely alcoholic. Perhaps there was a drug in it as well. My head began to swim. Around me, facies hermeticae swarmed, the stern countenances of retired prefects, fragments of conversation. In the first stage, you must renounce all communication with other minds. In the second, you project thoughts and images into beings, infuse places with emotional auras, gain control over the animal kingdom, and in the third stage, you project your double by location, like the yogis, and you can appear in different places simultaneously and in different forms. Beyond that, it's a question of passing to hypersensitive knowledge of vegetable essences. Then you achieve dissociation. You assume telluric form, dissolving in one place, reappearing in another, but intact, not just as a double. The final stage is the extension of physical life. Not immortality? No, not at once. What about you? Well, it takes concentration, it's hard work, and you know I'm not 20 anymore. I found my group again. They were just entering a room with white walls, curved corners. In the rear, as in a musée Grévin, but the image that came into my mind that evening was the altar I had seen in Rio, in the Tenda de Umbanda, were two wax statues, almost life-size, clad in material that glittered like sequins, pure thrift shop. One statue was of a lady on a throne, with an immaculate, or almost immaculate, garment studded with rhinestones. Above her, from wires, hung creatures of indefinite form, made, I thought, out of lynchy felt. In one corner, a loudspeaker, a distant sound of trumpets, music of good quality, perhaps Gabrieli. The sound effects showed better taste than the visuals. To the right, a second female figure, dressed in crimson velvet with a white girdle, and on her head a crown of laurel. She held gilded scales. Allier explained to us the various symbols, but I was not paying attention. I was interested in the expressions of many of the guests, who moved from image to image with an air of reverence and emotion. They're no different from those who go to the sanctuary to see the Black Madonna in an embroidered dress covered with silver hearts, I said to Belbo. Do the pilgrims think it's the Mother of Christ in flesh and blood? No, but they don't think the opposite either. They delight in the similarity, seeing the spectacle as a vision and the vision as a reality. Yes, Belbo said, but the question isn't whether these people here are better or worse than Christians who go to shrines. I was asking myself, who do we think we are? We for whom Hamlet is more real than our janitor. Do I have any right to judge, I who keep searching for my own Madame Bovary, so we can have a big scene? Dio Televi shook his head and said to me in a low voice that it was wrong to make images of divine things, that these were all epiphanies of the golden calf, but he was enjoying himself. Chapter 58. Alchemy, however, is a chaste prostitute, who has many lovers, but disappoints all and grants her favors to none. She transforms the haughty into fools, the rich into paupers, the philosophers into dolts, and the deceived into loquacious deceivers. Tritemius, Annalium Hirsaugensium, Tomi Duo, S. Gallo, 1690, 141. Suddenly the room was plunged into darkness and the walls lighted up. I realized that 3/4 of the wall space was a semicircular screen on which pictures were about to be projected. When these appeared, I became aware that a part of the ceiling and of the floor was made of reflecting material, as were some of the objects that had first struck me as cheap because of the tawdry way they sparkled. The sequins, the scales, a shield, some copper vases. We were immersed in a subaqueous world where images were multiplied, fragmented, fused with the shadows of those present. The floor reflected the ceiling the floor, and together they mirrored the figures that appeared on the screen. Along with the music, subtle odors spread through the room, first Indian incense, then others, less distinct, and sometimes disagreeable. At first the penumbra about us fell into absolute night. Then a grumbling was heard, a churning of lava, and we were in a crater where dark and slimy matter bubbled up in the fitful light of yellow and bluish flames. Oily vapors rose, to descend again, condensing as dew or rain, and an odor of fetid earth drifted up, a stench of decay. I inhaled sepulchre, tartar, darkness. A poisonous liquid oozed around me, snaking between tongues of dung, humus, coal dust, mud, smoke, lead, scum, naphtha, a black blacker than black, which now paled to allow two reptiles to appear, one light blue, the other reddish, entwined in an embrace, each biting the other's tail, to form a single circle. It was as if I had drunk too much alcohol. I could no longer see my companions, who were lost in the shadows. I could not recognize the forms gliding past me, hazy, fluid outlines. Then I felt my hand grasped. I didn't turn, not wanting to discover that I had deceived myself, because I caught Lorenza's perfume, and only then did I realize how great was my desire for her. It must have been Lorenza. She had come to resume the dialogue of fingernails scraping on my door, to finish what she had left unfinished the night before. Sulphur and mercury joined in a wet warmth that made my groin throb, but without urgency. I was expecting the rebus, the androgynous youth, the philosopher's salt, the coronation of the work of the white. I seemed to know everything. All my reading of the past few months was perhaps now resurfacing in my mind, or perhaps Lorenza was transmitting the knowledge to me through the touch of her hand. Her palm was moist with sweat. I surprised myself by murmuring obscure names, names that the philosophers I knew had given to the white. With them, perhaps, I was calling Lorenza to me, or perhaps I was only repeating them to myself in a propitiatory litany. White copper, immaculate lamb, ibethest, albarock, blessed water, purified mercury, orpiment, azok, baurock, camber, caspa, cherry, wax, Kea, Camerison, Electron, Euphrates, Eve, Fada, Pavonius, foundation of the art, precious stone of Gavinus, diamond, Zebach, Ziva, Vale, Narcissus, Lily, Hermaphrodite, High, Hypostasis, Hyle, Virgin's milk, unique stone, full moon, mother, living oil, legume, egg, phlegm, point, root, salt of nature, leafy earth, Tivos, Tinkar, steam, evening star, wind, virago, Pharaoh's glass, baby's urine, vulture, placenta, menstruum, fugitive slave, left hand, sperm of metals, spirit, tin, juice, oil of sulphur. In the pitch, now grayish, dark, an outline of rocks and withered trees, a black sun setting. Then an almost blinding light, and sparkling figures reflected everywhere, creating a kaleidoscopic effect. Now the smell was liturgical, churchly. My head ached. There was a weight on my brow. I saw a sumptuous hall lined with golden tapestries, perhaps a nuptial banquet, with a princely bridegroom and a bride in white, then an elderly king and queen enthroned, beside them a warrior and another king with dark skin. Before the dark king, a little altar on which a book was set, covered with black velvet, and a lighted candle in an ivory candlestick. Next to the candlestick, a rotating globe and a clock surmounted by a tiny crystal fountain from which a liquid flowed, blood-red. Above the fountain was a skull. From an eye socket slid a white serpent. Lorenza was breathing words into my ear, but I couldn't hear her voice. The serpent moved to the rhythm of slow, sad music. The king and queen now wore black, and before them were 6 closed coffins. After a few measures of grim bass tuba, a man in a black hood appeared. At first, in a hieratic performance, as if in slow motion, the king submitted with mournful joy, bowing his meek head. The hooded man raised an axe, and then the rapid slash of a pendulum. The blade multiplied in every reflecting surface, and the heads that rolled were 1,000. After this the images succeeded one another, but I had difficulty following the story. I believe that all the characters in turn, including the Dark King, were decapitated and laid in the coffins. The whole room was transformed into the shore of a sea or lake, and we saw 6 vessels land, and the biers were carried aboard them. Then the vessels departed across the water, faded into the night. All this took place while the incense curled, almost palpable in dense fumes, and for a moment I feared I was among the condemned. Around me many murmured, The wedding, the wedding. Lorenza was gone. I turned to look for her among the shadows. The room was now a crypt or sumptuous tomb, its vault illuminated by a carbuncle of extraordinary size. In every corner women appeared in virginal dress. They gathered around a cauldron 2 stories high, in a framework with a stone base and a portico like an oven. From twin towers emerged 2 alembics emptying into an egg-shaped bowl. A third, central tower ended in a fountain. Inside the base of the framework the bodies of the decapitated were visible. One of the virginal women carried a box and drew from it a round object, which she placed in a niche of the central tower, and immediately the fountain at the top began to spurt. I had time to recognize the object. It was the head of the Moorish king, which now burned like a log, making the water of the fountain boil. Fumes, puffs of steam, gurgling. Lorenza this time put her hand on the back of my neck, caressing it, as I had seen her caress Jacopo in the car. The woman brought a golden sphere, turned on a tap in the oven, and caused a thick red liquid to flow into the sphere. Then the sphere was opened, and in place of the red liquid it contained an egg, large, beautiful, white as snow. The woman took the egg out and set it on the ground in a pile of yellow sand. The egg opened, and a bird came out, still unformed and bloody. But, watered with the blood of the decapitated, it grew before our eyes, became handsome and radiant. They decapitated the bird and reduced it to ashes on a little altar. Some kneaded the ash into a paste, poured the thin paste into 2 molds, and set them in the oven to bake, blowing on the fire with some pipes. In the end the molds were opened, and 2 pretty figures appeared, pale, almost transparent, a youth and a maiden, no more than 4 spans high, soft and fleshy as living creatures, but with eyes still glassy, mineral. They were set on 2 cushions, and an old man poured drops of blood into their mouths. Other women arrived, with golden trumpets decorated with green garlands. They handed a trumpet to the old man, who put it to the lips of the 2 creatures, still suspended in their vegetable lethargy, their sweet animal sleep, and he began to insufflate soul into their bodies. The room filled with light. The light dimmed to a half-light, then to a darkness broken by orange flashes. There was an immense dawn while the trumpets sounded, loud and ringing, and all was a dazzle of ruby. At that point I again lost Lorenza, and realized I would never find her. Everything turned a flaming red, which slowly dulled to indigo and violet, and the screen went blank. The pain in my forehead became intolerable. "Mysterio magnum," Allier said calmly at my side. "The rebirth of the new man through death and passion. A good performance, I must say, even if the taste for allegory perhaps marred the precision of the phases. What you saw was only a performance, but it spoke of a thing, and our host claims to have produced this thing. Come, let us go and see the miracle achieved." Chapter 59. And if such monsters are generated, we must believe them the work of nature, even if they be different from man. Paracelsus, De Homunculis, in Operum Volumen Secundum, Geneva, de Tourne, 1658, page 465. He led us out into the garden, and I felt better at once. I didn't dare ask the others if Lorenza had come after all. Probably I had dreamed it. After a few steps we entered a greenhouse. The stifling heat dazed me. Among tropical plants were 6 glass ampules in the shape of pears or tears, hermetically sealed, filled with a pale blue liquid. Inside each vessel floated a creature about 20 centimeters high. We recognized the gray-haired king, the queen, the Moor, the warrior, and the 2 adolescents crowned with laurel, one blue and one pink. They swayed with a graceful swimming motion, as if water were their element. It was hard to determine whether they were models made of plastic or wax, or whether they were living beings. The slight opacity of the liquid made it impossible to tell if the faint pulse that animated them was an optical illusion or reality. "They seem to grow every day," Allier said. "Each morning the vessels are buried in fresh horse manure, still warm, which provides the heat necessary for growth. In Paracelsus there are prescriptions that say homunculi must be grown at the internal temperature of a horse. According to our host, these homunculi speak to him, tell him secrets, utter prophecies. Some revealed to him the true measurements of the Temple of Solomon, others told him how to exorcise demons. I must confess that I've never heard them speak." They had very mobile faces. The king looked at the queen tenderly. "Our host told me that one morning he found the blue youth who had escaped somehow from his prison attempting to break the seal of the maiden's vessel. But he was out of his element, could not breathe, and they saved him just in time, returning him to his liquid." "Terrible," Diotalevi said. "I wouldn't want such a responsibility. You'd have to take the vessels with you everywhere and find all that manure wherever you went. And then what would you do in the summer, on vacation? Leave them with the doorman?" "But perhaps," Allier concluded, "they are only Cartesian imps, or automata." "The devil!" Garamond said. "Dr. Allier, you're opening a whole new universe to me. We should all be more humble, my dear friends. There are more things in heaven and earth. But after all, à la guerre comme à la guerre." Garamond was awestruck. Diotalevi maintained an expression of cynical curiosity. Belbo showed no feeling at all. To dispel my doubt, I said to him, "Too bad Lorenza didn't come. She would have loved this." Yes," he replied absently. So Lorenza hadn't come. And I was the way Amparo had been in Rio. I was ill. I felt somehow cheated. They hadn't brought me the agogo. I left the group and went back into the building, picking my way through the crowd. I passed the buffet, drank something cool, though I was afraid it might contain a filter. I looked for a bathroom to splash cold water on my temples and neck. This accomplished, I again felt better. But as I came out, I saw a circular staircase, and, suddenly curious, I was unable to resist the new adventure. Perhaps, even though I thought I had recovered, I was still looking for Lorenza. Chapter 60. Poor idiot! Are you so foolish as to believe we will openly teach you the greatest and most important of secrets? I assure you that anyone who attempts to study, according to the ordinary and literal sense of their words, what the Hermetic philosophers write, will soon find himself in the twists of a labyrinth from which he will be unable to escape, having no Ariadne's thread to lead him out. Artephius. Descending, I came to a room below the ground, dimly lighted, with walls in rocaille like those of fountains in a park. In one corner I saw an opening like the bell of a trumpet. I heard sounds coming from it. When I approached, the sounds became more distinct, until I could catch sentences, as clear and precise as if they were being uttered at my side. An ear of Dionysius. Evidently the ear communicated with one of the upper rooms, picking up the conversation of those who stood near its aperture. "Signora, I'll tell you something I've never told anyone else. I'm tired. I worked with cinnabar, with mercury. I sublimated spirits, did distillations with salts of iron, fermentations, and I still haven't found the stone. I prepared strong waters, corrosive waters, burning waters, all in vain. I used eggshells, sulfur, vitriol, arsenic, sal ammoniac, quartz, alkalis, oxides of rock, saltpeter, soda, salt of tartar, and potash alum. Believe me, do not trust them. Avoid the imperfect metals. Otherwise you will be deceived as I was deceived. I tried everything: blood, hair, the soul of Saturn, marcasites, eustum, saffron of Mars, tincture of iron, litharge, antimony. To no avail. I extracted water from silver, calcified silver both with and without salt, and using aqua vitae, I extracted corrosive oils. I employed milk, wine, curds, the sperm of the stars which falls to earth, Celadon, placentas, ashes, even... Signora, there's nothing in this world that demands more caution than the truth. To tell the truth is like leeching one's own heart. Enough, enough. You've got me all excited. I dare confess my secret only to you. I am of no place and no era. Beyond time and space, I live my eternal existence. There are beings who no longer have guardian angels. I am one of them. But why have you brought me here? Another voice. My dear Balsamo, playing with the myth of immortality, eh? Idiot! Immortality is not a myth. It's a fact. I was about to leave, bored by this chatter, when I heard Salon. He was speaking in a whisper, tensely, as if gripping someone by the arm. I also recognized the voice of Pierre. Come now, Salon was saying. Don't tell me that you too are here for this alchemical foolishness. And don't tell me you came to enjoy the cool air of the gardens. Did you know that after Heidelberg, Caux accepted an invitation from the King of France to supervise the cleaning of Paris? Les façades? He wasn't Malraux. It must have been the sewers. Curious, isn't it? The man invented symbolic orange groves and apple orchards for emperors, but what really interested him were the underground passages of Paris. In the Paris of those days there wasn't an actual network of sewers. It was a combination of canals on the surface, and below conduits, about which little was known. The Romans, from the time of the Republic, knew everything about their cloaca maxima, yet 1,500 years later in Paris people were ignorant of what went on beneath their feet. Coe accepted the king's invitation because he wanted to find out. What did he find out? After Coe, Colbert sent prisoners down to clean the conduits. That was the pretext, and bear in mind that this was also the period of the Man in the Iron Mask. But they escaped through the excrement, followed the current to the Seine, and sailed off in a boat, because nobody had the courage to confront those wretches covered with stinking slime and swarms of flies. Then Colbert stationed gendarmes outside the various openings of the sewer, and the prisoners, forced to stay in the passages, died. In 3 centuries, the city engineers managed to map only 3 kilometers of sewers. But in the 18th century there were 26 kilometers of sewers, and on the very eve of the Revolution. Does that suggest anything to you? You know, new people were coming to power, and they knew something their predecessors didn't. Napoleon sent teams of men down into the darkness, through the detritus of the capital. Those who had the courage to work there found many things: gold, necklaces, jewels, rings, God knows what else that had fallen into those passages. Some bravely swallowed what they found, then came out, took a laxative, and became rich. It was discovered that many houses had cellar trapdoors that led directly to the sewer. Ça alors! In a period when people emptied chamber pots out the window? And why did they have sewers with sidewalks along them, and iron rings set in the wall to hang on to? These passages were the equivalent of those tapis francs, where the low-life gathered, the pègre, as it was called then, and if the police arrived they could escape and resurface somewhere else. Légende! You think so? Whom are you trying to protect? Under Napoleon III, Baron Haussmann required all the houses of Paris by law to construct an independent cesspool, then an underground corridor leading to the sewer system. A tunnel 2 meters 30 centimeters high and 1.5 meters wide. You understand? Every house in Paris was to be connected by an underground corridor to the sewers. And you know the extent of the sewers of Paris today? 2,000 kilometers, and on various levels. And it all began with the man who designed those gardens in Heidelberg. So? I see you do not wish to talk. You know something, but you won't tell me. Please, leave me. It's late. I am expected at a meeting. A sound of footsteps. I didn't understand what Salon was getting at. Pressed against the rocaille by the ear, I looked around and felt that I was underground myself, and it seemed to me that the mouth of that phonergic channel was but the beginning of a descent into dark tunnels that went to the center of the earth, tunnels alive with nibelungs. I felt cold. I was about to leave when I heard another voice. Come, we're ready to begin. In the secret chamber. Call the others. Chapter 61. The Golden Fleece is guarded by a 3-headed dragon, whose first head derives from the waters, whose second head derives from the earth, and whose third head derives from the air. It is necessary that these 3 heads belong to a single and very powerful dragon, who will devour all other dragons. John d'Espagnier, Arcanum Hermeticae Philosophiae Opus, 1623, 138. I found my group again and told Allier I had overheard something about a meeting. Aha, Allier said. What curiosity! But I understand. Having ventured into the Hermetic mysteries, you want to find out all about them. Well, as far as I know, this evening there is the initiation of a new member of the ancient and accepted Order of the Rosy Cross. Can we watch? Garamond asked. You can't. You mustn't. You shouldn't. But we'll act like those characters in the Greek myth who gazed upon what was forbidden them to see, and we'll risk the wrath of the gods. I'll allow you 1 peek. He led us up a narrow stairway to a dark corridor, drew aside a curtain, and through a sealed window we could glance into the room below, which was lighted by burning braziers. The walls were covered with lilies embroidered on damask, and at the far end stood a throne under a gilded canopy. On one side of the throne was a sun, on the other a moon, both set on tripods and cut out of cardboard or some plastic material, crudely executed, covered with tin foil or some metal leaf, gold and silver, of course, but effective, because each luminary spun, set in motion by the flames of a brazier. Above the canopy an enormous star hung from the ceiling, shining with precious stones, or bits of glass. The ceiling was covered with blue damask, spangled with great silver stars. Before the throne was a long table decorated with palms. A sword had been placed on it, and between throne and table stood a stuffed lion, its jaws wide. Someone must have put a red light bulb inside the head, because the eyes shone, incandescent, and flames seemed to come from the throat. This, I thought, must be the work of Signor Salon, remembering the odd customers he had referred to that day in the Munich coal mine. At the table was Bramante, decked out in a scarlet tunic and embroidered green vestments, a white cape with gold fringe, a sparkling cross on his chest, and a hat vaguely resembling a mitre, decorated with a red and white plume. Before him, hieratically deployed, were about 20 men, also in scarlet tunics, but without vestments. On their chests they all wore a gold medal that I thought I recognized. I remembered a Renaissance portrait, the big Habsburg nose, and the curious lamb with legs dangling, hanging by the waist. They had adorned themselves with imitations, not bad, of the Order of the Golden Fleece. Bramante was speaking, his arms upraised as if uttering a litany, and the others responded from time to time. Then Bramante raised the sword, and from their tunics the others drew stilettos or paper knives and held them high. At this point Allier lowered the curtain. We had seen too much. We stole away with the tread of the Pink Panther, as Diotalevi put it. He was remarkably abreast of the perversions of popular culture, and found ourselves back in the garden, slightly breathless. Garamond was overwhelmed.
"But are they Masons?"
"And what," Allier replied, "does a Mason mean? They are the adepts of a chivalric order inspired by the Rosicrucians, and indirectly by the Templars."
"But what does that have to do with the Masons?" Garamond asked again.
"If what you saw has anything in common with the Masons, it's the fact that Bramante's rite is also a pastime for provincial politicians and professional men. It was thus from the beginning. Freemasonry was a weak exploitation of the Templar legend, and this is the caricature of a caricature. Except that those gentlemen take it extremely seriously. Alas, the world is teeming with Rosicrucians and Templars like the ones you saw this evening. You mustn't expect any revelation from them, though among their number occasionally you can come across an initiate worthy of trust." "But you, after all," Belbo said, without irony, as if the matter concerned him personally, "spend time with them. Which ones do you believe in? Or did you once believe in?"
"None, of course. Do I look like a credulous individual?" "I consider them with the cold objectivity, the understanding, the interest with which a theologian might observe a Naples crowd shouting in anticipation of the miracle of San Gennaro. The crowd bears witness to a faith, a deep need, and the theologian wanders among the sweating, drooling people because he might encounter there an unknown saint, the bearer of a higher truth, a man capable of casting new light on the mystery of the most Holy Trinity. But the Holy Trinity is one thing, San Gennaro is another." He could not be pinned down. I didn't know how to define it. Hermetic skepticism? Liturgical cynicism? This higher disbelief that led him to acknowledge the dignity of all the superstitions he scorned. "It's simple," he was saying to Belbo. "If the Templars, the real Templars, did leave a secret and did establish some kind of continuity, then it is necessary to seek them out. And to seek them in the places where they could most easily camouflage themselves, perhaps by inventing rites and myths in order to move unobserved, like fish in water. What do the police do when they seek the arch-villain, the evil mastermind? They dig into the lower depths, the notorious dives filled with petty crooks who will never conceive the grandiose crimes of the dark genius the police are after. What does the terrorist leader do to recruit new acolytes? Where does he look for them and find them? He circulates in the haunts of the pseudo-subversives, the fellow-travelers who would never have the courage to be the real thing, but who openly ape the attitudes of their idols. Concealed light is best sought in fires, or in the brush where, after the blaze, the flames go on brooding under twigs, under trampled muck. What better hiding place for the true Templar than in the crowd of his caricatures?" Chapter 62. We consider societies druidic if they are druidic in their titles or their aims, or if their initiations are inspired by druidism. M. Rouault, Les Druides, les sociétés initiatiques celtes contemporaines, Paris, Rocher, 1983, page 18. Midnight was approaching, and according to Allier's program, the second surprise of the evening awaited us. Leaving the Palatine Gardens, we resumed our journey through the hills. After we had driven 3/4 of an hour, Allier made us park the 2 cars at the edge of a wood. We had to cross some underbrush, he said, to arrive at a clearing, and there were neither roads nor trails. We proceeded, picking our way through shrubs and vines, our shoes slipping on rotted leaves and slimy roots. From time to time, Allier switched on a flashlight to find a path, but only for a second, because, he said, we should not announce our presence to the celebrants. Theotalevi made a remark, I don't recall it exactly, something about Little Red Riding Hood, and Allier, with tension in his voice, asked him to be quiet. As we were about to come to the end of the brush, we heard voices. We had reached the edge of the clearing, which was illuminated by a glow from remote torches, or perhaps votive lights, flickering at ground level, faint and silvery, as if a gas were burning with chemical coldness in bubbles drifting over the grass. Allier told us to stop where we were, still shielded by bushes, and wait. In a little while the priestesses will come, the druidesses, that is. This is an invocation of the great cosmic virgin Michael. Saint Michael is a popular Christian adaptation, and it's no accident that he is an angel, hence androgynous, hence able to take the place of a female divinity. "Where do they come from?" Theotalevi whispered. "From many places. Normandy, Norway, Ireland. It is a very special event, and this is a propitious place for the rite." "Why?" Garamond asked. "Certain places have more magic than others." "But who are they in real life?" "People, secretaries, insurance agents, poets, people you might run into tomorrow and not recognize." Now we could see a small group preparing to enter the clearing. The phosphorescent light, I realized, came from little lamps the priestesses held up in their hands. They had seemed earlier to be at ground level because the clearing was on the top of a hill. The druidesses had climbed up from below and were approaching the flat, open hilltop. They were dressed in white tunics, which fluttered in the slight breeze. They formed a circle. In the center, 3 celebrants stood. "Those are the 3 Halloweens of Lisieux, Clonmacnoise, and Pinot Torinese," Allier said. Belbo asked why those 3 in particular. Allier shrugged and said, "No more. We must wait now in silence. I can't summarize for you in a few words the whole ritual and hierarchy of Nordic magic. Be satisfied with what I can tell you. If I do not tell you more, it is because I do not know, or am not allowed to tell. I must respect certain vows of privacy." In the center of the clearing I noticed a pile of rocks, which suggested a dolmen. Perhaps the clearing had been chosen because of the presence of those boulders. One of the celebrants climbed up on the dolmen and blew a trumpet. Even more than the trumpet we had seen a few hours earlier, this looked like something out of the triumphal march in Aida, but a muffled and nocturnal sound came from it, as if from far away. Belbo touched my arm. "It's the ramsing, the horn of the thugs around the sacred banyan." My reply was cruel, because I didn't realize he was joking precisely to repress other associations, and it must have twisted the knife in the wound. "It would no doubt be less magical with the bombardon," I said. Belbo nodded. "Yes, they're here precisely because they don't want a bombardon," he said. Was it on that evening he began to see a connection between his private dreams and what had been happening to him in those months? Allier hadn't followed our words, but he heard us whispering. "It's not a warning or a summons," he explained, "but a kind of ultrasound to establish contact with the subterranean currents. You see, now the druidesses are all holding hands in a circle. They are creating a kind of living accumulator to collect and concentrate the telluric vibrations. Now the cloud should appear." "What cloud?" I whispered. "Tradition calls it the green cloud. Wait." I didn't really expect a green cloud. Almost immediately, however, a soft mist rose from the ground. A fog, I would have said, if it had been thicker, more homogeneous, but it was composed of flakes, denser in some places than in others. The wind stirred it, raised it in puffs, like spun sugar. Then it moved with the air to another part of the clearing where it gathered. A singular effect. For a moment you could see the trees in the background, then they would be hidden in a whitish steam, while the turf of the center of the clearing would smoke and further obscure our view of whatever was going on, as the moonlight shone around the concealed area.
The flake cloud shifted suddenly, unexpectedly, as if obeying the whims of a capricious wind. A chemical trick, I thought, but then I reflected. We were at an altitude of about 600 meters, and it was possible that this was an actual cloud. Foretold by the right? Summoned? Or was it just that the celebrants knew that on that hilltop, under favorable conditions, those erratic banks of vapor formed just above the ground? It was difficult to resist the fascination of the scene. The celebrants' tunics blended with the white of the cloud, and their forms entered and emerged from that milky obscurity as if it had spawned them. There was a moment when the cloud filled the entire center of the little meadow. Some wisps, rising, separating, almost hid the moon, but the clearing was still bright at its edges. We saw a druidess come from the cloud and run toward the wood, crying out, her arms in front of her. I thought she had discovered us and was hurling curses, but she stopped within a few meters of us, changed direction, and began running in a circle around the cloud, disappearing in the whiteness to the left, only to reappear after a few minutes from the right. Again she was very close to us, and I could see her face. She was a sibyl, with a great Dantean nose over a mouth thin as a cicatrix, which opened like a submarine flower, toothless, but for 2 incisors and 1 skewed canine. The eyes were shifty, hawk-like, piercing. I heard, or thought I heard, or think now that I remember hearing, but I may be superimposing other memories, a series of Gaelic words mixed with evocations in a kind of Latin, something on the order of O Pegnia, O-E-O, et iu ulama. Suddenly the fog lifted, disappeared, the clearing became bright again, and I saw that it had been invaded by a troop of pigs, their short necks encircled by garlands of green apples. The druidess who had blown the trumpet, still atop the dolmen, now brandished a knife. "We go now," Allier said sharply. "It's over." I realized as I heard him that the cloud was above us and around us, and I could barely make out my companions. "What do you mean, over?" Garamond said. "Looks to me like the real stuff is just beginning." "What you were permitted to see is over. Now it is not permitted. We must respect the right. Come." He re-entered the wood, was promptly swallowed by the mist that enfolded us. We shivered as we moved, slipping on dead leaves, panting in disarray like a fleeing army, and regrouped at the road. We could be in Milan in less than 2 hours. Before getting back into Garamond's car, Allier said goodbye to us. "You must forgive me for interrupting the show for you. I wanted you to learn something, to see the people for whom you are now working, but it was not possible to stay. When I was informed of this event, I had to promise I wouldn't disturb the ceremony. Our continued presence would have had a negative effect on what follows." "And the pigs? What happens to them?" Belbo asked. "What I could tell you, I have told you." Chapter 63. What does the fish remind you of? Other fish. And what do other fish remind you of? Other fish. Joseph Heller, Catch-22, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1961, Roman 27. I came back from Piedmont with much guilt, but as soon as I saw Leah again, I forgot the desires that had grazed me. Still, our expedition left other marks on me, and now it troubles me that at the time I wasn't troubled by them. I was putting in final order, chapter by chapter, the illustrations for the wonderful adventure of metals, but once again I could not elude the demon of resemblance, any more than I had been able to in Rio. How was this Reaumur cylindrical stove, 1750, different from this incubator chamber for eggs, or from this 17th-century Athanor, maternal womb, dark uterus for the creation of God knows what mystic metals? It was as if they had installed the Deutsches Museum in the Piedmont castle I had visited the week before. It was becoming harder for me to keep apart the world of magic and what today we call the world of facts. Men I had studied in school as bearers of mathematical and physical enlightenment now turned up amid the murk of superstition, for I discovered they had worked with one foot in Kabbalah and the other in the laboratory. Or was I rereading all history through the eyes of our diabolicals? But then I would find texts above all suspicion that told me how in the time of positivism physicists barely out of the university dabbled in seances and astrological cenacles, and how Newton had arrived at the law of gravity because he believed in the existence of occult forces which recalled his investigations into Rosicrucian cosmology.
I had always thought that doubting was a scientific duty, but now I came to distrust the very masters who had taught me to doubt. I said to myself, I am like Amparo. I don't believe in it, yet I surrender to it. Yes, I caught myself marveling over the fact that the height of the Great Pyramid really was 1/1000th of the distance between the earth and the sun, and that you really could draw striking parallels between Celtic and Amerindian mythologies. And I began to question everything around me, the houses, the shop signs, the clouds in the sky, and the engravings in the library, asking them to tell me not their superficial story, but another deeper story, which they surely were hiding, but finally would reveal, thanks to the principle of mystic resemblances. Leah saved me, at least temporarily. I told her everything, or almost, about the trip to Piedmont, and evening after evening I came home with curious new bits of information to add to my file of cross-references. She said, "Eat, you're thin as a rail." One evening she sat beside me at the desk. With her hair parted in the middle of her brow, she could now look straight into my eyes. She had her hands in her lap, a housewifely pose. I had never seen her sit like that before, her legs wide, skirt taut from knee to knee. An inelegant position, I thought, but then I saw her face, radiant, slightly flushed. I listened to her, though I didn't yet know why, with respect. "Pal," she said, "I don't like what's happening to you with this minutious business. First you collected facts the way people collect seashells. Now it's as if you were marking down lottery numbers." "I just enjoy myself more with the diabolicals." "It's not enjoyment, it's passion. There's a difference. Be careful, they'll make you sick." "Now, don't exaggerate. They're the sick ones, not I. You don't go crazy because you work in an asylum." "That remains to be seen." "You know, I've always been suspicious of analogies, but now I find myself at a great feast of analogies, a Coney Island, a Moscow May Day, a Jubilee year of analogies, and I'm beginning to wonder if by any chance there isn't a reason." "I've seen your files, pal," Leah said to me, "because I have to keep them in order. Whatever your diabolicals have discovered is already here. Take a good look." And she patted her belly, her thighs, her forehead. With her spread legs drawing her skirt tight, she sat like a wet nurse, solid and healthy, she so slim and supple, with a serene wisdom that illuminated her and gave her a matriarchal authority. "Pal, archetypes don't exist. The body exists. The belly inside is beautiful because the baby grows there, because your sweet cock, all bright and jolly, thrusts there, and good tasty food descends there. And for this reason the cavern, the grotto, the tunnel are beautiful and important, and the labyrinth, too, which is made in the image of our wonderful intestines. When somebody wants to invent something beautiful and important, it has to come from there, because you also came from there the day you were born, because fertility always comes from inside a cavity, where first something rots, and then, lo and behold, there's a little man, a date, a baobab. And high is better than low, because if you have your head down, the blood goes to your brain, because feet stink and hair doesn't stink as much, because it's better to climb a tree and pick fruit than end up underground, food for worms, and because you rarely hurt yourself hitting something above. You really have to be in an attic, while you often hurt yourself falling. That's why up is angelic, and down is devilish. But because what I said before about my belly is also true, both things are true. Down and inside are beautiful, and up and outside are beautiful, and the spirit of Mercury and Manichaeanism have nothing to do with it. But because what I said before about my belly is also true, both things are true. Down and inside are beautiful, and up and outside are beautiful, and the spirit of Mercury and Manichaeanism have nothing to do with it. Fire keeps you warm and cold, gives you bronchial pneumonia, especially if you're a scholar 4,000 years ago, and therefore fire has mysterious virtues besides its ability to cook your chicken. But cold preserves that same chicken, and fire, if you touch it, gives you a blister this big. Therefore, if you think of something preserved for millennia like wisdom, you have to think of it on a mountain, up, high, and high is good, but also in a cavern, which is good too, and in the eternal cold of the Tibetan snows, best of all. And if you then want to know why wisdom comes from the Orient and not from the Swiss Alps, it's because the body of your ancestors in the morning, when it woke and there was still darkness, looked to the east, hoping the sun would rise and there wouldn't be rain. Yes, Mamma. Yes, indeed, my child. The sun is good because it does the body good, and because it has the sense to reappear every day. Therefore, whatever returns is good, not what passes and is done with. The easiest way to return from where you've been without retracing your steps is to walk in a circle. The animal that coils in a circle is the serpent. That's why so many cults and myths of the serpent exist, because it's hard to represent the return of the sun by the coiling of a hippopotamus. Furthermore, if you have to make a ceremony to invoke the sun, it's best to move in a circle, because if you go in a straight line, you move away from home, which means the ceremony will have to be kept short. The circle is the most convenient arrangement for any rite. Even the fire-eaters in the marketplace know this, because in a circle, everybody can see the one who's in the center, whereas if a whole tribe formed a straight line like a squad of soldiers, the people at the ends wouldn't see. And that's why the circle and rotary motion and cyclic return are fundamental to every cult and every rite. Yes, Mama. We move on to the magic numbers your authors are so fond of. You are 1 and not 2. Your cock is 1 and my cunt is 1, and we have 1 nose and 1 heart. So you see how many important things come in ones. But we have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, my breasts, your balls, legs, arms, buttocks. 3 is the most magical of all because our body doesn't know that number. We don't have 3 of anything, and it should be a very mysterious number that we attribute to God wherever we live. But if you think about it, I have 1 cunt and you have 1 cock. Shut up and don't choke. And if we put these 2 together, a new thing is made and we become 3. So you don't have to be a university professor or use a computer to discover that all cultures on Earth have ternary structures, trinities. But 2 arms and 2 legs make 4, and 4 is a beautiful number when you consider that animals have 4 legs and little children go on all 4s, as the Sphinx knew. We hardly have to discuss 5, the fingers of the hand, and then with both hands you get that other sacred number 10. There have to be 10 commandments because if there were 12, when the priest counts 1, 2, 3, holding up his fingers, and comes to the last 2, he'd have to borrow a hand from the sacristan. Now, if you take the body and count all the things that grow from the trunk, arms, legs, head, and cock, you get 6. But for women it's 7. For this reason it seems to me that among your authors 6 is never taken seriously, except as the double of 3, because it's familiar to the males who don't have any 7. So when the males rule, they prefer to see 7 as the mysterious sacred number, forgetting about women's tits, but what the hell. 8. Give me a minute. If arms and legs don't count as 1 apiece but 2, because of elbows and knees, you have 8 parts that move. Add the torso and you have 9, add the head and you have 10. Just sticking with the body you get all the numbers you want. The orifices, for example. The orifices? Yes, how many holes does the body have? I counted. Eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth, ass. 8. You see? Another reason 8 is a beautiful number. But I have 9, and with that 9th, I bring you into the world, therefore 9 is holier than 8. Or, if you like, take the anatomy of your menhir, which your authors are always talking about, standing up during the day, lying down at night. Your thing, too. No, don't tell me what it does at night. The fact is that erect it works and prone it rests. So the vertical position is life, pointed sunward, and obelisks stand as trees stand, while the horizontal position and night are sleep, death. All cultures worship menhirs, monoliths, pyramids, columns, but nobody bows down to balconies and railings. Did you ever hear of an archaic cult of the sacred banister? You see? And another point. If you worship a vertical stone, even if there are a lot of you, you can all see it. But if you worship instead a horizontal stone, only those in the front row can see it, and the others start pushing, me too, which is not a fitting sight for a magical ceremony. But rivers are worshipped not because they're horizontal, but because there's water in them, and you don't need me to explain to you the relation between water and the body. Anyway, that's how we're put together, all of us, and that's why we work out the same symbols millions of kilometers apart, and naturally they all resemble one another. Thus you see that people with a brain in their head, if they're shown an alchemist's oven, all shut up and warm inside, think of the belly of the mama making a baby, and only your diabolicals think that the Madonna about to have the child is a reference to the alchemist's oven. They spent thousands of years looking for a message, and it was there all the time. They just had to look at themselves in the mirror. You always tell me the truth. You are my mirrored me, myself seen by you. I want to discover all the secret archetypes of the body. That evening we inaugurated the expression discovering archetypes, to indicate our moments of greatest intimacy. I was half asleep when Leah touched my shoulder. I almost forgot, she said. I'm pregnant.
I should have listened to Leah. She spoke with the wisdom of life and birth. Venturing into the underground passages of Agartha, into the pyramid of Isis unveiled, we had entered Gevura, the Sephira of fear, the moment in which wrath manifests itself in the world. I had let myself be seduced by the thought of Sophia. Moses Cordovero says that the female is to the left and all her attributes point to Gevura, unless the male, using these attributes, adorns his bride and causes her to move to the right, toward good. Every desire must remain within its limits, otherwise Gevura becomes judgment, the dark appearance, the universe of demons. To discipline desire. This I had done in the Tenda de Umbanda. I had played the agogo, I had taken an active part in the spectacle, and I had escaped the trance. I had done the same with Leah. I had regulated desire out of homage to the bride, and I had been rewarded in the depths of my loins. My seed had been blessed. But I was not to persevere. I was to be seduced by the beauty of Tiferet. Tiferet. Chapter 64. To dream of living in a new and unknown city means imminent death. In fact, the dead live elsewhere, nor is it known where. Girolamo Cardano, Somnorium Senesiorum, Basel, 1562, 1:58. While Gevura is the Sephira of awe and evil, Tiferet is the Sephira of beauty and harmony. As Diotalevi said, it is the light of understanding, the tree of life. It is pleasure, hail appearance. It is the concord of law and freedom. And that year was for us the year of pleasure, of the joyful subversion of the great text of the universe, in which we celebrated the nuptials of tradition and the electronic machine. We created, and we delighted in our creation. It was the year in which we invented the plan. For me, at least, it was truly a happy year. Leah's pregnancy proceeded tranquilly, and between Garamond and my agency I was beginning to make a comfortable living. I kept my office in the old factory building, but we remodeled Leah's apartment. The wonderful adventure of metals was now in the hands of the compositors and proofreaders. That was when Signor Garamond had his brainstorm. An illustrated history of magic and the hermetic sciences, with the material that comes in from the diabolicals, with the expertise you three have acquired, with the advice of that incredible man Allier, we can put together a big volume, 400 pages, dazzling full-color plates, in less than a year, reusing some of the graphics from the history of metals. But the subject matter is so different, I said. What can I do with a photograph of a cyclotron? What can you do with it? Imagination, Casaubon, use your imagination. What happens in those atomic machines, in those megatronic positrons, or whatever they're called? Matter is broken down. You put in Swiss cheese, and out come quarks, black holes, churned uranium. It's magic-made flesh, Hermes and Hermes. Here on the left, the engraving of Paracelsus, old Abracadabra with his alembics, against a gold background. And on the right, quasars, the Cuisinart of heavy water, gravitational galactic antimatter, etc. Don't you see? The real magician isn't the bleary-eyed guy who doesn't understand a thing. It's the scientist who has grasped the hidden secrets of the universe. Discover the miraculous all around us. Hint that at Mount Palomar they know more than they're letting on. To encourage me, he gave me a raise, almost perceptible. I concentrated on the miniatures of the Liber Solis of Trismosen, the Mutus Liber of Pseudo-Lullus. I filled folders with pentacles, sephirotic trees, decans, talismans. I combed the loneliest rooms of libraries. I bought dozens of volumes from booksellers who in the old days had peddled the Cultural Revolution. Among the diabolicals I moved with the ease of a psychiatrist who becomes fond of his patients, enjoying the balmy breezes that waft from the ancient park of his private clinic. After a while he begins to write pages on delirium, then pages of delirium, unaware that his sick people have seduced him. He thinks he has become an artist. And so the idea of the plan was born. Diotalevi went along with the game because for him it was a form of prayer. As for Jacopo Belbo, I thought he was having as much fun as I was. I realize only now that he derived no real pleasure from it. He took part in it nervously, anxiously biting his nails. Or rather, he played along in the hope of finding at least one of the unknown addresses, the stage without footlights, which he mentions in the file named Dream, a surrogate theology for an angel that will never appear. File name, Dream.
I don't remember if I dreamed one dream within another, or if they followed one another in the course of the same night, or if they alternated night by night. I am looking for a woman I know. I've had an intense relationship with her, but I cannot figure out why I let it cool. It was my fault, not keeping in touch. Inconceivable that I could have allowed so much time to go by. I am looking for her, or for them. There is more than one woman, there are many. I lost them all in the same way, through neglect. And I am seized by uncertainty, because even just one would be enough for me, because I know this: in losing them, I have lost much. As a rule, in my dream, I cannot find, no longer possess, am unable to bring myself to open the address book where the phone number is written, and even if I do open it, it's as if I were far-sighted. I can't read the names. I know where she is, or rather, I don't know where the place is, but I know what it's like. I have the distinct memory of a stairway, a lobby, a landing. I don't rush about the city looking for the place. Instead, I am frozen, blocked by anguish. I keep racking my brain for the reason I permitted or wanted the relationship to cool, the reason I failed to show up at our last meeting. She's waiting for a call from me, I'm sure. If only I knew her name. I know perfectly well who she is, I just can't reconstruct her features. Sometimes, in the half-waking doze that follows, I argue with the dream. You remember everything, I say. You settle all your scores. There's no unfinished business. There is no place you remember whose location you don't know. There is nothing to the dream. But the suspicion remains that I have forgotten something, left something among the folds of my eagerness, the way you forget a banknote or a paper with an important fact in some small marsupial pouch of your trousers or old jacket. And it's only later that you realize it was the most important thing of all, crucial, unique. Of the city I have a clearer image. It's Paris. I'm on the left bank, and when I cross the river I find myself in a square that could be Place des Vosges. No, more open, because at the end stands a kind of Madeleine. Passing the square, moving behind the temple, I come to a street. There's a second-hand bookshop on the corner that curves to the right, through a series of alleys that are unquestionably the Barrio Gótico of Barcelona. It could turn into a very broad avenue full of lights, and it's on this avenue, and I remember it with the clarity of a photograph, that I see to the right, at the end of a blind alley, the theater. I'm not sure what happens in that place of pleasure, no doubt something entertaining and slightly louche, like a striptease. For this reason I don't dare make inquiries, but I know enough to want to return, full of excitement. In vain. Toward Chatham Road, the streets become confused. I wake with the taste of failure, an encounter missed. I cannot resign myself to not knowing what I've lost. Sometimes I'm in a country house. It's big. I know there's another wing, but I've forgotten how to reach it, as if the passage has been walled up. In that other wing there are rooms and rooms. I saw them once, and in detail, thoroughly. It's impossible that I dreamed them in another dream. With old furniture and faded engravings, brackets supporting little 19th-century toy theaters made of punched cardboard, sofas with embroidered coverlets, and shelves filled with books, a complete set of the Illustrated Journal of Travel and of Adventures on Land and Sea. It's not true that they came apart from being read so often and that Mama gave them to the trash man. I wonder who got the corridors and stairs mixed up, because that is where I would have liked to build my Buen Retiro, in that odor of precious junk. Why can't I dream of college entrance exams, like everybody else? Chapter 65. The frame was 20 foot square, placed in the middle of the room. The superficies was composed of several bits of wood, about the bigness of a die, but some larger than others. They were all linked together by slender wires. These bits of wood were covered on every square with paper pasted on them, and on these papers were written all the words of their language, in their several moods, tenses, and declensions, but without any order. The pupils at his command took each of them hold of an iron handle, whereof there were 40 fixed round the edges of the frame, and giving them a sudden turn, the whole disposition of the words was entirely changed. He then commanded 36 of the lads to read the several lines softly as they appeared upon the frame, and where they found 3 or 4 words together that might make part of a sentence, they dictated to the 4 remaining boys. Jonathan Swift, Gulliver's Travels, Roman 3:5. I believe that in embellishing his dream, Belbo returned once again to the idea of lost opportunity and his vow of renunciation, to his life's failure to seize, if it ever existed, the moment.
The plan began because Belbo had now resigned himself to creating private, fictitious moments. I asked him for some text or other, and he rummaged through the papers on his desk, where there was a heap of manuscripts perilously piled one on top of the other, with no concern for weight or size. He found the one he was looking for and tried to slip it out, thus causing the others to spill to the floor. Folders came open, pages escaped their flimsy containers. "Couldn't you have moved the top half first?" I asked. Wasting my breath. This was how he always did it. He replied, as he always did, "Gudrun will pick them up this evening. She has to have a mission in life, otherwise she loses her identity." But this time I had a personal stake in the safety of the manuscripts, because I was now part of the firm. "Gudrun won't be able to put them back together," I said. "She'll put the wrong pages in the wrong folders." If Diotalevi heard you, he'd rejoice. A way of producing different books, eclectic, random books. It's part of the logic of the diabolicals. But we'd find ourselves in the situation of the Kabbalists, taking millennia to discover the right combination. You're simply using Gudrun in place of the monkey that spends an eternity at the typewriter. As far as evolution goes, we've made no progress, unless there's some program in Abulafia to do this work. Meanwhile, Diotalevi had come in. "Of course there is," Belbo said, "and in theory you could have up to 2,000 entries. All that's needed is the data and the desire. Take, for example, poetry. The program asks you how many lines you want in the poem, and you decide, 10, 20, 100. Then the program randomizes the line numbers, in other words, a new arrangement each time. With 10 lines you can make thousands and thousands of random poems. Yesterday I entered such lines as, 'And the linden trees quiver, thou sinister albatross, the rubber plant is free, I offer thee my life,' and so on. Here are some of my better efforts. I count the nights, the sistrum sounds. Death, thy victory, the rubber plant is free. From the heart of dawn, thou sinister albatross, the rubber plant is free. Death, thy victory. And the linden trees quiver, I count the nights, the sistrum sounds. The hoopoe awaits me, and the linden trees quiver. It's repetitive, yes, but repetitions can make poetic sense. Interesting, Diotalevi said. This reconciles me to your machine. So if we fed it the entire Torah and told it, what's the term, to randomize, it would perform some authentic Temura, recombining the verses of the book? Yes, but it's a question of time. That would take centuries. I said, what if instead you fed it a few dozen notions taken from the works of the diabolicals? For example, the Templars fled to Scotland, or the Corpus Hermeticum arrived in Florence in 1460, and threw in a few connective phrases like, it's obvious that, and this proves that. We might end up with something revelatory. Then we fill in the gaps, call the repetitions prophecies, and voila, a hitherto unpublished chapter of the history of magic at the very least. An idea of genius, Belbo said. Let's start right away. Now it's 7 o'clock. Tomorrow. I'm starting tonight. Help me just for a minute. Pick up, say, 20 of those pages on the floor at random. Glance at the first sentence of each, and that will be an entry. I bent over, picked up, and read, Joseph of Arimathea carries the Grail into France. Excellent. I've written it. Go on. According to the Templar tradition, Godefroy de Bouillon founded the Grand Priory of Zion in Jerusalem. And Debussy was a Rosicrucian. Excuse me, Diotalevi said, but you also have to include some neutral data. For example, the koala lives in Australia, or Papin invented the pressure cooker. Minnie Mouse is Mickey's fiancée. We mustn't overdo it. No, we mustn't overdo it. If we admit that in the whole universe there is even a single fact that does not reveal a mystery, then we violate Hermetic thought. That's true. Minnie's in, and if you'll allow me, I'll add a fundamental axiom. The Templars have something to do with everything. That goes without saying, Diotalevi agreed. We went on for a while, but then it was really late. Belbo told us not to worry, he'd continue on his own. When Gudrun came in and told us she was locking up, he said he'd be staying to do some work and asked her to pick up the papers on the floor. Gudrun made sounds that could have belonged either to Latin sine flexione or to Churmish, but that clearly expressed indignation and dismay, which demonstrated the universal kinship of all languages, descendants branched from a single Adamic root.
She obeyed, randomizing better than any computer. The next morning, Belbo was radiant. "It works," he said. "It works beyond anything we could have hoped for." He handed us the printout. "The Templars have something to do with everything. What follows is not true. Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate. The sage Omus founded the Rosy Cross in Egypt. There are Kabbalists in Provence. Who was married at the Feast of Cana? Minnie Mouse is Mickey's fiancée. It logically follows that, if the Druids venerated black virgins, then Simon Magus identifies Sophia as a prostitute of Tyre, who was married at the Feast of Cana. The Merovingians proclaim themselves kings by divine right. The Templars have something to do with everything." "A bit obscure," Diotalevi said. "Because you don't see the connections, and you don't give due importance to the question that recurs twice, who was married at the Feast of Cana? Repetitions are magic keys. Of course I've compiled, but compiling the truth is the initiate's right. Here is my interpretation. Jesus was not crucified, and for that reason the Templars denied the crucifix. The legend of Joseph of Arimathea covers a deeper truth. Jesus, not the Grail, landed in France among the Kabbalists of Provence. Jesus is the metaphor of the King of the world, the true founder of the Rosicrucians. And who landed with Jesus? His wife. In the Gospels, why aren't we told who was married at Cana? It was the wedding of Jesus, and it was a wedding that could not be discussed, because the bride was a public sinner, Mary Magdalene. That's why, ever since, all the Illuminati, from Simon Magus to Postel, seek the principle of the eternal feminine in a brothel. And Jesus, meanwhile, was the founder of the royal line of France. Chapter 66. If our hypothesis is correct, the Holy Grail was the breed and descendant of Jesus, the sang real, of which the Templars were the guardians. At the same time, the Holy Grail must have been literally the vessel that had received and contained the blood of Jesus. In other words, it must have been the womb of the Magdalene. M. Bagent, R. Lee, H. Lincoln, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, 1982, London, Cape, Roman 14. "Nobody would take that seriously," Diotalevi said. "On the contrary, it would sell a few 100,000 copies," I said grimly. "The story has already been written with slight variations in a book on the mystery of the Grail and the secrets of Rennes-le-Château. Instead of reading only manuscripts, you should look at what other publishers are printing." "Ye holy seraphim," Diotalevi said. "Then this machine says only what we already know." And he went out, dejected. Belbo was piqued. "What is he saying, that my idea is an idea others have had? So what? It's called literary polygenesis. Signor Garamond would say that means I'm telling the truth. It must have taken years for the others to come up with it, whereas the machine and I solved the problem in one evening. I'm with you, the machine's useful, but I believe we should feed in more statements that don't come from the diabolicals. The challenge isn't to find occult links between Debussy and the Templars. Everybody does that. The problem is to find occult links between, for example, Kabbalah and the spark plugs of a car." I was speaking off the top of my head, but I had given Belbo an idea. He talked to me about it a few mornings later. "You were right. Any fact becomes important when it's connected to another. The connection changes the perspective. It leads you to think that every detail of the world, every voice, every word, written or spoken, has more than its literal meaning, that it tells us of a secret. The rule is simple. Suspect, only suspect. You can read subtexts even in a traffic sign that says no littering." Of course, Catharist moralism, the horror of fornication. "Last night I happened to come across a driver's manual. Maybe it was the semi-darkness or what you had said to me, but I began to imagine that those pages were saying something else. Suppose the automobile existed only to serve as a metaphor of creation. And we mustn't confine ourselves to the exterior, or to the surface reality of the dashboard. We must learn to see what only the Maker sees, what lies beneath. What lies beneath and what lies above. It is the tree of the Sephiroth." "You don't say." "I'm not the one who says it. It is the thing itself that says. The drive shaft is the trunk of the tree. Count the parts. Engine, 2 front wheels, clutch, transmission, 2 axles, differential, and 2 rear wheels. 10 parts, 10 Sephiroth."
But the positions don't coincide. Who says they don't? Diotaleves explained to us that in certain versions, Tiferet isn't the 6th Sephira, but the 8th, below Neza and Hod. My axle tree is the tree of Belboth. Fiat. But let's pursue the dialectic of the tree. At the summit is the engine, omnia movens, of which more later. This is the creative source. The engine communicates its creative energy to the two front or higher wheels, the wheel of intelligence and the wheel of knowledge. If the car has front-wheel drive. The good thing about the Belboth tree is that it allows metaphysical alternatives. So we have the image of a spiritual cosmos with front-wheel drive, where the engine, in front, transmits its wishes to the higher wheels, whereas in the materialistic version we have a degenerate cosmos in which motion is imparted by the engine to the two lower wheels. From the depths, the cosmic emanation releases the base forces of matter. What about an engine in back, rear-wheel drive? Satanic. Higher and lower coincide. God is identified with the motion of crude matter. God as an eternally frustrated aspiration to divinity, the result of the breaking of the vessels. Not the breaking of the muffler? That occurs in aborted universes, where the noxious breath of the archons spreads through the ether. But we mustn't digress. After the engine and two wheels comes the clutch, the sephira of grace that establishes or interrupts the flow of love that binds the rest of the tree to the supernal energy. A disc, a mandala, that caresses another mandala. Then the coffer of change, the gearbox, or transmission as the positivists call it, which is the principle of evil, because it allows human will to speed up or slow down the constant process of emanation. For this reason, an automatic transmission costs more, for there it is the tree itself that decides, in accordance with its own sovereign equilibrium. Then comes the universal joint, the axle, the drive shaft, the differential. Note the opposition repetition of the quaternion of cylinders in the engine, because the differential, minor keter, transmits motion to the earthly wheels. Here the function of the sephira of difference is obvious, as, with a majestic sense of beauty, it distributes the cosmic forces to the wheel of glory and the wheel of victory, which, in an unaborted universe, front-wheel drive, are the subordinate to the motion imparted by the higher wheels. A coherent exegesis. And the heart of the engine, seat of the one, the crown? You have to but look with the eyes of an initiate. The supreme engine lives by an alternation of intake and exhaust. A complex divine respiration, a cycle initially based on two units called cylinders, an obvious geometrical archetype, which then generate a third, and finally gaze upon another in mutual love and bring forth the glory of a fourth. In the cycle of the first cylinder, none is first hierarchically, but only through the miraculous alternation of position. The piston, etymology pistis sophia, descends from the upper neutral position to the lower neutral position as the cylinder fills with energy in the pure state. I'm simplifying, because here angelic hierarchies come into play, the distributor caps, which, as my handbook says, allow the opening and closing of the apertures that link the interior of the cylinders to the induction pipes leading out of the carburetor. The inner seat of the engine can communicate with the rest of the cosmos only through this mediation, and here, I believe, is revealed, I am reluctant to utter heresy, the original limit of the one, which, in order to create, somehow depends on the great eccentrics. A closer reading of the text may be required here. The cylinder fills with energy, the piston returns to the upper neutral position and achieves maximum compression, the Simpson. And lo, the glory of the Big Bang, combustion, expansion, a spark flies, the mixture of fuel flares and blazes, and this the handbook calls the active phase of the cycle. And woe, woe, if in the mixture of fuel the shells intrude, the kelipot, drops of impure matter like water or Coca-Cola. Then expansion does not take place or occurs in abortive starts. Then the meaning of shell is kelipot? We'd better not use it anymore. From now on only virgin's milk. We'll check. It could be a trick of the Seven Sisters, lower emanations trying to control the process of creation. In any case, after expansion, behold the great divine release, the exhaust. The piston rises again to the upper neutral position and expels the formless matter, now combusted. Only if this process of purification succeeds can the new cycle begin, which, if you think about it, is also the Neoplatonic mechanism of Exodus and Parados, miraculous dialectic of the way up and the way down. Quantum mortalia pectora ceacae noctis habent, and the sons of matter never realized it. They never saw the connection between the Philosopher's Stone and Firestone. For tomorrow, I'll prepare a mystical interpretation of the phone book. Ever ambitious, our Casaubon. Mind you, there you'll have to solve the unfathomable problem of the one and the many. Better succeed slowly. Start instead with the washing machine. Well, that's too easy. The alchemistic transformation from black to whiter than white. Chapter 67. Da Rosa nada digamos agora. Sampaio Bruno, Os Cavalleiros do Amor, Lisbon, Guimarães, 1960, page 155. When you assume an attitude of suspicion, you overlook no clue. After our fantasy on the power train and the tree of the Sephiroth, I was prepared to see symbols in every object I came upon. I had kept in touch with my Brazilian friends, and in Portugal, just then, at Coimbra, a conference was being held on Lusitanian culture. More out of a wish to see me again than out of respect for my expertise, my Rio friends managed to have me invited. Leah didn't go with me. She was in her 7th month, and though her pregnancy had changed her slender figure only slightly, transforming her into a Flemish Madonna, she preferred to stay home. I spent 3 merry evenings with my old comrades. As we were returning by bus to Lisbon, an argument developed about whether we should stop at Fatima or Tomar. Tomar was the castle to which the Portuguese Templars had withdrawn after the king and the Pope saved them from trial and ruin by transforming them into the Order of the Knights of Christ. I couldn't miss a Templar castle, and luckily the rest of the party was not enthusiastic about Fatima. If I could have invented a Templar castle, it would have been Tomar. You reach it by ascending a fortified road that flanks the outer bastions, which have cruciform slits, and you breathe Crusader air from the first moment. The Knights of Christ prospered for centuries in that place. Tradition has it that both Henry the Navigator and Christopher Columbus belonged to that order, and in fact it devoted itself to the conquest of the seas, making the fortune of Portugal. The knights' long and happy existence there had caused the castle to be rebuilt and extended through the centuries, so to its medieval part were joined Renaissance and Baroque wings. I was moved as I entered the Church of the Templars, which had an octagonal rotunda reproducing that of the Holy Sepulchre, and I was surprised to see that the Templars' crosses had different forms, depending on their location. It was a problem I had encountered before, when I went through the confused iconography on the subject. Whereas the cross of the Knights of Malta had remained more or less the same, the Templar cross had been influenced by periods and local traditions. That's why Templar hunters, finding any kind of cross in a place, immediately think they've discovered a trace of the Knights. Our guide took us to see the Manueline window, the Hanela par excellence, a filigree, a collage of marine and submarine troves, seaweeds, shells, anchors, capstans and chains, celebrating the Knights' achievements on the oceans. The window was framed by 2 towers, which were decorated with carvings of the insigne of the Garter. What was the symbol of an English order doing in a Portuguese fortified monastery? The guide couldn't say. But a little later, on another side, the northeast, I believe, he showed us the insigne of the Golden Fleece. I couldn't help thinking of the subtle game of alliances that had united the Garter to the Golden Fleece, the Fleece to the Argonauts to the Grail, and the Grail to the Templars. Remembering Colonel Ardenti's narrative and a few pages from the Diabolical's manuscripts, I started when our guide showed us into a side room whose ceiling was gripped by keystones. They were rosettes, but on some of them was carved a bearded Capran face, Baphomet. We went down into a crypt. After 7 steps, a bare stone floor led to the apse, where an altar could stand, or the chair of the Grand Master. You reached it by passing beneath 7 keystones, each in the form of a rose, one larger than the next, with the last set over a well. The cross and the rose in a Templar monastery, and in a room surely built before the Rosicrucian manifestos. I put some questions to the guide. He smiled. If you knew how many students of the occult sciences come here on pilgrimages. It said that this was the initiation chamber. Entering by chance a room not yet restored, which contained a few pieces of dusty furniture, I found the floor cluttered with great cardboard boxes. Rummaging at random, I uncovered some fragments of volumes in Hebrew, presumably from the 17th century. What were the Jews doing in Tomar? The guide told me that the Knights had maintained friendly relations with the local Jewish community.
He had me look out the window and showed me a little garden designed like an elegant French maze, the work, he told me, of an 18th-century Jewish architect, Samuel Schwartz. The second appointment in Jerusalem, and the first at the castle? Wasn't that how the message of Provins went? By God, the castle of the ordination mentioned in Ingolf's document was not the Montsalvat of chivalric novels, the Avalon of the Hyperboreal. No. What castle would the Templars of Provins, more used to directing commanderies than to reading romances of the Round Table, have chosen for their first meeting place? Why, Tomar, the castle of the Knights of Christ, a place where survivors of the order enjoyed complete freedom, unchanged guarantees, and where they could be in contact with the agents of the second group. I left Tomar in Portugal with my mind ablaze. No longer was I laughing at the message Ardenti had shown us. The Templars, when they became a secret order, worked out a plan that was to last 600 years and conclude in our century. The Templars were serious men. If they talked about a castle, they meant a real castle. The plan began at Tomar. And what would the ideal route have been, the sequence of the other 5 meetings? Places where the Templars could count on friendship, protection, complicity. The colonel spoke of Stonehenge, Avalon, Agartha. Nonsense. The message had to be completely restudied. Of course, I reminded myself on my way home, the idea is not to discover the Templar's secret, but to construct it. Belbo seemed disturbed at the thought of going back to the document left by the colonel, and he found it only after digging reluctantly in a lower drawer. But I saw he had kept it. Together we reread the Provins message after so many years. It began with the message coded by the method of Tritemius. Les 36 invisibles séparés en 6 bandes. And then, Allah, ellipsis, Saint-Jean, 36 filles charrettes de fin, 6, ellipsis, entier avec Sahel, P, ellipsis, les Blancs Montiacs, R, ellipsis, S, ellipsis, Chevalier de Provins pour la, ellipsis, JNC. 6 fois 6 en 6 places. Chacun fois 20 à, ellipsis, 120 à, ellipsis. Iceste et l'ordonnation, al donjon li premier, ili seconds just icieux qui, ellipsis, pan, it à refuge, it à Notre-Dame de l'autre part de Lyon, it à l'hôtel des Poplicains, it à la pierre, 3 fois 6 avant la fête, ellipsis, la grande pute. 36 years after the Haywain, the night of St. John of the year 1344, 6 sealed messages for the knights with the white cloaks, the relapsed knights of Provins, revenge. 6 times 6 in 6 places, 20 years each time, for a total of 120 years. This is the plan. The first at the castle, then with those who ate the bread, then at the refuge, then at Our Lady beyond the river, then at the house of the Poplicans, then at the stone. You see, in 1344 the message says that the first must go to the castle, and in fact the knights were established in Tomar in 1357. Now we must ask ourselves where the second group went. Come on, imagine you're an escaping Templar. Where would you go to form the second group? If it's true that those in the Wain fled to Scotland, but why should they have gone to Scotland in particular to eat the bread? I was becoming a master of chains of association. You could start anywhere. Scotland, Highlands, Druidic rites, Night of St. John, Summer Solstice, St. John's Fire, Golden Bough, because I had read about St. John's Fire in Fraser's Golden Bough. I telephoned Leah. Do me a favor, get the Golden Bough and see what it says about St. John's Fire. Leah was terrific at this sort of thing. She found the chapter at once. What do you want to know? It's a very ancient rite, practiced in almost all European countries. It's celebrated at the moment when the sun is at its peak. St. John was added to make the thing Christian. Do they eat bread in Scotland? Well, let me see, I don't think so. Oh, here it is. They don't eat bread for St. John, but on the night of the 1st of May, the night of the Beltane fires, originally a Druid festival, they eat bread, especially in the Scottish Highlands. We've got it. What kind?
They knead a cake of flour and oats and toast it on embers. Then a rite follows that recalls ancient human sacrifices. The bread's called bannock cakes. What? Spell it. She did, and I thanked her. I told her she was my Beatrice, my Morgan Le Fay, and other endearments. I tried to remember my thesis. The secret group, according to the legend, took refuge in Scotland with King Robert the Bruce, and the Templars helped the king win the Battle of Bannockburn. In reward, the king set them up as the new order of the Knights of St. Andrew of Scotland. I took a big English dictionary down from the shelf and looked up Bannock. B-A-N-N-O-C-K. B-A-N-N-O-K in Middle English, B-A-N-N-U-C in Anglo-Saxon, B-A-N-N-A-C-H in Gaelic. A kind of cake, cooked on a grill or a slab made of barley, oats, or other grain. Burn is a stream. You had only to translate Bannockburn as the French Templars would have done when they sent news from Scotland to their compatriots in Provins, and you get something like the stream of the cake, or of the loaf, or of the bread. Those who ate the bread were those who had won at the stream of the bread, and hence the Scottish group, which perhaps by that time had spread throughout the British Isles. Logical, from Portugal to England. That was a shorter route, much shorter than Ardentes from Pole to Palestine. Chapter 68. Let your garments be white. If it is dark, set many lights burning. Now begin combining letters, few, many. Shift them and combine them until your heart is warm. Pay attention to the movement of the letters and to what you can produce by combining them. And when your heart is warm, when you see that through the combination of the letters you grasp things you could not have known by yourself or with the aid of tradition, when you are ready to receive the influence of the divine power that enters into you, then use all the profundity of your thought to imagine in your heart the name and his higher angels, as if they were human beings beside you. Abulafia, Sefer Haya Olam. It makes sense, Belbo said. And in that case, where would the refuge be? The 6 groups settle in 6 places, but only one place is called the refuge. Odd. This must mean that in the other places, like Portugal and Britain, the Templars can live undisturbed, although under another name, whereas in the refuge they are completely hidden. I would say it is where the Templars of Paris went after they left the temple. To me it seems economical for the route to go to England from France, but why not assume that the Templars took an even more economical course and set up a refuge in a secret and protected place in Paris itself? Being sound politicians, they reasoned that in 200 years the situation would change and they would be able to act in the light of day, or almost. Paris it is. And the 4th place? And the 4th place? The colonel was thinking of Chartres, but if we make Paris the 3rd place, we can't put down Chartres as the 4th, because obviously the plan has to involve all the centers of Europe. Besides, we're leaving the mystical trail to work out a political trail. The pattern appears to be a sine wave, so we should go to the north of Germany. Beyond the water, that is, beyond the Rhine, there's a city, not a church, of Our Lady. Near Danzig, there's a city of the Virgin, in other words, Marienburg. Why meet at Marienburg? Because it was the seat of the Teutonic Knights. Relations between the Templars and the Teutonics hadn't been poisoned like those between the Templars and the Hospitallers, who had waited like vultures for the suppression of the temple in order to seize its wealth. The Teutonics were created in Palestine by German emperors as a counterbalance to the Templars, but they were soon called north to stem the invasion of Prussian barbarians. They succeeded so well that in the space of 2 centuries they became a state that spread out all over the Baltic lands. They moved between Poland, Lithuania, and Livonia. They founded Königsberg. They were defeated only once by Alexander Nevsky in Estonia. About the time the Templars were arrested in Paris, the Teutonics established the capital of their realm at Marienburg. If there was any spiritual knighthood plan of world conquest, the Templars and the Teutonics had divided the spheres of influence between them. You know what? Belbo said. I'm with you. Now the 5th group. Where are these Poplicans? I don't know, I said. You disappoint me, Casaubon. Maybe we should ask Abulafia. No, Abulafia can only connect facts, not create them. The Poplicans are a fact, not a connection, and facts are the province of Sam Spade. Give me a few days. I'll give you 2 weeks, Belbo said. If within 2 weeks you don't hand the Poplicans over to me, you'll buy me a bottle of 12-year-old Ballantines. beyond my means. A week later, I delivered the publicans to my greedy partners. It's all clear. Now follow me, because we must go back to the 4th century, to Byzantium, when various movements of Manichaean inspiration have already spread throughout the Mediterranean. We begin with the Archontics, founded in Armenia by Peter of Cappabarouca, and you have to admit that's a pretty grand name. Anti-Semitic, the Archontics identify the devil with Sabaoth, the god of the Jews, who lives in the 7th heaven. To reach the Great Mother of Light in the 8th heaven, it is necessary to reject both Sabaoth and baptism, all right? Consider them rejected, Belbo said. But the Archontics are still nice kids at heart. In the 5th century, the Massalians come along, and actually they survive until the 11th century in Thrace. The Massalians are not dualists, but monarchians, and they have dealings with the infernal powers, and in fact some texts call them Borborites, from Borboros, filth, because of the unspeakable things they do. What do? The usual unspeakable things. Men and women hold in the palm of their hand and raise to heaven their own ignominy, namely sperm or menstruum, then eat it, calling it the body of Christ. And if by chance a woman is made pregnant, at the opportune moment they stick a hand into her womb, pull out the embryo, throw it into a mortar, mix in some honey and pepper, and gobble it up. How revolting! Honey and pepper, Diotalevi said. So those are the Massalians, also known as Stratiotics and Fibionites, or Barbalites, who are made up of Nassians and Fenianites. But for other fathers of the Church, the Barbalites were Latter-day Gnostics, therefore dualists, who worshipped the great mother Barbelo, and their initiates in turn called the Borborites Hylics, or children of matter, as distinct from the Psychics, who were already a step up, and the Pneumatics, who were the truly elect, the Rotary Club of the whole business. But maybe the Stratiotics were the only Hylics of the Mithraists. Sounds a bit confused, Belbo said. Naturally, none of these people left records. The only things we know about them come to us from the gossip of their enemies. But no matter. I'm just trying to show you what a mess the Middle East was at the time, and to set the stage for the Paulicians. These are the followers of a certain Paul, joined by some iconoclasts expelled from Albania. From the 8th century on, the Paulicians grow rapidly. The sect becomes a community, the community of force, a political power, and the emperors of Byzantium, beginning to get worried, send the imperial armies against them. The Paulicians extend as far as the confines of the Arab world. They spread toward the Euphrates and northward as far as the Black Sea. They established colonies more or less everywhere, and we find them as late as the 17th century, when they are converted by the Jesuits, and some communities still exist today in the Balkans or thereabouts. Now, what do the Paulicians believe in? In God, 1 and 3, except that the Demiurge defiantly created the world, with the unfortunate results visible to all. The Paulicians reject the Old Testament, refuse the sacraments, despise the cross, and don't honor the Virgin, because Christ was incarnated directly in heaven and passed through Mary as through a pipe. The Bogomils, who are partly derived from them, say that Christ went in one ear of Mary and came out the other without her even noticing. The Paulicians are also accused of worshipping the sun and the devil, and of mixing children's blood in their bread and the Eucharistic wine. Well, like everybody else. Those were the days when for a heretic going to Mass was a torment. Might as well become Moslem. Anyway, that's the sort of people they were. And I'm telling you about them because when the dualist heretics spread through Italy and Provence, they are called, to indicate that they're like the Paulicians, Poplicans, Publicans, Populicans, who Gallicae etiam dicuntur ab aliquis popelicant. So there they are. Yes, finally. The Paulicians continue into the 9th century, driving the Byzantine emperors crazy until Emperor Basil vows that if he gets his hand on their leader, Chrysochir, who invaded the Church of St. John of God at Ephesus and watered his horse at the holy water fonts. A familiar nasty habit, Belbo said. He'll shoot 3 arrows into his head. He sends the imperial army after Chrysochir. They capture him, cut off his head, send it to the emperor, who places it on a table, or a trumeau on a little porphyry column, and shoots 3 arrows, wham, 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 into it, probably an arrow for each eye and the third for the mouth. Nice folks, Diotalevi said. They didn't do it to be mean, Belbo said. It was a question of faith. Go on, Kasaban. Our Diotalevi doesn't understand theological fine points. To conclude, The Crusaders encountered the Paulicians. They come upon them near Antioch in the course of the First Crusade, where the heretics are fighting alongside the Arabs, and they encounter them also at the siege of Constantinople, where the Paulician community of Philippopolis tries to hand the city over to the Bulgarian Tsar Ioanitsa to spite the French, as Villardouin tells us. There's the connection with the Templars and the solution to our riddle. Legend has the Templars inspired by the Cathars, but it's really the other way around. The Templars, encountering the Paulician communities in the course of the Crusades, established mysterious relations with them, as they had before with the mystics and the Moslem heretics. Just follow the track of the ordination. It has to pass through the Balkans. Why? Because clearly the sixth appointment is in Jerusalem. The message says go to the stone. And where is there a stone? A rock which the Moslems venerate, and for which, if we want to see it, we have to take off our shoes? Why, right in the center of the Mosque of Omar in Jerusalem, where once stood the Temple of the Templars. I don't know who was to wait in Jerusalem, perhaps a core group of surviving and disguised Templars, or else some Kabbalists connected with the Portuguese, but this much is certain. To reach Jerusalem from Germany, the most logical route is through the Balkans, and there the fifth group, the Paulician one, was waiting. You see how straightforward and economical the plan becomes? I must say I'm persuaded, Belbo said. But where in the Balkans were the Poplicans waiting? If you ask me, the natural successors of the Paulicians were the Bulgarian Bogomils, but the Templars of Provins couldn't have known that a few years later Bulgaria would be invaded by the Turks and remain under their dominion for 5 centuries. Which would suggest that the plan was interrupted at the link between Germany and Bulgaria. When was that to take place? In 1824, Diotalevi said. Why's that? Diotalevi quickly sketched the following diagram. Portugal, 1344, England, 1464, France, 1584, Germany, 1704, Bulgaria, 1824, Jerusalem, 1944. In 1344, the first Grand Masters of each group established themselves in the 6 prescribed places. In the course of 120 years, 6 Grand Masters succeed one another in each group, and in 1464 the 6th Master of Tomar meets the 6th Master of the English group. In 1584 the 12th English Master meets the 12th French Master. The chain proceeds at this pace, so if the appointment with the Paulicians fails, it must fail in 1824. Let's assume it fails, I said. But I don't understand why such shrewd men, when they had 4/6 of the message in their hands, weren't able to reconstruct it. Or why, if the appointment with the Bulgarians fell through, they didn't get in touch with the next group. Casaubon, Belbo said, do you really think the lawmakers of Provins were fools? If they wanted the revelation to remain concealed for 600 years, they must have taken precautions. Every master of a group knows where to find the master of the following group, but not where to find the others, and none of the later groups know where to find the masters of the preceding groups. If the Germans lose the Bulgarians, they'll never know where the Jerusalemites are, and the Jerusalemites won't know where anyone else is. As for reconstructing a message from incomplete pieces, that depends on how the message has been divided, certainly not in logical sequence. So if only one piece is missing, the message is incomprehensible, and the one who has that missing piece can't make any use of it. Just think, Diotalevi said. If the Bulgarian meeting didn't take place, Europe today is the theater of a secret ballet, with groups seeking and not finding one another, while each group knows that one small piece of information might be enough to make it master of the world. What's the name of that taxidermist you told us about, Casaubon? Maybe a plot really exists, and history is simply the result of this battle to reconstruct a lost message. We don't see them, but invisible they act all around us. The same idea then occurred to Belbo and to me. We both started talking, and we quickly worked out the right connection. In addition, we discovered that at least 2 expressions in the Provins message, the reference to 36 invisibles divided into 6 groups, and the 120-year deadline, also appeared in the debate on the Rosicrucians. After all, they were Germans, I said. I'll read the Rosicrucian manifestos. But you said the manifestos were fake, Belbo said. So what we're putting together is fake? True, he said. I was forgetting that. Chapter 69. Elle devient le diable, débile, timoré, vaillante à des heures exceptionnelles, sanglante sans cesse, lacrymante, caressante, avec des bras qui ignorent les lois. Filles, filles, elles ne valent rien, elles sont faites d'un côté, d'un os courbe, d'une dissimulation rentrée. Elles baisent le serpent. Jules Bois, Le Satanisme et la Magie, Paris, Chailly, 1895, page 12. He was forgetting that, yes. The following file, brief and dazed, surely belongs to this period. File name, Enoia. You arrived at the house suddenly with your grass. I didn't want any. I won't allow any vegetable substance to interfere with the functioning of my brain. I'm lying. I smoke tobacco, drink distillations of grain. The few times in the early 60s when somebody forced me to share in the circulation of a joint with that cheap slimy paper impregnated with saliva, and the last drag using a pin, I wanted to laugh. But yesterday it was you offering it to me, and I thought that maybe this was your way of offering yourself, so I smoked, trusting. We danced close, the way nobody's danced for years, and the shame of it, while Mahler's Fourth was playing. I felt as if in my arms an ancient creature were yeasting, with the sweet and wrinkled face of an old nanny-goat, a serpent rising from the depths of my loins, and I worshipped you as a very old and universal aunt. Probably I went on holding my body close to yours, but I felt also that you were in flight, ascending, being transformed into gold, opening locked doors, moving objects through the air as I penetrated your dark belly, megaly apophysis, prisoner of the angels. Was it not you I sought all along? I am here, always waiting for you. Did I lose you each time because I didn't recognize you? Did I lose you each time because I did recognize you but was afraid? Lose you because each time, recognizing you, I knew I had to lose you? But where did you end up last night? I woke this morning with a headache. Chapter 70. Let us remember well, however, the secret references to a period of 120 years that Brother A, the successor of D and last of the second line of succession, who lived among many of us, addressed to us, we of the third line of succession. Fama Fraternitatis in Allgemeine und Generalreformation, Kassel, Wessel, 1614. First thing, I read through the two manifestos of the Rosicrucians, the Fama and the Confessio. I also took a look at the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz by Johann Valentin André, because André was the presumed author of the manifestos. The two manifestos appeared in Germany between 1614 and 1615, thus about 30 years after the 1584 meeting between the French and English Templars, and almost a century before the French were to meet with the Germans. I read, not to believe what the manifestos said, but to look beyond them, as if the words meant something else. To help them mean something else, I knew I should skip some passages and attach more importance to some statements than to others. But this was exactly what the diabolicals and their masters were teaching us. If you move in the refined time of revelation, do not follow the fussy Philistine chains of logic and their monotonous sequentiality. Taken literally, these two texts were a pile of absurdities, riddles, contradictions. Therefore, they could not be saying what they seemed to be saying, and were neither a call to profound spiritual reformation, nor the story of poor Christian Rosenkreuz. They were a coded message to be read by superimposing them on a grid that left certain spaces free while covering others. Like the coded message of Provins, where only the initial letters counted. Having no grid, I had to assume the existence of one. I had to read with mistrust. The manifestos spoke of the plan of Provins. There could be no doubt about that. In the grave of C.R., allegory of the Grand Jodime, the night of June 23, 1344, a treasure had been placed for posterity to discover, a treasure hidden for 120 years. It was not money, that much was clear. Not only was there a polemic against the unrestrained greed of the alchemists, but the text said openly that what had been promised was a great historical change. And if the reader failed to understand that, the second manifesto said that there could be no ignoring an offer that concerned the Miranda Sextae Aetatis, the wonders of the sixth and final appointment. And it repeated, if only it had pleased God to bring down to us the light of his sixth candelabrum. If only we could read everything in a single book, and, reading it, understand and remember. How pleasant it would be if through song, the message read aloud, we could transform rocks, lapis exilis, into pearls and precious stones. And there was further talk of arcane secrets, and of a government that was to be established in Europe, and of a great work to be achieved. It was said that C.R. had gone to Spain, or Portugal, and had shown the learned there whence to draw the true indicia of future centuries. But in vain. Why in vain? Was it because a group of German Templars at the beginning of the 17th century made public a very closely guarded secret, forced to come out into the open on account of a halt in the process of the transmission of the message? The manifestos undeniably tried to reconstruct the phases of the plan as Teotalevi had summarized them. The first brother whose death was mentioned was Brother I.O., who had come to the end in England. So, someone had arrived triumphantly at the first appointment, and a second line of succession was mentioned, and a third. Thus far, all was apparently in order. The second line, the English one, met the third line, the French one, in 1584. Those writing at the beginning of the 17th century spoke only of what had happened to the first three groups. In the Chemical Wedding, written by Andrei in his youth, hence before the manifestos, even if they appeared as early as 1614, 3 majestic temples were mentioned, the 3 places that must already have been known. Yet, reading, I realized that while the 2 manifestos did indeed speak later in the same terms as the Chemical Wedding, it was as if something upsetting had happened meanwhile. For example, why such insistence on the fact that the time had come, the moment had come, though the enemy had employed all his tricks to keep the occasion from materializing? What occasion? It was said that C.R.'s final goal was Jerusalem, but he hadn't been able to reach Jerusalem. Why not? The Arabs were praised because they exchanged messages, but in Germany the learned didn't know how to assist one another. What did that mean? And there was a reference to a larger group that wants the pasture all for itself. Evidently some party, pursuing its private interests, was trying to upset the plan, and evidently there had been, in fact, a serious setback. The Fama said that at the beginning someone had worked out a magic writing, why, of course, the message of Provins, but that the clock of God struck every minute, whereas ours is unable to strike even the hours. Who had missed the strokes of the divine clock? Who had failed to arrive at a certain place at the right moment? There was a reference to an original group of brothers who could have revealed a secret philosophy but had decided instead to disperse throughout the world. The manifestos breathed uneasiness, uncertainty, bewilderment. The brothers of the first lines of succession had each arranged to be replaced by a worthy successor, but they decided to keep secret the place of their burial, and even today we do not know where they are buried. What did this really refer to? What sepulchre was without an address? It was becoming obvious to me that the manifestos were written because some information had been lost. An appeal was being made to anyone who happened to possess that information. He should come forward. The end of the Fama was unequivocal. Again we ask all the learned of Europe to consider with kindly disposition our offer to let us know their reflections, because even if for the present we have not revealed our names, anyone who sends us his name will be able to confer with us personally, or, if some impediment exists, in writing. This was exactly what the Colonel had intended to do by publishing his story, force someone to emerge from his silence. There had been a gap, a hiatus, an unraveling. In the tomb of C.R. there was written not only post centum vigentianos patebo, to recall the schedule of the appointments, but also ne quaquam vacuum. Not the void does not exist, but the void should not exist. A void had been created, and it had to be filled. Once again I asked myself, why were these things being said in Germany, where, if anything, the fourth line should simply wait with saintly patience for its own turn to come? The Germans couldn't complain in 1614 of a failed appointment in Marienburg, because the Marienburg appointment would not take place until 1704. Only one conclusion was possible. The Germans were complaining because the preceding appointment had not taken place. This was the key. The Germans, the fourth line, were lamenting the fact that the English, the second line, had failed to reach the French, the third line. Of course, in the text you could find allegories that were almost childishly transparent.
The tomb of CR is opened, and in it are found the signatures of the brothers of the first and second circles, but not of the third. The Portuguese and the English are there, but where are the French? In other words, the English had missed the French. Yet the English, according to what we had established, were the only ones who had any idea where to find the French, just as the French were the only ones who had any idea where to find the Germans. So even if the French found the Germans in 1704, they would have shown up minus 2/3 of what they were supposed to deliver. The Rosicrucians came out into the open, accepting the known risks, because that was the only way to save the plan. Chapter 71. We do not even know with certainty if the brothers of the second line possessed the same knowledge as those of the first, or if they were given all the secrets. Fama Fraternitatis, in Allgemeine und Generalreformation, Kassel, Wesel, 1614. I told Belbo and Diotilevi. They agreed that the secret meaning of the manifestos should be clear even to a diabolical. Now it's all clear, Diotilevi said. We were stuck on the notion that the plan had been blocked at the passage from the Germans to the Paulicians, while in fact it had been blocked in 1584 at the passage from England to France. But why? Belbo asked. What reason can there be that the English were unable to keep their appointment with the French in 1584? The English knew where the refuge was. Seeking truth, he turned to Abulafia. As a test, he asked for 2 random entries. The output was, Minnie Mouse is Mickey's fiancée. 30 days hath September, April, June, and November. Now let's see, Belbo said. Minnie has an appointment with Mickey, but by mistake she makes it for the 31st of September, and Mickey— Hold it, everybody, I said. Minnie could have made a mistake only if her date with Mickey was for October 5th, 1582. Why? The Gregorian reform of the calendar. Why, it's obvious. In 1582, the Gregorian reform went into effect, correcting the Julian calendar, and to make things come out even, 10 days in the month of October were abolished, the 5th to the 14th. But the appointment in France is for 1584, St. John's Eve, June 23rd. That's right, but as I recall, the reform didn't go into effect immediately everywhere. I consulted the perpetual calendar we had on the shelf. Here we are. The reform was promulgated in 1582, and the days between October 5th and October 14th were abolished, but this applied only to the Pope. France adopted the new calendar in 1583 and abolished the 10th to the 19th of December. In Germany there was a schism. The Catholic regions adopted the reform in 1584 with Bohemia, but the Protestant regions adopted it in 1775, almost 200 years later, and Bulgaria, and this is the fact to bear in mind, adopted it only in 1917. Now, let's look at England. It adopted the Gregorian calendar in 1752. That's to be expected. In their hatred of the Papists, the Anglicans also held out for 2 centuries. So you see what happened. France abolished 10 days at the end of 1583, and by June 1584 the French were all accustomed to it. But when it was June 23rd, 1584 in France, in England it was still June 13th. And ask yourself whether a good Englishman, Templar though he may have been, would have taken this into account. They drive on the left even today and ignored the decimal system for ages. So then, the English show up at the refuge on what for them is June 23rd, except that for the French it's already July 3rd. We can assume the appointment wasn't to take place with fanfares. It would be a furtive meeting at a certain corner at a certain hour. The French go to the place on June 23rd. They wait a day, 2 days, 3, 7, and then they leave, thinking that something has happened. Maybe they give up in despair on the very eve of July 3rd. The English arrive on the 3rd and find nobody there. Maybe they also wait a week and nobody shows. The 2 Grand Masters have missed each other. Sublime, Belbo said. That's what happened. But why is it the German Rosicrucians who go public, and not the English? I asked for another day, searched my card files, and came back to the office glowing with pride. I had found a clue, an almost invisible clue, but that's how Sam Spade works. Nothing is trivial or insignificant to his eagle eye. Toward 1584, John Dee, mage and Kabbalist, astrologer to the Queen of England, was assigned to study the reform of the Julian calendar. The English Templars met the Portuguese in 1464. After that date, the British Isles seemed to be struck by a Kabbalistic fervor. Anyway, the Templars work on what they have learned, preparing for the next encounter. John Dee is the leader of this magic and Hermetic Renaissance. He collects a personal library of 4,000 volumes, a library in the spirit of the Templars of Provins. His Mona Hieroglyphica seems directly inspired by the Tabula Smaragdina, the Bible of the alchemists. And what does John Dee do from 1584 on? He reads the Steganographia of Tritemius. He reads it in manuscript, of course, because it appeared in print for the first time only in the early 17th century. Dee, the Grand Master of the English group that suffered the failure of the missed appointment, wants to discover what happened, where the error lay. Since he is also a good astronomer, he slaps himself on the brow and says, "What an idiot I was!" He starts studying the Gregorian reform, after he obtains an appanage from Elizabeth, to see how to rectify the mistake, but he realizes it's too late. He doesn't know whom to get in touch with in France. He has contacts, however, in the Mitteleuropäische area. The Prague of Rudolf II is one big alchemist laboratory, so Dee goes to Prague and meets Kunrat, the author of Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeterni, whose allegorical plates later influenced both André and the Rosicrucian manifestos. What sort of relationships does Dee establish? I don't know. Shattered by remorse at having committed an irreparable error, he dies in 1608. Not to worry, though, because in London someone else is at work. A man who, everybody now agrees, was a Rosicrucian and who spoke of the Rosicrucians in his New Atlantis. I mean Francis Bacon. Did Bacon really talk about them? Belbo asked. Strictly speaking, no, but a certain John Hayden rewrote the New Atlantis under the title The Holy Land, and he put the Rosicrucians in it. But for us that makes no difference. Bacon didn't mention them by name for obvious reasons of discretion, but it's as if he did. And a pox on doubters. Right. It's because of Bacon that attempts are made to strengthen relations between the English and German circles. In 1613, Elizabeth, daughter of James I, now reigning, marries Frederick V, Elector Palatine of the Rhine. After the death of Rudolf II, Prague is no longer the ideal location. Heidelberg is. The wedding of the Elector and the Princess is a triumph of Templar allegories. In the course of the London festivities, Bacon himself is the impresario, and an allegory of mystical knighthood is performed, with an appearance of the knights on the top of a hill. It is obvious that Bacon is now Dee's successor, Grand Master of the English Templar group.
And since he is clearly the author of the plays of Shakespeare, we should also reread the complete works of the Bard, which certainly talk about nothing else but the plan, Belbo said. St. John's Eve, A Midsummer Night's Dream. June 23rd is not midsummer. Poetic license. I wonder why everybody overlooked these clues, these clear indications. It's all so unbearably obvious. We've been led astray by rationalist thought, Diotalevi said. I keep telling you. Let Casaubon go on. It seems to me he's done an excellent job. Not much more to say. After the London festivities, the festivities began in Heidelberg, where Salomon de Caux has built for the Elector the hanging gardens of which we saw a dim reflection that night in Piedmont, as you'll recall. And in the course of these festivities an allegorical float appears, celebrating the bridegroom as Jason, and from the two masts of the ship recreated on the float hang the symbols of the Golden Fleece and the Garter. I hope you haven't forgotten that the Golden Fleece and the Garter are also found on the columns of Tomar. Everything fits. In the space of a year the Rosicrucian manifestos come out, the appeal that the English Templars, with the help of their German friends, are making to all Europe to reunite the lines of the interrupted plan. But what exactly are they after? Chapter 72. Nos invisibles prétendus sont, à ce que l'on dit, au nombre de 36, séparés en 6 bandes. Effroyable faction faite entre le diable et les prétendus invisibles. Paris, 1623, page 6. Maybe the manifestos have a double purpose, to send an appeal to the French and at the same time to collect the scattered pieces of the German group in the aftermath of the Lutheran Reformation. Germany, in fact, is where the biggest mess occurs. From the appearance of the manifestos until about 1621, the Rosicrucians received too many replies. I mentioned a few of the countless pamphlets that had appeared on the subject, the ones that had entertained me that night in Salvador with Amparo. Possibly among all these there is one person who knows something, but he is lost in a sea of fanatics, enthusiasts who take the manifestos literally, perhaps also provocateurs who want to block the operation, and impostors. The English try to take part in the debate, to channel it.
It's no accident that Robert Flood, another English Templar, in the space of a single year writes 3 works that point to the correct interpretation of the manifestos. But the response is by now out of control. The 30 Years' War has begun, the Elector Palatine has been defeated by the Spanish, the Palatinate and Heidelberg are sacked, Bohemia is in flames. The English decide to return to France and try there. This is why in 1623 the Rosicrucians appear in Paris, giving the French more or less the same invitation they gave the Germans. And what you read in one of the libels against the Rosicrucians in Paris, written by someone who distrusts them or wants to confuse things? That they are worshippers of the devil, obviously, but since even in slander you can't entirely erase the truth, it is hinted that they hold their meetings in the Marais. So, don't you know Paris? The Marais is the quarter of the Temple, and it so happens the Jewish ghetto. What's more, the libel says that the Rosicrucians are in contact with a sect of Iberian Kabbalists, the Alumbrados. But maybe the pamphlets against the Rosicrucians, under the guise of attacking the 36 Invisibles, are actually trying to foster their identification. Gabriel Naudet, Richelieu's librarian, writes some Instructions à la France sur la vérité de l'histoire des frères de la Rose-Croix. What do these instructions say? Is Naudet a spokesman for the Templars of the third group, or is he an adventurer barging into a game that isn't his? On the one hand, he dismisses the Rosicrucians as lunatic diabolists. On the other, he insinuates that there are still 3 Rosicrucian colleges in existence. And this would be true. After the third group, there are still 3 more. Naudet gives some almost fairy tale hints. One college is in India on the floating islands, but he also says that one of them is in the underground of Paris. And this explains the 30 Years' War? Belbeau asked. Beyond any doubt, I said. Richelieu receives privileged information from Naudet. He wants to have a finger in this pie, but he gets it all wrong, tries armed intervention, and makes matters even worse. There are 2 other events that shouldn't be overlooked. In 1619, a chapter of the Knights of Christ meets in Tomar after 46 years of silence. It had met in 1573, only 11 years before 1584, probably to prepare, along with the English, the Paris journey. But after the business of the Rosicrucian manifestos, it meets again to decide what line to take, whether to join the English operation or try a different path. Yes, Belbeau said. These are now people lost in a maze. Some choose one path, some another. Some shout for help, and there's no telling if the replies they hear are other voices or the echo of their own. They are all groping. And what are the Paulicians and the Jerusalemites doing in the meantime? If we only knew, Diotalevi said. But consider, too, that this is the period when Lurianic Kabbalah spreads, and the talk about the breaking of the vessels begins, and the idea that the Torah is an incomplete message. There is a Polish Hasidic document that says, if another event takes place, other combinations of letters will be born. But remember this, the Kabbalists aren't happy that the Germans chose to jump the gun. The proper succession and order of the Torah have remained hidden, and they are known only by the Holy One, praised be He. But you make me talk nonsense. If Kabbalah becomes involved in the plan, if the plan exists, it must involve everything. Either it explains all, or it explains nothing, Belbeau said. But Casaubon mentioned a clue. Yes, actually, it's a series of clues. Even before the 1584 meeting fails, John Dee has begun devoting himself to the study of maps and the promotion of naval expeditions. And who is his associate? Pedro Nunes, the royal cosmographer of Portugal. Dee has a hand in the voyages to discover the Northwest Passage to Cathay. He invests money in the expedition of a certain Frobisher, who ventures toward the pole and returns with an Eskimo, whom everybody takes for a Mongol. Dee fires up Francis Drake and encourages him to make his voyage around the world. However, he wants the explorers to sail east, because the east is the source of all occult knowledge, and at the departure of one expedition, I forget which, he summons the angels. And what does this mean? Dee, I think, isn't really interested so much in the actual discovery of places as in their cartographic depiction, and for this reason he consults Mercator and Ortelius, the great cartographers. It's as if the fragments of the message in his possession have convinced him that the final whole will be a map, and he is attempting to discover it on his own. Indeed, I'll say more, like Signor Garamond. Is it really likely that a scholar of his standing would have missed the discrepancy between the calendars? Perhaps Dee wants to reconstruct the message himself without the other groups. Perhaps he thinks the message can be reconstructed by magic or scientific means instead of waiting for the plan to be achieved. Impatience, greed. The bourgeois conqueror is born, and the principle of solidarity that sustained the spiritual knighthood is breaking down. If this was Dee's idea, you can imagine what Bacon thought. From Dee on, the English try to discover the message by using all the secrets of the new learning. And the Germans? The Germans. We'd better have them stick to the path of tradition. That way we can explain at least 2 centuries of their history of philosophy. Anglo-Saxon empiricism versus romantic idealism. Chapter by chapter, we are reconstructing the history of the world, Diotalevi said. We are rewriting the book. I like it. I really like it. Chapter 73. Another curious case of cryptography was presented to the public in 1917 by one of the best Bacon scholars, Dr. Alfred von Weber-Ebenhoff of Vienna. Employing the same systems previously applied to the works of Shakespeare, he began to examine the works of Cervantes. Pursuing the investigation, he discovered overwhelming material evidence. The first English translation of Don Quixote bears corrections in Bacon's hand. He concluded that this English version was the original of the novel, and that Cervantes had published a Spanish translation of it. J. Duchossois, Bacon, Shakespeare ou Saint-Germain, Paris, La Colombe, 1962, page 122. It seemed obvious to me that in the days that followed, Jacopo Belbo immersed himself in historical works on the Rosy-Cross period. But when he reported his findings, he gave us only the bare outline of his fantasies, from which we drew valuable suggestions. I know now that in fact he was creating a far richer narrative on Abulafia, one in which a wild play of quotations mingled with his private myths. The opportunity of combining fragments of other stories spurred him to write his own. He never mentioned this to us. I still think he was, quite courageously, testing his talent in the realm of fiction, or else he was defining himself in the great story he was distorting like any ordinary diabolical. File name: The Cabinet of Dr. D. For a long time I forgot I was Talbot. From the time, at least, of my decision to call myself Kelly, all I had done really was to falsify some documents like everybody else. The Queen's men were merciless. To cover what's left of my poor severed ears, I am forced to wear this pointed black cap, and people murmur that I am a sorcerer. So be it. Dr. D, with a similar reputation, flourishes. I went to see him in Mortlake. He was examining a map. He was evasive, the diabolical old man, sinister glints in his shrewd eyes, his bony hand stroking his little goatee. "It's a manuscript of Roger Bacon," he said to me, "and was lent me by the Emperor Rudolph. Do you know Prague? I advise you to visit it. You may find something there that will change your life. Tabula locorum rerum et thesaurorum absconditorum menobani." Stealing a glance, I saw something written in a secret alphabet, but the doctor immediately hid the manuscript under a pile of other yellowed pages. How beautiful to live in a period where every page, even if it has just come from the papermaker's workshop, is yellowed. I showed Dr. D some of my efforts, mainly my poems about the Dark Lady, radiant image of my childhood, dark because reclaimed by the shadow of time and snatched from my possession, and a tragic sketch, the story of Seven Seas Jim, who returns to England in the train of Sir Walter Raleigh and learns that his father has been murdered by his own incestuous brother, Henbane. "You're gifted, Kelly," Dee said to me, "and you need money. There's a young man, the natural son of someone you couldn't dare imagine, and I want to help him climb the ladder of fame and honors. He has little talent. You will be his secret soul. Write and live in the shadow of his glory. Only you and I, Kelly, will know that the glory is yours." So for years I've been turning out work for the Queen and for all England that goes under the name of this pale youth. If I have seen further, it is by standing on ye shoulders of a dwarf. I was 30, and I will allow no man to say that 30 is the most beautiful time of life. "William," I said to him, "let your hair grow down over your ears. It's becoming." I had a plan to take his place. Can one live in hatred of this spear-shaker who in reality is oneself, that sweet thief which sourly robs from me? "Calm down, Kelly," Dee says to me. "To grow in the shadows is the privilege of those who prepare to conquer the world. Keep a low profile. William will be one of our covers." And he informed me, only in part, of the cosmic plot, the secret of the Templars. And the stakes? I asked. Ye globe. For a long time I went to bed early, but one evening at midnight I rummaged in Dee's private strongbox and discovered some formulas, and tried summoning angels as he does on nights of full moon. Dee found me sprawled, in the center of the circle of the macrocosm, as if struck by a lash. On my brow the pentacle of Solomon. Now I must pull my cap even farther down, half over my eyes. "You don't know how to do it yet," Dee said to me. "Watch yourself, or I'll have your nose cut off too. I will show you fear in a handful of dust." He raised a bony hand and uttered the terrible word, Garamond. I felt myself burn with an inner flame. I fled into the night. It was a year before Dee forgave me and dedicated to me his fourth book of mysteries, Post Reconciliationem Kellianum. That summer I was seized by abstract rages. Dee summoned me to Mortlake. There were William and I, Spencer, and a young aristocrat with shifty eyes, Francis Bacon. He had a delicate, lively, hazel eye. Dr. Dee said it was the eye of a viper. Dee told us more about the cosmic plot. It was a matter of meeting the Frankish wing of the Templars in Paris, and putting together two parts of the same map. Dee and Spencer were to go, accompanied by Pedro Nunes. To me and Bacon he entrusted some documents, which we swore to open only in the event that they failed to return. They did return, exchanging floods of insults. "It's not possible," Dee said. "The plan is mathematical. It has the astral perfection of Mimona's Hieroglyphica. We were supposed to meet the Franks on St. John's Eve." Innocently, I asked, "St. John's Eve by their reckoning, or by ours?" Dee slapped himself on the brow, spewing out horrible curses. "Oh," he said, "from what power hast thou this powerful might?" The pale William made a note of the sentence, the cowardly plagiarist. Dee feverishly consulted lunar tables and almanacs. "'Sblood! 'Swounds! How could I have been such a dolt?" He consulted Nunes and Spencer. "Do I have to think of everything? Cosmographer, my foot!" he screamed at Nunes. And then, "Amanaziel Zorobabel!" and Nunes was struck in the stomach as if by an invisible ram. He blanched, drew back a few steps, and slumped to the ground. "Fool," Dee said to him. Spencer was pale. He said, with some effort, "We can cast some bait. I am finishing a poem, an allegory about the Queen of the Fairies. What if I put in a Knight of the Red Cross? The real Templars will recognize themselves, will understand that will get in touch with us." "I know you," Dee said. "Before you finish your poem and people find out about it, a lustrum will pass, maybe more. Still, the bait idea isn't bad." "Why not communicate with them through your angels, Doctor?" I asked. "Fool," he said to me, "haven't you read Tritemius? The angels of the addressee intervene only to clarify a message if one is received. My angels are not couriers on horseback. The French are lost, but I have a plan. I know how to find some of the German line. I must go to Prague." We heard a noise. A heavy damask curtain was raised. We glimpsed a diaphanous hand. Then she appeared, the haughty Virgin. "Your Majesty," we said, kneeling. "Dee," she said, "I know everything. Do not think my ancestors saved the knights in order to grant them dominion over the world. I demand, you hear me, I demand that the secret be the property of the crown only." "Your Majesty, I want the secret at all costs, and I want it for the crown. But I must find the other possessors. It is the shortest way. When they have foolishly confided in me what they know, it will not be hard to eliminate them, whether with a dagger or with arsenic water." On the face of the Virgin Queen a ghastly smile appeared. "Very well, then, my good Dee," she said. "I do not ask much, only total power. For you, if you succeed, the garter. For you, William," and she addressed the little parasite with lewd sweetness, "another garter and another golden fleece. Follow me." I murmured into William's ear, "I perforce am thine and all that is in me." William rewarded me with a look of unctuous gratitude, and followed the Queen, disappearing beyond the curtain. Je tiens la reine. I was with Dr. Dee in the Golden City. We went along narrow and evil-smelling passageways not far from the cemetery of the Jews, and Dee told me to be careful. "If the news of the failed encounter has spread," he said, "the other groups will even now be acting on their own. I fear the Jews. The Jerusalemites have too many agents here in Prague." It was evening. The snow glistened, bluish. At the dark entrance to the Jewish quarter clustered the little stands of the Christmas market, and in their midst, decked in red cloth, was an obscene stage of a puppet theatre lit by smoky torches. We passed beneath an arch of dressed stone, near a bronze fountain from whose grill long icicles hung, and there another passage opened. On old doors, gilded lions' heads sank their teeth into bronze rings. A slight shudder ran along the walls, inexplicable sounds came from the low roofs, rattlings from the drain pipes. The houses betrayed a ghostly life of their own, a hidden life. An old usurer, wrapped in a worn coat, brushed us in passing, and I thought I heard him murmur, "Beware Athanasius Pernath." Dee murmured back, "I fear quite another Athanasius." And suddenly we were in the alley of the goldsmiths. There, in the gloom of another alley, and the ears I no longer have at this memory quiver under my worn cap, a giant loomed up before us, a horrible grey creature with a dull expression, his body sheathed in bronze verdigris, leaning on a gnarled and knobby stick of white wood. The apparition gave off an intense odor of sandalwood. Mortal horror magically coalesced in that being that confronted me, yet I could not take my eyes off the nebulous globe that sat atop his shoulders, and in it discerned barely the rapacious face of an Egyptian ibis, and behind that, faces, more faces, incubi of my imagination and my memory. The outlines of the ghost in the darkness of that alley dilated, contracted, as in a slow, non-living respiration. And, oh horror! Instead of feet, I saw, as I stared at him, on the snow, two shapeless stumps, whose flesh, grey and bloodless, was rolled up as if in concentric swellings. My voracious memories. "The golem!" Dee cried, raising both arms to heaven. His black coat with broad sleeves fell to the ground as if to create a cingulum, an umbilical cord between the aerial position of the hands and the surface or the depths of the earth. "Jezebel, Malkuth, smoke gets in your eyes," he said. And suddenly the golem dissolved like a sand-castle struck by a gust of wind. We were blinded by the particles of its clay body, which tore through the air like atoms, until finally at our feet was a little pile of ashes. Dee bent down, searched in the ashes with his bony fingers, and drew out a scroll which he hid in his bosom. From the shadows then rose an old rabbi with a greasy hat that greatly resembled my cap. "Dr. Dee, I presume," he said. "Here comes everybody," Dee replied humbly. "Rabbi Alevi, what a pleasant surprise." The man said, "Did you happen to see a creature roaming these parts?" "A creature?" Dee said, feigning amazement. "What sort of creature?" "Come off it, Dee," Rabbi Alevi said. "It was my golem." "Your golem? I know nothing about a golem." "Take care, Dr. Dee," Rabbi Alevi said, livid. "You're playing a dangerous game. You're out of your league." "I don't know what you're talking about, Rabbi Alevi," said Dee. "We're here to make a few ounces of gold for the Emperor. We're not a couple of cheap necromancers." "Give me back the scroll, at least," Rabbi Alevi begged. "What scroll?" Dee asked with diabolical ingenuousness. "Curse you, Dr. Dee," said the rabbi, "and verily I say unto thee, thou shalt not see the dawn of the new century." And he went off into the night, murmuring strange words without consonants. O language diabolical and holy! Dee was huddled against the damp wall of the alley, his face ashen, his hair bristling on his head. "I know, Rabbi Alevi," he said. "I will die on August 5th, 1608 of the Gregorian calendar. So now, Kelly, you must help me to carry out my plan. You are the one who will have to bring it to fulfillment. Gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Remember," he said. But I would remember in any case, and William with me, and against me. He said no more. The pale fog that rubs its back against the panes, the yellow smoke that rubs its back against the panes, licked with its tongue the street corners. We were now in another alley. Whitish vapors came from the grills at ground level, and through them you could glimpse squalid dens with tilting walls, defined by gradations of misty gray.
I saw, as he came groping down a stairway, the steps oddly orthogonal, the figure of an old man in a worn frock-coat and top-hat, and Dee saw him. "Caligari!" he exclaimed. "He's here, too, in the house of Madame Sosostris, the famous clairvoyant. We have to get moving." Quickening our steps, we arrived at the door of a hovel in a poorly lit alley, sinister and Semitic. We knocked, and the door opened as if by magic. We entered a spacious room. There were 7 branched candelabra, tetragrams in relief, stars of David like monstrances. Old violins, the color of the veneer on certain old paintings, were piled in the entrance on a refectory table of anamorphic irregularity. A great crocodile hung, mummified, from the ceiling, swaying lightly in the dim glow of a single torch, or of many, or of none. In the rear, before a kind of curtain or canopy under which stood a tabernacle, kneeling in prayer, ceaselessly and blasphemously murmuring the 72 names of God, was an old man. I knew, by a sudden stroke of noose, that this was Heinrich Kunrad. "Come to the point, Dee," he said, turning and breaking off his prayer. "What do you want?" He resembled a stuffed armadillo, an ageless iguana. "Kunrad," Dee said, "the 3rd encounter did not take place." Kunrad exploded in a horrible curse. "Lapis exilis! Now what?" "Kunrad," Dee said, "you could throw out some bait. You could put me in touch with the German line." "Let me see," Kunrad said. "I could ask Meyer, who is in touch with many people at the court. But you will tell me the secret of virgin's milk, the most secret oven of the philosophers." Dee smiled. Oh, the divine smile of that Sophos! He concentrated then as if in prayer, and said in a low voice, "When you wish to translate into water or virgin's milk a sublimate of mercury, place the thing duly pulverized over the lamina between the little weights and the goblet. Do not cover it, but see that the hot air strikes the naked matter. Administer it to the fire of 3 coals, and keep it alive for 8 solar days. Then remove it and pound it well on marble until it is a fine paste. This done, put it inside a glass of alembic, and distill it in a balneum marii over a cauldron of water set in such a way that it does not touch the water below by the space of 2 fingers, but remains suspended in the air, and at the same time light the fire beneath the balneum. Then, and only then, though the silver does not touch the water, finding itself in this warm and moist womb, it will change to liquid." "Master," said Kunrad, sinking to his knees and kissing the bony, diaphanous hand of Dr. Dee. "Master, so I will do, and you will have what you wish. Remember these words, the rose and the cross. You will hear talk of them." Dee wrapped himself in his cloak-like coat, and only his eyes, glistening and malign, could be seen. "Come, Kelly," he said, "this man is now ours. And you, Kunrad, keep the golem well away from us until our return to London. And then let all Prague burn as a sole pyre." He started to go off. Crawling, Kunrad seized him by the hem of his coat. "One day, perhaps, a man will come to you. He will want to write about you. Be his friend." "Give me the power," Dee said with an unspeakable expression on his fleshless face, "and his fortune is assured." We went out. Over the Atlantic, a low-pressure air mass was advancing in an easterly direction toward Russia. "Let's go to Moscow," I said to him. "No," he said, "we're returning to London." To Moscow, I murmured crazily. "You knew very well, Kelly, that you would never go there. The Tower awaited you." Back in London, Dee said, "They're trying to reach the solution before we do. Kelly, you must write something for William, something diabolically insinuating about them." Belly of the demon, I did it, but William ruined the text, shifting everything from Prague to Venice. Dee flew into a rage. But the pale, shifty William felt protected by his royal concubine, and still he wasn't satisfied. As I handed over to him, one by one, his finest sonnets, he asked me with shameless eyes about her, about you, my dark lady. How horrible to hear your name on that mummer's lips. I didn't know that he, his soul damned to duplicity and to the vicarious, was seeking her for bacon. "Enough," I said to him. "I'm tired of building your glory in the shadows. Write for yourself." "I can't," he answered with the gaze of one who has seen a lemury. "He won't let me." "Who, Dee?" "No, Verulam. Don't you know he's now the one in charge? He's forcing me to write works that later he'll claim as his own.
You understand, Kelly? I'm the true Bacon, and posterity will never know. Oh, parasite, how I hate that firebrand of hell."
"Bacon's a pig," I said, "but he has talent. Why doesn't he write his own stuff?" "He didn't have the time. We realized this only years later when Germany was invaded by the Rosy Cross madness." Then, from scattered references, certain phrases, putting two and two together, I saw that the author of the Rosicrucian manifestos was really he. He wrote under the pseudonym of Johann Valentin André. Now, in the darkness of this cell where I languish, more clear-headed than Don Isidro Parodi, I know for whom André was writing. I was told by Swapish, my companion in imprisonment, a former Portuguese Templar. André was writing a novel of chivalry for a Spaniard who was languishing meanwhile in another prison. I don't know why, but this project served the infamous Bacon, who wanted to go down in history as the secret author of the Adventures of the Knight of La Mancha. Bacon asked André to pen for him in secret a novel whose hidden author he would then pretend to be, enjoying in the shadows. But why? Why? Another man's triumph. But I digress. I am cold in this dungeon, and my thumb hurts. I am writing, in the dim light of a dying lamp, the last works that will pass under William's name. Dr. D died, murmuring, "Light, more light," and asking for a toothpick. Then he said, "Qualis artifex pereo." It was Bacon who had him killed. Before the Queen died, for years unhinged of mind and heart, Verulam managed to seduce her. Her features then were changed. She was reduced to the condition of a skeleton. Her food was limited to a little white roll and some soup of chicory greens. At her side she kept a sword, and in moments of wrath she would thrust it violently into the curtains and arras that covered the walls of her refuge. And what if there were someone behind there, listening? How now, a rat? Good idea, old Kelly must make a note of it. With the poor woman in this condition, it was easy for Bacon to make her believe he was William, her bastard, presenting himself at her knees, she being now blind, covered in a sheepskin. The Golden Fleece. They said he was aiming at the throne, but I knew he was after something quite different, control of the plan. That was when he became Viscount St. Albans. His position strengthened, he eliminated D. The Queen is dead. Long live the King. Now I was an embarrassing witness. He led me into an ambush one night when at last the dark lady could be mine and was dancing in my arms with abandon under the influence of a grass capable of producing visions. She, the eternal Sophia, with her wrinkled face like an old nanny-goat's. He entered with a handful of armed men, made me cover my eyes with a cloth. I guessed at once, vitriol, and how he laughed. And she, how you laughed, pinball lady, and gilded honor shamefully misplaced and maiden virtue rudely strumpeted, while he touched her with his greedy hands, and you called him Simon, and kissed his sinister scar. To the tower, Verulam laughed. Since then, here I lie, with this human wraith who says he is Swapish, and the jailers know me only as Seven Seas Jim. I have studied thoroughly, and with ardent zeal, philosophy, jurisprudence, medicine, and unfortunately also theology. Here I am, poor madman, and I know as much as I did before. Through a slit of a window I witnessed the royal wedding, the knights with red crosses cantering to the sound of a trumpet. I should have been there playing the trumpet for Cecilia, but once again the prize had been taken from me. It was William playing. I was writing in the shadows for him. "I'll tell you how to avenge yourself," Swapish whispered, and that day he revealed to me what he truly is, a Bonapartist abbé buried in this dungeon for centuries. "Will you get out?" I asked him. "If," he began to reply, but then was silent. Striking his spoon on the wall in a mysterious alphabet that, he confided in me, he had received from Tritemius, he began transmitting messages to the prisoner in the next cell, the Count of Montsalvat. Years have gone by. Swapish never stopped striking the wall. Now I know for whom, and to what end. His name is Nofo Dei. This Dei, through what mysterious Kabbalah do Dei and D sound so alike, prompted by Swapish, has denounced Bacon. What he said I do not know, but a few days ago Verulam was imprisoned, accused of sodomy because, they said, I tremble at the thought that it may be true, you, the Dark Lady, Black Virgin of Druids and of Templars, are none other than the eternal androgen, created by the knowing hands of... Now I know, of your lover, the Comte de Saint-Germain. But who is Saint-Germain if not Bacon himself?
Swapish knows all sorts of things, this obscure Templar of many lives. Verulam has been released from prison, has regained through his magic arts the favor of the monarch. Now, William tells me, he spends his nights along the Thames, in Pilate's pub, playing that strange machine invented for him by an Italian from Nola, whom he then had burned at the stake in Rome. It is an astral device which devours small, mad spheres that race through infinite worlds in a sparkle of angelic light. Verulam gives obscene blows of triumphant bestiality with his groin against the frame, miming the events of the celestial orbs in the domain of the Decans in order to understand the ultimate secrets of the great establishment and the secret of the new Atlantis itself, which he calls Gottlieb's, parodying the sacred language of the manifestos attributed to Andrei. Ah, I cry, now lucidly aware, but too late and in vain, as my heart beats conspicuously beneath the laces of my corset. This is why he took away my trumpet, amulet, talisman, cosmic bond that could command demons. What will he be plotting in the House of Solomon? It's late, I repeat to myself. By now he has been given too much power. They say Bacon is dead. Swapish assured me it is not true. No one has seen the body. He is living under a false name with the Landgrave of Hesse. He is now initiated into the supreme mysteries, and hence immortal, ready to continue his grim battle for the triumph of the plan, in his name and under his control. After this alleged death, William came to see me, with his hypocritical smile, which the bars could not hide from me. He asked me why I wrote, in Sonnet 111, about a certain dyer. He quoted the verse, "To what it works in like the dyer's hand." I never wrote that, I told him, and it was true. It's obvious. Bacon inserted those words before disappearing to send some sign to those who will then welcome Saint-Germain in one court after another as an expert in dyes. I believe that in the future he will try to make people believe he wrote William's works himself. How clear everything becomes when you look from the darkness of a dungeon. Where art thou, Muse, that thou forgetst so long? I feel weary, sick. William is expecting new material from me for his crude clowneries at the Globe. Swapish is writing. I look over his shoulder. An incomprehensible message. River run past Eve and Adams. He hides the page, looks at me, sees me paler than a ghost, reads death in my eyes. He whispers to me, "Rest, never fear, I'll write for you." And so he is doing, mask behind a mask. I slowly fade, and he takes from me even the last light, that of obscurity. Chapter 74. Though his will be good, his spirit and his prophecies are illusions of the devil. They are capable of deceiving many curious people and of causing great harm and scandal to the Church of our Lord God. Opinion on Guillaume Postel, sent to Ignatius Loyola by the Jesuit Fathers Salmeron, Lust, and Ugoletto, May 10, 1545. Belbo, detached, told us what he had concocted, but he didn't read his pages to us and eliminated all personal references. Indeed, he led us to believe that Abulafia had supplied him with the connections. The idea that Bacon was the author of the Rosicrucian manifestos he had already come upon somewhere or other, but one thing in particular struck me, that Bacon was Viscount St. Albans. It buzzed in my head. It had something to do with my old thesis. I spent that night digging in my card file. "Gentlemen," I said to my accomplices with a certain solemnity the next morning, "we don't have to invent connections. They exist. When, in 1164, St. Bernard launched the idea of a council at Troyes to legitimize the Templars, among those charged to organize everything was the prior of St. Albans. St. Alban was the first English martyr who evangelized the British Isles. He lived in Verulamium, which became Bacon's property. He was a Celt and unquestionably a Druid initiate, like St. Bernard." "That's not very much," Belbo said. "Wait. This prior of St. Albans was abbot of Saint-Martin-des-Champs, the abbey where the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers was later installed." Belbo reacted. "My God!" "And that's not all," I said. "The Conservatoire was conceived as homage to Bacon. On 25 Brumaire of the year 111, the Convention authorized its Comité d'Instruction Publique to have the complete works of Bacon printed, and on 18 Vendémiaire of the same year, the same convention had passed a law providing for the construction of a house of arts and trades that would reproduce the House of Solomon as described by Bacon in his New Atlantis, a place where all the inventions of mankind are collected. "And so?" Diotallevi asked. "The pendulum is in the conservatoire," Belbo said. And from Diotallevi's reaction I realized that Belbo had told him about Foucault's pendulum. "Not so fast," I said. "The pendulum was invented and installed only in the last century. We should skip it." "Skip it?" Belbo said. "Haven't you ever seen the monad hieroglyph of John Dee? The talisman that is supposed to concentrate all the wisdom of the universe? Doesn't it look like a pendulum?" "All right," I said. "Let's suppose a connection can be established. But how do we go from St. Albans to the pendulum?" I was to learn how in the space of a few days. So then, the prior of St. Albans is the abbot of Saint-Martin-des-Champs, which therefore becomes a Templar centre. Bacon, through his property, establishes a contact with the Druid followers of St. Albans. Now listen carefully. As Bacon is beginning his career in England, Guillaume Postel in France is ending his. An almost imperceptible twitch on Belbo's face. I recalled the dialogue at Ricardo's show. Postel made Belbo think of the man who, in his mind, had robbed him of Lorenza, but it was the matter of an instant. Postel studies Hebrew, tries to demonstrate that it's the common matrix of all languages, translates the Zohar and the Bahir, has contacts with the Kabbalists, broaches a plan for universal peace similar to that of the German Rosicrucian groups, tries to convince the King of France to form an alliance with the Sultan, visits Greece, Syria, Asia Minor, studies Arabic. In a word, he retraces the itinerary of Christian Rosenkreuz. And it is no accident that he signs some writings with the name of Rosis Perjus, he who scatters dew. Gassendi, in his Examen Philosophiae Fludanae, says that Rosenkreuz does not derive from Rosa, but from rose, dew. In one of his manuscripts he speaks of a secret to be guarded until the time is ripe, and he says that pearls may not be cast before swine. Do you know where else this gospel quotation appears? On the title page of The Chemical Wedding. And Father Morin Mersenne, in denouncing the Rosicrucian flood, says he is made of the same stuff as Atheus Magnus Postel. Furthermore, it seems Dee and Postel met in 1550, but perhaps they didn't yet know that they were both Grand Masters of the Plan, scheduled to meet 30 years later in 1584. Now, Postel declares, hear ye, that being a direct descendant of the oldest son of Noah, and since Noah is the founder of the Celtic race and therefore of the civilization of the Druids, the King of France is the only legitimate pretender to the title King of the World. That's right, he talks about the King of the World. But 3 centuries before, Dalvedre. We'll skip the fact that he falls in love with an old hag, Joanna, and considers her the divine Sophia. The man probably didn't have all his marbles. But powerful enemies he did have. They called him dog, execrable monster, cloaca of all heresies, a being possessed by a legion of demons. All the same, even with the Joanna scandal, the Inquisition doesn't consider him a heretic. Only Amen's a bit of a nut, let's say. The truth is, the Church doesn't dare destroy the man because they know he's the spokesman of some fairly powerful group. I would point out to you, Diotallevi, that Postel travels also in the Orient, and is a contemporary of Isaac Luria. Draw whatever conclusions you like. Well, in 1564, the year in which Dee writes his Monis Hieroglyphica, Postel retracts his heresies and retires to, guess where, the monastery of Saint-Martin-des-Champs. What's he waiting for? Obviously, he's waiting for 1584. Obviously, Diotallevi said. I went on. Are we agreed, then? Postel is Grand Master of the French group, awaiting the appointment with the English. But he dies in 1581, 3 years before it. Conclusions. First, the 1584 mishap took place because at that crucial moment a keen mind was missing, since Postel would have been able to figure out what was going on in the confusion of the calendars. Second, Saint-Martin was a place where the Templars were safe, always at home, where the man responsible for the third meeting immured himself and waited. Saint-Martin-des-Champs was the refuge. It all fits like a mosaic. Stick with me. At the time of the failed appointment, Bacon is only 23, but in 1621 he becomes Viscount St. Albans. What does he find in the ancestral possessions? A mystery. Note that this is the year he is accused of corruption and imprisoned for a while. He had unearthed something that caused fear in someone. In whom? This is when Bacon understood that Saint-Martin should be watched. He conceived the idea of putting his House of Solomon there, the laboratory in which, through experimental means, the secret could be discovered. But, Diotalevy asked, how do we find the link between Bacon's followers and the revolutionary groups of the late 18th century? Could Freemasonry be the answer? Belbo said. Splendid idea. Actually, Allier suggested it to us that night at the castle. We should reconstruct the events. What exactly was going on then in those circles? Chapter 75. The only ones who elude the eternal sleep are those who in life are able to orient their mind toward the higher way. The initiates, the adepts, are at the edge of that path. Having achieved memory, anamnesis, in the expression of Plutarch, they become free, they proceed without bonds. Crowned, they celebrate the mysteries, and see on earth the throng of those who are not initiated and are not pure, those who are crushed and pushing one another in the mud and in the darkness. Julius Evola, La Tradizione Ermetica, Rome, Edizioni Mediterranee, 1971, page 111. Rashly, I volunteered to do some quick research. I soon regretted it. I found myself in a morass of books in which it was difficult to distinguish historical fact from hermetic gossip, and reliable information from flights of fancy. Working like a machine for a week, I drew up a bewildering list of sects, lodges, conventicles. I occasionally shuddered on encountering familiar names I didn't expect to come upon in such company, and there were chronological coincidences that I felt were curious enough to be noted down. I showed this document to my two accomplices. 1645. London. Ashmole founds Invisible College, Rosicrucian in inspiration. 1660. From the Invisible College is born the Royal Society, and from the Royal Society, as everyone knows, the Masons. 1666. Paris. Founding of Académie Royale des Sciences. 1707. Birth of Claude Louis de Saint-Germain, if he was really born. 1717. Creation of the Great Lodge in London. 1721. Anderson drafts the Constitutions of English Masonry. Initiated in London, Peter the Great founds a lodge in Russia. 1730. Montesquieu, passing through London, is initiated. 1737. Ramsay asserts the Templar origin of Masonry, origin of the Scottish Rite, henceforth in conflict with the Great Lodge of London. 1738. Frederick, then Crown Prince of Prussia, is initiated. Later he is patron of encyclopedists. 1740. Various lodges created in France around this year. Écossais Fidèle of Toulouse, Souverain Conseil Sublime, Mère Loge Écossaise du Grand Globe Français, Collège des Sublimes Princes du Royal Secret of Bordeaux, Chœur des Souverains Commandeurs du Temple of Carcassonne, Philadelphe of Narbonne, Chapitre des Rose-Croix of Montpellier, Sublime Élu de la Vérité. 1743. First public appearance of Comte de Saint-Germain. In Lyon, the degree of Chevalier Cadoche originates, its task being to vindicate Templars. 1753. Villermoz founds Lodge of Parfaite Amitié. 1754. Martinez Pasqualis founds Temple of the Élu Cohan, perhaps in 1760. 1756. Baron von Hund founds Templar strict observance, inspired, some say, by Frederick II of Prussia. For the first time there is talk of the unknown superiors. Some insinuate that the unknown superiors are Frederick and Voltaire. 1758. Saint-Germain arrives in Paris and offers his services to the king as chemist, an expert in dyes. He spends time with Madame Pompadour. 1759. Presumed formation of Conseil des Empereurs d'Orient et d'Occident, which 3 years later is said to have drawn up the Constitution et Règlement de Bordeaux, from which ancient and accepted Scottish rite probably originates, though this does not appear officially till 1801. 1760. Saint-Germain on ambiguous diplomatic mission in Holland. Forced to flee, arrested in London, released. Dom J. Pernetti founds Illuminati of Avignon. Martinez Pasqualis founds Chevalier Maçon Élu de l'Univers. 1762. Saint-Germain in Russia. 1763. Casanova meets Saint-Germain as Surmont in Belgium. Latter turns coin into gold. Villermoz founds Souverain Chapitre des Chevaliers d'Aigle Noir Rose-Croix. 1768. Villermoz joins Pasqualis's Élucoant, apocryphal publication in Jerusalem of Les plus secrets mystères des hauts grades de la maçonnerie dévoilée, ou Le vrai Rose-Croix. It says that the lodge of the Rosicrucians is on Mount Harridan, 60 miles from Edinburgh. Pasqualis meets Louis-Claude de Saint-Martin, later known as Le Philosophe Inconnu. Dom Pernety becomes librarian of King of Prussia. 1771. The Duc de Chartres, later known as Philippe Égalité, becomes Grand Master of the Grand Orient, then the Grand Orient de France, and tries to unify all the lodges. Scottish Rite Lodge resists. 1772. Pasqualis leaves for Santo Domingo, and Villermoz and Saint-Martin establish Tribunal Souverain, which becomes Grande Loge Écossaise. 1774. Saint-Martin retires to become Philosophe Inconnu, and as delegate of Templar strict observance goes to negotiate with Villermoz. A Scottish Directory of the province of Auvergne is born. From this will be born the rectified Scottish Rite. 1776. Saint-Germain, under the name Count Welldone, presents chemical plans to Frederick II. Société des Filatètes is born to unite all Hermeticists. Lodge of the Neuf Sœurs has as members Guillotin and Cabanis, Voltaire and Franklin. Adam Weishaupt founds Illuminati of Bavaria. According to some, he is initiated by a Danish merchant, Colmer, returning from Egypt, who is probably the mysterious Autotus, master of Cagliostro. 1778. Saint-Germain in Berlin meets Dom Pernety. Villermoz founds Ordre des Chevaliers Bienfaisants de la Cité Sainte. Templar strict observance and Grand Orient agree to accept the rectified Scottish Rite. 1782. Great Conference of all the initiatory lodges at Wilhelmsbad. 1783. Marquis Thomé founds the Swedenborg Rite. 1784. Saint-Germain presumably dies while in the service of the Landgrave of Hesse, for whom he is completing a factory for making dyes. 1785. Cagliostro founds Memphis Rite, which later becomes the ancient and primitive rite of Memphis Misraim. It increases the number of high degrees to 90. Scandal of the affair of the diamond necklace, orchestrated by Cagliostro. Dumas describes it as a Masonic plot to discredit the monarchy. The Illuminati of Bavaria are suppressed, suspected of revolutionary plotting. 1786. Mirabeau is initiated by the Illuminati of Bavaria in Berlin. In London, a Rosicrucian manifesto appears, attributed to Cagliostro. Mirabeau writes a letter to Cagliostro and to Lavater. 1787. There are about 700 lodges in France. Weishaupt publishes his Nachtrag, which describes the structure of a secret organization in which each adherent knows only his immediate superior. 1789. French Revolution begins. Crisis in the French lodges. 1794. On 8 Vendémiaire, Deputy Grégoire presents to the Convention the project for a Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers. It is installed in Saint-Martin-des-Champs in 1799 by the Council of 500. The Duke of Brunswick urges lodges to dissolve because a poisonous subversive sect has now corrupted them all. 1798. Arrest of Cagliostro in Rome. 1804. Announcement in Charleston of official foundation of ancient and accepted Scottish Rite with number of degrees increased to 33. 1824. Document from Court of Vienna to French government announces secret associations like the Absolutes, the Independents, the Alta Vendita Carbonara. 1835. The Kabbalist Oettinger claims to meet Saint-Germain in Paris. 1846. Viennese writer Franz Graffer publishes account of a meeting of his brother with Saint-Germain between 1788 and 1790. Saint-Germain received his visitor while leafing through a book by Paracelsus. 1865. Foundation of Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia. Other sources give 1860, 1866, or 1867. Bulwer-Lytton, author of the Rosicrucian novel Zanoni, joins. 1868. Bakunin founds International Alliance of Socialist Democracy, inspired, some say, by the Illuminati of Bavaria. 1875. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, with Henry Steele Olcott, founds Theosophical Society. her Isis unveiled appears. Baron Spedalieri proclaims himself a member of Grand Lodge of the Solitary Brothers of the Mountain, Frater Illuminatis of the Ancient and Restored Order of the Manichaeans and of the Martinists. 1877. Madame Blavatsky speaks of the theosophical role of Saint-Germain. Among his incarnations are Roger and Francis Bacon, Rosenkreutz, Proclus, St. Alban. Grand Orient of France eliminates invocation to the great architect of the universe and proclaims absolute freedom of conscience, breaks ties with Grand Lodge of England, and becomes firmly secular and radical. 1879. Foundation of the Societas Rosicruciana in the USA. 1880. Beginning of Saint-Yves d'Alvedra's activity. Leopold Engler reorganizes the Illuminati of Bavaria. 1884. Leo XIII, with the encyclical Humanum Genus, condemns Freemasonry. Catholics desert it, rationalists flock to it. 1888. Stanislas de Gaïta founds Ordre Cabalistique de la Rose-Croix, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded in England with 11 degrees, from neophyte to ipsissimus. Its imperator is MacGregor Mathers, whose sister marries Bergson. 1890. Joseph Péladan, called Joséphin, leaves Gaïta and founds the Rose-Croix catholique du Temple et du Graal, proclaiming himself Tsar Merodach. Conflict between Rosicrucians of Gaïta's order and those of Péladan's is called the War of the Two Roses. 1891. Papouse publishes his Traité méthodique de sciences occultes. 1898. Aleister Crowley initiated into Golden Dawn, later founds Order of Thelema. 1907. From the Golden Dawn is born the Stella Matutina, which Yeats joins. 1909. In the United States, H. Spencer Lewis reawakens the Anticus Mysticus Ordo Rosae Crucis, and in 1916 in a hotel successfully transforms a piece of zinc into gold. Max Heindel founds the Rosicrucian Fellowship. At uncertain dates follow Lectorium Rosicrucianum, Frère Aîné de la Rose-Croix, Fraternitas Hermetica, Templum Rosae Crucis. 1912, Annie Besant, disciple of Madame Blavatsky, founds in London Order of the Temple of the Rose Cross. 1918, Thule Society is born in Germany. 1936, in France, Le Grand Prieuré des Gaules is born. In the Cahiers de la Fraternité Polaire, Enrico Contardi-Rodio tells of a visit from Comte de Saint-Germain. "What does all this mean?" Diotalevi said. "Don't ask me. You wanted data? Help yourself. This is all I know." "We'll have to consult Allier. I doubt that even he knows all these organizations." "Want to bet? They're his daily bread. But we can put him to the test. Let's add a sect that doesn't exist. Founded recently." I recalled the curious question of De Angelis, whether I'd ever heard of the Trace. And I said, "Trace." "What's that?" Belbo asked. "If it's an acrostic, there has to be a subtext," Diotalevi said. "Otherwise my rabbis would not have been able to use the Notaricon. Let's see. Templi resurgentes equites synarchici. That suit you?" We liked the name and put it at the bottom of the list. With all these conventicles, inventing one more was no mean trick, Diotalevi said in a sudden fit of vanity. Chapter 76. If it were then a matter of defining in one word the dominant characteristic of French Freemasonry in the 18th century, only one would do: dilettantisme. René Le Forestier, La Franc-Maçonnerie Templière et Occultiste, Paris, Aubier, 1970, 2. The next evening we invited Allier to Pylades. Though the bar's new customers had gone back to jackets and ties, the presence of our guest in blue chalk-striped suit and snow-white shirt, tie fastened with a gold pin, caused eyebrows to be raised. Luckily, at 6 o'clock, Pylades was fairly empty. Allier confused Pylade by ordering a cognac by its brand name. Pylade had it, of course, but the bottle had stood enthroned on the shelf behind the zinc counter, untouched, for years. Allier studied the liquor in his glass against the light, then warmed it with his hands, displaying gold cufflinks that were vaguely Egyptian in style. We showed him the list, telling him we had compiled it from the manuscripts of the Diabolicals. The fact that the Templars were connected with the early lodges of the Master Masons established during the construction of Solomon's Temple is certain, he said, and it is equally certain that these associates, on occasion, recalled the murder of the Temple's architect, Hiram, a sacrificial victim. The Masons vowed to avenge him. After their persecution, then, many knights of the Temple must have joined those artisan confraternities, fusing the myth of avenging Hiram with the determination to avenge Jacques de Molay. In the 18th century in London there were lodges of genuine Masons, and they were called operative lodges. Then gradually some idle but thoroughly respectable gentlemen were determined to join operative Masonry, so it became symbolic, philosophical Masonry. In this atmosphere a certain de Saint-Gullier, popularizer of Newton, encouraged a Protestant pastor, Anderson, to draft the constitutions of a lodge of Mason brothers, deist in persuasion, and Anderson began speaking of the Masonic confraternities as corporations dating back 4,000 years to the founders of the Temple of Solomon. These are the reasons for the Masonic masquerade, the apron, the trowel, the T-square. Masonry became fashionable, attracting the aristocracy with the genealogical tables it hinted at, but it appealed even more to the bourgeoisie, who now not only could hobnob with the nobles, but were actually permitted to wear a short sword. In the wretched modern world at its birth, the nobles need a place where they can come into contact with the new producers of capital, and the new producers of capital are looking to be ennobled. But the Templars seem to have emerged later. The one who first established a direct relation with the Templars, Ramsay, I'd prefer not to discuss. The one who first established a direct relation with the Templars, Ramsay, I'd prefer not to discuss. I suspect he was put up to it by the Jesuits. His preaching led to the birth of the Scottish wing of Masonry. Scottish? The Scottish Rite was a Franco-German invention. London Masonry had established 3 degrees: apprentice, fellow craft, and master. Scottish Masonry multiplied the degrees because doing so meant multiplying the levels of initiation and secrecy. The French, congenitally foolish, love secrecy. But what was the secret? There was no secret, obviously. But if there had been one, or if they had possessed it, its complexity would have justified the number of degrees of initiation. Ramsay multiplied the degrees to make others believe he had a secret. You can imagine the thrill of those solid tradesmen, now at last able to become princes of vengeance. Allier was prodigal with Masonic gossip, and in the course of his talk, as was his custom, he slipped gradually into first-person recollection. In those days, in France, they were already writing couplets about the new fashion, the Freemason. The lodges, multiplying, attracted monsignors, friars, barons, and shopkeepers, and the members of the royal family became Grand Masters. The Templar strict observance of that Hund character received Goethe, Lessing, Mozart, Voltaire. Lodges sprang up among the military. In the regimental mess they plotted to avenge Hiram and discussed the coming revolution. For others, Masonry was a société de plaisir, a club, a status symbol. You could find a bit of everything there. Cagliostro, Mesmer, Casanova, Baron d'Holbach, d'Alembert, encyclopedists and alchemists, libertines and hermetics. At the outbreak of the Revolution, members of the same lodge found themselves on opposite sides, and it seemed that the Great Brotherhood would never recover from this crisis. Wasn't there a conflict between the Grand Orient and the Scottish Lodge? Only verbally. For example, the lodge of the Neuf Sœurs welcomed Franklin, whose goals naturally were secular. He was interested only in supporting his American Revolution. But at the same time, one of its Grand Masters was the Comte de Milly, who was seeking the elixir of longevity. Since he was an imbecile, in the course of his experiments he poisoned himself and died. Or take Cagliostro. On the one hand, he invented Egyptian rites. On the other, he was implicated in the affair of the diamond necklace, a scandal devised by the rising bourgeoisie to discredit the Ancien Régime. And Cagliostro was indeed involved. Just try to imagine the sort of people one had to live with. It must have been hard, Belbo said with comprehension. But who, I asked, are these Barons von Hund who seek the unknown superiors? New groups sprang up at the time of the necklace farce, altogether different in nature. To gain adepts, they identified themselves with the Masonic lodges, but actually they were pursuing more mystical ends. It was at this point that the debate about the unknown superiors took place. Hund unfortunately wasn't a serious person. At first he led his adepts to believe that the unknown superiors were the Stuarts. Then he said that the aim of the order was to rescue the original possessions of the Templars, and he scraped together funds from all sides. Unsatisfied with the proceeds, he fell into the hands of a man named Stark, who claimed to have learned the secret of making gold from the authentic unknown superiors, who were in Petersburg. Hunt and Stark were surrounded by theosophists, cheap alchemists, last-minute Rosicrucians. Altogether they elected as Grand Master a thoroughly upright man, the Duke of Brunswick. He immediately realized that he was in the worst possible company. One of the members of the strict observance, the Landgrave of Hesse, summoned the Comte de Saint-Germain, believing this gentleman could produce gold for him. And why not? In those days the whims of the mighty had to be indulged. But the Landgrave also believed himself to be St. Peter. I assure you, gentlemen, once when Lavater was the Landgrave's guest, he had a dreadful time with the Duchess of Devonshire, who thought she was Mary Magdalene. But what about this Villermoz and this Martinez Pasquales, who founded one sect after another? Pasquales was an old pirate. He practiced theurgical operations in a secret chamber, and angelic spirits appeared to him in the form of luminous trails and hieroglyphic characters. Villermoz took him seriously because he himself was an enthusiast, honest but naive. Fascinated by alchemy, Villermoz dreamed of a great work to which the elect should devote themselves. To discover the point of alliance of the 6 noble metals through studying the measurements comprised in the 6 letters of the original name of God, which Solomon had allowed his elect to know. And then? Villermoz founded many orders and joined many lodges at the same time, as was the custom in those days, always seeking the definitive revelation, always fearing it was hidden elsewhere, which indeed is the case. That is perhaps the only truth. So he joined the Élus Cohans of Pasquales. But in 72 Pasquales disappeared, sailed for Santo Domingo, and left everything up in the air. Why did he leave? I suspect he came into possession of a secret he didn't want to share. In any case, requiescat. He disappeared on that dark continent into well-deserved darkness. And Villermoz? In that year we had all been shaken by the death of Swedenborg, a man who could have taught many things to the ailing West had the West listened to him. But now the century began its headlong race toward revolutionary madness, following the ambitions of the Third Estate. It was then that Villermoz heard about Hunt's right of the strict observance, and was fascinated by it. He was told that a Templar who reveals himself, by founding a public association, say, is not a Templar. But the 18th century was an era of great credulity. Villermoz created with Hunt the various alliances that appear on your list until Hunt was unmasked. I mean, until they discovered he was the sort who runs off with the cash box. And the Duke of Brunswick expelled him from the organization. Allier cast another glance at the list. Oh, yes, Weishaupt. I nearly forgot. The Illuminati of Bavaria. With a name like that, they attracted at the beginning a number of generous minds. But Weishaupt was an anarchist. Today we'd call him a communist, and if you gentlemen only knew the things they raved about in that ambience. Coup d'etat, dethroning sovereigns, bloodbaths. Mind you, I admired Weishaupt a great deal, not for his ideas, but for his extremely clear-headed view of how a secret society should function. It's possible to have a splendid organizational talent, but quite confused ideas. In short, the Duke of Brunswick, seeing the confusion around him left by Hunt, realized that at this juncture there were 3 conflicting currents in the German Masonic world. The sapiential occultist camp, including some Rosicrucians, the rationalist camp, and the anarchist revolutionary camp of the Illuminati of Bavaria. He proposed that the various orders and rites meet at Wilhelmsbad for a convent, as they were then called, an estates general, you might say. The following questions had to be answered. Does the order truly originate from an ancient society, and if so, which? Are there really unknown superiors, keepers of the ancient tradition, and if so, who are they? What are the true aims of the order? Is the chief aim to restore the order of the Templars? And so forth, including the problem of whether the order should concern itself with the occult sciences. Villermoz joined in, enthusiastic, hoping to find at last the answers to the questions he had been asking himself all his life. And here the de Maistre affair began. Which de Maistre? I asked. Joseph or Xavier? Joseph. The reactionary? If he was reactionary, he wasn't reactionary enough. A curious man. Consider, this devout son of the Catholic Church, just when the first popes were beginning to issue bulls against Masonry, became a member of a lodge, assuming the name Josephus of Floribus. He approached Masonry in 1773, when a papal brief condemned the Jesuits. Of course it was the Scottish lodges that de Maistre approached, since he was not a bourgeois follower of the Enlightenment. He was an Illuminato. Allier sipped his cognac. From a cigarette case of almost white metal, he took out some cigarillos of an unusual shape. "A tobacconist in London makes them for me," he said, "like the cigars you found at my house. Please, they're excellent." He spoke with his eyes lost in memory. De Maistre, a man of exquisite manners. To listen to him was a spiritual pleasure. He gained great authority in occult circles, and yet at Wilhelmsbad he betrayed our expectations. He sent a letter to the Duke in which he firmly renounced any Templar affiliation, abjured the unknown superiors, and denied the utility of the esoteric sciences. He rejected it all out of loyalty to the Catholic Church, but he did so with the arguments of a bourgeois encyclopedist. When the Duke read the letter to a small circle of intimates, no one wanted to believe it. De Maistre now asserted that the order's aim was nothing but spiritual regeneration, and that the ceremonials and the traditional rites served only to keep the mystical spirit alive. He praised all the new Masonic symbols, but said that an image that represented several things no longer represented anything, which, you will forgive me, runs counter to the whole Hermetic tradition, for the more ambiguous and elusive a symbol is, the more it gains significance and power. Otherwise, what becomes of the spirit of Hermes, god of 1,000 faces? Apropos of the Templars, de Maistre said that the Order of the Temple had been created by greed, and greed had destroyed it, and that was that. The Savoyard could not forget, you see, that the Order had been destroyed with the consent of the Pope. Never trust Catholic legitimists, no matter how ardent their Hermetic vocation. De Maistre's dismissal of the unknown superiors was also laughable. The proof that they do not exist is that we have no knowledge of them. We could not have knowledge of them, of course, or they would not be unknown. Odd how a believer of such fibre could be impermeable to the sense of mystery. Then de Maistre made his final appeal. Let us return to the Gospels and abandon the follies of Memphis. He was simply restating the millennial line of the Church. You can understand the atmosphere in which the Wilhelmsbad meeting took place. With the defection of an authority like de Maistre, Villermoz would be in the minority. At most a compromise could be reached. The Templar rite was maintained. Any conclusion about the origins of the order was postponed. In short, the convent was a failure. That was the moment the Scottish branch missed its opportunity. If things had gone differently, the history of the following century might have been different. And afterward, I asked, was nothing patched together again? What was there to patch, to use your word? 3 years later, an evangelical preacher who had joined the Illuminati of Bavaria, a certain Lanza, died in a wood struck by lightning. Instructions of the order were found on him. The Bavarian government intervened. It was discovered that Weishaupt was plotting against the state, and the order was suppressed the following year. And further, Weishaupt's writings were published, containing the alleged projects of the Illuminati, and for a whole century they discredited all French and German Neo-Templarism. It's possible that Weishaupt's Illuminati were really on the side of Jacobin Masonry and had infiltrated the Neo-Templar branch to destroy it. It was probably not by chance that this evil breed had attracted Mirabeau, the tribune of the Revolution, to its side. May I say something in confidence? Please. Men like me, interested in joining together again the fragments of a lost tradition, are bewildered by an event like Wilhelmsbad. Some guessed and remained silent, some knew and lied, and then it was too late. First the revolutionary whirlwind, then the uproar of 19th-century occultism. Look at your list, a festival of bad faith and credulity, petty spite, reciprocal excommunications, secrets that circulated on every tongue, the theatre of occultism. Occultists seem fickle, wouldn't you say? Belbo remarked. You must be able to distinguish occultism from esotericism. Esotericism is the search for a learning transmitted only through symbols, closed to the profane. The occultism that spread in the 19th century was the tip of the iceberg, the little that surfaced of the esoteric secret. The Templars were initiates, and the proof of that is that when subjected to torture they died to save their secret. It is the strength with which they concealed it that makes us sure of their initiation, and that makes us yearn to know what they knew. The occultist is an exhibitionist. As Péladan said,
An initiatory secret revealed is of no use to anyone. Unfortunately, Péladan was not an initiate, but an occultist. The 19th century was the century of informers. Everybody rushed to publish the secrets of magic, theurgy, Kabbalah, tarot, and perhaps they believed in it. Allier continued looking over our list with an occasional snicker of commiseration. Elena Petrovna, a good woman at heart, but she never said a thing that hadn't already been written everywhere. Gaeta, a drug addict bibliomane. Papoose, what a character. Then he stopped abruptly. Trace, where does this come from? Which manuscript? Good, I thought. He's noticed the interpolation. I answered vaguely, Well, we put together the list from so many texts. Most of them have already been returned. They were plain rubbish. Do you recall, Belbo, where this trace comes from? I don't think I do, Diotalevi. Oh, it was days ago. Is it important? Not at all, Allier said. It's just that I never heard of it before. You really can't tell me who mentioned it? We were terribly sorry we didn't remember. Allier took his watch from his vest. Heavens, I have another engagement. You gentlemen will forgive me. He left, and we stayed on, talking. It's all clear now. The English Templars put forth the Masonic proposal in order to make all the initiates of Europe rally around the Baconian plan. But the plan only half succeeds. The idea of the Baconians is so fascinating that it produces results contrary to their expectations. The so-called Scottish line sees the new conventicle as a way to re-establish the succession, and it makes contact with the German Templars. To Allier, what happened made no sense, but it's obvious. To us now, the various national groups entered the lists, one against the other. I wouldn't be surprised if Martinez Pasqualis was an agent of the Tomar group. The English rejected the Scottish. Then there were the French, obviously divided into two groups, pro-English and pro-German. Masonry was the cover, the pretext behind which all these agents of different groups, God knows where the Paulicians and the Jerusalemites were, met and clashed, each trying to tear a piece of the secret from the others. Masonry was like Rix in Casablanca, Belbo said, which turns upside down the common view that it is a secret society. No, it's a free port, a Macau, a facade. The secret is elsewhere. Poor Masons. Progress demands its victims, but you must admit we are uncovering an imminent rationality of history. The rationality of history is the result of a good recombining of the Torah, Diotalevi said, and that's what we're doing, and blessed be the name of the Most High. All right, Belbo said. Now the Baconians have Saint-Martin-des-Champs, while the Franco-Roman Neo-Templar line is breaking down into 100 sects. And we still haven't decided what this secret is all about. That's up to you two, Diotalevi said. Us two? All three of us are in this. If we don't come out honorably, we'll all look silly. Silly to whom? Why, to history, before the tribunal of truth. Quid est veritas? Belbo asked. Us, I said. Chapter 77. This herb is called devilbane by the philosophers. It has been demonstrated that only its seed can expel devils and their hallucinations. When given to a young woman who was tormented by a devil during the night, this herb made him flee. Johannes de Rupacissa, Tractatus de Quinta Essentia. 2. During the next few days I neglected the plan. Leah's pregnancy was coming to term, and whenever possible I stayed with her. I was anxious, but she calmed me, saying the time had not yet come. She was taking a course in painless childbirth, and I was trying to follow her exercises. Leah had rejected science's offer to tell us the baby's sex in advance. She wanted to be surprised. Accepting this eccentricity on her part, I touched her belly and did not ask myself what would come out. We called it the thing. I asked how I could take part in the birth. It's mine too, this thing, I said. I don't want to be one of those movie fathers pacing up and down the corridor, chain-smoking. Pal, there's only so much you can do. The moment comes when it's all up to me. Besides, you don't smoke. Surely you're not going to start smoking just for this occasion. What'll I do, then? You'll take part before and afterward. Afterward, if it's a boy, you'll teach him, guide him, give him a fine old Oedipus complex in the usual way,
With a smile you'll play out the ritual parricide when the time comes. No fuss. And at some point you'll show him your squalid office, the card files, the page proofs of the wonderful adventure of metals, and you'll say to him, "My son, one day all this will be yours." And if it's a girl, you'll say to her, "My daughter, one day all this will be your no-good husband's." And what do I do before? During labor, between one wave of pain and the next, you have to count, because as the interval grows shorter, the moment approaches. We'll count together, and you'll set the rhythm for me like rowers in a galley. It'll be as if you too were coaxing the thing out from its dark lair. Poor little thing. Feel it. Now it's so cozy there in the dark, sucking up humors like an octopus, all free, and then, wham, it pops out into the daylight, blinks, and says, "Where the hell am I?" Poor little thing. And it hasn't even met Signor Garamond. Come on, let's rehearse the counting part. We counted in the darkness, holding hands. I daydreamed. The thing, with its birth, would give reality and meaning to all the old wives' tales of the diabolicals. Poor diabolicals who spent their nights enacting chemical weddings with the hope that 18-karat gold would result, and wondering if the philosopher's stone was really the lapis exilis, a wretched terracotta grail. And my grail was in Leah's belly. "Yes," Leah said, running her hand over her swelling, taut vessel. "Here is where your good primal matter is steeping. Those people you saw at the castle, what did they think happened in the vessel?" "Oh, they thought that melancholy was grumbling in it. Sulphurous earth, black lead, oil of Saturn, a Styx of purifications, distillations, pulverizations, ablutions, liquefactions, submersions, terra fetida, stinking sepulchre." "What are they, impotent? Don't they know that in the vessel our thing ripens, all white and pink and beautiful?" "They know, but for them your dear little belly is also a metaphor, full of secrets." "There are no secrets, Pao. We know exactly how the thing is formed, its little nerves and muscles, its little eyes and spleens and pancreases." "Oh, my God, more than one spleen? What is it, Rosemary's Baby?" "I was speaking in general. But of course we'll have to be ready to love it, even if it has two heads." "Of course. I'll teach you to play duets, trumpet and clarinet." "No, then it would need 4 hands. That's too many. But come to think about it, he'd make a great pianist." "A concerto for 2 left hands? Nothing to it." Brr. "But then, my diabolicals also know that on that day in the hospital there will be born the great work, the white, the rebus, the androgen." "That's all we need. Listen, we'll call him Giulio, or her Julia, after my grandfather. What do you say?" "I like it. Good." If I had only stopped there, if I had only written a white book, a good grimoire, for all the adepts of Isis Unveiled, explaining to them that the secretum secretorum no longer needed to be sought, that the book of life contained no hidden meaning. It was all there, in the bellies of all the Leahs of the world, in the hospital rooms, on straw pallets, on river banks, and that the stones in exile and the Holy Grail were nothing but screaming monkeys with their umbilical cords still dangling and the doctor giving them a slap on the ass. And that the unknown superiors in the eyes of the thing were only me and Leah, and the thing would immediately recognize us without having to go ask that old fool de Maistre. But no, we, the sardonic, insisted on playing games with the diabolicals, and showing them that if there had to be a cosmic plot, we could invent the most cosmic of all. "Serves you right," I said to myself that other evening. "Now here you are, waiting for what will happen under Foucault's pendulum." Chapter 78. Surely this monstrous hybrid comes not from a mother's womb, but from an Ephialtes, an incubus, or some other horrendous demon, as though spawned in a putrid and venomous fungus, son of fauns and nymphs, more devil than man. Athanasius Kircher, Mundus Subterraneus, Amsterdam, Janssen, 1665, Roman 2, pages 279 to 280. That day I wanted to stay home. I had a presentiment, but Leah told me to stop acting the prince consort and go to work. "There's time, Pal. It won't be born yet. I have to go out too. Run along." I had almost reached my office when Signor Salon's door opened. The old man appeared in his yellow apron. I couldn't avoid greeting him, and he asked me to come inside. I had never seen his laboratory.
It must have been an apartment once, but Ceylon had had all the dividing walls demolished, and what I saw was a cave, vast, hazy. For some obscure architectural reason, this wing of the building had a mansard roof, and the light entered obliquely. I don't know whether the glass panes were dirty or frosted, or if Ceylon had installed shades to keep out the direct sun, or if it was the heap of objects on all sides proclaiming a fear of spaces left empty. But the light in the cave was late dusk. The room was divided by old pharmacy shelves in which arches opened to passages, junctions, perspectives. The dominant color was brown. The objects, the shelves, the tables, the diffuse blend of light and the patchy illumination from old lamps. My first impression was of having entered an instrument-maker's atelier, abandoned from the time of Stradivarius, with years of accumulated dust on the striated bellies of the lutes. Then, as my eyes gradually adjusted, I saw that I was in a petrified zoo. A bear cub with glassy eyes climbed an artificial bough. A dazed and hieratic owl stood beside me. On the table in front of me was a weasel, or marten, or skunk, I couldn't tell. Behind it was a prehistoric animal, feline, its bones showing. It might have been a puma, a leopard, or a very big dog. Part of the skeleton had already been covered with straw and paste, and it was all supported by an iron armature. "The Great Dane of a rich lady with a soft heart," Ceylon said with a snicker, "who wants to remember it as it was in the days of their conjugal life. You see, you skin the animal. On the inside of the skin you smear arsenic soap. Then you soak and bleach the bones. Look at that shelf and you'll see a great collection of spinal columns and rib cages. A lovely ossuary, don't you think? You connect the bones with wire, reconstruct the skeleton, mount it on an armature. To stuff it, I use hay, papier-mâché, or plaster. Finally, you fit the skin back on. I repair the damage done by death and corruption. This owl, doesn't it seem alive to you?" From then on, every live owl would seem dead to me, consigned by Ceylon to a sclerotic eternity. I regarded the face of that embalmer of animal pharaohs, his bushy eyebrows, his grey cheeks, and I could not decide whether he was a living being or a masterpiece of his own art. The better to look at him, I took a step backward and felt something graze my nape. I turned with a shudder and saw I had set a pendulum in motion. A great disemboweled bird swayed, following the movement of the lance that pierced it. The weapon had entered the head, and through the open breast you could see it pass where the heart and gizzard had once been, then branch out to form an upside-down trident. One thicker prong went through the now emptied belly and pointed toward the ground like a sword, while the two other prongs entered the feet and emerged symmetrically from the talons. The bird swung, and the 3 points cast their shadow on the floor, a mystic sign. "A fine specimen of the golden eagle," Ceylon said, "but I still have a few days' work to do on it. I was just choosing the eyes." He showed me a box full of glass corneas and pupils, as if the executioner of St. Lucy had collected the trophies of his entire career. It's not always easy, as it is with insects, where all you need is a box and a pin. This, for example, has to be treated with formalin. I smelled its morgue odor. "It must be an enthralling job," I said. And meanwhile I was thinking of the living creature that throbbed in Leah's belly. A chilling thought seized me. If the thing dies, I said to myself, I want to bury it. I wanted to feed the worms underground and enrich the earth. That's the only way I'll feel it's still alive. Ceylon was still talking. He took a strange specimen from one of the shelves. It was about 30 centimeters long. A dragon, a reptile with black membranous wings, a cock's crest, and gaping jaws that bristled with tiny saw-like teeth. Handsome, isn't he? My own composition. I used a salamander, a bat, snake scales, a subterranean dragon. I was inspired by this. He showed me on another table a great folio volume bound in ancient parchment with leather ties. It cost me a fortune. I'm not a bibliophile, but this was something I had to have. It's the Mundus Subterraneus of Athanasius Kircher, first edition, 1665. Here's the dragon. Identical, don't you think? It lives in the caves of volcanoes, that good Jesuit said, and he knew everything about the known, the unknown, and the non-existent. You always think of the underground world, I said, recalling our conversation in Munich and the words I had overheard through the ear of Dionysius. He opened the volume to another page, to an image of the globe, which looked like an anatomical organ, swollen and black, covered by a spider web of luminescent serpentine veins. If Kircher was right,
There are more paths in the heart of the earth than there are on the surface. Whatever takes place in nature derives from the heat and steam below. I thought of the black work of Leah's belly, of the thing that was struggling to break out of its sweet volcano. And whatever takes place in the world of men is planned below. Does Padre Kircher say that too? No, he concerns himself only with nature. But it is odd that the second part of this book is on alchemy and the alchemists, and that precisely here, you see, there is an attack on the Rosicrucians. Why attack the Rosicrucians in a book on the underground world? Our Jesuit knew a thing or two. He knew that the last Templars had taken refuge in the underground kingdom of Agartha. And they're still there, it seems, I ventured. They're still there, Solon said. Not in Agartha, but in tunnels. Perhaps beneath us, right here. Milan, too, has a metro. Who decided on it? Who directed the excavations? Expert engineers, I'd say. Yes, cover your eyes with your hands. And meanwhile, in that firm of yours, you publish such books. How many Jews are there among your authors? We don't ask our authors to fill out racial forms, I replied stiffly. You mustn't think me an anti-Semite. No, some of my best friends. I have in mind a certain kind of Jew. What kind? I know what kind. Chapter 79. He opened his coffer. In indescribable disorder it contained collars, rubber bands, kitchen utensils, badges of different technical schools, even the monogram of the Empress Alexandra Feodorovna and the cross of the Legion of Honor. On everything in his madness he saw the seal of the Antichrist, in the form of two linked triangles. Alexandre Sheila, Serge Enilus et les Protocoles, La Tribune Juive, May 14, 1921, page 3. You see, Solon went on, I was born in Moscow, and it was in Russia, when I was a youth, that people discovered the secret Jewish documents that said, in so many words, that to control governments it was necessary to work underground. Listen. He picked up a little notebook in which he had copied out some quotations. Today's cities have metropolitan railroads and underground passages. From these we will blow up all the capitals of the world. Protocols of the Elders of Zion, document number 9. It occurred to me that the collection of spinal columns, the box with the eyes, the skins stretched over armatures, came from some extermination camp. But no, I was dealing with an elderly man nostalgic about the old days of Russian anti-Semitism. If I follow you, then, there's a conventicle of Jews, some Jews, not all, who are plotting something. But why underground? Well, that's obvious. Any plotter must plot underground, not in the light of day. This has been known from the beginning of time. Dominion over the world means dominion over what lies beneath it, the subterranean currents. I remembered a question of Allié's in his study, and then the Druidesses in Piedmont who called on telluric currents. Why did the Celts dig sanctuaries in the heart of the earth, making tunnels that communicated with a sacred well? Solon continued. The well goes down into radioactive strata, as everyone knows. How was Glastonbury built? And isn't the island of Avalon where the myth of the Grail originated? And who invented the Grail if not a Jew? The Grail again, my God. But what Grail? There was only one Grail, my thing, in contact with the radioactive strata of Leah's womb, and perhaps now swimming happily toward the mouth of that well, perhaps now preparing to come out, and here I was among stuffed owls, among 100 dead and one pretending to be alive. All Europe's cathedrals are built where the Celts had their menhirs. Why did the Celts set these stones in the ground, considering the effort it cost them? Why did the Egyptians go to so much trouble to erect the pyramids? There you are! Antennas, thermometers, probes, needles, like the ones Chinese doctors use, stuck into the body's nodal points. At the center of the earth is a nucleus of fusion, something similar to the sun, indeed an actual sun around which things revolve, describing different paths, orbits of telluric currents. The Celts knew where they were and how to control them. And Dante? What about Dante? What was he trying to tell us with the account of his descent into the depths? You understand me, my dear friend? I didn't like being his dear friend, but I went on listening to him. Julio, Julia, my rebus planted like Lucifer at the center of Leah's womb. But he, she, the thing, would be upside down, would be struggling upward, and would somehow emerge. The thing was created to emerge upward from the viscera, and not make its entrance with head bowed in sticky secrecy. Solon by now was lost in a monologue he seemed to repeat from memory. You know what the English leas are. If you fly over England in a plane, you'll see that all the sacred places are joined by straight lines, a grid of lines interwoven across the whole country, still visible because they suggested the lines of later roads. The sacred places were connected by roads, and people simply tried to make roads as straight as possible. Indeed. Then why do birds migrate along these lines? Why do flying saucers follow them? It's a secret that was lost after the Roman invasion, but there are those who still know it. The Jews, I suggested. They also dig. The first alchemistic principle is vitriol, visita interiora terrae, rectificando inveniis occultum lapidem. Lapis exilis, my stone that was slowly coming out of exile from the sweet, oblivious, hypnotic exile of Leah's vessel. My stone, beautiful and white, not seeking further depths, but seeking the surface. I wanted to rush home to Leah, to wait with her hour by hour for the appearance of the thing, the triumph of the surface regained. Salon's den had the musty smell of tunnels. Tunnels were the origin that had to be abandoned. They were not the destination. And yet I followed Salon, and new malicious ideas for the plan whirled in my head. While I awaited the one truth of this sublunar world, I racked my brain to construct new falsehoods, blind as the animals underground. I stirred. I had to get out of the tunnel. "I must go," I said. "Perhaps you can suggest some books on the subject." "Ha! Everything they've written about it is false. False as the soul of Judas. What I know I learned from my father." "A geologist?" "Oh, no," Salon said, laughing. "No, not at all. My father? Nothing to be ashamed of. Water under the bridge. Worked for the Okrana. Directly under the chief, the legendary Rakhovsky." Okrana. Something like the KGB. The Tsarist secret police, wasn't it? And who was Rakhovsky? Wasn't there someone who had a similar name? By God, the Colonel's mysterious visitor, Count Rakowski. No, enough of this. No more coincidences. I didn't stuff dead animals. I created living animals. Chapter 80. When White arrives in the matter of the great work, life has conquered death, the king is resuscitated, earth and water have become air. It is the domain of the moon. Their child is born. Then matter achieves such a degree of fixity that fire can no longer destroy it. When the artist sees perfect whiteness, the philosophers say the books must be torn up, for they are now useless. Dom J. Pernetti, Dictionnaire mytho-hermétique, Paris, Bosch, 1758, Blancheur. I mumbled some excuse, in haste. I believe I said, "My girlfriend's having a baby tomorrow." Salon haltingly offered me congratulations, as if not sure who the father was. I ran home to breathe some clean air. Leah wasn't in. On the kitchen table, a piece of paper. "Darling, the waters have broken. Couldn't get you at the office. Taking a taxi to the hospital. Come, I feel alone." A moment of panic. I had to be there to count with Leah. I should have been in the office, reachable. It was my fault. The thing would be born dead. Leah would die with it. Salon would stuff them both. I entered the hospital on unsteady legs, asked directions of people who didn't know anything, twice ended up in the wrong ward. I shouted that they had to know where Leah was having the baby, and they told me to calm down because here everybody was having a baby. Finally, I don't know how, I found myself in a room. Leah was pearly pale but smiling. Someone had lifted her hair and put it under a white cap. For the first time I saw Leah's forehead in all its splendor. Next to her was the thing. "It's Giulio," she said. My Rebus. I, too, had made him, and not with chunks of dead bodies or arsenic soap. He was whole. All his fingers and toes were in the right place. I insisted on seeing all of him, his little cock, his big balls. Then I kissed Leah on her naked brow. "The credit is yours, darling. It all depends on the vessel." "Of course the credit is mine, you shit. I had to count all by myself." "For me, you are all that counts," I told her. Chapter 81. The subterranean people have reached the highest knowledge. If our mad humankind should begin a war against them, they would be able to explode the whole surface of our planet. Ferdinand Ossendowski, Beasts, Men and Gods, 1924, Roman 5. I stayed at home with Leah because once she left the hospital and had to change the baby's diapers, she cried and said she would never be able to cope.
Somebody explained to us that this was normal. The excitement over the victory of birth is followed by a feeling of helplessness in the face of the immensity of the job. During those days, while I loafed around the house, useless and not qualified, of course, for breastfeeding, I spent long hours reading everything I had been able to find concerning telluric currents. On my return, I sounded out Allier on them. He made a gesture of boredom. Weak metaphors referring to the secret of the serpent Kundalini. Chinese geomancy also sought in the earth the traces of the dragon. The telluric serpent simply stands for the occult serpent. The goddess reposes, coiled, and sleeps her eternal sleep. Kundalini throbs gently, binding heavy bodies to lighter bodies, like a vortex or a whirlpool, like the first half of the syllable Om. But what secret does the serpent refer to? To the telluric currents. What are the telluric currents? A great cosmological metaphor which refers to the serpent. To hell with Allier, I said to myself. I know more than that. I read my notes to Belbo and Diotilevi, and we no longer had any doubt. At last we were in a position to supply the Templars with a decent secret. It was the most economical, the most elegant solution to the problem, and all the pieces of our millennial puzzle fit together. So, the Celts knew about telluric currents. They had learned the secret from the Atlantides, when the survivors of the submerged continent emigrated, some to Egypt, some to Brittany. The Atlantides had learned it from those ancestors of ours who ventured forth from Avalon across the continent of Mu as far as the central desert of Australia, when all the continents were a single landmass, the wondrous Pangaea. If only we could still read, as the Aborigines can, but they remain silent, the mysterious alphabet carved on the great boulder Ayers Rock, we would have the answer. Ayers Rock is the antipode of the great, unknown mountain that is the pole, the true occult pole, not the one that any bourgeois explorer can reach. As usual, and this should be obvious to anyone whose eyes have not been blinded by the false light of Western science, the pole that we see is not the real pole, for the real pole is the one that cannot be seen, except by some adepts whose lips are sealed. The Celts, however, believed it was enough to discover the global configuration of the currents. That's why they erected megaliths. The menhirs had sensitive devices, like electric valves, planted at the points where the currents branched and changed direction. The lees marked the routes of currents already identified. The dolmens were chambers of accumulated energy, where the Druids, with geomantic tools, attempted to map, by extrapolation, the global design. The cromlechs and Stonehenge were micro-macrocosmic observatories from which they studied the pattern of the constellations in order to divine the pattern of the currents, because, as the Tabula Smaragdina tells us, what is above is isomorphic to what is below. But there was more to the problem than that. The other branch of the Atlantidean emigration realized as much. The occult knowledge of the Egyptians passed from Hermes Trismegistus to Moses, who took care not to pass it on to his band of tatterdemalions, their craws still stuffed with manna. To them he offered the 10 Commandments, which was as much as they could comprehend. The higher truth is aristocratic. Moses encoded it in the Pentateuch. The Kabbalists understood this. Just think, I said, everything was already written, an open book in the measurements of the Temple of Solomon, and the keepers of the secret were the Rosicrucians, who formed the Great White Fraternity. The Essenes, in other words, who, as is well known, let Jesus in on their secrets. And there you have the real reason why Jesus was crucified. Of course, the Passion of Christ is an allegory prefiguring the trial of the Templars. Right, and Joseph of Arimathea takes back the secret of Jesus to the land of the Celts. But obviously the secret is still incomplete. The Christian Druids know only a fragment of it, and that is the esoteric meaning of the Grail. There is something missing, but we don't know what. The secret, what the Temple already said in full, is suspected only by a small group of rabbis who remained in Palestine. They entrust it to the occult Moslem sects, to the Sufis, the Ismailis, the Mutakalimun, and from them the Templars learn it. At last, the Templars! I was beginning to worry, Belbo said. We were shaping the plan, which, like soft clay, obeyed our thumbs, our narrative desires. The Templars had discovered the secret during those sleepless nights, embracing their saddle-mates in the desert where the implacable simoom was blowing. They had wrested it bit by bit from those who knew the powers of cosmic focus in the black stone of Mecca, the heritage of the Babylonian Magi. For it was clear now that the Tower of Babel had been simply an attempt, however hasty and deservedly a failure because of the pride of its architects, to build the most powerful menhir of all. But the Babylonians got their calculations wrong. As Father Kircher has demonstrated, had the tower reached its peak, its excessive weight would have made the Earth's axis rotate 90 degrees and maybe more. And our poor globe, instead of having an ithyphallic crown pointing upward, would have found itself with a sterile appendix, a limp mentula, a monkey tail flopping downward, a Shekinah lost in the dizzying abyss of an Antarctic Malkut, a flaccid hieroglyph for penguins. So, in a word, what's the secret discovered by the Templars? Don't rush me, we're getting there. It took 7 days to make the world, and now we'll give it a try. Chapter 82. The Earth is a magnetic body. In fact, as some scientists have found, it is one vast magnet, as Paracelsus affirmed some 300 years ago. H.P. Blavatsky, Isis Unveiled, New York, Bolton, 1877, Volume 1, page Roman 23. We gave it a try, and we succeeded. The Earth is a great magnet, and the force and direction of its currents are influenced by the celestial spheres, the cycle of the seasons, the precession of the equinoxes, the cosmic cycles. Thus the pattern of the currents changes. But it must change like hair, which, though it grows everywhere on the top and sides of the skull, nevertheless spirals out from a point toward the back, where it rebels most against the comb. When that point has been identified, when the most powerful station has been established there, it will be possible to control, direct, command all the telluric currents of the planet. The Templars realized that the secret lay not only in possessing the global map of the currents, but also in knowing the critical point, the omphalos, the umbilicus telluris, the navel of the world, the source of command. All alchemistic talk, the thonic descent of the black work, the electric charge of the white, is only a metaphor clear to the initiated, for this age-old auscultation whose final result will be the red. Global knowledge, brilliant dominion over the planetary system of currents. The secret, the real secret of alchemy and Templars, is the search for the wellspring of that internal rhythm, as sweet, awesome, and regular as the throbbing of the serpent Kundalini, still unknown in many of its aspects, yet surely as precise as a clock. For it is the rhythm of the one true stone that fell in exile from heaven, the great Mother Earth. This was what Philip the Fair wanted to know, hence the Inquisitor's sly insistence on the mysterious kiss in posteriori parte spinae dorsi. They wanted the secret of Kundalini. Who cares about sodomy? It's perfect, Diotalady said. But then, when you know how to direct the telluric currents, what do you do with them? Make beer? Come on, I said. Haven't you grasped the significance of this discovery? In the telluric navel you place the most powerful valve which enables you to foresee rain and drought, to release hurricanes, tidal waves, earthquakes, to split continents, sink islands. No doubt Atlantis disappeared in some such reckless experiment. Raise mountain chains. You realize the atomic bomb is nothing in comparison? Besides which, it also hurts the one who drops it. From your control tower, you telephone, for example, the President of the United States, and you say to him, "By tomorrow morning I want $12 billion, or the independence of Latin America, or the state of Hawaii, or the destruction of your stockpile of nuclear weapons, or else the San Andreas Fault will crack definitively and Las Vegas will become a floating casino." But Las Vegas is in Nevada. Doesn't matter. When you control the telluric currents, you can snip off Nevada too and Colorado. Then you telephone the Supreme Soviet and you say, "Comrades, by Monday I want all the caviar of the Volga, and I want Siberia as my frozen food locker. Otherwise I'll suck the Urals under. I'll make the Caspian overflow. I'll cut loose Lithuania and Estonia and sink them in the Philippine Trench." Yes, Diotalady said. The power would be immense. The earth could be rewritten like the Torah. Japan lands in the Gulf of Panama. Panic on Wall Street. You forget about Star Wars. Forget about transforming base metal into gold. You aim the right current, stir up the bowels of the earth, and make them do in 10 seconds what it used to take them billions of years to do, and the whole roar becomes a diamond mine. Eliphas Levi said the knowledge of the universe's tides and currents holds the secret of human omnipotence. That must be so, Belbo said. It's like transforming the whole world into an organ box. It's obvious. Reich was definitely a Templar. Everyone was, except us. Thank God we've caught on. Now we're a step ahead of them. But what stopped the Templars once they knew the secret? The problem was how to exploit it. Between knowing and know-how there was a gap. So, instructed by the diabolical St. Bernard, the Templars replaced the menhirs, poor Celtic valves, with Gothic cathedrals, far more sensitive and powerful, their subterranean crypts containing black virgins in direct contact with the radioactive strata. And they covered Europe with a network of receiver-transmitter stations communicating to one another the power and the direction, the flow and the tension of the telluric currents. I say they located the silver mines in the New World, caused eruptions of silver there, and then, controlling the Gulf Stream, shifted that precious metal to the Portuguese coast. Tomar was the distribution center, the Forêt d'Orient, the chief storehouse. This was the origin of their wealth, but this was peanuts. They realized that to exploit their secret fully, they would have to wait for a technological advance that would take at least 600 years. Thus, the Templars organized the plan in such a way that only their successors, at the moment when they would be able to make proper use of what they knew, would learn the location of the Umbilicus Tellurus. But how did the Templars distribute the pieces of the revelation to the 36 scattered throughout the world? How could a straightforward message have that many parts? And why would they need such a complicated message, just to say that the Umbilicus was, for example, in Baden-Baden, or Tralee, or Chattanooga? A map? But a map would be marked with an X at the point of the umbilicus. Whoever held the piece with the X would know everything and not need the other pieces. No, it had to be more involved. We racked our brains for several days until Belbo decided to resort to a Boulafia, and the reply was, Guillaume Postel dies in 1581, Bacon is Viscount St. Albans, in the Conservatoire is Foucault's Pendulum. The time had come to find a function for the pendulum. I was able in a few days to suggest a rather elegant solution. A diabolical had submitted to us a text on the hermetic secret of cathedrals. According to this author, the builders of Chartres one day left a plumb line hanging from the keystone of a vault.
No, Belbo said, the cardinals who condemned Galileo were Templar adepts infiltrating Rome. They wanted to shut up that damned Tuscan quickly, that traitor Templar who in his vanity was about to spill the beans 400 years before the date of the plan's fulfillment. This explained why beneath the pendulum those master masons had drawn a labyrinth, a stylized image of the system of subterranean currents. We sought an illustration of the labyrinth of Chartres, a solar clock, a compass card, a vein system, a sleepy sinusoidal trail of the serpent, a global chart of the telluric tides. All right, let's assume the Templars used the pendulum to indicate the umbilicus. Instead of the labyrinth, which is, after all, an abstract scheme, on the floor you put a map of the world. The point marked by the tip of the pendulum at a given hour is the point that marks the umbilicus. But which pendulum? The place is beyond discussion, Saint-Martin-des-Champs, the refuge. Yes, Belbo replied, but let's suppose that at the stroke of midnight the pendulum swings from Copenhagen to Cape Town. Where is the umbilicus? In Denmark or in South Africa? A good observation, I said. But our diabolical tells us also that in Chartres there is a fissure in a stained-glass window of the choir, and at a given hour of the day a sunbeam enters through the crack and always hits the same place, always the same stone on the floor. I don't remember what conclusion he draws from this, but in any event it's a great secret. So here's the mechanism. In the choir of Saint-Martin there is a window that has an uncolored spot near the juncture of two lead cames. It was carefully calculated, and probably for 600 years someone has always taken care to keep it as it is. At sunrise on a given day of the year, which can only be the dawn of June 24th, St. John's Day, feast of the summer solstice. Yes, on that day and at that hour, the first pure ray of sun that comes through the windows strikes the floor beneath the pendulum, and the pendulum's intersection of the ray at that instant is the precise point on the map where the umbilicus is to be found. Perfect, Belbo said. But suppose it's overcast? They wait until the following year. I'm sorry, but, Belbo said, the last meeting is to be in Jerusalem. Shouldn't the pendulum be hanging from the top of the dome of the Mosque of Omar? No, I said. At certain places on the globe the pendulum completes its circle in 36 hours. At the North Pole it takes 24 hours. At the equator the cycle doesn't vary with the season. So the location matters. If the Templars made their discovery at Saint-Martin, their calculation is valid only in Paris. In Palestine, the pendulum would mark a different curve. And how do we know they made the discovery at Saint-Martin? The fact that they chose Saint-Martin as their refuge, that from the Prior of St. Albans to Postel to the Convention, they kept it under their control, that after Foucault's first experiments they installed the pendulum there. Too many clues. But still, the last meeting is in Jerusalem. So, in Jerusalem they'll put the message together, and that's not a matter of a few minutes. Then they'll prepare for a year, and the following June 23rd all 6 groups will meet in Paris to learn finally where the umbilicus is, and then they'll set to work to conquer the world. But, Belbo insisted, there's still something I can't figure out. Although there's this final revelation about the umbilicus, all 36 must have known that before. The pendulum had been used in cathedrals, so it wasn't a secret. What would have prevented Bacon or Postel or even Foucault, who must have been a Templar himself, seeing all the fuss he made over the pendulum, from just putting a map of the world on the floor and orienting it by the cathedral points? We're off the track. No, we're not off the track, I said. The message reveals something that none of them could know. What map to use? Chapter 83. A map is not the territory. Alfred Korsybski, Science and Sanity, 1933, 4th edition. The International Non-Aristotelian Library, 1958, Volume 2, Number 4, page 58. You're familiar with the situation of cartography at the time of the Templars, I said. In that century there were Arab maps that, among other things, put Africa at the top and Europe at the bottom. Navigators' maps, fairly accurate, all things considered, and maps that by then were already 300 or 400 years old but were still accepted in some schools. Mind you, to reveal the location of the umbilicus they didn't need an accurate map in today's sense. It had to be simply a map possessing this virtue. Once oriented, it would show the umbilicus at the point where the arc of the pendulum is struck by the first ray of sun on June 24th. Now listen carefully. Let's suppose, purely as a hypothesis, that the umbilicus is in Jerusalem. Even with our modern maps, the position of Jerusalem depends on the projection used. And God knows what kind of map the Templars had, but it doesn't matter. It's not the pendulum that's calibrated according to the map. It's the map that's calibrated according to the pendulum. You follow me? It could be the craziest map in the world as long as, when placed beneath the pendulum, at the crack of dawn on the 24th of June, it shows the one and only spot that is Jerusalem. This doesn't solve our problem, Diotalevi said. Of course not, and it doesn't solve it for the invisible 36 either, because if you don't have the right map, forget it. Let's take the case of a map oriented in the standard way, with east in the direction of the apse and west toward the nave, since that's how churches are built. Now, let's say at random that on that fatal dawn the pendulum is near the boundary of the southeast quadrant. If it were a clock, we'd say that the hour hand is at 5:25. All right? Now look. I went to dig out a history of cartography. Here, Exhibit number 1, a 12th century map. It follows the T-structured maps. Asia is at the top with the earthly paradise. To the left, Europe. To the right, Africa. And here, beyond Africa, they've also put the Antipodes. Exhibit number 2, a map inspired by the Somnium Scipionis of Macrobius, and it survives in various versions into the 16th century. Africa's a bit narrow, but that's all right. Now look, orient the two maps in the same way, and you see that on the first map, 525 corresponds to Arabia, and on the second map, to New Zealand, since that's where the second map has the Antipodes. You may know everything about the pendulum, but if you don't know what map to use, you're lost. So the message contained instructions elaborately coded on where to find the right map, which may have been specially drawn for the occasion. The message told where to look, in what manuscript, in what library, abbey, castle. It's even possible that Dee or Bacon or someone else reconstructed the message. Who knows? The message said the map was at X, but in the meantime, with everything that was going on in Europe, the abbey that housed the map burned down, or the map was stolen, hidden God knows where. Maybe somebody has the map but doesn't know the use of it, or knows it's valuable but doesn't know why, and he's going around the world looking for a buyer. Imagine all the confusion of offers, false trails, messages that say other things but are understood to refer to the map, and messages that indeed refer to the map but are read as if hinting at, say, the production of gold. No doubt some people attempt to reconstruct the map purely on the basis of conjectures. What sorts of conjectures? Well, for example, micro-macrocosmic correspondences. Here's another map. You know where it comes from? It appears in the second treatise of the Utriusque Cosmi Historia of Robert Flood. Flood is the Rosicrucians man in London, don't forget. Now, what does our man do, our Robertus de Fluctibus, as he liked to style himself? He offers what is no longer a map, but a strange projection of the entire globe from the point of view of the pole, the mystic pole, naturally, and therefore from the point of view of an ideal pendulum suspended from an ideal keystone. This is a map specially conceived to be placed beneath a pendulum. It's obvious, undeniable. I can't imagine why someone hasn't already seen. The fact is, the diabolicals are very, very slow, Belbo said. The fact is, we are the only worthy heirs of the Templars. But to continue, you recognize the design. It's a mobile rotula, like the ones Stratamius used for his coded messages. This isn't a map, then. It's a design for a machine to produce variations of maps until the right map is found. And Flood says as much in the caption. This is the sketch for an instrumentum. It still needs work. But wasn't Flood the one who persisted in denying the rotation of the Earth? How could he think of the pendulum? We're dealing with initiates. An initiate denies what he knows, denies knowing it to conceal it. This, Belbo said, would explain why Dee paid so much attention to those royal cartographers. It was not to discover the true form of the Earth, but to reconstruct among all the mistaken maps the one right map, the one of use to him. Not bad at all, Diotalevi said, to arrive at the truth through the painstaking reconstruction of a false text. Chapter 84. The chief occupation of this assembly, and in my opinion the most useful, should be to work on natural history following the plans of Verulam. Christian Huygens, Letter to Colbert, Œuvre complète, La Haye, 1888-1950, Volume 6, pages 95-96. The vicissitudes of the 6 groups were not confined to the search for the map. In the first 2 pieces of the message, those in the hands of the Portuguese and the English, the Templars probably referred to a pendulum, but ideas about pendulums were still hazy. It's one thing to swing some lead on a length of cord, and quite another to construct a mechanism precise enough to be hit by a ray of the sun at an exact time and place. This is why the Templars calculated for 6 centuries. The Baconian wing set immediately to work and tried to draw to its side all the initiates whom it made desperate efforts to reach. It is no coincidence that Salomon de Caux, the Rosicrucians man, writes for Richelieu a treatise on solar clocks, and afterward, from Galileo on, there is furious research devoted to pendulums. The pretext is to figure out how to use them for determining longitudes. But in 1681, when Huygens discovers that a pendulum accurate in Paris is slow in Cayenne, he immediately realizes that this discrepancy is due to the variation in centrifugal force caused by the rotation of the Earth. And after he publishes his Orologium Oscillatorium, in which he elaborates on Galileo's intuitions about the pendulum, who summons him to Paris? Colbert, the same man who summons to Paris Salomon de Caux to work on the tunnels beneath the city. In 1661, when the Accademia del Cimento foreshadows the conclusions of Foucault, Leopold of Tuscany dissolves it in the space of 5 years, and immediately afterward receives from Rome, as a secret reward, a cardinal's hat. But there is more. In the centuries that follow, the hunt for the pendulum continues. In 1742, a year before the first documented appearance of the Comte de Saint-Germain, a certain Meyrin presents a paper on pendulums at the Académie Royale des Sciences. In 1756, the year that Templar strict observance originates in Germany, a certain Bouguer writes sur la direction qu'affectent tous les fils à plomb. I found phantasmagorical titles, like that by Jean-Baptiste Biot in 1821. Recueil d'observations géodésiques, astronomiques et physiques, exécuté par ordre du Bureau des longitudes de France, en Espagne, en France, en Angleterre et en Écosse, pour déterminer la variation de la pesanteur et des degrés terrestres sur le prolongement du méridien de Paris. In France, Spain, England, and Scotland, and referring to the meridian of Saint-Martin. And what about Sir Edward Sabin, who in 1823 publishes an account of experiments to determine the figure of the Earth by means of the pendulum vibrating seconds in different latitudes?
and the mysterious Graf Fyodor Petrovich Litka, who in 1836 publishes the results of his research into the behavior of the pendulum in the course of a voyage around the world. This under the auspices of the Imperial Academy of Sciences of St. Petersburg. The Russians, too? And what if in the meantime a group, no doubt of Baconian descent, decides to discover the secret of the currents without map or pendulum, relying instead on the source, the respiration of the serpent? Celan's hunch was right, for it was more or less at the time of Foucault that the industrial world, creature of the Baconian camp, began digging underground systems in the heart of the great cities of Europe. "It's true," Belbo said. "The 19th century is obsessed with the underground. Jean Valjean, Fantômas and Javert, Rocambole, all that coming and going in sewers and tunnels. My God, now that I think of it, all of Verne is an occult revelation of the mysteries of the underground. The voyage to the center of the earth, 20,000 leagues under the sea, the caverns of the mysterious island, the immense underground realm of the Black Indies. If we drew a diagram of his extraordinary travels, we would be sure to obtain, finally, a sketch of the coils of the serpent, a chart of the leaves drawn for each continent. Verne explores the network of the telluric currents from above and below." I collaborated. "What's the name of the hero of the Black Indies? John Garrow? Close to Grail." "We're not ivory tower eggheads, we're men with feet on the ground." Verne gives even more explicit signals. Robur le Conquérant, R.C. Rosy Cross, and Robur, read backward, is Rubor, the red of the rose. Chapter 85. Phileas Fogg, a name that is also a signature. Eos, in Greek, has the sense of the global. It is therefore the equivalent of pan, of poly, and Phileas is the same as polyphile. As for Fogg, it is the English for bouillard, and no doubt Verne belonged to Le Bouillard. He was even kind enough to indicate the relationship between this society and the Rose and Cross, because what, enfin, is our noble traveller Phileas Fogg, if not a Rose and Cross? And further, doesn't he belong to the Reform Club, whose initials, R.C., designate the reforming Rose and Cross? And this Reform Club stands in pell-mell, suggesting once again the dream of Polyphile. Michel Lamy, Jules Verne, Initié et Initiateur, Paris, Peyo, 1984, pages 237 to 238. The reconstruction took us days and days. We would interrupt our work to confide in one another the latest connection. We read everything we could lay our hands on, encyclopedias, newspapers, cartoon strips, publishers' catalogues, and read it squinting, seeking possible shortcuts. At every bookstall we stopped and rummaged. We sniffed newsstands, stole abundantly from the manuscripts of our diabolicals, rushed triumphantly into the office, slamming the latest find on a desk. As I recall those weeks, everything seems to have taken place at a frenzied pace, as in a Keystone Cops film. All jerks and jumps, with doors opening and closing at supersonic speed, cream pies flying, dashes up flights of steps, up and down, back and forth, old cars crashing, shelves collapsing in grocery stores amid avalanches of cans, bottles, soft cheeses, spurting siphons, exploding flour sacks. Yet the intermissions, the idle moments, the rest of life going on around us, I remember as a story in slow motion, the plan taking gradual shape with the discipline of gymnastics, or like the slow rotation of the discus thrower, the cautious sway of the shot-putter, the long tempos of golf, the senseless weights of baseball. But whatever the rhythm was, luck rewarded us, because, wanting connections, we found connections, always, everywhere, and between everything. The world exploded into a whirling network of kinships, where everything pointed to everything else, everything explained everything else. I said nothing about it to Leah, to avoid irritating her, and I even neglected Giulio. I would wake up in the middle of the night with the realization, for example, that René Descartes could make R.C., and that he had been over-energetic in seeking and then denying having found the Rosicrucians. Why all that obsession with method? Because it was through method that you arrived at the solution to the mystery that was fascinating all the initiates of Europe. And who had celebrated the enchantment of Gothic? René de Chateaubriand. And who, in Bacon's time, wrote Steps to the Temple? Richard Crashaw. And what about Ranieri de Calzabigi, René Char, Raymond Chandler, and Rick of Casablanca? Chapter 86. This science, which was not lost, at least as far as its practice was concerned, was taught to the cathedral builders by the monks of Citeaux. They were known in the last century as Compagnons du Tour de France. It was to them that Eiffel turned to build his tower. L. Charpentier, Les Mystères de la Cathédrale de Chartres, Paris, Lafon, 1966, pages 55 to 56. Now we had the entire modern age filled with industrious moles tunneling through the earth, spying on the planet from below. But there had to be something else, another venture the Baconians had set in motion, whose results, whose stages were before everyone's eyes, though no one had noticed them. The ground had been punctured and the deep strata tested, but the Celts and the Templars had not confined themselves to digging wells. They had planted their stations and aimed them straight at the heavens, to communicate from megalith to megalith, and to catch the influences of the stars. The idea came to Belbo during a night of insomnia. He leaned out the window and saw in the distance, above the roofs of Milan, the lights of the steel tower of the Italian radio, the great city antenna. A moderate, prudent babble, and he understood. "The Eiffel Tower," he said to us the next morning. "Why didn't we think of it before? The metal megalith, the menhir of the last Celts, the hollow spire, taller than all Gothic spires. What need did Paris have of this useless monument? It's the celestial probe, the antenna that collects information from every hermetic valve stuck into the planet's crust. The statues of Easter Island, Machu Picchu, the Statue of Liberty, conceived first by the initiate Lafayette, the obelisk of Luxor, the highest tower of Tomar, the Colossus of Rhodes, which still transmits from the depths of a harbor that no one can find, the temples of the Brahmin jungle, the turrets of the Great Wall, the top of Ayers Rock, the spires of Strasbourg, which so delighted the initiate Goethe, the faces of Mount Rushmore, how much the initiate Hitchcock understood, and the TV antenna of the Empire State Building. And tell me to what empire this creation of American initiates refers, if not the empire of Rudolph of Prague. The Eiffel Tower picks up signals from underground and compares them with what comes from the sky. And who is it who gave us the first terrifying movie image of the Tour Eiffel? René Clair in Paris qui dort. René Clair, R.C. The entire history of science had to be reread. Even the space race became comprehensible, with those crazy satellites that did nothing but photograph the crust of the globe to localize invisible tensions, submarine tides, currents of warmer air, and speak among themselves, speak to the tower, to Stonehenge. Chapter 87. It is a remarkable coincidence that the 1623 folio known by the name of Shakespeare contains exactly 36 plays. W.F.C. Wigston, Francis Bacon versus Phantom Captain Shakespeare, The Rosicrucian Mask, London, Kegan Paul, 1891, page 353. When we traded the results of our fantasies, it seemed to us, and rightly, that we had proceeded by unwarranted associations, by shortcuts so extraordinary that if anyone had accused us of really believing them, we would have been ashamed. We consoled ourselves with the realization, unspoken now, respecting the etiquette of irony, that we were parodying the logic of our diabolicals. But during the long intervals in which each of us collected evidence to produce at the plenary meetings, and with the clear conscience of those who accumulate material for a medley of burlesques, our brains grew accustomed to connecting everything with everything else, until we did it automatically out of habit. I believe that you can reach the point where there is no longer any difference between developing the habit of pretending to believe and developing the habit of believing. It's the old story of spies. They infiltrate the secret service of the enemy, they develop the habit of thinking like the enemy, and if they survive, it's because they've succeeded. And before long, predictably, they go over to the other side because it has become theirs. Or take those who live alone with a dog. They speak to him all day long. First they try to understand the dog, then they swear the dog understands them. He's shy, he's jealous, he's hypersensitive. Next they're teasing him, making scenes, until they're sure he's become just like them, human, and they're proud of it. But the fact is that they have become just like him. They have become canine. Perhaps because I was in daily contact with Leah, and with the baby, I was, of the three, the least affected by the game. I was convinced I was its master. I felt as if I were again playing the agogo during the rite in Brazil.
You stay on the side of those who control the emotions, and not with those who are controlled by them. About Diotalevi, I didn't know then. I know now. He was training himself viscerally to think like a diabolical. As for Belbo, he was identifying at a more conscious level. I was becoming addicted, Diotalevi was becoming corrupted, Belbo was becoming converted. But all of us were slowly losing that intellectual light that allows you always to tell the similar from the identical, the metaphorical from the real. We were losing that mysterious and bright and most beautiful ability to say that Signor A has grown bestial, without thinking for a moment that he now has fur and fangs. The sick man, however, thinking bestial, immediately sees Signor A on all fours, barking or grunting. In Diotalevi's case, as we would have realized if we hadn't been so excited ourselves, it began when he returned at the end of the summer. He seemed thinner, but it wasn't that healthy thinness of someone who has spent a few weeks hiking in the mountains. His delicate albino skin now had a yellowish cast. Perhaps we thought, if we noticed at all, that he had spent his vacation poring over rabbinic scrolls. But our minds were on other things. In the days that followed, we were able to account also for the camps opposed to the Baconian. For example, current Masonic studies believe that the Illuminati of Bavaria, who advocated the destruction of nations and the destabilization of the state, inspired not only the anarchism of Bakunin, but also Marxism itself. Puerile. The Illuminati were provocateurs. They were Baconians who had infiltrated the Teutonics. Marx and Engels had something quite different in mind when they began their manifesto of 1848 with the eloquent sentence, "A spectre is haunting Europe." Why this Gothic metaphor? The Communist Manifesto is alluding sarcastically to the secret hunt for the plan, which has agitated the continent for centuries. The manifesto suggests an alternative both to the Baconians and to the Neo-Templars. Marx, a Jew, perhaps initially the spokesman for the rabbis of Gerona or Safed, tries to involve the entire chosen people in the search. But then the project possesses him, and he identifies the Shekinah, the exiled people in the kingdom, with the proletariat, and thus, betraying the expectations of those who taught him, he turns all Messianic Judaism on its head. Templars of the world unite. The map to the workers. Splendid. What better historical justification for communism? Yes, Belbo said, but the Baconians also run into trouble along the way. Don't think they don't. Some of them set out for the superhighway of science and end up in a blind alley. At the end of the dynasty, the Einsteins and the Fermis, after hunting for the secret in the heart of the microcosm, stumble upon the wrong invention. Instead of telluric energy, clean, natural, sapiential, they discover atomic energy, technological, unnatural, polluted. Space-time, the error of the West, Diotalevi said. It's the loss of the center. Vaccine and penicillin as caricatures of the elixir of eternal life, I added. Or like that other Templar, Freud, Belbo said, who instead of probing the labyrinths of the physical underground, probed those of the psychic underground, as if everything about them hadn't already been said, and better, by the alchemists. But you're the one, Diotalevi objected, who is trying to publish the books of Dr. Wagner. For me, psychoanalysis is for neurotics. Yes, and the penis is nothing but a phallic symbol, I concluded. Come, gentlemen, let's not digress, and let's not waste time. We still don't know where to put the Paulicians and the Jerusalemites. But before we were able to answer this question, we came upon another group, one that, not part of the 36 Invisibles, had nevertheless entered the game at quite an early stage, somewhat upsetting its designs, causing confusion. The Jesuits. Chapter 88. The Baron Hunt, Chevalier Ramsay, and numerous others who founded the grades in these rites worked under instructions from the general of the Jesuits. Templarism is Jesuitism. Letter to Madame Blavatsky from Charles Southern, 32nd degree A and PR, 94th degree Memphis, Knight of the Rosy Cross, Knight Kadosh, Mark Mason, 104th England, etc., Initiate of the English Brotherhood of the Rosicrucians and other secret societies, January 11, 1877. From Isis Unveiled, 1877, Volume 2, page 390. We had run into them too often from the time of the first Rosicrucian manifestos on. As early as 1620 in Germany, the Rosa Jesuitica appears, reminding us that the symbolism of the rose was Catholic and Marian before it was Rosicrucian, and the hint is made that the two orders are in league. that Rosicrucianism is only a reformulation of the Jesuit mystique for consumption in Reformation Germany. I remembered what Solon had said about Father Kircher's rancorous attack on the Rosicrucians, right in the middle of his discourse on the depths of the terraqueous globe. Father Kircher, I said, is a central character in this story. Why would this man, who so often showed a gift for observation and a taste for experiment, drown these few good ideas in thousands of pages overflowing with incredible hypotheses? He was in correspondence with the best English scientists. Each of his books deals with typical Rosicrucian subjects, ostensibly to contest them, actually to espouse them, offering his own counter-Reformation version. In the first edition of the Fama, Herr Hasselmeyer, condemned to the galleys by the Jesuits because of his reforming ideas, hastens to say that the Rosicrucians are the true Jesuits. Very well. Kircher writes his 30-odd volumes to argue that the Jesuits are the true Rosicrucians. The Jesuits are trying to get their hands on the plan. Kircher wants to study those pendulums himself, and he does, in his own way. He invents a planetary clock that will give the exact time in all the headquarters of the Society of Jesus scattered throughout the world. But how did the Jesuits know of the plan when the Templars let themselves be killed rather than reveal it? Diotilevi asked. It was no good answering that the Jesuits always know everything. We needed a more seductive explanation. We quickly found one. Guillaume Postel again. Leafing through the history of the Jesuits by Crétinaux-Joly, and how we chuckled over that unfortunate name, we learned that in 1554 Postel, in a fit of mystical fervor and thirst for spiritual regeneration, joined Ignatius Loyola in Rome. Ignatius welcomed him with open arms, but Postel was unable to part with his manias, his Kabbalism, his ecumenicalism, and the Jesuits couldn't accept these things, especially one mania that Postel absolutely refused to abandon, the idea that the king of the world was the king of France. Ignatius may have been a saint, but he was also Spanish. So at last a rupture came about. Postel left the Jesuits, or the Jesuits kicked him out. But since he had been a Jesuit, even if only briefly, he had sworn obedience per inde ac cadaver to Saint Ignatius, and therefore must have revealed to him his mission. Dear Ignatius, he must have said, in receiving me you receive also the secret of the Templar plan, whose unworthy representative I am in France, and indeed, while we are all awaiting the third centenary meeting in 1584, we might as well await it ad majorem Dei gloriam. So the Jesuits, thanks to Postel's moment of weakness, come to know the secret of the Templars. This knowledge must be exploited. St. Ignatius goes to his eternal reward, but his successors remain watchful. They keep an eye on Postel. They want to know whom he will meet in that fateful year 1584. But alas, Postel dies before then. Nor is it any help that, as one of our sources tells us, an unknown Jesuit is present at his deathbed. The Jesuits do not learn who his successor is. "I'm sorry, Casaubon," Belbo said, "but something here doesn't add up. If what you say is true, the Jesuits couldn't know that the meeting failed to come off in 1584. "Don't forget that the Jesuits," Diotilevi remarked, "were men of iron, not easily fooled." "Ah, as for that," Belbo said, "a Jesuit could eat 2 Templars for breakfast and another 2 for dinner. They also were disbanded, and more than once, and all the governments of Europe lent a hand, but they're still here." We had to put ourselves in a Jesuit's shoes. What would a Jesuit do if Postel slipped from his grasp? I had an idea immediately, but it was so diabolical that not even our diabolicals, I thought, would swallow it. The Rosicrucians were an invention of the Jesuits. After Postel's death, I argued, the Jesuits, clever as they are, mathematically foresee the confusion of the calendars and decide to take the initiative. They set up this Rosicrucian red herring, calculating exactly what will happen. Among all the fanatics who swallow the bait, someone from one of the genuine groups, caught off guard, will come forward. Imagine the fury of Bacon. "Flood, you idiot, couldn't you have kept your mouth shut?" "But, my lord, they seem to be with us." "Fool, weren't you taught never to trust papists? They should have burned you, not that poor wretch from Nola." "But in that case," Belbo said, "when the Rosicrucians move to France, why do the Jesuits, or those polemicists in their hire, attack the newcomers as heretics possessed by devils?" "Surely you don't expect the Jesuits to work in a straightforward way? What sort of Jesuits would they be then?" We quarreled at length over my proposal, and finally decided, unanimously, that the original hypothesis was better. The Rosicrucians were the bait cast for the French by the Baconians and the Germans, but the Jesuits, as soon as the manifestos appeared, caught on, and they immediately joined in the game to muddy the waters. Obviously, the Jesuits' aim was to prevent the English and German groups from meeting with the French, and to that end any trick would do, no matter how dirty. Meanwhile, they recorded events, gathered information, and put it all— where? In a bulafia, Belbo joked. But Diotalevi, who had been gathering information himself, said it was no joke. Surely the Jesuits were constructing an immense, tremendously powerful computer that would draw a conclusion from this patiently accumulated age-old brew of truth and falsehood. The Jesuits, Diotalevi said, understood what neither the poor old Templars of Provins nor the Baconian camp had yet realized, namely, that the reconstruction of the map could be accomplished by ars combinatoria. In other words, with a method that foreshadowed our modern electronic brains. The Jesuits were the first to invent a bulafia. Father Kircher reread all the treatises on the combinatorial art from Lulus on, and you see what he published in his Ars Magna Sciendi. "It looks like a crochet pattern to me," Belbo said. "No, gentlemen, these are all the possible combinations. Factor analysis, that of the Sefer Yetzirah. Calculation of permutations, the very essence of the Temura." This was certainly so. It was one thing to conceive Flood's vague project of identifying the map by beginning with a polar projection. It was quite another to figure out how many trials would be required in order to arrive at the correct solution. And again, it was one thing to create an abstract model of all the possible combinations, and another to invent a machine able to carry them out. So both Kircher and his disciple Schott built mechanical devices, mechanisms with perforated cards, computers ante litteram, binary calculators, Kabbalah applied to modern technology. IBM, Jesus Babbage Mundi, Jesum Binarium Magnificamur. AMDG, Ad Majorem Dei Gloriam, not on your life. Ars Magna Digitale Gaudium. IHS, Jesus Hardware and Software. Chapter 89. In the bosom of the deepest darkness a society has been formed, a society of new beings who know one another though they have never seen one another, who understand one another without explanations, who serve one another without friendship. From the Jesuit rule this society adopts blind obedience, from the Masons it takes the trials and the ceremonies, and from the Templars the subterranean mysteries and the great audacity. Has the Comte de Saint-Germain simply imitated Guillaume Postel, who desperately wanted people to believe him older than he was? Marquis de Luchet, Essai sur la secte des Illuminés, Paris, 1789, Roman 5 and Roman 12. The Jesuits knew that if you wanted to confound your enemies, the best technique is to create clandestine sects, wait for dangerous enthusiasms to precipitate, then arrest them all. In other words, if you fear a plot, organize one yourself. That way all those who join it come under your control. I remembered the reservation Allier had expressed about Ramsay, the first to posit a direct connection between the Masons and the Templars. Allier said that Ramsay had ties with Catholic circles. In fact, Voltaire had already denounced Ramsay as a tool of the Jesuits. Faced with the birth of English Freemasonry, the Jesuits in France responded with Scottish Neo-Templarism. Responding to this French plot, a certain Marquis de Luchet produced in 1789, anonymously, Essai sur la secte des Illuminés, in which he lashed out against the Illuminati of every stripe, Bavarian or otherwise, priest-baiting anarchists and mystical Neo-Templars alike, and he threw on the heap, incredible how all the pieces of our mosaic were fitting together, even the Paulicians, even Postel and Saint-Germain. His complaint was that these forms of Templar mysticism were undermining the credibility of Masonry, which, in contrast, was a society of good and honest people. The Baconians had invented Masonry to be like Rix in Casablanca. Jesuit Neo-Templarism had parried that move, and now Luchet was hired to bump off all the groups that weren't Baconian. At this point, however, we were confronted with another problem, which was too much for poor Allier to handle. Why had de Maistre, who was the Jesuits' man, gone to Wilhelmsbad to sow dissension among the Neo-Templars a good 7 years before the Marquis de Luchet appeared on the scene? At this point, however, we were confronted with another problem, which was too much for poor Allier to handle. Why had de Maistre, who was the Jesuits' man, gone to Wilhelmsbad to sow dissension among the Neo-Templars a good 7 years before the Marquis de Luchet appeared on the scene? Neo-Templarism was all right in the first half of the 18th century, Belbo said, and it was all wrong at the end of the century. First because it had been taken over by revolutionaries, for whom anything served, the goddess Reason, the supreme being, even Cagliostro, provided they could cut off the king's head. And second, because the German princes were now putting their thumbs in the pie, especially Frederick of Prussia, and his aims surely didn't correspond to those of the Jesuits. When mystical Neo-Templarism, whoever invented it, began producing things like the magic flute, Loyola's men naturally decided to wipe it out. It's like high finance. You buy a company, you sell off its assets, you declare bankruptcy, you close it down, and you reinvest its capital. The important thing is the overall strategy, not what happens to the janitor. Or it's like a used car. When it stops running, you send it to the junkyard. Chapter 90. In the true Masonic code, no other god will be found save Mani. He is the god of the Kabbalist Masons, of the ancient Rosicrucians, of the Martinist Masons. All the outrages attributed to the Templars are precisely those attributed before them to the Manichaeans. Abbé Barwell, Mémoire pour servir à l'histoire du jacobinisme, Hamburg, 1798, 2, Roman 8. The Jesuit strategy became clear to us when we discovered Father Barwell. Between 1797 and 1798, in response to the French Revolution, he writes his Mémoire pour servir à l'histoire du jacobinisme, a real dime novel that begins, surprise, surprise, with the Templars. After the burning of Molay, they transformed themselves into a secret society to destroy monarchy and papacy, and to create a world republic. In the 18th century, they take over Freemasonry and make it their instrument. In 1763, they create a literary academy consisting of Voltaire, Turgot, Condorcet, Diderot, and d'Alembert, which meets in the house of Baron d'Holbach, and in 1776, plot after plot, they bring about the birth of the Jacobins. But they are mere marionettes, their strings pulled by the real bosses, the Illuminati of Bavaria, regicides by vocation. Junkyard? After having split Masonry in two with the help of Ramsay, the Jesuits were putting it together again in order to fight it head-on. Barwell's book had some influence. In fact, in the French National Archives there are at least 2 reports ordered by Napoleon on the clandestine sects. These reports were drawn up by a certain Charles de Berchem, who, in the best tradition of secret police, obtained his information from sources already published. He copied freely, first from the book by the Marquis de Luchet, and then from Barwell's. Reading these horrifying descriptions of the Illuminati, as well as the denunciation of a directorate of unknown superiors capable of ruling the world, Napoleon did not hesitate. He decided to join them. He had his brother Joseph named Grand Master of the Great Orient, and he himself, according to many sources, made contact with the Masons and became a very high official in their ranks. It is not known, however, in which right, perhaps prudently in all of them. We had no idea what Napoleon knew, but we weren't forgetting that he had spent time in Egypt, and God knows what sages he conversed with in the shadow of the pyramids. Even a child could see that the famous 40 centuries there looking down on him were a clear reference to the Hermetic tradition. Napoleon must have known something, because in 1806 he convoked an assembly of French Jews. The official reasons were banal: an attempt to reduce usury, to assure himself of the loyalty of the Jewish population, to find new financing. None of which explains why he called that assembly the Grand Sanhedrin, a name suggesting a directorate of superiors more or less unknown. The truth is that the shrewd Corsican had identified the representatives of the Jerusalemite branch and was trying to unite the various scattered Templar groups. It's no accident that in 1808 Maréchal Ney's troops are at Tomar. You see the connection? We're here to see connections. Now Napoleon, about to defeat England, has almost all the European centers in his hand, and through the French Jews he has the Jerusalemites as well. What does he still lack? The Paulicians. Exactly, and we haven't yet decided where they end up. But Napoleon provides us with a clue. He goes to look for them in Russia. Living for centuries in Slavic regions, the Paulicians naturally reorganize under the labels of various Russian mystic groups. One of the most influential advisers of Alexander I is Prince Golitsyn, connected with sects of Martinist inspiration. And who do we find in Russia, a good 10 years before Napoleon, as plenipotentiary of the House of Savoy, tying bonds with the mystic cenacles of St. Petersburg? de Maistre. At this point, de Maistre distrusts any organization of Illuminati. For him, they are no different from the men of the Enlightenment responsible for the bloodbath of the Revolution. During this period, in fact, repeating Barruel almost word for word, he talks of a satanic sect that wants to conquer the world. And probably he has Napoleon in mind. If our great reactionary is aiming then to seduce the Martinist groups, it is because he suspects that they, though drawing their inspiration from the same sources as French and German Neo-Templarism, are the heirs of the one group not yet corrupted by Western thought, the Paulicians. But apparently de Maistre's plan does not succeed. In 1815, the Jesuits are expelled from St. Petersburg, and de Maistre returns to Turin. "All right," Diotallevi said. "We found the Paulicians again. Let's get rid of Napoleon, who obviously failed in his purpose. Otherwise, on St. Helena, he could have made his enemies quake by merely snapping his fingers. What happens now among all these people? My head is splitting." "At least you still have a head." Chapter 91. Oh, how well you have unmasked those infernal sects that are preparing the way for the Antichrist. But there is still one sect that you have touched only lightly. Letter from Captain Simonini to Barruel, published in La Civiltà Cattolica, October 21st, 1882. Napoleon's rapprochement with the Jews caused the Jesuits to alter their course. Barruel's memoir had contained no reference to the Jews. But in 1806 he received a letter from a certain Captain Simonini, who reminded him that Mani and the Old Man of the Mountain were also Jews, that Masonry had been founded by the Jews, and that the Jews had infiltrated all the existing secret societies. Simonini's letter, shrewdly circulated in Paris, was an embarrassment for Napoleon, who had just got in touch with the Grand Sanhedrin. This move obviously alarmed the Paulicians too, because the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church declared, "Napoleon now proposes to unite all the Jews, whom the wrath of God has scattered over the face of the earth, so that they will overturn the Church of Christ and proclaim Napoleon the true Messiah." The good Barruel accepted the idea that the plot was not only Masonic, but also Judeo-Masonic. Further, this satanic element allowed him to attack a new enemy, the Alta Vendita Carbonara, and later the anti-clerical fathers of the Risorgimento, from Mazzini to Garibaldi. "But this all happens in the middle of the 19th century, Diotallevi said, whereas the big anti-Semitic campaign gets underway at the end of the century with the publication of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. And the Protocols appear in Russia, so they are an initiative of the Paulicians." "Naturally," Belbo said. "It's clear now that the Jerusalemite group had broken up into three branches. The first branch, through the Spanish and Provençal Kabbalists, went on to inspire the Neo-Templar camp. The second was taken over by the Baconian wing, and they all became scientists and bankers. They're the ones the Jesuits oppose so fiercely. But there is a third branch, and it established itself in Russia. The Russian Jews are generally small tradesmen and moneylenders, and for that reason are hated by the impoverished peasants. But since Jesuit culture is a culture of the book, and all Jews know how to read and write, they eventually swell the ranks of the liberal and revolutionary intelligentsia. The Paulicians, in contrast, are mystics, reactionaries, hand in glove with the landowners, and they have also infiltrated the court. Obviously, between them and the Jerusalemites there can be no traffic. So they are bent on discrediting the Jews, and through the Jews, this they learned from the Jesuits, they cause trouble for their adversaries abroad, both the Neo-Templars and the Baconians. Chapter 92. There can no longer be any doubt. With all the power and the terror of Satan, the reign of the triumphant King of Israel is approaching our unregenerate world. The King born from the blood of Zion, the Antichrist, approaches the throne of universal power. Sergei Nilus, Epilogue to the Protocols. The idea was acceptable. We had only to consider who had introduced the Protocols in Russia. One of the most influential Martinists at the end of the century, Papoose, dazzled Nicholas II during his visit to Paris, then went to Moscow, taking with him one Philippe Nizier Anselme Vachot. Possessed by the devil at the age of 6, healer at 13, magnetizer in Lyon, Philippe fascinated both Nicholas II and his hysterical wife. He was invited to court, named physician of the Military Academy of St. Petersburg, made a general and a councillor of state. His enemies decided to diminish his influence by setting against him an equally charismatic figure, and Nilus was found. Nihilus was an itinerant monk who, in priestly habit, wandered in the forests, what else, displaying a prophet's great beard, 2 wives, a little daughter, an assistant, or lover perhaps, all hanging on his every word. Half guru, the kind that runs off with the collection plate, and half hermit, the kind that yells that the end is near, he was in fact obsessed by the Antichrist. The plan of Nihilus's supporters was to have him ordained, and then, after he married, what was another wife, more or less, Elena Alexandrovna Ozierova, the Tsarina's maid of honor, to have him become the confessor of the sovereigns. "I'm anything but a bloodthirsty man," Belbo said, "but I begin to feel that the massacre of Tsarskoye Selo was perhaps a justifiable extermination of vermin." Anyway, Philippe's supporters accused Nihilus of leading a lewd life, and God knows they were right. Nihilus had to leave the court, but at this point someone came to his aid, handing him the text of the protocols. Since everybody got the Martinists, who derived from St. Martin, mixed up with the Martinesists, followers of Martinus Pasqualis, whom Allier so dislikes, and since Pasqualis, according to a widespread rumor, was Jewish, by discrediting the Jews the protocols also discredited the Martinists, and with the discrediting of the Martinists, Philippe was booted out. Actually, a first incomplete version of the protocols had already appeared in 1903 in Znamya, a St. Petersburg paper edited by a rabid anti-Semite named Khrushchevan. In 1905, with the approval of the government censors, a complete text anonymously appeared under the title The Source of Our Evils, edited by one Butmi, who, with Khrushchevan, had founded the Union of the Russian People, later known as the Black Hundreds, which enlisted common criminals to carry out pogroms and extremist right-wing acts of violence. Butmi later published, under his own name, further editions of the work, with the title The Enemies of the Human Race, Protocols from the Secret Archives of the Central Chancellery of Zion. But these were cheap booklets. An expanded version of the protocols, the one that was to be translated all over the world, came out in 1905, in the 3rd edition of Nihilus's book, The Great in the Small, The Antichrist is an Imminent Political Possibility, Tsarskoye Selo, under the aegis of a local chapter of the Red Cross. The scope was broader, the framework that of mystical reflection, and the book ended up in the hands of the Tsar. The Metropolitan of Moscow ordered it read aloud in all the churches of the city. "But what," I asked, "is the connection between the protocols and our plan? We keep talking about these protocols. Should we read them?" "Nothing could be simpler," Diotalevi said. "There's always someone who reprints them. Publishers used to do it with a great show of indignation, purely out of a sense of duty to make available a historical document. Then, little by little, they stopped apologizing and reprinted it with unrepentant pleasure." What genteel Gentiles? Chapter 93. The only society known to us that is capable of rivaling us in these arts is that of the Jesuits, but we have succeeded in discrediting the Jesuits in the eyes of the stupid populace, because that society is an open organization, whereas we stay in the wings, maintaining secrecy. Protocols, Roman 5. The Protocols are a series of 24 declarations, a program of action attributed to the elders of Zion. To us, these elders' intentions seem somewhat contradictory. At one point they wanted to abolish freedom of the press, at another they seemed to encourage libertinage. They criticized liberalism, but supported the sort of thing today's leftist radicals attribute to the capitalist multinationals, including the use of sports and visual education to stultify the working class. They analyzed various methods of seizing world power. They praised the strength of gold. They advocated supporting revolution in every country, sowing discontent and confusion by proclaiming liberal ideas, but they also wanted to exacerbate inequality. They seemed to establish everywhere regimes of straw men they would control. They fomented war and urged the production of arms and, as Solon had said, the building of metros, the underground world, in order to have a way of mining the big cities. They said the end justified the means and were in favor of anti-Semitism, both to control the population of Jewish poor and to soften the hearts of Gentiles in the face of Jewish tragedy. An expensive ploy, Diotalevi said, but effective. They candidly declared, "We have unlimited ambition, an all-consuming greed, a merciless desire for revenge, and an intense hatred," displaying an exquisite masochism by reinforcing with gusto the cliché of the evil Jew that was already in circulation in the anti-Semitic press, the stereotype that would adorn the cover of all the editions of their book.
They called for abolishment of the study of the classics and of ancient history. In other words, Belbo said, the elders of Zion were a bunch of blockheads. Don't joke, Diotalevi said. This book was taken very seriously. But there's something that strikes me as odd. While the Jewish plot was meant to seem centuries old, all the references in the protocols are to petty fin de siècle French questions. The business about visual education stultifying the masses is a clear allusion to the educational program of Léon Bourgeois, who had 5 Masons in his government. Another passage advises electing people compromised in the Panama scandal, and one of these was Émile Loubet, who in 1899 became president of the French Republic. The Metro is mentioned because in those days the right-wing papers were complaining that the Compagnie du Métropolitain had too many Jewish shareholders. Hence the theory that the text was cobbled up in France in the last decade of the 19th century, at the time of the Dreyfus affair, to weaken the liberal front. That isn't what impresses me, Belbo said. It's the sense of déjà vu. The upshot is that these elders are planning to conquer the world, and we've heard all that before. Take away the references to events and problems of the last century, replace the tunnels of the Metro with the tunnels of Provins, and everywhere it says Jews write Templars, and everywhere it says Elders of Zion write 36 Invisibles divided into 6. My friends, this is the ordination of Provins. Chapter 94. Voltaire lui-même est mort jésuite. En avoit-il le moindre soupçon? FN de Bonneville, les jésuites chassés de la maçonnerie et leurs poignards brisés par les maçons. Orion de Londres, 1788, 2, page 74. All along it had been right in front of us, the whole thing, and we had failed to see it. Over 6 centuries, 6 groups fight to achieve the plan of Provins, and each group takes the text of that plan, simply changes the subject, and attributes it to its adversaries. After the Rosicrucians turn up in France, the Jesuits reverse the plan, replace it with its negative, discrediting the Baconians and the emerging English Masonry. When the Jesuits invent Neo-Templarism, the Marquis de Luchet attributes the plan to the Neo-Templars. The Jesuits, who by now are jettisoning the Neo-Templars, copy Luchet through Barruel, but they attribute the plan to all Freemasons in general. Then the Baconian counteroffensive. Digging into the texts of this liberal and secular polemic, we discovered that from Michelet and Quinet down to Garibaldi and Gioberti, the ordination was attributed to the Jesuits. Perhaps that idea originated with the Templar Pascal and his friends. The subject was popularized by Le Juif Errant of Eugène Sue, and by his character, the evil Monsieur Rodin, quintessence of the Jesuit world conspiracy. But as we looked further into Sue, we found far more. A text that seemed copied but half a century in advance from the protocols, almost word for word. This was the final chapter of Les Mystères du Peuple, where the diabolical Jesuit plan is exposed down to the last criminal detail. In a document sent by the General of the Society, Father Routan, historical figure, to Monsieur Rodin, who appears in the earlier Juif Errant, Rudolphe de Gerolstein, previously the hero of Mystère de Paris, comes into possession of this document and reveals it to the other democracy-loving characters. You see, my dear Lebrun, how cunningly this infernal plot is ordered, and what frightful sorrows, what horrendous enslavement, what terrible despotism it would spell for Europe and the world were it to succeed. It seemed Nilus's preface to the Protocols. Sue also attributed to the Jesuits the motto, which will be found in the Protocols attributed to the Jews, "The end justifies the means." Chapter 95. There is no need to multiply the evidence to prove that this degree of Rosy Cross was skillfully introduced by the leaders of Masonry. The doctrine, its hatred, and its sacrilegious practices, exactly those of the Kabbalah, of the Gnostics, and of the Manichaeans, reveals to us the identity of the authors, namely the Jewish Kabbalists. Monsieur Léon Murin, S.J., La Franc-Maçonnerie, Synagogue de Satan, Paris, Roteau, 1893, page 182. When Les Mystères du Peuple appears and the Jesuits see that the ordination is attributed to them, they quickly adopt the one tactic not yet used by anyone. Exploiting Simonini's letter, they attribute the ordination to the Jews. In 1869, Henri Gougenot de Mousseau, famous for 2 books on magic, publishes Les Juifs, le judaïsme et la judaïsation des peuples chrétiens.
which says that the Jews use the Kabbalah and are worshippers of Satan, since a secret line of descent links Cain directly to the Gnostics, the Templars, and the Masons. Gougenot receives a special benediction from Pius IX. But the plan, novelized by Sue, is rehashed by others who are not Jesuits. There's a nice story, almost a thriller, that takes place a bit later. In 1921, after the appearance of the protocols, which it took very seriously, the Times of London learns that a Russian monarchist landowner who fled to Turkey has bought from a former officer of the Russian secret police, now a refugee in Constantinople, a number of old books, and among them is one without a cover. On its spine it has only Joly, and there is a preface dated 1864. This is the source of the protocols. The Times does some research in the British Museum and discovers the original book by Maurice Joly, Dialogue aux Enfers entre Montesquieu et Machiavel, Brussels, though it says Genève on the title page, 1864. Maurice Joly has no connection with Crétinaux-Joly, but the similarity of the names must mean something. Joly's book is a liberal pamphlet against Napoleon III, in which Machiavelli, who represents the dictator's cynicism, argues with Montesquieu. Joly is arrested for this revolutionary venture. He serves 15 years in prison, and in 1878 he kills himself. The Jewish plot enunciated in the protocols is taken almost literally from the words Joly puts in Machiavelli's mouth. The end justifies the means. After Machiavelli, the words become Napoleon's. The Times, however, does not realize, but we do, that Joly had shamelessly copied Sue's document, which predates it by at least 7 years. An anti-Semite authoress, devotee of the plot theory and the unknown superiors, a certain Nesta Webster, faced by this development, which reduces the protocols to the level of cheap plagiarism, provides us with a brilliant idea, the sort of idea that only a true initiate or initiate hunter can have. Joly was an initiate. He knew the plan of the unknown superiors and attributed it to Napoleon III, whom he hated. But this does not mean that the plan does not exist independently of Napoleon. Since the plan outlined in the protocols is a perfect description of the customary behavior of the Jews, then the Jews must have invented the plan. We had only to reread Mrs. Webster in the light of her own logic. Since the plan coincided exactly with what the Templars wanted, it was the plan of the Templars. Besides, we had the logic of facts on our side. We were particularly attracted by the episode in the Prague cemetery. This was the story of a certain Hermann Goethe, an insignificant Prussian postal employee who published false documents to discredit the Democrat Waldeck. The documents accused him of planning to assassinate the King of Prussia. Goethe, after he was unmasked, became the editor of the organ of the big conservative landowners, the Preußische Kreuzzeitung. Then, under the name Sir John Redcliffe, he began writing sensational novels, including Biarritz, in 1868. In it, he described an occultist scene in the Prague cemetery, very similar to the meeting of the Illuminati described by Dumas at the beginning of Giuseppe Balsamo, where Cagliostro, chief of the unknown superiors, among them Swedenborg, arranges the affair of the diamond necklace. In the Prague cemetery, the representatives of the 12 tribes of Israel gather to expound their plans for the conquest of the world. In 1876, a Russian pamphlet reprints the scene from Biarritz, but as if it were fact, not fiction. And in 1881, in France, Le Contemporain does the same thing, claiming that the news comes from an unimpeachable source, the English diplomat Sir John Redcliffe. In 1896, one Bournon publishes a book, Les Juifs, nos contemporains, and repeats the scene of the Prague cemetery. He says that the subversive speech is made by the great rabbi, John Redcliffe. A later version, however, reports that the real Redcliffe was taken to the fatal cemetery by Ferdinand Lassalle. The plans revealed are more or less the same as described a few years earlier, in 1880, by the Revue des Études Juives, which publishes 2 letters attributed to Jews of the 15th century. The Jews of Arles ask the help of the Jews of Constantinople, because in France they are being persecuted, and the latter reply, "Well-beloved brothers in Moses, if the King of France forces you to become Christian, do so, because you cannot do otherwise, but preserve the law of Moses in your hearts. If they strip you of your possessions, raise your sons to be merchants, so that eventually they can strip Christians of their possessions. If they threaten your lives, raise your sons to be physicians and pharmacists, so that they can take the lives of Christians. If they destroy your synagogues, raise your sons to be canons and clerics, so that they can destroy the churches of the Christians.
If they inflict other tribulations on you, raise your sons to be lawyers and notaries, and have them mingle in the business of every state, so that putting the Christians under your yoke, you will rule the world, and can then take your revenge. It was again the plan of the Jesuits, and before that of the ordination of the Templars. Few variations, few changes. The protocols were self-generating, a blueprint that migrated from one conspiracy to another. And when we racked our brains to find the missing link that connected this whole fine story to Nihilus, we encountered Rakhovsky, head of the Tsar's secret police, the terrible Okhrana. Chapter 96. A cover is always necessary. In concealment lies a great part of our strength. Hence we must always hide ourselves under the name of another society. Die neuesten Arbeiten des Spartacus und Philo in dem Illuminaten Orden, 1794, page 165. At that same time, reading some pages of our Diabolicals, we found that the Comte de Saint-Germain, among his numerous disguises, had assumed the identity Rutskoshi, at least according to the ambassador of Frederick II in Dresden. And the Landgrave of Hesse, at whose residence Saint-Germain was supposed to have died, said that he was of Transylvanian origin, and his name was Rogotsky. We had also to consider that Comenius dedicated his Pansophiae, a work surely born in the odor of Rosicrucianism, to a Landgrave, another Landgrave, named Rogovsky. A final touch to the mosaic. Browsing at a bookstall in Piazza Castello, I found a German work on masonry, anonymous, in which an unknown hand had added, on the flyleaf, a note to the effect that the text was the work of one Karl August Rogotki. Bearing in mind that Rakowski was the name of the mysterious individual who had perhaps killed Colonel Ardenti, we now could include in the plan our Comte de Saint-Germain. "Aren't we giving that scoundrel too much power?" Diotalevi asked, concerned. "No, no," Belbo replied. "We need him, like soy sauce in Chinese dishes. If it's not there, it's not Chinese. Look at Allier, who knows a thing or two. Did he take Cagliostro as his model, or Villermoz? No, Saint-Germain is the quintessence of Homo Hermeticus." Pierre Ivanovich Rakhovsky, jovial, sly, feline, intelligent, and astute, a counterfeiter of genius. First a petty bureaucrat, later in contact with revolutionary groups. In 1879 he is arrested by the secret police and charged with having given refuge to terrorist companions after their attempted assassination of General Drentel. He becomes a police informer and, here we go, joins the ranks of the Black Hundreds. In 1890 he discovers in Paris an organization that makes bombs for demonstrations in Russia. He arranges the arrest back home of 73 terrorists. 10 years later it is discovered that the bombs were made by his own men. In 1887 he circulates a letter by a certain Ivanov, a repentant revolutionary who declares that the majority of the terrorists are Jews. In 1890 a Confession par un vieillard ancien révolutionnaire, in which the exiled revolutionaries in London are accused of being British agents. And in 1892 a bogus text of Plekhanov, which accuses the leaders of the Narodnaya Volya party of having had that confession published. In 1902 he forms a Franco-Russian anti-Semitic league. To ensure its success he uses a technique similar to that of the Rosicrucians. He declares that the league exists so that people will then create it. But he uses another tactic too. He cleverly mixes truth with falsehood, the truth apparently damaging to him so that nobody will doubt the falsehood. He circulates in Paris a mysterious appeal to support the Russian Patriotic League, headquarters in Kharkov. In the appeal he attacks himself as the man who wants to make the League fail, and he expresses the hope that he, Rakhovsky, will change his mind. He accuses himself of relying on discredited characters like Nihilus, and this is true. Why can the protocols be attributed to Rakhovsky? Rakhovsky's sponsor is Count Sergei Witte, a minister who desires to turn Russia into a modern country. Why the progressive Witte makes use of the reactionary Rakhovsky, God only knows. But at this point, the three of us would have been surprised by nothing. Witte has a political opponent, Élie de Sion, who has already attacked him publicly, making assertions that recall certain passages in the protocols, except that in Sion's writings there are no references to the Jews,
since he is of Jewish origin himself. In 1897, at Witte's orders, Rachowski has Sion's villa at Terata searched, and he finds a pamphlet by Sion drawn from Joly's book, or Suze, in which the ideas of Machiavelli Napoleon III are attributed to Witte. With his genius for falsification, Rachowski substitutes the Jews for Witte and has the text circulated. The name Sion is perfect, suggesting Zion, and now everybody sees that an eminent Jewish figure is denouncing a Jewish plot. This is how the protocols are born. The text falls into the hands of Juliana or Justine Glinka, who in Paris frequents Madame Blavatsky's Parisian circle, and in her free time she spies on and denounces Russian revolutionaries in exile. This Glinka woman is undoubtedly an agent of the Paulicians, who are allied to the agrarians and therefore want to convince the Tsar that Witte's programs are part of the international Jewish plot. Glinka sends the document to General Orgievsky, and he, through the commander of the Imperial Guard, sees that it reaches the Tsar. Witte is in trouble. So Rachowski, driven by his anti-Semitism, contributes to the downfall of his sponsor, and probably to his own, because from that moment on we lose all trace of him. But Saint-Germain perhaps donned new disguises, moved on to new reincarnations. Nevertheless, our story was plausible, rational, because it was backed by facts. It was true. As Belbo said, true as the Bible. Which reminded me of what De Angelis had told me about the Synarchy. The fine thing about the whole story, our story, and perhaps also history itself, as Belbo hinted with feverish eyes as he handed me his file cards, was that groups locked in mortal combat were slaughtering one another, each in turn using the other's weapons. The first duty of a good spy, I remarked, is to denounce as spies those whom he has infiltrated. Belbo said, I remember an incident in, name omitted. At sunset, along a shady avenue, I always ran into this guy named Ramo, or something like that, in a little black balila. Black mustache, curly black hair, black shirt, and black teeth, horribly rotten. And he would be kissing a girl. I was revolted by those black teeth kissing that beautiful blonde. I don't even remember what her face was like, but for me she was virgin and prostitute, the eternal feminine, and great was my revulsion. Instinctively he adopted a lofty tone to show irony, aware that he had allowed himself to be carried away by the innocent tenderness of the memory. I asked myself why this Ramo, who belonged to the Black Brigades, dared allow himself to be seen around like that, even in the periods when, name omitted, was not occupied by the fascists. Someone whispered to me that he was a fascist spy. However it was, one evening I saw him in the same black balila, with the same black teeth, kissing the same blonde, but now with a red kerchief around his neck and a khaki shirt. He had shifted to the Garibaldi Brigades. Everybody made a fuss over him, and he actually gave himself a nom de guerre, X9, like the Alex Raymond character whom I had read about in the Aventuroso comics. Bravo, X9, they said to him. And I hated him more than ever, because he possessed the girl by popular consent. Those who said he was a fascist spy among the partisans were probably men who wanted the girl themselves, so they cast suspicion on X9. And then what happened? See here, Casaubon, why are you so interested in my life? Because you make it sound like a folk tale, and folk tales are part of the collective imagination. Good point. One morning X9 was driving along, out of his territory. Maybe he had a date to meet the girl in the fields, to go beyond their kissing and pawing and show her that his prick was not as rotten as his teeth. I'm sorry, I still can't make myself love him. Anyway, the fascists set a trap for him, captured him, took him into town, and at 5 o'clock the next morning they shot him. A pause. Belbo looked at his hands, which he had clasped, as if in prayer. Then he held them apart and said, That was the proof that he wasn't a spy. The moral of the story? Who said stories have to have a moral? But now that I think about it, maybe the moral is that sometimes, to prove something, you have to die. Chapter 97. I am that I am. Exodus, chapter 3, verse 14. Ego sum qui sum, an axiom of Hermetic philosophy. Madame Blavatsky, Isis Unveiled, 1877, page 1. Who are you? 300 voices asked as one, while 20 swords flashed in the hands of the nearest ghosts. I am that I am, he said.
Alexandre Dumas, Giuseppe Balsamo, Roman II. I saw Belbo the next morning. "Yesterday we sketched a splendid dime novel," I said to him, "but maybe if we want to make a convincing plan we should stick closer to reality." "What reality?" he asked me. "Maybe only cheap fiction gives us the true measure of reality. Maybe they've deceived us." "How?" "Making us believe that on one hand there is great art, which portrays typical characters in typical situations, and on the other hand you have the thriller, the romance, which portrays atypical characters in atypical situations. No true dandy, I thought, would have made love to Scarlett O'Hara, or even to Constance Bonacieux or Princess Daisy. I played with the dime novel in order to take a stroll outside of life. It comforted me, offering the unattainable. But I was wrong." "Wrong?" "Wrong. Proust was right. Life is represented better by bad music than by a missa solemnis. Great art makes fun of us as it comforts us, because it shows us the world as the artists would like the world to be. The dime novel, however, pretends to joke, but then it shows us the world as it actually is, or at least the world as it will become. Women are a lot more like Milady than they are like Little Nell. Fu Manchu is more real than Nathan the Wise, and history is closer to what Sue narrates than to what Hegel projects. Shakespeare, Melville, Balzac, and Dostoevsky all wrote sensational fiction. What has taken place in the real world was predicted in Penny Dreadfuls. The fact is, it's easier for reality to imitate the dime novel than to imitate art. Being a Mona Lisa is hard work. Becoming Milady follows our natural tendency to choose the easy way." Diotalevi, silent until now, remarked, "Or our Allier, for example. He finds it easier to imitate Saint-Germain than Voltaire." "Yes," Belbo said, "and women find Saint-Germain more interesting than Voltaire." Afterward I found this file, in which Belbo translated our discussion into fictional form, amusing himself by reconstructing the story of Saint-Germain without adding anything of his own, only a few sentences here and there to provide transitions, in a furious collage of quotes, plagiarisms, borrowings, clichés. Once again, to escape the discomfort of history, Belbo wrote and re-examined life through a literary stand-in. File name: The Return of Saint-Germain. For 5 centuries now the avenging hand of the all-powerful has driven me from deepest Asia all the way to this cold, damp land. I carry with me fear, despair, death. But no, I am the notary of the plan, even if nobody else knows of it. I have seen things far more terrible. Preparing the night of St. Bartholomew was more irksome than the thing I am now preparing to do. Oh, why do my lips curl in this satanic smile? I am that I am. If only that wretch Cagliostro had not usurped from me even this last privilege. But my triumph is near. Swapish, when I was Kelly, told me everything in the Tower of London. The secret is to become someone else. By shrewd plotting, I had Giuseppe Balsamo imprisoned in the fortress of San Leo, and I stole his secrets. Saint-Germain has vanished. Now all believe I am the Conte di Cagliostro. Midnight is struck by all the clocks of the city. What unnatural peace! This silence does not persuade me. A beautiful evening, though cold. The high moon casts an icy glow over the impenetrable alleys of old Paris. It is 10 o'clock. The spire of the Abbey of the Blackfriars has just tolled 8, slowly. The wind with mournful creaks moves the iron weathercocks on the desolate expanse of rooftops. A thick blanket of clouds covers the sky. "Skipper, are we turning back?" "No, we're sinking." "Damnation, the Patna's going to the bottom. Jump, Seven Seas Jim, jump. To be free of this anguish I'd give a diamond the size of a walnut. Luff the mainsail, take the tiller, the t'gallant, whatever you like. Curse you, it's blowing up." Horribly, I clench the cloister of my teeth as a deathly pallor flushes my green waxen face. How did I come here? I, who am the very image of revenge. The spirits of hell will smile with contempt at the tears of the creature whose menacing voice so often made them tremble even in the womb of their fiery abyss. Hola, lights! How many steps did I come down to reach this den? 7? 36? There is no stone I grazed, no step taken that did not hide a hieroglyph. When I have uncovered them all, the mystery will be revealed at last to my faithful followers. The message will be deciphered, its solution will be the key, and to the initiate, but only to the initiate, the enigma will then be revealed. Between the enigma and the deciphering of the message, the step is brief, and from it, radiant, the hierogram will emerge, upon which the prayer of interrogation will be defined. Then the arcanum will be drawn aside, the veil, the Egyptian tapestry that covers the pentacle, and thence to the light to announce the occult meaning of the pentacle, the cabalistic question to which only a few can reply, and to recite in a voice of thunder the impenetrable sign. Bent over it, the 36 invisibles will have to give the answer, the uttering of the rune whose meaning is open only to the sons of Hermes. To them let the mocking seal be given, the mask behind which is outlined the countenance they seek to bear, the mystic rebus, the sublime anagram. "Sator Arepo!" I shout in a voice to make a spectre tremble. And Sator Arepo appears, abandoning the wheel he grips with the clever hands of a murderer. At my command he prostrates himself. I recognize him, for I had already suspected his identity. He is Luciano, the handicapped shipping clerk, who the unknown superiors have decreed will be the executor of my evil and bloody task. "Sator Arepo," I ask mockingly, "do you know what is the final answer concealed behind the sublime anagram?" "No, Count," the imprudent one replies. "I wait to learn it from your lips." From my pale lips infernal laughter bursts and re-echoes through the ancient vaults. "Fool! Only the true initiate knows he does not know it." "Yes, master," the maimed clerk replies stupidly. "As you wish. I am ready." We are in a squalid den in Clignancourt. This evening I must punish, first of all, you, who initiated me into the noble art of crime, who pretend to love me, and who, what is worse, believe you love me, along with the nameless enemies with whom you will spend the next weekend. Luciano, unwelcome witness of my humiliations, will lend me his arm, his one arm. Then he too will die. The room has a trap door over a ditch or chamber, a subterranean passage used since time immemorial for the storage of contraband goods, a place always dank because it is connected to the Paris sewers, that labyrinth of crime, and the ancient walls exude unspeakable miasmas. So that when, with the help of Luciano, ever faithful in evil, I make a hole in the wall, water enters in spurts. It floods the cellar, the already rotting walls collapse, and the passage joins the sewers, and dead rats float past. The blackish surface that can be seen from above is now the vestibule to perdition. Far, far off, the Seine, and then the sea. A ladder hangs down, fixed to the upper edge of the trap. On this, at water level, Luciano takes his place with a knife, one hand gripping the bottom rung, the other holding the knife, the third ready to seize the victim. "Now wait in silence," I say to him, "and you will see. I have convinced you to destroy all men with a scar. Come with me, be mine forever, let us do away with those importunate presences. I know well that you do not love them, you told me as much, but we too will remain, we and the subterranean currents. Now you enter, haughty as a vestal, hoarse and numb as a witch. O vision of hell that stirs my age-old loins and grips my bosom in the clutch of desire! O splendid half-caste, instrument of my doom! With talon-like hands I rip the shirt of fine batiste that adorns my chest, and with my nails I stripe my flesh with bleeding furrows, while a horrible burning sears my lips as cold as the scales of the serpent. A hollow roar erupts from the black pit of my soul and bursts past the cloister of my fierce teeth. I, centaur vomited by the Tartar. But I suppress my cry and approach you with a horrid smile. "My beloved, my Sophia," I purr, as only the secret chief of the Ochrana can purr. "My beloved, my Sophia," I purr, as only the secret chief of the Ochrana can purr. "I have been waiting for you. Come, crouch with me in the shadows and wait." And you laugh a hoarse, slimy laugh, savoring in advance some inheritance, loot, a manuscript of the protocols to sell to the Tsar. How cleverly you conceal behind that angel face your demon nature. How modestly you sheathe your body in androgynous blue jeans, and your T-shirt, diaphanous, still hides the infamous lily branded on your white flesh by the executioner of Lille. The first dolt arrives, drawn by me into the trap. I can barely make out his features within the cloak that enfolds him, but he shows me the sign of the Templars of Provins. It is Swapish, the Tomar group's assassin. "Count," he says to me, "the moment has come. For too many years we have wandered, scattered over the world. You have the final piece of the message. I have the one that appeared at the beginning of the great game. But this is another story. Let us join forces, and the others—" I complete his sentence. "The others can go to hell. In the center of the room, brother, you will find a coffer. In the coffer is what you have been seeking for centuries. Do not fear the darkness. It does not threaten, but protects us." The dolt takes a few steps, groping. A thud, a splash. He has fallen through the trap-door, but Luciano grabs him, wields the knife. The throat is quickly cut. The gurgle of blood mingles with the churning of the Thonian muck. A knock at the door. "Is that you, Disraeli?" "Yes," answers the stranger, in whom my readers will have recognized the Grand Master of the English group, now risen to the pomp of power, but still not satisfied. He speaks. "My lord, it is useless to deny, because it is impossible to conceal, that a great part of Europe is covered with a network of these secret societies, just as the superficies of the earth is now being covered with railroads." "You said that in the Commons on July 14, 1856. Nothing escapes me. Get to the point." The Baconian Jew mutters a curse. He continues, "There are too many. The 36 invisibles are now 360. Multiply that by 2, 720. Subtract the 120 years at the end of which the doors are opened, and you get 600, like the charge of Balaclava." Devilish man, the secret science of numbers holds no secrets for him. "Well?" "We have gold, you have the map. Let us unite. Together we will be invincible." With a hieratic gesture, I point toward the spectral coffer that he, blinded by his desire, thinks he discerns in the shadows. He steps forward. He falls. I hear the sinister flash of Luciano's blade, and in the darkness I see the death rattle that glistens in the Englishman's silent pupil. Justice is done. I await the third, the French Rosicrucians man, Montfaucon de Villars, ready to betray the secrets of his sect. "I am the Comte de Gabalis," he introduces himself, the lying ninny. I have only to whisper a few words, and he is impelled toward his destiny. He falls, and Luciano, greedy for blood, performs his task. You smile with me in the shadows, and you tell me you are mine, that your secret will be my secret. Deceive yourself, yes, sinister caricature of the Shekinah. Yes, I am your Simon. But wait, you still do not know the best of it. When you do know, you will have ceased knowing. What to add? One by one the others enter. Padre Bresciani has informed me that, representing the German Illuminati, Babette d'Interlaken will come, the great-granddaughter of Weishaupt, the Grand Virgin of Helvetic Communism, who grew up amid roués, thieves, and murderers. Expert in stealing impenetrable secrets, in opening dispatches of state without breaking the seals, in administering poisons as her sect orders her. She enters then, the young Agatho-demon of crime, enfolded in a polar bear fur, her long blonde hair flowing from beneath the bold busby. Her eyes haughty, sarcastic. With the usual fraud, I direct her toward her destruction. Ah, irony of language! This gift nature has given us to keep silent the secrets of our spirit. The daughter of enlightenment falls victim to darkness. I hear her spewing horrible curses, impenitent, as Luciano twists the knife 3 times in her heart. Déjà vu. It is the turn of Nihilus, who for a moment thought to possess both the Tsarina and the map. Filthy lewd monk. You wanted the Antichrist? He stands before you, but you do not know him. I send him on, blind amid 1,000 mystical flatteries, to the evil trap awaiting him. Luciano rips open his breast with a wound in the form of a cross, and he sinks into eternal sleep. I must overcome the ancestral distrust in the last, the elder of Zion, who claims to be Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew, immortal like me. He is suspicious as he smiles unctuously, his beard still steeped in the blood of the tender Christian creatures he habitually slaughters in the cemetery of Prague. But I will be as clever as Rakowski, cleverer. I hint that the coffer contains not only the map but also uncut diamonds. I know the fascination uncut diamonds have for this deicide race. He approaches his destiny, dragged by his greed, and it is his own God, cruel and vengeful, that he curses as he dies, pierced like Hiram. But it is difficult for him to curse even now, because his God's name cannot be uttered. In my delusion, I thought I had concluded the great work. As if struck by a gust of wind, once again the door opens and a figure appears, a livid face, numbed fingers devoutly held to the chest, a hooded gaze.
He cannot conceal his identity, for he wears the black habit of his black society, a son of Loyola. "Crétinaux!" I cry, misled. He raises his hand in a hypocritical gesture of benediction. "I am not I am that I am," he says to me with a smile that contains nothing human. It is true. This has always been the Jesuits' method. Sometimes they deny their own existence, and sometimes they proclaim the power of their order to intimidate the uninitiated. "We are always other than what you think, sons of Belial," that seducer of sovereigns says now. "But you, O Saint-Germain—" "How do you know who I really am?" I ask, alarmed. He sneers. "We met in other times, when you tried to pull me away from the deathbed of Postel, when under the name of Abbé d'Herblay I led you to end one of your incarnations in the heart of the Bastille. Oh, how I still feel on my face the iron mask to which the Society, with Colbert's help, had sentenced me. We met when I spied on your secret talks with D'Holbach and Condorcet." "Rodin!" I exclaim, thunderstruck. "Yes, Rodin, the secret general of the Jesuits. Rodin, whom you will not trick into falling through the trap-door, as you did with the others. Know this, O Saint-Germain, there is no crime, no evil machination that we did not invent before you, to the greater glory of that God of ours who justifies the means. How many crowned heads have we made tumble into the night that has no morning, or into snares more subtle, to achieve dominion over the world? And now, when we are within sight of the goal, you would prevent us from laying our rapacious hands on the secret that for 5 centuries has moved the history of the world?" Rodin, speaking in this way, becomes fearsome. All the bloodthirsty ambition, all the execrable sacrilege that had smouldered in the breasts of the Renaissance popes now appears on the brow of this son of Loyola. I see clearly. An insatiable thirst for power stirs his impure blood, a burning sweat soaks him, a nauseating vapor spreads around him. How to strike this last enemy? To my aid comes an unexpected intuition, an intuition that can come only to one from whom the human soul, for centuries, has kept no inviolable secret place. "Look at me," I say. "I, too, am a tiger." With one move I thrust you into the middle of the room. I rip from you your T-shirt. I tear the belt of the skin-tight armor that conceals the charms of your amber belly. Now, in the pale light of the moon that seeps through the half-open door, you stand erect, more beautiful than the serpent that seduced Adam, haughty and lascivious, virgin and prostitute, clad only in your carnal power, because a naked woman is an armed woman. The Egyptian cloth descends over your thick hair, so black it seems blue. Your breast throbs beneath the filmy muslin. The gold uraeus, arched and stubborn, with emerald eyes, flashes on your head its triple tongue of ruby. And oh, your tunic of black gauze with silver glints, your girdle embroidered in sinister rainbows with black pearls, your swelling pubis shaved so that for your lovers you are sleek as a statue, your nipples gently touched by the brush of your Malabar slave girl, who has dipped it into the same carmine that bloodies your lips, inviting as a wound. Rodin is now panting. The long abstinences of a life spent in a dream of power have only prepared him all the more for enslavement to uncontrollable desire. Faced by this queen, beautiful and shameless, her eyes black as the devil's, her rounded shoulders, scented hair, white and tender skin, Rodin is seized by the possibility of unknown caresses, ineffable voluptuousness. His flesh yearns as a sylvan god yearns when gazing on a naked nymph mirrored in the water that has already doomed Narcissus. Against the light I see him stiffen, as one petrified by Medusa, sculpted by the desire of a repressed virility now at its sunset. The obsessive flame of lust surges through his body. He is like an arrow aimed at its target, a bow drawn to the breaking point. Suddenly he falls to the floor and crawls before this apparition, his hand extended like a claw to implore a sip of balm. "Oh, how beautiful you are," he groans, "with those little vixen teeth that gleam when you part your red and swollen lips, your great emerald eyes that flash, then fade. Oh, demon of lust!" He's not all that wrong, the wretch. As you now move your hips, sheathed in their blue denim, and thrust forward your groin to drive the pinball to its supreme folly. "Vision," Rodin says, "be mine. For just one instant crown with pleasure a life spent in the hard service of a jealous divinity, assuage with one lubricious embrace the eternity of flame to which your sight now plunges me. I beseech you, brush my face with your lips,
You Antinia, you Mary Magdalene, whom I have desired in the presence of saints dazed in ecstasy, whom I have coveted during my hypocritical worship of virginity. O lady, fair art thou as the sun, white as the moon. Lo, I deny both God and the saints and the Roman pontiff himself. No more, I deny Loyola and the criminal vow that binds me to my society. A kiss, one kiss, then let me die. On numbed knees he crawls, his habit pulled up over his loins, his hand outstretched toward unattainable happiness. Suddenly he falls back, his eyes bulging, his features convulsed, like the unnatural shocks produced by Volta's pile on the face of a corpse. A bluish foam purples his lips. From his mouth comes a strangled hissing, like a hydrophobe's. For when it reaches its paroxysmal phase, as Charcot rightly puts it, this terrible disease, which is satyriasis, the punishment of lust, impresses the same stigmata as rabid madness. It is the end. Rodin bursts into insane laughter, then crumples to the floor, lifeless, the living image of cadaveric rigor. In a single moment he went mad and died in mortal sin. I pushed the body toward the trap-door, careful not to dirty my patent leather boots on the greasy soutane of my last enemy. There is no need for Luciano's dagger, but the assassin can no longer control his actions, his bestial compulsion to murder over and over. Laughing, he stabs a lifeless dead cadaver. Now I move with you to the trap's rim. I stroke your throat as you lean forward to enjoy the scene. I say to you, are you pleased with your rocambole, my inaccessible love? And as you nod lasciviously and sneer, drooling into the void, I slowly tighten my fingers. What are you doing, my love? Nothing, Sophia. I am killing you. I am now Giuseppe Balsamo, and I have no further need of you. The harlot of the archons dies, drops to the water. With a thrust of his knife, Luciano seconds the verdict of my merciless hand, and I say to him, now you can climb up again, my trusty one, my black soul. As he climbs, his back to me, I insert between his shoulder blades a thin stiletto with a triangular blade that leaves hardly a mark. Down he plunges. I close the trap-door. It is done. I abandon the sordid room as 8 bodies float toward the Châtelet by conduits known only to me. I return to my small apartment in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. I look at myself in the mirror. There, I say to myself, I am the king of the world. From my hollow spire I rule the universe. My power makes my head spin. I am a master of energy. I am drunk with command. Alas, life's vengeance is not slow in coming. Months later, in the deepest crypt of the castle of Tomar, I, now master of the secret of the subterranean currents and lord of the 6 sacred places of those who had been the 36 invisibles, last of the last Templars and unknown superior of all unknown superiors, should win the hand of Cecilia, the androgyne with eyes of ice, from whom nothing can now separate me. I have found her again after the centuries that intervened since she was stolen from me by the man with the saxophone. Now she walks on the back of the bench as on a tightrope, blue-eyed and blonde, nor do I know what she is wearing beneath the filmy tulle that bedecks her. The chapel has been hollowed from the rock. The altar is surmounted by a canvas depicting the torments of the damned in the bowels of hell. Some hooded monks stand tenebrously at my side, but I am not disturbed. I am fascinated by the Iberian imagination. Then, oh horror, the canvas is raised, and behind it, the admirable work of some Archimboldo of caves, another chapel appears, exactly like this one. There before the other altar Cecilia is kneeling, and beside her, icy sweat beads my brow, my hair stands on end. Whom do I see, mockingly displaying his scar? The other, the real Giuseppe Balsamo. Someone has freed him from the dungeons of San Leo. And I? It is at this point that the oldest of the monks raises his hood, and I recognize the ghastly smile of Luciano, who, God knows how, escaped my stiletto, the sewers, the bloody mire that should have dragged his corpse to the silent depths of the ocean. He has gone over to my enemies in his rightful thirst for revenge. The monks slough off their habits. They are head to toe in armor, a flaming cross on their snow-white cloaks, the Templars of Provins. They seize me, turn me around, toward an executioner standing between 2 deformed assistants. I am bent over, and with a searing brand I am made the eternal prey of the jailer as the evil smile of Baphomet is impressed forever on my shoulder. Now I understand. I am to replace Balsamo at San Leo, or rather to resume the place that was assigned to me for all eternity. But they will recognize me, I tell myself, and someone will surely come to my aid, my accomplices at least.
A prisoner cannot be replaced without anybody's noticing. These are no longer the days of the Iron Mask. Fool! In a flash I understand as the executioner forces my head over a copper basin from which greenish fumes are rising. Vitriol. A cloth is placed over my eyes, my face is thrust into the devouring liquid, a piercing, unbearable pain. The skin of my cheeks shrivels, my nose, mouth, chin. A moment is all it takes. As I am pulled up again by the hair, my face is unrecognizable. Paralysis, pox, an indescribable absence of a face, a hymn to hideousness. I will go back to the dungeon like those fugitives who, to avoid recapture, had the courage to disfigure themselves. Ah, I cried, defeated, and as the narrator says, one word escapes my shapeless lips, a sigh, an appeal. Redemption. But redemption from what, old Rocambole? You knew better than to try to be a protagonist. You have been punished, and with your own arts. You mocked the creators of illusion, and now, as you see, you write using the alibi of a machine, telling yourself you are a spectator, because you read yourself on the screen as if the words belonged to another, but you have fallen into the trap. You, too, are trying to leave footprints on the sands of time. You have dared to change the text of the romance of the world, and the romance of the world has taken you instead into its coils and involved you in its plot, a plot not of your making. You would have done better to remain among your islands, Seven Seas Jim, and let her believe you were dead. Chapter 98. The National Socialist Party did not tolerate secret societies, because it was itself a secret society, with its Grand Master, its racist gnosis, its rites and initiations. René Allot, Les Sources Occultes du Nazisme, Paris, Grasset, 1969, page 214. It was around this time that Allier slipped through our fingers. That was the expression Belbo used, with a tone of excessive indifference. I attributed the indifference once again to jealousy. Silently obsessed by Allier's power over Lorenza, aloud he wisecracked about the power Allier was gaining at Garamond. Perhaps it was our own fault. Allier had begun seducing Garamond almost a year earlier, from the time of the alchemistic party in Piedmont. Soon after that, Garamond entrusted the SFA file to him, for him to recruit new victims to flesh out the Isis Unveiled catalogue. By now, Garamond consulted him on every decision, and no doubt gave him a monthly check. Gudrun, who carried out periodic expeditions to the end of the corridor, and beyond the glass door that gave access to the padded world of Minutius, told us from time to time in a worried voice that Allier had practically established himself in the office of Signora Grazia. He dictated letters to her, escorted new visitors into Garamond's office, and in short, and here Gudrun's indignation robbed her of even more vowels, acted as if he owned the place. We really should have wondered why Allier spent hours and hours on the Minutius address file. Selecting the SFAs to invite to join the list of authors for Isis Unveiled should not have taken that much time. Yet he went on writing, contacting, making appointments. But we actually fostered his autonomy. The situation suited Belbo. More Allier in Via Marchese Gualdi meant less Allier in Via Sincero Renato. Thus, when Lorenza Pellegrini made one of her sudden appearances, and Belbo, with unconcealed excitement, became pathetically radiant, there was less likelihood that Simon would barge in ruinously. I wasn't displeased, either, since by now I had lost interest in Isis Unveiled and was more and more involved in my history of magic. Feeling I had learned from the Diabolicals everything there was to learn, I let Allier handle the contacts and contracts with the new authors. Nor did Diotilevi object. In general, the world seemed to matter less and less to him. Now that I think back, I realize that he continued losing weight in a troubling way. At times I would see him in his office bent over a manuscript, his eyes vacant, his pen about to drop from his hand. He wasn't asleep, he was exhausted. There was another reason we accepted the increasing rarity of Allier's appearances and their brevity, for he would simply hand back to us the manuscripts he had rejected, then vanish into the corridor. The fact was, we didn't want him to hear our discussions. If anyone had asked us why, we would have said it was out of delicacy or embarrassment, since we were parodying the metaphysics in which he somehow believed. But it was really distrust on our part. We were slowly assuming the natural reserve of those who possess a secret, and we were putting Allier in the role of the profane masses as we took more and more seriously the thing we had invented. Perhaps, too, as Diotilevi said in a moment of good humor, now that we had a real Saint-Germain, we didn't need an imitation. Allier didn't seem to take offense at our reserve. He would greet us, then leave us, with a politeness that bordered on hauteur. One Monday morning I arrived at work late, and Belbo eagerly asked me to come to his office, calling Diotalevi too. "Big news," he said. But before he could begin, Lorenza arrived. Belbo was torn between his joy at this visit and his impatience to tell what he had discovered. A moment later there was a knock, and Allier stuck his head in. "I don't want to disturb you. Please don't get up. I haven't the authority to intrude on such a consistory. I only wanted to tell our dearest Lorenza that I'm in Signor Garamont's office, and I hope I have at least the authority to summon her for a sherry at noon in my office." In his office? This time Belbo lost self-control, to the extent, that is, that he could lose it. He waited for Allier to leave, then muttered through clenched teeth, "Ma gatte la nata." Lorenza, still showing her pleasure at the invitation, asked Belbo what that meant. "It's Turin dialect. It means literally, 'Be so kind as to remove the cork.' A pompous, self-important, overweening individual is thought to hold himself the way he does because of a cork stuck in his sphincter ani, which prevents his vaporific dignity from being dispersed. The removal of the cork causes the individual to deflate, a process usually accompanied by a shrill whistle, and the reduction of the outer envelope to a poor, fleshless phantom of its former self. I didn't know you could be so vulgar. Now you know." Lorenza went out, pretending to be annoyed. I knew this distressed Belbo all the more. Real anger would have reassured him, but a pretense of irritation only confirmed his fear that, from Lorenza, the display of any passion was always staged, theatrical. He said then, with grim determination, "To business," meaning, "Let's proceed with the plan, seriously." "I don't much want to," Diotalevi said. "I don't feel well. I have a pain here." He touched his stomach. "I think it's gastritis." "Ridiculous," Belbo said to him. "I don't have gastritis. What could give you gastritis? Mineral water?" "Could be," Diotalevi said with a wan smile. "Last night I overdid it. I'm accustomed to still Fuji, and I drank some fizzy San Pellegrino." "You must be careful. Such excesses could kill you. But to business, gentlemen. I've been dying to tell you for 2 days now. Finally, I know why the 36 Invisibles were unable for centuries to work out the form of the map. John D. got it wrong. The geography has to be done over. We live inside a hollow earth, enclosed by the terrestrial surface. Hitler realized this. Chapter 99. Nazism was the moment when the spirit of magic seized the helm of material progress. Lenin said communism was socialism plus electricity. In a sense, Hitlerism was Genanism plus armored divisions. Povels and Bergier, Le Matin des Magiciens, Paris, Gallimard, 1960, 2, Roman 7. Now Belbo had managed to work Hitler into the plan. It's all there, black on white. The founders of Nazism were involved in Teutonic Neo-Templarism. Oh, an airtight case. I'm not inventing, Casaubon. For once, I'm not inventing. Take it easy. When did we ever invent anything? We've always started with objective data, with information in the public domain. This time, too. In 1912, a Germanenorden group is formed, proposing the tenet of Aryan superiority. In 1918, a certain Baron von Zabattendorf founds a related group, the Thule Gesellschaft, a secret society, yet another variation on the Templar strict observance, but with strong racist pan-German neo-Aryan tendencies. And in 1933, Zabattendorf writes that he had sown what Hitler reaped. Furthermore, it is in Thule Gesellschaft circles that the hooked cross appears. And who was among the first to join the Thule? Rudolf Hess, Hitler's evil genius. Then Rosenberg. Then Hitler himself. And note that in his cell in Spandau, even today, as you've surely read in the papers, Hess studies the esoteric sciences. Zabattendorf, in 1924, writes a pamphlet on alchemy and remarks that the first experiments in atomic fission demonstrate the truths of the great work. He also writes a novel on the Rosicrucians. Later, he edits an astrological magazine, Astrologische Rundschau, and Trevor Roper tells us that the Nazi chiefs, Hitler first among them, never made a move without having a horoscope cast. In 1943, a group of psychics is consulted to discover where Mussolini is being held prisoner. In other words, the whole Nazi leadership is connected with Teutonic neo-occultism. Belbo seemed to have got over the incident with Lorenza, and I built a fire under him to get on with his theory. "We can look at Hitler's power as a rabble-rouser also from this point of view," I said. "Physically, he was a toad, he had a shrill voice. How could such a man whip crowds into a frenzy? He must have possessed psychic powers. Perhaps, instructed by some druid from his hometown, he knew how to establish contact with the subterranean currents. Perhaps he was a living valve, a biological menhir transmitting the currents to the faithful in the Nuremberg Stadium. For a while it worked for him, then his batteries ran down." Chapter 100. To all the world, I declare the earth is hollow and habitable within, containing a number of solid concentric spheres, one within the other, and that it is open at the poles 12 or 16 degrees. J. Cleves Sims of Ohio, late Captain of Infantry, April 10, 1818, quoted in Sprague de Camp and Lay, Lands Beyond, New York, Reinhardt, 1952, Roman 10. Congratulations, Casaubon. In your innocence you hit upon the truth. Hitler's one genuine obsession was the underground currents. He believed in the theory of the hollow earth, Hohlweltlehre. "I'm leaving. I've got gastritis," Diotalevi said. "Wait! We're getting to the best part. The earth is hollow. We don't live outside it, on the convex crust, but inside, on the concave surface. What we think is the sky is actually a gaseous mass, with points of brilliant light which fills the interior of our globe. All astronomical measurements have to be reinterpreted. The sky is not infinite, it's circumscribed. The sun, if it really exists, is no bigger than it looks, a mere crumb having a diameter of 30 centimeters at the center of the earth. The Greeks had already suspected as much." "You made this up," Diotalevi said wearily. "I did not. Somebody had the idea at the beginning of the last century, an American, a man named Sims. Then at the end of the century, another American, name of Teed, revived the notion, supported by alchemistic experiments and a reading of Isaiah. After the First World War, the hollow earth theory was perfected by a German, I forget his name, who founded the Hohlweltlehre movement. Hitler and his cronies discovered that Hohlweltlehre corresponded exactly to their principles, and they even, according to one report, misaimed some of the V-1s because they calculated their trajectories on the basis of a concave, not a convex surface. Hitler at this point was convinced that the king of the world was himself, and that the Nazi general staff members were the unknown superiors. Where does the king of the world live? Beneath, not above. This hypothesis inspired Hitler to change the whole direction of German research toward the concept of the final map, the interpretation of the pendulum. The 6 Templar groups had to be reassembled. Everything had to be begun again from the beginning. Consider the logic of Hitler's conquests. First, Danzig, to have under his control the classical places of the Teutonic group. Next, he conquered Paris to get his hands on the pendulum and the Eiffel Tower, and he contacted the synarchic groups and put them into the Vichy government. Then he made sure of the neutrality, in effect the cooperation, of the Portuguese group. His fourth objective was, of course, England, but we know that wasn't easy. Meanwhile, with the African campaigns, he tried to reach Palestine, but here again he failed. Then he aimed at the dominion of the Paulician territories by invading the Balkans and Russia. When Hitler had 4/6 of the plan in his hands, he sent Hess on a secret mission to England to propose an alliance. The Baconians, however, refused. He had another idea. Those who were holding the most important part of the secret must be his eternal enemies, the Jews. He didn't look for them in Jerusalem, where few were left. The Jerusalemites group's piece of the message wasn't in Palestine anyway. It was in the possession of a group of the diaspora. And so the Holocaust is explained. How is that? Just think for a moment. Suppose you wanted to commit genocide. Excuse me, Diotalevi said, but this is going too far. My stomach hurts. I'm going home. Wait, damn it. When the Templars were disemboweling the Saracens, you enjoyed yourself because it was so long ago. Now you're being delicate like a petty intellectual. We're remaking history. We can't be squeamish. We let him continue, subdued by his vehemence. The striking thing about the genocide of the Jews is the lengthiness of the procedures. First they're kept in camps and starved, then they're stripped naked, then the showers, then the scrupulous piling up of the corpses, and the sorting and storing of clothes, the listing of personal effects. None of this makes sense if it was just a question of killing them.
It makes sense if it was a question of looking for something, for a message that one of those millions of people, the Jerusalemite representative of the 36 Invisibles, was hiding in the hem of a garment or in his mouth, or had tattooed on his body. Only the plan explains the inexplicable bureaucracy of the genocide. Hitler was searching the Jews for the clue that would allow him to determine, with the pendulum, the exact point under the Earth's concave vault where the telluric currents converged. And now you see the beauty of the idea. The telluric currents became equated with the celestial currents. The hollow Earth theory gives new life to the age-old Hermetic intuition, namely that what lies beneath is equal to what lies above. The mystic pole coincides with the heart of the Earth. The secret pattern of the stars is nothing other than the secret pattern of the subterranean passages of Agartha. There is no longer any difference between heaven and hell, and the Grail, the lapis exilis, is the lapis ex coelis, the philosopher's stone, the terminal, the limit, the Thonian uterus of the Empyrean. And if Hitler can identify that point in the hollow center of the Earth, which is also the exact center of the sky, he will be master of the world, whose king he is by right of race. And that's why, to the very end, in the depths of his bunker, he thought he could still control the mystic pole. "Stop," Diotalevi said. "Enough is enough. I'm sick." "He's really sick. It's not an ideological protest," I said. Belbo finally understood. Concerned, he went to Diotalevi, who was leaning against the desk, apparently on the verge of fainting. "Sorry, my friend, I got carried away. You're sure it's not anything I said? We've joked together for 20 years, you and I. Maybe you do have gastritis. Look, try a Marincol tablet and a hot water bottle. Come, I'll drive you home. Then you'd better call a doctor, have yourself looked at." Diotalevi said he could take a taxi home. He wasn't at death's door yet. He just had to lie down. Yes, he would call a doctor, he promised. And it wasn't the Holocaust business that had upset him. He had been feeling bad since the previous evening. Belbo, relieved, went with him to the taxi. When he came back, he looked worried. "Now that I think about it, Diotalevi hasn't been himself for several weeks. Those circles under his eyes. It's not fair. I should have died of cirrhosis 10 years ago, and here I am, the picture of health, whereas he lives like an ascetic and has gastritis, or maybe worse. If you ask me, it's an ulcer. To hell with the plan. We're not living right." "A Marincol will fix him up," I said. "Yes, and a hot water bottle on his stomach. Let's hope he acts sensibly." Chapter 101. Qui operatur in Kabbalah, si erabit in opere aut non purificatus exesserit, deurabitur ab Azazele. Pico della Mirandola, Conclusionis Magicae. Diotalevi's condition took a decided turn for the worse in late November. He called the office to say he was going into the hospital. The doctor had told him there was nothing to worry about, but it would be a good idea to have some tests. Belbo and I somehow connected Diotalevi's illness with the plan, which perhaps we had carried too far. It was irrational, but we felt guilty. This was the second time I seemed to be Belbo's partner in crime. Once we had remained silent together, withholding information from De Angelis, and now we had talked too much. We told each other this was silly, but we couldn't shake off our uneasiness, and so for a month or more we did not discuss the plan. Meanwhile, after he had been out for 2 weeks or so, Diotalevi dropped by to tell us in a nonchalant tone that he had asked Garamond for sick leave. A treatment had been recommended to him. He didn't go into details, but it involved his reporting to the hospital every 2 or 3 days, and it would leave him somewhat weak. I didn't see how he could get much weaker. His face now was as white as his hair. "And forget about those stories," he said. "They're bad for the health, as you'll see. It's the Rosicrucians' revenge." "Don't worry," Belbo said to him, smiling. "We'll make life really unpleasant for those Rosicrucians, and they'll leave you alone. Nothing to it." And he snapped his fingers. The treatment lasted until the beginning of the new year. I was absorbed by my history of magic. The real thing, serious stuff, I said to myself, not our nonsense. Garamond came by at least once a day to ask for news of Diotalevi. "And please, gentlemen, let me know if any need arises, any problem, any circumstance in which I, the firm, can do something for our admirable friend. For me he's like a son, more, a brother. And thank heaven this is a civilized country, Whatever people may say, we have a public health system we can be proud of." Allier expressed concern, asked for the name of the hospital, and telephoned its director, a dear friend, who moreover happened to be the brother of an SFA with whom Allier was on excellent terms. Diotalevi would be treated with special consideration. Lorenza showed up often to ask for news. This should have made Belbo happy, but he took it as another indication that his prognosis was not good. Lorenza was there, but still elusive, because she wasn't there for him. Shortly before Christmas, I'd caught a snatch of their conversation. Lorenza was saying to him, "The snow is just right, and they have charming little rooms. You can do cross-country skiing, can't you?" I concluded that they would be spending New Year's Eve together. But one day after Epiphany, when Lorenza appeared in the corridor, Belbo said to her, "Happy New Year," and dodged her attempt to give him a hug. Chapter 102. Leaving this place, we came to a settlement known as Milestre, where it is said that one known as the Old Man of the Mountain dwelled, and he built, over high mountains surrounding a valley, a very thick and high wall, in a circuit of 30 miles, and it was entered by 2 doors, and they were hidden, cut into the mountain. Odorico da Pordenone, De Rebus Incognitis, Impressus Esauri, 1513, Roman 21, page 15. One day at the end of January, as I was walking along Via Marchese Gualdi, where I had parked my car, I saw Salon coming out of Minucius. "A little chat with my friend Allier," he said to me. Friend? As I seem to recall from the Piedmont party, Allier was not fond of him. Was Salon snooping around Minucius, or was Allier using him for some contact or other? Salon didn't give me time to ponder this. He suggested a drink, and we ended up at Pilade's. I had never seen Salon in this part of town, but he greeted old Pilade as if they had known each other for years. We sat down. He asked me how my history of magic was progressing. So he knew about that, too. I prodded him about the hollow earth theory and about Sebatendorf, the man Belbo had mentioned. He laughed. "You people certainly draw your share of madmen. I'm not familiar with this business of the earth being hollow. As for Sebatendorf, now there was a character. He gave Himmler and company some ideas that were suicidal for the German people." "What ideas?" "Oriental fancies. That man, wary of the Jews, ended up worshipping the Arabs and the Turks. Did you know that on Himmler's desk, along with Mein Kampf, there was always the Koran? Sebatendorf, fascinated in his youth by an occult Turkish sect, began studying Islamic gnosis. He said Führer, but thought Old Man of the Mountain. When they all got together and founded the SS, they had in mind an organization like the Assassins. Ask yourself why Germany and Turkey in the First World War were allies." "How do you know these things?" "I told you, I think, that my poor father worked for the Okhrana. Well, I remember in those days how the Tsarist police were concerned about the Assassins. Rakovsky got wind of it first, but they gave up that trail because if the Assassins were involved, then the Jews couldn't be, and the Jews were the danger. As always, the Jews went back to Palestine and made those others leave their caves. But the whole thing is complicated, confused. Let's leave it at that." He seemed to regret having said so much, and hastily took his leave. Then another thing happened. I'm now sure I didn't dream it, but that day I thought it was a hallucination. As I watched Salon walk away from the bar, I saw him meet a man at the corner, an Oriental. In any case, Salon had said enough to start my imagination working again. The Old Man of the Mountain and the Assassins were no strangers to me. I had mentioned them in my thesis. The Templars were accused of being in collusion with them. How could we have overlooked this? So I began exercising my mind again, and my fingertips, going through old card files, and an idea came to me, an idea so spectacular that I couldn't restrain myself. The next morning I burst into Belbo's office. "They got it all wrong. We got it all wrong." "Take it easy, Kasaban. What are you talking about?" "Oh, my God, the plan." Then he hesitated. "You probably don't know. There's bad news about Diotalevi. He won't speak. I called the hospital, but they refused to give me the particulars because I'm not a relative. The man doesn't have any relatives, so who is there to act on his behalf? I don't like this reticence. A benign growth, they say, but the therapy wasn't enough. He should go back into the hospital for a month or so, and minor surgery may be indicated. In other words, those people aren't telling me the whole story, and I like this situation less and less." I didn't know what to say. Embarrassed by my triumphal entry, I started leafing through papers, but Belbo couldn't resist. He was like a gambler who's been shown a pack of cards. "Oh, what the hell," he said. "Life goes on, unfortunately. What did you find?" "Well, Hitler goes to all that trouble with the Jews, but he accomplishes nothing. Occultists throughout the world for centuries have studied Hebrew, rummaged in Hebrew texts, and at most they can draw a horoscope. Why? Because the Jerusalemites' fragment of the message is still hidden somewhere, though the Paulicians' fragment never turned up either, as far as we know." "That's an answer worthy of Allier, not of us. I have a better one. The Jews have nothing to do with it." "What do you mean?" "The Jews have nothing to do with the plan. They can't. Picture the situation of the Templars, first in Jerusalem, then in their commanderies in Europe. The French knights meet the Germans, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Italians, the English. They all have contacts with the Byzantine area, and in particular they combat the Turk, an adversary with whom they fight but also maintain a gentlemanly relationship, a relationship of equals. Who were the Jews at that time in Palestine? A religious and racial minority, tolerated by the condescending Arabs, but treated very badly by the Christians. We must remember that in the course of the various crusades the ghettos were sacked as a matter of course, and there were massacres all around. Is it conceivable that the Templars, snobs that they were, would exchange mystical information with the Jews? Never. And in the European commanderies the Jews were considered usurers, were despised, people to be exploited, not trusted. We're talking about an alliance of knights, about a spiritual knighthood. Would the Templars of Provins allow second-class citizens to join that? Out of the question. But what about all that Renaissance magic, the study of Kabbalah? That was only natural. By then we're close to the third meeting. They're champing at the bit, looking for shortcuts. Hebrew is a sacred and mysterious language. The Kabbalists have been busy on their own and to other ends. The 36 scattered around the world got the idea that a mysterious language might conceal God knows what secrets. It was Pico della Mirandola who said that nulla nomina ut significativa et in quantum nomina sunt, in magico opere virtutem habere non possunt, nisi sint Hebraica. Pico della Mirandola was a Cretan. Bravo, now you're talking. Furthermore, as an Italian, he was excluded from the plan. What did he know? So much the worse for Agrippa, Reuchlin, and their pals who fell for that red herring. I'm reconstructing the story of a red herring, a false trail. Is that clear? We let ourselves be influenced by Diotalevi, who was always Kabbalizing. He Kabbalized, so we put the Jews in the plan. If he had been a scholar of Chinese culture, would we have put the Chinese in the plan? Maybe we would have. Anyway, let's not rend our garments. We were led astray by everyone. They all, from Postel on, probably made this mistake. 200 years after Provins, they were convinced that the sixth group was the Jerusalemites. It wasn't. Anyway, let's not rend our garments. We were led astray by everyone. They all, from Postel on, probably made this mistake. 200 years after Provins, they were convinced that the sixth group was the Jerusalemites. It wasn't. Look, Casaubon, we were the ones who revised Ardenti's theory. We were the ones who said that the appointment of the rock didn't mean Stonehenge, but the rock in the Mosque of Omar. And we were wrong. There are other rocks. We should have thought of a place founded on rock, on a mountain, a stone, a spur, a cliff. The sixth group awaits in the fortress of Alamut. Chapter 103. And Kairos appeared, holding in his hand a scepter that signified royalty, and he gave it to the first created god, and he took it and said, Your secret name shall have 36 letters. Hasana Sabah, Sargasash de Sayidna. A bravura performance, but now explanations were in order. I provided them in the days that followed. Long explanations, detailed, documented. On a table at Pylades, I showed Belbo proof after proof, which he followed with increasingly glazed eyes while he chain-smoked, and every 5 minutes held out his empty glass, the ghost of an ice cube at the bottom, and Pylades would hasten to refill it without waiting to be told. My first sources were the same ones in which the earliest accounts of the Templars appeared, from Gerard of Strasbourg to Joinville. The Templars had come into contact, into conflict sometimes, but more often into mysterious alliance, with the assassins of the Old Man of the Mountain. The story was complicated and began after the death of Muhammad, with the schism between the followers of the ordinary law, the Sunnis, and the supporters of Ali, the Prophet's son-in-law, Fatima's husband, who saw the succession taken from him. It was the enthusiasts of Ali, the group of adepts called the Shiites, who created the heretic branch of Islam, the Shia, an occult doctrine which saw the continuity of the revelation not in traditional meditation upon the words of the Prophet, but in the very person of the Imam, Lord, Leader, Epiphany of the Divine, Theophanic Reality, King of the World. Now, what happened to this heretic Islamic branch, which was gradually infiltrated by all the esoteric doctrines of the Mediterranean basin, from Manichaeanism to Gnosticism, from Neoplatonism to Iranian mysticism, by all those impulses whose shifts and development in the West we had followed for years? It was a long story, impossible to unravel, partly because the various Arab authors and protagonists had extremely long names. The texts were transcribed with a forest of diacritical marks, and as the evening wore on we could no longer distinguish between Abu Abdallah Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Razam al-Tai al-Kufi, Abu Muhammad Ubaidallah, and Abu Muini Abdin Nasir ibn Kusra Marvazi Kubadiyani. But an Arab, I imagine, would have the same difficulty with Aristotle, Aristoxenus, Aristarchus, Aristides, Aristagoras, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Anacreon, and Anacharsis. But one thing was certain. Shi'ism in turn split into two branches, one called the Twelvers, who await a lost and future imam, and the other the Ismailis, born in the realm of the Fatimids in Cairo, who subsequently gave rise to reformed Ismailism in Persia through a fascinating figure, the mystical and ferocious Hassan Sabah. Sabah set up his headquarters to the southwest of the Caspian in the impregnable fortress of Alamut, the nest of the raptor. There Sabah surrounded himself with his devotees, the Fedayeen, those faithful unto death, and he used them to carry out his political assassinations, to be instruments of the Jihad Hafi, the secret holy war. The Fedayeen later gained an unfortunate reputation under the name assassins. Not a lovely word now, but for them it was splendid, the emblem of a race of warrior monks who greatly resembled the Templars, a spiritual knighthood. The fortress or castle of Alamut, the Rock, built on an airy crest 400 meters long and in places only a few meters wide, 30 at most. From the distance, to one arriving along the Azerbaijan road, it looked like a natural wall, dazzling white in the sun, bluish in the purple dusk, bloody at dawn. On Sundays it blended with the clouds or flashed with lightning. Along its upper ridge you could just make out what seemed a row of flint swords that shot upward for hundreds of meters. The most accessible side was a treacherous slope of gravel, which archaeologists even today are unable to scale. The fortress was reached by a secret stairway bitten out of the rock, like the spiral peel of a stone apple, and a single archer could defend it. Dizzying, a world elsewhere, Alamut could be reached only astride eagles. Here Sabah ruled, and his successors after him, each to be known as the Old Man of the Mountain. First of them was the sulphurous Sinan. Sabah had invented a method of dominion over his men, and to his adversaries he declared that if they did not submit to him, they would die. There was no escaping the assassins. Nizam al-Mulk, prime minister of the Sultan when the Crusaders were still exerting themselves to conquer Jerusalem, was stabbed to death as he was being carried on his litter to the quarters of his women. The killer had approached him disguised as a dervish, and the Atabeg of Hims, guarded by a squad of men armed to the teeth, as he came down from his castle to go to Friday prayers, was slain by the old man's killers. Sinan decided to murder the Marquis Corrado di Montefeltro, a Christian, and readied 2 of his men, who introduced themselves among the infidels able to mimic their customs and language after much preparation. They had disguised themselves as monks, and while the Bishop of Tyre was entertaining the hapless Marquis at a banquet, leaped upon the victim and stabbed him. One assassin was immediately killed by the bodyguards. The other took refuge in a church, waited until the wounded man was brought there, attacked him again, finishing him off, then died blissfully. Blissfully because, as the Arab historiographers of the Sunni line and then the Christian chroniclers from Odoric of Pordenone to Marco Polo wrote, the old man had discovered a way to make his knights faithful even to the supreme sacrifice, to make them invincible, horrible war machines.
He took them as youths asleep to the summit of the mountain, where he stupefied them with pleasures, wine, women, flowers, delectable banquets, and hashish, which gave the sect its name. When they could no longer do without the perverse delights of that invented paradise, he dragged them out of their sleep and set before them a choice. Go, kill, and if you succeed, this paradise you leave will again be yours, and forever. But if you fail, you will plunge back into the Gehenna of the everyday. Dazed by the drug, helpless before his demands, they sacrificed themselves in sacrificing others. They were killers destined to be killed, victims condemned to make victims. How they were feared! What tales the Crusaders told about them on moonless nights as the simoom howled over the desert! How the Templars admired, envied those splendid animals! How awed they were by the clear will to martyrdom! The Templars agreed to pay their tolls, asking in exchange formal tributes, in a game of reciprocal concessions, complicity, brotherhood of arms, disemboweling one another in the open field but embracing one another in secret, exchanging murmured words of mystical visions, magic formulas, alchemic subtleties. From the assassins, the Templars learned occult rites. It was cowardice and ignorance that kept King Philip's inquisitors from seeing that the spitting on the cross, the kiss on the anus, the black cat, and the worship of Baphomet were simply a repetition of other ceremonies, ceremonies performed under the influence of the first secret the Templars learned in the Orient, the use of hashish. So it was obvious that the plan was born, had to be born, there. From the men of Alamut, the Templars learned of the subterranean currents. They met the men of Alamut in Provins and established the secret plot of the 36 Invisibles. And that is why Christian Rosenkreutz journeyed to Fez and other places in the Orient. And that is why it was to the Orient that Postel turned, and why it was from Egypt, home of the Fatimid Ismailis, that the mages of the Renaissance imported the eponymous divinity of the plan, Hermes Teuth or Thoth, and why Egyptian figures were used by the mountebank Cagliostro for his rituals. And the Jesuits, less narrow than we had thought, with the good Father Kircher, lost no time in throwing themselves into hieroglyphics, Coptic, and the other Oriental languages, and Hebrew was only a cover, a nod to the fashion of the period. Chapter 104. These texts are not addressed to common mortals. Gnostic perception is a path reserved for an elite, for in the words of the Bible, do not cast your pearls before swine. Kamal Jumblat, Interview in Le Jour, March 31, 1967. Arcana publicata villetunt, et gratiam profanata amitunt. Ergo, ne margaritas obice porcis, seu asino substerne rosas. Johann Valentin André, Die Chemische Hochzeit des Christian Rosenkreutz, Strasbourg, Setzner, 1616, frontispiece. For that matter, where else could you find someone able to wait on the rock for 6 centuries, someone who had actually waited on the rock? True, Alamut eventually fell under the pressure of the Mongols, but the Ismaili sect survived throughout the East. It mingled with non-Shiite Sufism, it generated the terrible sect of the Druzes, and it survived finally among the Indian Khojas, the followers of the Aga Khan, not far from the site of Agartha. But I had discovered more. Under the Fatimid dynasty, through the Academy of Heliopolis, the Hermetic notions of the ancient Egyptians were rediscovered in Cairo, and a House of Sciences was established there. House of Sciences? Was it from this that Bacon drew the inspiration for his House of Solomon, which in turn was the model for the Conservatoire? That's it! There's no doubt about it, Belbo said, intoxicated. But now how do the Kabbalists fit in? That's only a parallel story. The rabbis of Jerusalem sensed that something happened between the Templars and the assassins, and the rabbis of Spain, snooping around under the pretense of lending money at interest to the European commanderies, get a whiff of something. They've been excluded, and spurred by national pride, they decide to figure it out on their own. What? We, the chosen people, are kept in the dark about the secret of secrets? And bang, the Kabbalistic tradition begins. A heroic attempt of the dispersed, the outsiders, to show up the masters, the ones in power, by claiming to know all. But doing that, they give the Christians the impression that they really do know all. And at a certain point somebody makes the supreme goof, confusing Ismail with Israel. For God's sake, don't tell me that Barwell and the protocols and all the rest were simply the result of a misspelling. Casaubon, we're reducing a tragic chapter in history to a mistake of Pico della Mirandola. No, maybe there's another reason. The chosen people had taken on the duty of interpreting the book. People are afraid of those who make them look squarely at the law. But the assassins? Why didn't they turn up sooner? Belbo, think what a depressed area that was after the Battle of Lepanto. Sabatendorf knows that there is something to be learned from the Turk dervishes, but Alamut is no more. Those Turks are holed up God knows where. They wait. And finally their moment comes. On the tide of Islamic irredentism, they stick their heads out again. Putting Hitler in the plan, we found a good reason for the Second World War. Now, putting in the assassins of Alamut, we explain what has been happening for years in the Persian Gulf. And this is where we find a place for our trace. Templi resurgentes equites synarchici. A society whose aim is to heal the rift at last between the spiritual knighthoods of different faiths. Or else to stimulate conflict and take advantage of the confusion. Once again we've done our job and set history straight. Can it be that at the supreme moment the pendulum will reveal that the umbilicus mundi is at Alamut? Let's not go too far. I'd leave that last point hanging. Like the pendulum. If you like, we can't just say whatever enters our heads. No, strict scholarship above all. That evening I congratulated myself on having invented a great tale. I was an aesthete who used the flesh and blood of the world to make beauty. But Belbo by now was an adept, and like other adepts, not through enlightenment, but faute de mieux. Chapter 105. Claudicat ingenium, delirat lingua, labat mens. Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, Roman 3, 453. It must have been about then that Belbo tried to take stock of what was happening to him, but the most severe self-analysis could not free him now from the sickness to which he had grown accustomed. File name, and what if it's true? To invent a plan. The plan justifies you to such a degree that you can no longer be held accountable, not even for the plan itself. Just throw the stone and hide your hand. If there really were a plan, there would be no failure. You never had Cecilia because the archons made Annibali Cantalamessa and Pio Bo unskilled even with the friendliest of the brass instruments. You fled the canal gang because the deckhands wanted to spare you for another Holocaust. And the man with the scar has a talisman more powerful than yours. A plan, a guilty party, the dream of our species. An Deus sit. If he exists, it's his fault. The thing whose address I lost is not the end, it's the beginning. Not the object to be possessed, but the subject that possesses me. Misery loves company. Misery, company, too many dactyls. Nothing can dispel from my mind the most reassuring thought that this world is the creation of a shadowy God, whose shadow I prolong. Faith leads to absolute optimism. I have committed fornication, true, or not true, but God is the one unable to solve the problem of evil. Come, let us pound the fetus in the mortar with honey and pepper. Dieu le veut. If belief is absolutely necessary, let it be in a religion that doesn't make you feel guilty. A religion out of joint, fuming, subterranean, without an end, like a novel, not like a theology. 5 paths to a single destination. What a waste. Better a labyrinth that leads everywhere and nowhere. To die with style, live in the Baroque. Only a bad demiurge makes us feel good. But if there is no cosmic plan, what a mockery to live in exile when no one sent you there. Exile from a place, moreover, that does not exist. And what if there is a plan, but it has eluded you, and will elude you for all eternity? When religion fails, art provides. You invent the plan, metaphor of the unknowable one. Even a human plot can fill the void. They didn't publish my Hearts in Ecstasy because I don't belong to the Templar clique. To live as if there were a plan, the Philosopher's Stone. If you can't beat them, join them. If there's a plan, adjust to it. Lorenza puts me to the test. Humility. If I had the humility to appeal to the angels, even without believing in them, and to draw the right circle, I would have peace. Maybe. Believe there is a secret and you will feel like an initiate. It costs nothing. To create an immense hope that can never be uprooted because it has no root. Ancestors who do not exist will never appear and say that you have betrayed. A religion you can keep while betraying it infinitely.
Like André, to create in jest the greatest revelation of history, and, while others are destroyed by it, swear for the rest of your life that you had nothing to do with it. To create a truth with a hazy outline, when somebody tries to clarify it, you excommunicate him. Accept only those hazier than yourself. Jamais donne-mi à droite. Why write novels? Rewrite history, the history that then comes true. Why not set it in Denmark, Mr. William S.? Seven Seas Jim, Johann Valentin André, Luke Matthew, roams the archipelago of the Sunda between Patmos and Avalon, from the White Mountain to Mindanao, from Atlantis to Thessalonica to the Council of Nicaea. Origen cuts off his testicles and shows them bleeding to the fathers of the City of the Sun, and Hiram sneers Filioque, Filioque, while Constantine digs his greedy nails into the hollow eye sockets of Robert Flood. Death, death to the Jews of the ghetto of Antioch. Dieu est mon doigt. Wave the Beauseant. Lay on, down with the Ophites and the Borborites, the snakes. Trumpets blare, and here comes the Chevalier Bienfaisant de la Cité Sainte, with the Moor's head bristling on their pike. The Rebus, magnetic hurricane, the tower collapses. Rakowski grins over the roasted corpse of Jacques de Molay. I do not possess you, but I can blow up history. If the problem is this absence of being, and if what is what is said, then the more we talk, the more being there is. The dream of science is that there be little being, that it be concentrated and sayable, E equals mc squared. Wrong. To be saved at the very beginning, for all eternity, it is necessary for that being to be tangled, like a serpent tied into knots by a drunken sailor, impossible to untie. Invent wildly, paying no attention to connections till it becomes impossible to summarize. A simple relay race among symbols, one says the name of the next without rest. To dismantle the world into a saraband of anagrams, endless, and then believe in what cannot be expressed. Is this not the true reading of the Torah? Truth is the anagram of an anagram. Anagrams equals Ars Magna. That must have been how it happened. Belbo decided to take the universe of the diabolical seriously, not because of an abundance of faith, but because of a total lack of it. Humiliated by his incapacity to create, and all his life he had dined out on his frustrated desires and his unwritten pages, the former a metaphor of the latter and vice versa, all full of his alleged impalpable cowardice, he came to realize that by inventing the plan he had actually created. He fell in love with his golem, found it a source of consolation. Life, his life, mankind's, as art, and art as falsehood. Le monde est fait pour aboutir à un livre. Faux. But now he wanted to believe in this false book, because, as he had also written, if there was a plan, then he would no longer be defeated, diffident, a coward. And this is what finally happened. He used the plan, which he knew was unreal, to defeat a rival he believed real. And then, aware that the plan was mastering him as if it existed, or as if he, Belbo, and the plan were made of the same stuff, he went to Paris, toward a revelation, a liberation. Tormented by the daily remorse that for years and years he had lived only with ghosts of his own making, he was now finding solace in ghosts that were becoming objective, since they were known also to others, even though he was the enemy. Should he fling himself into the lion's maw? Yes, because the lion taking shape was more real than Seven Seas Jim, more real than Cecilia, more real perhaps than Lorenza Pellegrini herself. Belbo, sick from so many missed appointments, now felt able to make a real appointment, an appointment he could not evade from cowardice, because now his back was to the wall. Fear forced him to be brave. Inventing, he had created the principle of reality. Chapter 106. List number 5. 6 undershirts, 6 shorts, 6 handkerchiefs, has always puzzled scholars, principally because of the total absence of socks. Woody Allen, The Metterling List, Getting Even, New York, Random House, 1966, page 8. It was during those days, no more than a month ago, that Leah decided a vacation would do me good. "You look tired," she said. Maybe the plan had worn me out. For that matter, the baby, as its grandparents said, needed clean air. Some friends lent us a house in the mountains. We didn't leave at once. There were things to attend to in Milan, and Leah said that nothing was more restful than taking a little vacation in the city when you knew you'd be going off on your real vacation. Now, for the first time, I talked to Leah about the plan. Until then, she had been too busy with the baby.
She knew vaguely that Belbo, Deontelevi, and I were working on some puzzle, and that it occupied whole days and nights, but I hadn't said anything to her about it, not since the day she preached me that sermon about the psychosis of resemblances. Maybe I was ashamed. I described the whole plan to her, down to the smallest details, and told her about Deontelevi's illness, feeling guilty, as if I had done something wrong. I tried to present the plan for what it was, a display of bravura. Leah said, "Pao, I don't like your story." "Isn't it beautiful?" "The sirens were beautiful, too. Listen, what do you know about your unconscious?" "Nothing. I'm not even sure I have one." "There. Imagine that a Viennese prankster, to amuse his friends, invented the whole business of the id and Oedipus, and made up dreams he had never dreamed and little Hanses he had never met. And what happened? Millions of people were out there, all ready and waiting to become neurotic in earnest, and thousands more ready to make money treating them." "Leah, you're paranoid." "Me? You?" "Maybe we're both paranoid, but you have to grant me this. We started with the Ingolf document. It's natural when one comes across a message of the Templars to want to decipher it. Maybe we exaggerated a little to make fun of the decipherers of messages, but there was a message to begin with." "All you know is what that Ardenti told you, and from your own description he's an out-and-out fraud. Anyway, I'd like to see this message for myself." "Nothing easier. I had it in my files." Leah took the paper, looked at it front and back, wrinkled her nose, brushed the hair from her eyes to see the coded part better. She said, "Is that all?" "Isn't it enough for you?" "More than enough. Give me 2 days to think about it." When Leah asks for 2 days to think about something, she's determined to show me I'm stupid. I always accuse her of this, and she answers, "If I know you're stupid, that means I love you even if you're stupid. You should feel reassured." For 2 days we didn't mention the subject again. Anyway, she was almost always out of the house. In the evening I watched her huddled in a corner, making notes, tearing up one sheet of paper after another. When we got to the mountains, the baby scratched around all day in the grass. Leah fixed supper, and ordered me to eat because I was thin as a rail. After supper she asked me to fix her a double whiskey with lots of ice and only a splash of soda. She lit a cigarette, which she does only at important moments, told me to sit down, and then explained. "Listen carefully, Pao, because I'm going to demonstrate to you that the simplest explanation is always the best. Colonel Ardenti told you Ingolf found a message in Provins. I don't doubt that at all. Yes, Ingolf went down into the well and really did find a case with this text in it." And she tapped the French lines with her finger. "We are not told that he found a case studded with diamonds. All the colonel said was that according to Ingolf's notes, the case was sold. And why not? It was an antique. He may have made a little cash, but we are not told that he lived off the proceeds for the rest of his life. He must have had a small inheritance from his father." "And why should the case be ordinary?" "Because the message is ordinary. It's a laundry list. Come on, let's read it again. Allah, ellipsis, Saint-Jean, 36 P. Charrette de Fin, 6, ellipsis, Entier avec Sayel, P, ellipsis, Les Blancs Montiacs, R, ellipsis, S, ellipsis, Chevalier de Prouin pour la, ellipsis, J and C. 6 fois 6 en 6 places, chacun fois 20 A, ellipsis, 120 A, ellipsis. Ici est l'ordonnation, al donjon li premier, I le second juste, ici, qui, ellipsis, pend, it à refuge, it à Notre-Dame de l'autre part de l'eau, it à l'hôtel des Publicains, it à la pierre, 3 fois 6 avant la fête, ellipsis, la grande pute. A laundry list? For God's sake, didn't it ever occur to you to consult a tourist guide, a brief history of Provins? You discover immediately that the Grand Jardin, where the message was found, was a gathering place for merchants. Provins was a centre for fairs in Champagne, and the Grange is on Rue Saint-Jean. In Provins they bought and sold everything, but lengths of cloth were particularly popular. Drap, or drap, as they wrote it then, and every length was marked by a guarantee, a kind of seal. The second most important product of Provins was roses, red roses that the Crusaders had brought from Syria.
They were so famous that when Edmund of Lancaster married Blanche d'Artois and took the title Comte de Champagne, he added the red rose of Provins to his coat of arms. Hence, too, the War of the Roses, because the House of York had a white rose as its symbol. Who told you all this? A little book of 200 pages published by the Tourist Bureau of Provins. I found it at the French Center. But that's not all. In Provins there's a fort known as the Donjon, which speaks for itself, and there is a Porte au Pain, an Église du Refuge, various churches dedicated to Our Lady of this and that, a Rue de la Pierre Ronde, where there was a Pierre de Sang, a stone on which the Count's subjects set the coins of their tithes, and then a Rue des Blancs-Manteaux, and a street called Le Grand Pute-Meuse, for reasons not hard to guess. It was a street of brothels. And what about the publicans? In Provins there had been some Cathars, who later were duly burned, and the Grand Inquisitor himself was a converted Cathar, Robert le Bougre. So it's hardly strange that a street or an area should be called the place of the Cathars, even if the Cathars weren't there anymore. Still, in 1344... But who said this document dates from 1344? Your colonel read 36 years after the Haywain, but in those days a P made in a certain way with a tail meant post, but a P without the tail meant pro. The author of this text is an ordinary merchant who made some notes on business transacted at the Grange, or rather on the Rue Saint-Jean, and he recorded a price of 36 sous, or crowns, or whatever denomination it was, for one or each wagon of hay. And the 120 years? Who said anything about years? Ingolf found something he transcribed as 120A. What is an A? I checked in a list of abbreviations used in those days and found that for denier or denarium, odd signs were used. One looks like a delta, another looks like a theta, a circle broken on the left. If you write it carelessly and in haste, as a busy merchant might, a fanatic like Colonel Ardenti could take it for an A, having already read somewhere the story of the 120 years. You know where better than I. He could have read it in any history of the Rosicrucians. The point is, he wanted to find something resembling post centum viginti annos patebo. And then what does he do? He finds it repeated several times, and he reads it as iterum. But the abbreviation for iterum was ITM, whereas IT means item, which means likewise, and is in fact used for repetitious lists. Our merchant is calculating how much he's going to make on the orders he's received, and he's listing the deliveries he has to make. He has to deliver some bouquets of roses of Provins, and that's the meaning of R ellipsis S ellipsis, Chevalier de Provins. And where the colonel read vengeance, because he had the Kadosh Knights on his mind, you should read jonché. The roses were used to make either hats or floral carpets on feast days. So here is how your Provins message should read. In Rue Saint-Jean, 36 sous for wagons of hay, 6 new lengths of cloth with seal to Rue des Blancs-Manteaux. Crusaders' roses to make a jonché, 6 bunches of 6 in the 6 following places, each 20 deniers, making 120 deniers in all. Here is the first. The first to the fort, item, the second to those in Porte au Pain, item to the Church of the Refuge, item to the Church of Notre Dame across the river, item to the old building of the Cathars, item to Rue de la Pierre Ronde, and 3 bunches of 6 before the feast in the Horse Street. Because they too, poor things, maybe wanted to celebrate the feast day by making themselves nice little hats of roses. My God, I said, I think you're right. Of course I'm right. It's a laundry list, I tell you. Wait a minute. This may very well be a laundry list, but the first message really is in code, and it talks about 36 invisibles. True. The French text I polished off in an hour, but the other one kept me busy for 2 days. I had to examine Tritanius at both the Ambrosiana and the Trivulziana, and you know what the librarians there are like. Before they let you put your hands on an old book, they look at you as if you were planning to eat it. But the first message, too, is a simple matter. You should have discovered this yourself. To begin with, are you sure that les 36 invisibles séparés en 6 bandes is in the same French as our merchants? Yes, this expression was used in a 17th century pamphlet when the Rosicrucians appeared in Paris. But then you reasoned the way your diabolicals do. If the message is encoded according to the method of Tritanius, it means that Tritanius copied from the Templars, and since it quotes a sentence that was current in Rosicrucian circles,
It means that the plan attributed to the Rosicrucians was none other than the plan of the Templars. Try reversing the argument, as any sensible person would. Since the message is written in Tritemius's code, it was written after Tritemius, and since it quotes an expression that circulated among the 17th century Rosicrucians, it was written after the 17th century. So at this point, what is the simplest hypothesis? Ingolf finds the Provins message. Since, like the Colonel, he's an enthusiast of hermetic messages, he sees 36 and 120 and thinks immediately of the Rosicrucians. And since he's also an enthusiast of cryptography, he amuses himself by putting the Provins message into code as an exercise. So he translates his fine Rosicrucian sentence using a Tritemius cryptosystem. An ingenious explanation, but it's no more valid than the Colonel's. So far, no. But suppose you make one conjecture, then a second and a third, and they all support one another. Already you're more confident that you're on the right track, aren't you? I began with the suspicion that the words used by Ingolf were not the ones taken from Tritemius. They're in the same Kabbalistic Assyrio-Babylonian style, but they're not the same. Yet if Ingolf had wanted words beginning with the letters that interested him, in Tritemius he could have found as many as he liked. Why didn't he use those words? Well, why didn't he? Maybe he needed specific letters also in the second, third, and fourth positions. Maybe our ingenious Ingolf wanted a multi-coded message. Maybe he wanted to be smarter than Tritemius. Tritemius suggests 40 major cryptosystems. In one, only the initial letters count. In another, the first and third letters. In another, every other initial letter, and so on. Until, with a little effort, you can invent 100 more systems on your own. As for the 10 minor cryptosystems, the Colonel considered only the first wheel, which is the easiest. But the following ones work on the principle of the second wheel. Here's a copy of it for you. Imagine that the inner circle is mobile, and you can turn it so that the letter A coincides with any letter of the outer circle. You will have one system where A is written as X, another where A is U, and so on. With 22 letters on each circle, you can produce not 10, but 21 cryptosystems. The 22nd is no good because there A is A. Don't tell me that for each letter of each word you tried all 21 systems. I had brains on my side and luck. Since the shortest words have 6 letters, it's obvious that only the first 6 are important and the rest are just for looks. Why 6 letters? Suppose Ingolf coded the first letter, then skipped one, then coded the third, then skipped 2, and coded the 6th. For the first letter I used wheel number 1, for the third letter I used wheel number 2, and got a sentence. Then I tried wheel number 3 for the 6th letter and got a sentence again. I'm not saying Ingolf didn't use other letters too, but 3 positive results are enough for me. If you want to, you can take it further. Don't keep me in suspense. What came out? Look at the message again. I've underlined the letters that count. Now, we know what the first message is. It's the one about the 36 invisibles. Now, listen to what comes out if you substitute the third letters using the second wheel. Chambre des demoiselles, l'aiguille creuse. But I know that. It's en aval d'entretas, la chambre des demoiselles, sous le fort du frais fossé, aiguille creuse. The message deciphered by Arsène Lupin when he discovers the secret of the hollow peak. You remember that Entretas, at the edge of the beach, stands the Aiguille Creuse, a natural castle, habitable inside, the secret weapon of Julius Caesar when he invaded Gaul, and later used by the kings of France. The source of Lupin's immense power. And you know how Lupinologists are crazy about this story. They make pilgrimages to Entretas, they look for secret passages, they make anagrams of every word of Leblanc. Ingolf was no less a Lupinologist than he was a Rosicrucianologist, and so code after code. My diabolicals could always argue that the Templars knew the secret of the peak, and therefore the message was written in Provins in the 14th century. Of course, I realize that. But now comes the third message. Third wheel applied to the 6th letter of each word. Listen. Merde, j'en ai marre de cette steganographie. And this is modern French. The Templars didn't talk like that. Shit, I'm sick of this hermetic writing. That's how Ingolf talked, and having given himself a headache coding all this nonsense, he got a final kick cursing in code what he was doing. But he was not without shrewdness. Notice that each of these 3 messages has 36 letters. Poor Pow, Ingolf was having fun, just like the 3 of you, and that imbecile colonel took him seriously. Then why did Ingolf disappear? Who says he was murdered? Ingolf got fed up living in Auxerre, seeing nobody but the pharmacist and a spinster daughter who whined all day. So maybe he went to Paris, pulled off a good deal selling one of his old books, found himself a buxom and willing widow, and started a new life. Like those men who go out to buy cigarettes and the wives never see them again. And the colonel? Didn't you tell me that not even the detective is sure they killed him? He got into some jam, his victims tracked him down, and he took to his heels. Maybe at this very moment he's selling the Eiffel Tower to an American tourist and going under the name DuPont. I couldn't give in all along the line. All right, we started out with a laundry list. Yet we were clever enough, inventive enough to turn a laundry list into poetry. Your plan isn't poetic, it's grotesque. People don't get the idea of going back to burn Troy just because they read Homer. With Homer, the burning of Troy became something that it never was and never will be, and yet the Iliad endures, full of meaning, because it's all clear, limpid. Your Rosicrucian manifestos are neither clear nor limpid. They're mud, hot air, and promises. This is why so many people have tried to make them come true, each finding in them what he wants to find. In Homer there's no secret, but your plan is full of secrets, full of contradictions. For that reason you could find thousands of insecure people ready to identify with it. Throw the whole thing out. Homer wasn't faking, but you three have been faking. Beware of faking. People will believe you. People believe those who sell lotions that make lost hair grow back. They sense instinctively that the salesman is putting together truths that don't go together, that he's not been logical, that he's not speaking in good faith. But they've been told that God is mysterious, unfathomable, so to them incoherence is the closest thing to God. The far-fetched is the closest thing to a miracle. You've invented hair oil. I don't like it. It's a nasty joke. This disagreement didn't spoil our weeks in the mountains. I took long walks, read serious books, became closer to the child than I'd ever been. But between me and Leah there was something left unsaid. On the one hand, she had put me in a tight corner and was sorry to have humiliated me. On the other, she wasn't convinced that she had convinced me. Indeed, I felt a pull to the plan. I didn't want to abandon it. I had lived with it too long. A few days ago I got up early to catch the one train for Milan, and in Milan I received Belbo's call from Paris, and I began this story, which for me is not yet finished. Leah was right. We should have talked about it earlier, but I wouldn't have believed her all the same. I had experienced the creation of the plan like the moment of Tiferet, the heart of the Sephirotic body, the harmony of rule and freedom. Theo Televi had told me that Moses Cordovero warned, "He who because of his Torah becomes proud over the ignorant, that is, over the whole people of Yahweh, leads Tiferet to grow proud over Malkut." But what Malkut is, the kingdom of this earth, in its dazzling simplicity, is something I understand only now, in time to grasp the truth, perhaps too late to survive the truth. Leah, I don't know if I will see you again. If not, the last image I have of you is half asleep under the blankets a few days ago. I kissed you that morning, and hesitated before I left. Netzach. Chapter 107. Dost thou see yon black dog ranging through shoot and stubble? Meseems he softly coileth magic meshes, to be a sometime fetter round our feet. The circle narrows, now he's near. Faust, 2, without the city gate. What had happened during my absence, particularly in the days just before my return, I could deduce from Belbo's files. But only one file, the last, was clear, containing ordered information. He had probably written it before leaving for Paris, so that I, or someone else, could read it. The other files, written for himself alone, as usual, were not easy to interpret. But having entered the private universe of his confidences to Abulafia, I was able to draw something from them. It was early June. Belbo was upset. The doctors had finally accepted the idea that he and Gudrun were Diotalevi's only relatives, and they talked. When the printers and proofreaders inquired about Diotalevi, Gudrun now answered with pursed lips, uttering a bisyllable in such a way that no vowel escaped. Thus the taboo illness was named. Gudrun went to see Diotalevi every day. She must have disturbed him with those eyes of hers, glistening with pity. He knew, but was embarrassed that others knew.
He spoke with difficulty. Belbo wrote, "The face is all cheekbones." He was losing his hair, but that was from the therapy. Belbo wrote, "The hands are all fingers." In the course of one of their painful dialogues, Diotalevi gave Belbo a hint of what he would say to him on the last day, that identifying oneself with the plan was bad, that it might be evil. Even before this, perhaps to make the plan objective and reduce it again to its purely fictional dimension, Belbo had written it down, word for word, as if it were the Colonel's memoirs. He narrated it like an initiate communicating the final secret. This, I believe, was to be a cure. He was returning to literature, however second-rate, to that which was not life. But on June 10th, something bad must have happened. The notes are confused. All I have is conjectures. Lorenza asked him to drive her to the Riviera, where she had to see a girlfriend and collect something or other, a document, a notarized deed, some nonsense that could just as well have been sent by mail. Belbo agreed, dazzled by the idea of spending a Sunday at the sea with her. They went to the place. I haven't been able to figure out exactly where, perhaps near Portofino. Belbo's description was all emotion, tensions, dejections, moods. It contained no landscapes. Lorenza did her errand while Belbo waited in a cafe. Then she said they could go and eat fish in a place on a bluff high above the sea. After this, the story becomes fragmentary. There are snatches of dialogue without quotation marks, as if transcribed at white heat lest a series of epiphanies fade. They drove as far as they could, then continued on foot, taking those toilsome Ligurian paths along the coast, surrounded by flowers, to the restaurant. When they were seated, they saw, on the table next to theirs, a card reserving it for Conte Allier. "What a coincidence," Belbo must have said. "A nasty coincidence," Lorenza replied. She didn't want Allier to know she was there, and with Belbo. Why not? What was wrong with that? What gave Allier the right to be jealous? Right? No, it was a matter of taste. Allier had invited her out today, and she'd told him she was busy. Belbo didn't want her to look like a liar, did he? She wouldn't look like a liar. She was, in fact, busy. She had a date with Belbo. Was that something to be ashamed of? Not ashamed of, but she had her own rules of tact if Belbo didn't mind. They left the restaurant and started back up the path, but Lorenza suddenly stopped. She saw some people arriving. They left the restaurant, started back up the path, but Lorenza suddenly stopped. She saw some people arriving. Belbo didn't know them. Friends of Allier, she said, and she didn't want them to see her. A humiliating situation. She leaned against the railing of a little bridge over a ravine full of olive trees, a newspaper in front of her face, as if she were consumed by a sudden interest in current events. Belbo stood 10 paces away, smoking as if he were just passing by. A friend of Allier walked past. Lorenza said that if they continued along the path, they were bound to run into Allier himself. "To hell with this," Belbo said. "So what?" Lorenza said he was insensitive. The solution? Get to the car without taking the path, cut across the slopes. A breathless flight over a series of sun-baked terraces, and Belbo lost the heel of a shoe. Lorenza said, "You see how much more beautiful it is this way? Of course you're out of breath. You shouldn't smoke so much." They reached the car, and Belbo said they might as well go back to Milan. "No," Lorenza said, "Allier might be late. We might meet him on the highway, and he knows your car. It's such a lovely day. Let's cut through the interior. It must be charming, and we'll get to the Autostrada del Sole and have a supper along the Po somewhere, near Pavia." "Why there? And what do you mean, cut through the interior?" "There's only one solution. Look at the map. We'd have to climb into the mountains after Uscio, then across the Apennines, stop at Bobbio, and from there go on to Piacenza. You're crazy. Worse than Hannibal and the elephants." "You have no sense of adventure," she said. "And anyway, think of all the charming little restaurants we'll find in those hills. Before Uscio there's Manuelina's, which has at least 12 stars in the Michelin and all the fish you could want." Manuelina's was full, with a line of customers eyeing the tables where coffee was being served. "Never mind," Lorenza said. "A few kilometers higher we'll find 100 places better than this." They found a restaurant at 2:30 in a wretched village that, according to Belbo, even the army maps were ashamed to record, and they ate overcooked pasta with a sauce made of canned meat. Belbo asked Lorenza what was behind all this, because it was no accident that she had made him take her to the very place where Allier would be. She wanted to provoke someone, either Allier or him, but he couldn't figure out which of the two it was. She asked him if he was paranoid. After Uscio they tried a mountain pass, and as they were going through a village that looked like Sunday afternoon in Sicily during the reign of the Bourbons, A big black dog came to a stop in the middle of the road, as if it had never seen an automobile before. Belbo hit it. The impact did not seem great, but as soon as they got out, they saw that the poor animal's belly was red with blood, and some strange pink things, intestines, were sticking out, and the poor dog was whimpering and drooling. Some villeins gathered, and soon it was like a town meeting. Belbo asked who the dog's owner was. He would pay. The dog had no owner. The dog represented perhaps 10% of the population of that god-forsaken place, but they knew it only by sight. Some said they should fetch the carabinieri sergeant, who would fire a shot, and that would be that. As they were looking for the sergeant, a lady arrived, declaring herself an animal lover. "I have 6 cats," she said. "This is a dog, not a cat," Belbo said, "and he's dying, and I'm in a hurry." "Cat or dog, you should have a heart," the lady said. "No, sergeant. Somebody must be brought from the SPCA or from the hospital in the next town. Maybe the animal can be saved." The sun was beating down on Belbo, on Lorenza, on the car, on the dog, and on the bystanders. It seemed to have no intention of setting. Belbo felt as if he were in his pajamas, but unable to wake up. The lady was implacable. The sergeant couldn't be found. The dog went on bleeding and panting and making weak noises. "He's whimpering," Belbo said, and then with Eliot-like detachment, "He's ending with a whimper." "Of course he's whimpering," the lady said. "He's suffering, poor darling, and why couldn't you look where you were going?" The village underwent a demographic boom. Belbo, Lorenza, and the dog had become the entertainment of that gloomy Sunday. A little girl with an ice cream cone came over and asked if they were the people from the TV who were organizing the Miss Ligurian Apennine contest. Belbo told her to beat it or he'd do to her what he did to the dog. The girl started crying. The local doctor arrived, said the girl was his daughter, and Belbo didn't realize to whom he was talking. In a rapid exchange of apologies and introductions, it transpired that the physician had published a diary of a village doctor with the famous Minutius Press in Milan. Belbo incautiously said that he was magna pars of that press. The doctor insisted that he and Lorenza stay for supper. Lorenza fumed, nudged Belbo. "Now we'll end up in the papers, the diabolical lovers. Couldn't you keep your mouth shut?" The sun still beat down as the church bell rang Compline. "We're in Ultima Thule," Belbo muttered through clenched teeth. "Sun 6 months of the year from midnight to midnight, and I'm out of cigarettes." The dog confined itself to suffering, and nobody paid it any further attention. Lorenza said she was having an asthma attack. Belbo was sure by now that the cosmos was a practical joke of the demiurge. Finally, it occurred to him that they could take the car and look for help in the nearest town. The animal-loving lady agreed. They should go. They should hurry. She trusted a gentleman from a publishing house that published poetry. She herself was a great admirer of Khalil Gibran. Belbo drove off, and when they reached the nearest town, cynically drove through it, as Lorenza cursed all the animals with which the Lord had befouled the earth from the 1st through the 5th day. Belbo agreed, and went so far as to curse the work of the 6th day, too, and perhaps also the rest on the 7th, because this was the most ill-starred Sunday he had ever lived through. They began to cross the Apennines. On the map it looked easy, but it took them hours. They didn't stop at Bobbio, and toward evening they arrived at Piacenza. Belbo was tired, but at least he could have supper with Lorenza. He took a double room in the only available hotel, near the station. When they went upstairs, Lorenza said she wouldn't sleep in such a place. Belbo said they'd look for something else if she would just give him time to go down to the bar and have a martini. He found nothing but cognac, domestic. When he went back up to the room, Lorenza wasn't there. At the front desk he found a message. "Darling, I've discovered a marvelous train for Milan. I'm leaving. See you next week." Belbo rushed to the station. The track was empty, just like a western. He had to spend the night in Piacenza. He looked for a paperback thriller, but the station newsstand was closed. All he could find in the hotel was a touring club magazine. It had an article on Apennine passes, like the one he had just crossed. In his memory, faded as if the day's events had happened long ago, they were arid, sun-baked, dusty, scattered with mineral flotsam. But on the glossy pages of the magazine they were dream country, to return to even on foot, to be savored step by step. The Samoas of Seven Seas Jim. How can a man rush to his own destruction simply because he runs over a dog? Yet that's how it was. That night in Piacenza, Belbo decided to withdraw once more into the plan, where he would suffer no more defeats, because there he was the one who decided who, how, and when. That must have also been the night he decided to avenge himself on Allier, even if he didn't have a clear reason. He would put him into the plan without Allier's knowing. It was typical of Belbo to seek revenges of which he would be the only witness, not out of modesty, but because he distrusted the ability of others to appreciate them. Slipped into the plan, Allier would be annulled, would dissolve in smoke like the wick of a candle. Unreal as the Templars of Provins, the Rosicrucians, as unreal as Belbo himself. It shouldn't be difficult, Belbo thought. We've cut Bacon and Napoleon down to size. Why not Allier? We'll send him out looking for the map, too. I freed myself of Ardenti and his memory by putting him into a fiction better than his own. The same will happen with Allier. I believe he really believed this. Such is the power of frustrated desire. The file ended, it could not have been otherwise, with the quotation required of all those whom life has defeated. Bin ich ein Gott. Chapter 108. What is the hidden influence behind the press, behind all the subversive movements going on around us? Are there several powers at work? Or is there one power, one invisible group directing all the rest? The circle of the real initiates. Nesta Webster, Secret Societies and Subversive Movements, London, Boswell, 1924, page 348. Maybe he would have forgotten his decision. Maybe it would have been enough for him just to write it. Maybe, if he had seen Lorenza again at once, he would have been caught up by desire, and desire would have forced him to come to terms with life. But instead, that Monday afternoon, Allier appeared in his office, wafting exotic cologne, smiling as he handed over some manuscripts to be rejected, saying he had read them during a splendid weekend at the seashore. Belbo, seized once more by rancor, decided to taunt Allier by giving him a glimpse of the magic bloodstone. Assuming the manner of Boccaccio's Buffalmacco, he said that for more than 10 years he had been burdened by an occult secret. A manuscript, entrusted to him by a certain Colonel Ardenti, who claimed to be in possession of the plan of the Templars. The colonel had been abducted or killed, and his papers had been taken. Garamond Press had been left with a red herring text, deliberately erroneous, fantastic, even puerile, whose sole purpose was to let others know that the colonel had seen the Provins message and Ingolf's final notes, the notes Ingolf's murderers were still looking for. But there was also a very slim file, containing 10 pages only, but those 10 pages were the authentic text, the one really found among Ingolf's papers. They had remained in Belbo's hands. "What a curious story!" This was Allier's reaction. "Do tell me more." Belbo told him more. He told him the whole plan, just as we had conceived it, as if it were all contained in that remote manuscript. He even told him, in an increasingly cautious and confidential tone, that there was also a policeman by the name of De Angelis, who had arrived at the brink of the truth, but had come up against the hermetic, no other way to describe it, silence of Belbo himself, keeper of mankind's greatest secret, a secret that boiled down to the secret of the map. Here he paused, in a silence charged with unspoken meaning, like all great pauses. His reticence about the final truth guaranteed the truth of its premises. For those who really believed in a secret tradition, he calculated, nothing was louder than silence. "How interesting, how extremely interesting," Allier said, taking the snuff-box from his vest as if his thoughts were elsewhere. And the map?" Belbo thought, "You old voyeur, you're getting aroused. Serves you right. With all your Saint-Germain airs, you're just another petty charlatan living off the shell game, and then you buy the Brooklyn Bridge from the first charlatan who's a bigger charlatan than you are. Now I'll send you on a wild goose chase looking for maps, so you'll vanish into the bowels of the earth, carried away by the telluric currents until you crack your head against the transoceanic monolith of some Celtic valve." And very circumspectly he replied, "In the manuscript, of course, there was also the map, or rather a precise description of the map, of the original. It's surprising. You can't imagine how simple the solution is. The map was within everyone's grasp, in full view. Why, thousands of people have passed it every day for centuries.
and the method of orientation is so elementary that you just have to memorize the pattern and the map can be reproduced on the spot anywhere. So simple and so unexpected. Imagine, this is just to give you an idea, it's as if the map were inscribed in the pyramid of Cheops, its elements displayed for everyone to see, and for centuries people have read and reread and deciphered the pyramid, seeking other allusions, other calculations, completely overlooking its incredible, splendid simplicity, a masterpiece of innocence, and fiendish cunning. The Templars of Provins were wizards. "You pique my curiosity. Would you allow me to see it?" "I must confess I destroyed everything, the 10 pages, the map. I was frightened. You understand, don't you?" "You mean to tell me you destroyed a document of such importance?" "I destroyed it. But, as I said, the revelation was of an absolute simplicity. The map is here," and Belbo touched his forehead. "For over 10 years I've carried it with me. For over 10 years I've carried the secret here," and he touched his forehead again, "like an obsession. For I fear the power that would be mine if I put forth my hand and grasped the heritage of the 36 Invisibles. Now you realize why I persuaded Garamond to publish Isis Unveiled and the History of Magic. I'm waiting for the right contact." Then, more and more carried away by the role he had taken on, and to put Allier definitively to the test, he recited word for word Arsène Lupin's ardent speech at the conclusion of L'Aiguille Creuse. "There are moments when my power makes my head swim. I am drunk with dominion." "Come now, dear friend," Allier said. "What if you have given excessive credence to the daydreams of some fanatic? Are you sure the text was authentic? Why don't you trust my experience in these matters? If you only knew how many revelations of this sort I've heard in my life, and how many proved with my help to be unfounded. I can boast some expertise, at least, modest perhaps, but precise, in the field of historical cartography." "Dr. Allier," Belbo said, "you would be the first to remind me that once revealed a mystic secret is no longer of any use. I've been silent for years. I can go on being silent." And he was silent. Allier, too, rogue or not, performed his role in earnest. He had spent his life amusing himself with impenetrable secrets, so he was quite convinced that Belbo's lips would be sealed forever. At that point, Gudrun came in and told Belbo that the Bologna meeting had been set for Wednesday at noon. "You can take the morning Intercity," she said. "Delightful train, the Intercity," Allier said. "But you should reserve a seat, especially at this season." Belbo said that even if you boarded at the last moment you could find something, perhaps in the dining car where they served breakfast. "I wish you luck, then," Allier said. "Bologna, beautiful city, but so hot in June." "I'll be there only 2 or 3 hours. I have to discuss a text on ancient inscriptions. There are problems with the illustrations." Then he fired his big gun. "I haven't had my vacation yet. I'll take it around the summer solstice. I may make up my mind to— You understand me, and I rely on your discretion. I've spoken to you as a friend." "I can keep silent even better than you. In any case, I thank you, most sincerely, for your trust." And Allier left. From this encounter Belbo emerged confident, total victory of his astral narrative over the wretchedness and shame of the sublunar world. The next day he received a phone call from Allier. "You must forgive me, dear friend. I have encountered a small contretemps. You know that in a modest way I deal in antique books. This evening I am to receive from Paris a dozen bound volumes, 18th century, of a certain value, and I absolutely must deliver them to a correspondent of mine in Florence tomorrow. I would take them myself, but another engagement detains me here. I thought of this solution. You are going to Bologna. I'll meet you at your train tomorrow, 10 minutes before you leave, and hand you a small suitcase. You put it on the rack over your seat and leave it there when you arrive in Bologna. You might wait and get off last to be sure no one takes it. In Florence, my correspondent will board the train while it's standing in the station and collect the suitcase. It's a nuisance for you, I know, but if you could render me this service, I'd be eternally grateful." "Gladly," Belbo replied. "But how will your friend in Florence know where I've left the suitcase?" "I have taken the liberty of reserving a seat for you, seat number 45, car 8. It's reserved as far as Rome, so no one else will occupy it in Bologna or in Florence. You see, in exchange for the inconvenience I'm causing you, I'll make sure that you will travel comfortably and not have to make do in the dining car. I didn't dare buy your ticket, of course, not wanting you to think I meant to discharge my indebtedness in such an indelicate fashion." A real gentleman, Belbo thought. He'll send me a case of rare wine to drink his health. Yesterday I wanted to dispatch him to the bowels of the earth, and now I'm doing him a favor. Anyway, I could hardly refuse. Wednesday morning, Belbo went to the station early, bought his ticket to Bologna, and found Allier standing beside car 8 with the suitcase. It was fairly heavy, but not bulky. Belbo put the suitcase above seat number 45 and settled down with his bundle of newspapers. The news of the day was Berlinguer's funeral. A little later, a bearded gentleman came and occupied the seat next to his. Belbo thought he had seen the man before. With hindsight, he thought it might have been at the party in Piedmont, but he wasn't sure. When the train left, the compartment was full. Belbo read his paper, but the bearded passenger tried to strike up conversations with everybody. He began with remarks about the heat, the inadequacy of the air conditioning, the fact that in June you never knew whether to wear summer things or between-seasons clothing. He observed that the best was a light blazer, just like Belbo's, and he asked if it was English. Belbo said yes, it was English, from Burberry's, and resumed his reading. "They're the best," the gentleman said, "but yours is particularly nice because it doesn't have those gold buttons that are so ostentatious. And, if I may say so, it goes very well with your maroon tie." Belbo thanked him and reopened his paper. The gentleman went on talking with the others about the difficulty of matching ties with jackets, and Belbo continued reading. "I know," he thought, "they all think me rude, but I don't take trains to establish human relationships. I have too much of that as it is." Then the gentleman said to him, "What a lot of papers you read, and of every political tendency. You must be a judge or a politician." Belbo replied that he was neither, but worked for a publishing firm that specialized in books on Arab metaphysics. He said this in the hope of terrifying his adversary, and the man was obviously terrified. Then the conductor arrived. He asked Belbo why he had a ticket for Bologna and a seat reserved to Rome. Belbo said he had changed his mind at the last moment. "How lucky you are," the bearded gentleman said, "to be able to make such decisions according to how the wind blows, without having to count pennies. I envy you." Belbo smiled and looked away. "There," he said, "now they all think I'm either a spendthrift or a bank robber." At Bologna, Belbo stood up and prepared to get off. "Don't forget your suitcase," his neighbor said. "No, a friend will collect it in Florence," Belbo said. "For that matter, I'd be grateful if you'd keep an eye on it." "I will," the bearded gentleman said. "Rest assured." Belbo returned to Milan toward evening, shut himself in his apartment with 2 cans of meat and some crackers, and turned on the TV. More Berlinguer, naturally. The news item about the train appeared at the end, almost as a footnote. Late that morning, on the intercity between Bologna and Florence, a bearded gentleman had voiced suspicions after a passenger got off in Bologna, leaving a suitcase on the luggage rack. True, the passenger had said someone would pick it up in Florence, but wasn't that what terrorists always said? Furthermore, why had he reserved his seat to Rome when he was getting off in Bologna? A heavy uneasiness spread among the other travelers in that compartment. Finally, the bearded passenger said he couldn't bear the tension. It was better to make a mistake than to die, and he alerted the chief conductor. The chief conductor stopped the train and called the railway police. The train was stopped in the mountains. The passengers milled anxiously along the tracks. The bomb squad arrived. The experts opened the suitcase and found a timer and explosive set for the hour of arrival in Florence, enough to wipe out a few dozen people. The police were unable to find the bearded gentleman. Perhaps he had changed cars and got off in Florence because he didn't want to end up in the newspapers. The police were appealing to him to get in touch with them. The other passengers remembered with unusual precision the man who had left the suitcase. He must have looked suspicious at first sight. He was wearing a blue English jacket without gold buttons, a maroon necktie. He was taciturn, and seemed to want to avoid attracting attention at all costs. But he had let slip the information that he worked for a paper, or a publisher, or for something having to do, the witness's testimony varied, with physics, methane, or metempsychosis. But Arabs were definitely involved. Police stations and Carabinieri headquarters had been alerted. Anonymous phone calls were already coming in and being sifted by the investigators. 2 Libyan citizens had been detained in Bologna. A police artist had made a sketch, which now occupied the whole screen.
The drawing didn't resemble Belbo, but Belbo resembled the drawing. Belbo plainly was the man with the suitcase. But the suitcase had contained Allier's books. He called Allier. There was no answer. It was already late in the evening. He didn't dare leave the house, so he took a pill to get some sleep. The next morning he called Allier again. Silence. He went out to buy the papers. Luckily, the front page was still occupied by the funeral. The story about the train and the copy of the police sketch must be somewhere inside. He skulked back to his apartment, his collar turned up, then realized he was still wearing the blazer. At least he didn't have on the maroon tie. While he was trying once more to sort out what had happened, he received a call. A strange foreign voice, a slightly Balkan accent, mellifluous. A completely disinterested party acting out of pure kindness of heart. "Poor Signor Belbo," the voice said, "finding yourself compromised by such an unpleasant business. You should never agree to act as someone else's courier without first checking the contents of the package. How awful it would be if someone were to inform the police that Signor Belbo was the unidentified occupant of seat number 45. Of course, that extreme step could be avoided if Belbo would only agree to cooperate. If he were to say, for example, where the Templars' map was. And since Milan had become hot because everyone knew the intercity terrorist had boarded the train there, it would be prudent to deal with the matter in neutral territory, for example, Paris. Why not arrange to meet at the Librairie Sloane, 3 Rue de la Manticore, in a week's time? But perhaps Belbo would be better advised to set off at once, before anybody could identify him. Librairie Sloane, 3 Rue de la Manticore. At noon on Wednesday, June 20th, he would find there a familiar face, that bearded gentleman with whom he had conversed so cordially on the train. The bearded gentleman would tell Belbo where to find other friends, and then, gradually, in good company, in time for the summer solstice, Belbo would tell what he knew, and the business would be concluded without any trauma. Rue de la Manticore, number 3, easy to remember. Chapter 109. Saint-Germain, very polished and witty, said he possessed every kind of secret. He often employed, for his apparitions, that famous magic mirror of his, and through its catoptric effects summoned up the usual well-known shades. His contact with the other world was unquestioned. Le Cultu de Canteleu, Les Sectes et les Sociétés Secrètes, Paris, Didier, 1863, pages 170 to 171. Belbo was devastated. Everything was clear. Allier believed his story, he wanted the map, he had set a trap for him, and now Belbo was in the man's power. Either Belbo went to Paris to reveal what he didn't know, but he was the only one who knew he didn't know it, since I had gone off without leaving an address and Dio Talevi was dying, or all the police forces of Italy would be after him. But was it really possible that Allier had stooped to such a sordid trick? Belbo should take that old lunatic by the collar and drag him to the police station. That was the only way to get out of this mess. He hailed a taxi and went to the little house near Piazza Piola. Windows closed. On the gate, a real estate agency's sign, for rent. This was insane. Allier was living here just last week. Belbo had telephoned him. He rang the bell of the house next door. "Oh, that gentleman? He moved out yesterday. I have no idea where he's gone. I knew him only by sight. He was such a reserved person. Always traveling, I suppose." The only thing left was to inquire at the agency. They had never heard of Allier. The house had been rented by a French firm. The rent was paid regularly through a bank. The lease was cancelled overnight. The firm forfeited the deposit. All their communications by letter had been with a certain Monsieur Ragotki. That was all they knew. It was impossible. Rakoski or Ragotki, the colonel's mysterious visitor, wanted by De Angelis and by Interpol, and here he was going around renting houses. In our story, Ardenti's Rakoski was a reincarnation of Rakowski of the Okrana, in other words, the inevitable Saint-Germain. What did he have to do with Allier? Belbo went to the office, sneaking upstairs like a thief, and locked himself in his room. He had to try to think things through. It was enough to drive a man crazy, and Belbo suspected he had finally gone mad. There was no one he could confide in. While he was wiping the sweat from his face and mechanically, without thinking, leafing through some manuscripts that had come in the day before, at the top of a page he suddenly saw Allier's name. He looked at the title, A little work by some run-of-the-mill diabolical, The True Story of the Comte de Saint-Germain. He read the page again. Quoting Charcornac's biography, it said that Claude Louis de Saint-Germain had gone variously by the names of Monsieur de Surmont, Count Soltikoff, Mr. Welldone, Marchese di Belmar, Rakoczy or Rogotsky, and so on. But the real family names were Saint-Martin and Marquis of Allier, the latter from an ancestral estate in Piedmont. Good. Belbo could rest easy. Not only was he wanted for terrorism, not only was the plan true, not only had Allier disappeared in the space of 2 days, but, into the bargain, the Count was no mythomane, but the true and immortal Saint-Germain. And he had never done anything to conceal that fact. But no, the only true thing in this growing whirlwind of falsehoods was his name. No, even his name was false. Allier wasn't Allier. But it didn't matter who he really was, because he was acting, had been acting for years, like a character in the story we were to invent only later. There was nothing Belbo could do. With the disappearance of Allier, he couldn't prove to the police that Allier had given him the suitcase, and even if the police believed him, it would come out that he had received it from a man wanted for murder, a man he had been employing as a consultant for at least 2 years. Great alibi. To grasp this whole story, melodramatic to begin with, and to make the police swallow it, another story had to be assumed, even more outlandish, namely that the plan which we had invented corresponded in every detail, including the desperate final search for the map, to a real plan, which had already involved Allier, Rakovsky, Rogotsky, the bearded gentleman, and the trace, not to mention the Templars of Provins, which story in turn was based on the assumption that the colonel was right. Except that he was right by being wrong, because our plan, after all, was different from his, and if his was true, then ours couldn't be true, and vice versa. And therefore, if we were right, why had Rakovsky 10 years ago stolen a wrong document from the colonel? Just reading the other morning what Belbo had confided to Abulafia, I felt like banging my head against the wall, to convince myself that the wall, at least the wall, was really there. I imagined how Belbo must have felt that day, and in the days that followed, but it wasn't over yet. Needing someone to talk to, he telephoned Lorenza. She wasn't in. He was willing to bet he would never see her again. In a way, Lorenza was a creature invented by Allier, and Allier was a creature invented by Belbo, and Belbo no longer knew who had invented Belbo. He picked up the newspaper again. The one sure thing was that he was the man in the police drawing. To convince him further, at that moment the phone rang. For him again, in the office. The same Balkan accent, the same instructions, meeting in Paris. "Who are you, anyway?" Belbo shouted. "We're the Trace," the voice replied, "and you know more about the Trace than we do." Belbo took the bull by the horns and called De Angelis. At headquarters they made difficulties. The inspector, they said, was no longer working there. When Belbo insisted, they gave in and put him through to some office. "Ah, Dr. Belbo, what a surprise," De Angelis said in a tone that suggested sarcasm. "You're lucky you caught me. I'm packing my suitcases." Suitcases? Was that a hint? "I've been transferred to Sardinia. A peaceful assignment, apparently." "Inspector De Angelis, I have to talk to you. It's urgent. It's about that business." "Business? What business?" "The colonel. And the other thing. Once you asked Kosorbin if he'd heard any mention of the Trace. Well, I have. And I have things to tell you, important things." "I don't want to hear them. It's not my case anymore. And it's a little late in the day, don't you think?" "Yes, I admit it. I kept something from you years ago, but now I want to talk." "Not to me, Dr. Belbo. First of all, I should tell you that someone is surely listening to our conversation, and I want that someone to know that I refuse to hear anything and that I don't know anything. I have 2 children, small children, and I've been told something could happen to them. To show me it wasn't a joke, yesterday morning when my wife started the car, the hood blew off. A very small charge, hardly more than a firecracker, but enough to convince me that if they want to, they can. I went to the chief, told him I've always done my duty, sometimes went beyond the call of duty, but I'm no hero. My life I'm willing to lay down, but not the lives of my wife and children. I asked for a transfer. Then I went and told everybody what a coward I am, and how I'm shitting in my pants. Now I'm saying it to you and to whoever's listening to us. I've ruined my career, I've lost my self-respect, I'm a man without honor, but I'm saving my loved ones. Sardinia is very beautiful, I'm told, and I won't even have to lay money aside to send the children to the beach in the summer. Goodbye." "Wait, I'm in trouble." "You're in trouble? Good. When I asked for your help, you wouldn't give it to me. Neither would your friend Casaubon. But now that you're in trouble—" "Well, I'm in trouble too. You've come too late. The police, as they say in the movies, are at the service of the citizen. Is that what you're thinking? Then call the police. Call my successor." Belbo hung up. Wonderful. They had even prevented him from turning to the one policeman who might have believed him. Then it occurred to him that Signor Garamond, with all his acquaintances, prefects, police chiefs, high officials, could lend a hand. He rushed to him. Garamond listened to his story affably, interrupting him with polite exclamations like, "You don't say! Of all things! Why, it sounds like a novel!" Then he clasped his hands, looked at Belbo with profound understanding, and said, "My boy, allow me to call you that, because I could be your father. Well, perhaps not your father, because I'm still a young man, more a youthful man, but your older brother, yes, if you'll allow me. I'll speak to you from the heart. We've known each other for so many years. It seems to me that you're overexcited, at the end of your tether, nerves shot, more, tired. Don't think I don't appreciate it. I know you give body and soul to the press, and one day this must be considered also in what I might call material terms, because that never does any harm. But if I were you, I'd take a vacation. You say you find yourself in an embarrassing situation. To be frank, I might say, not to dramatize, but it would be unpleasant for Garamond Press, too, if one of its editors, its best editor, were involved in any kind of dubious business. You tell me that someone wants you to travel to Paris. It's not necessary to go into details. I believe you, naturally. So go to Paris. Isn't it best to clear things up at once? You say you find yourself, how shall I put it, on conflictual terms with a gentleman like Count Allier. I don't want to know the details of what happened between the two of you, but I wouldn't brood too much on that similarity of names you mentioned. The world is full of people named German or something similar. Don't you agree? If Allier sends you word to come to Paris, and we'll clear everything up, then go to Paris. It won't be the end of the world. In human relationships, it's always best to be straightforward, frank. Go to Paris, and if you have anything on your chest, don't hold it back. What's in your heart should be on your lips. What do all these secrets matter? Count Allier, if I've understood correctly, complains because you don't want to tell him where some map is, some paper or message or whatever, something you have and are making no use of, whereas maybe our good friend Allier needs it for some scholarly reason. We're in the service of culture, aren't we? Or am I wrong? Give it to him, this map, this atlas, this chart. I don't even want to know what it is. If it means so much to him, he must have his reasons, surely worthy of respect. A gentleman is always a gentleman. Go to Paris, shake hands, and it's done. All right? And don't worry more than necessary. You know I'm always here. Then he pressed the intercom. Signora Grazia? Not there. She's never around when you need her. You have your troubles, my dear Belbo, but if you only knew mine. Goodbye now. If you see Signora Grazia in the corridor, send her in. And get some rest. Don't forget. Belbo went out. Signora Grazia wasn't in her office, but on her desk he saw that the red light of Garamond's personal line was on. Garamond was calling someone. Belbo couldn't resist. I believe it was the first time in his life he committed such an indelicacy. He picked up the receiver and listened in on the conversation. Garamond was saying, "Don't worry. I think I've convinced him. He'll come to Paris." "Oh, only my duty. We belong to the same spiritual knighthood, after all." So Garamond, too, was part of the secret. What secret? The one that only he, Belbo, could reveal. The one that did not exist. It was evening by then. He went to Pylades, exchanged a few words with someone or other, drank too much. The next morning he sought out the only friend he had left, Diotalevi. He went to ask the help of a dying man. Their last conversation he reported feverishly on Abulafia. It's a summary. I was unable to tell how much was Diotalevi's and how much was Belbo's, because in both cases it was the murmuring of one who speaks the truth because he knows the time has passed for playing with illusion. Chapter 110. And so it happened that Rabbi Ismael ben Elisha and his disciples, who were studying the book Yesira and mistook the movements and walked backward, sank into the earth to its navel, thanks to the strength of letters. Pseudo Saadia, Commentary on the Sefer Yesira. He had never seen his friend so white. Diotalevi had hardly any hair now on his head, or eyebrows, or lashes. He looked like a billiard ball. "Forgive me," Belbo said. "Can we discuss my situation?" "Go ahead. I don't have a situation, only needs." "I heard they have a new therapy. These things devour 20-year-olds, but at 50 it's slower. There's time to find a cure." "Speak for yourself. I'm not 50 yet. My body is still young. I have the privilege of dying more quickly, but it's hard for me to talk. Tell me what you have to say so I can rest." Obedient, respectful, Belbo told him the whole story. Then Diotalevi, breathing like the Thing in the science fiction movie, talked. He had also the transparency of the Thing, that absence of boundary between exterior and interior, between skin and flesh, between the light fuzz on his belly, discernible in the gap of his pajamas, and the mucilaginous tangle of viscera that only X-rays or a disease in an advanced state can make visible. "Jacopo, I'm stuck here in a bed. I can't decide whether what you're telling me is happening only inside your head or whether it's happening outside, but it doesn't matter. Whether you've gone crazy or the world has makes no difference. In either case, someone has mixed and shuffled the words of the book more than was right." "What do you mean?" "We've sinned against the Word, against that which created and sustains the world. Now you are punished for it, as I am punished for it. There's no difference between you and me." A nurse came in and put water on his table. She told Belbo not to tire him, but Diotalevi waved her away. "Leave us alone. I have to tell him the truth." "You know the truth?" "Who, me? What a question, sir." "Then go. I have to tell my friend something important. Now listen, Jacopo. Just as man's body has limbs and joints and organs, so does the Torah, and as the Torah, so a man's body. You follow me?" "Yes." Rabbi Meir, when he was learning from Rabbi Akiba, mixed vitriol in the ink, and the master said nothing. But when Rabbi Meir asked Rabbi Ismael if he was doing the right thing, the rabbi said to him, "Son, be cautious in your work, because it is divine work, and if you omit one letter, or write one letter too many, you destroy the whole world." We tried to rewrite the Torah, but we paid no heed to whether there were too many letters or too few. We were joking. You don't joke with the Torah. We were joking with history, with other people's writings. Is there a writing that founds the world and is not the book? Give me a little water. No, not the glass. Wet that cloth. Thanks. Now listen. Rearranging the letters of the book means rearranging the world. There's no getting away from it. Any book, even a speller. People like your Dr. Wagner, don't they say that a man who plays with words and makes anagrams and violates the language has ugliness in his soul and hates his father? But those are psychoanalysts. They say that to make money. They aren't your rabbis. They're all rabbis. They're all saying the same thing. Do you think the rabbis, when they spoke of the Torah, were talking about a scroll? They were talking about us, about remaking our body through language. Now listen. To manipulate the letters of the book takes great piety, and we didn't have it. But every book is interwoven with the name of God. And we anagrammatized all the books of history, and we did it without praying. Listen to me, damn it! He who concerns himself with the Torah keeps the world in motion, and he keeps in motion his own body as he reads, studies, rewrites, because there's no part of the body that doesn't have an equivalent in the world. Wet the cloth for me. Thanks. If you alter the book, you alter the world. If you alter the world, you alter the body. This is what we didn't understand. The Torah allows a word to come out of its coffer. The word appears for a moment, then hides immediately. It is revealed only for a moment and only to its lover. It's a beautiful woman who hides in a remote chamber of her palace. She waits for one whose existence nobody knows of. If another tries to take her, to put his dirty hands on her, she dismisses him. She knows her beloved. She opens the door just a little, shows herself, and immediately hides again. The word of the Torah reveals itself only to him who loves it, but we approach books without love, in mockery. Belbo again moistened his friend's lips with the cloth. And so? So we attempted to do what was not allowed us, what we were not prepared for. Manipulating the words of the book, we attempted to construct a golem. I don't understand. You can't understand.
You're the prisoner of what you created. But your story in the outside world is still unfolding. I don't know how, but you can still escape it. For me, it's different. I am experiencing in my body everything we did as a joke in the plan. Don't talk nonsense. It's a matter of cells. And what are cells? For months, like devout rabbis, we uttered different combinations of the letters of the book. GCC, CGC, GCG, CGG. What our lips said, our cells learned. What did my cells do? They invented a different plan, and now they are proceeding on their own, creating a history, a unique private history. My cells have learned that you can blaspheme by anagrammatizing the book, and all the books of the world. And they have learned to do this now with my body. They invert, transpose, alternate, transform themselves into cells unheard of, new cells without meaning, or with meaning contrary to the right meaning. There must be a right meaning and a wrong meaning, otherwise you die. My cells joke, without faith, blindly. Jacopo, while I could still read, during these past months, I read dictionaries, I studied histories of words, to understand what was happening in my body. I studied like a rabbi. Have you ever reflected that the linguistic term metathesis is similar to the oncological term metastasis? What is metathesis? Instead of clasp, one says claps. Instead of beloved, one says bevoled. It's the Temora. The dictionary says that metathesis means transposition or interchange, while metastasis indicates change and shifting. Jacopo, while I could still read, during these past months, I read dictionaries, I studied histories of words, to understand what was happening in my body. I studied like a rabbi. Have you ever reflected that the linguistic term metathesis is similar to the oncological term metastasis? What is metathesis? Instead of clasp, one says claps. Instead of beloved, one says bevoled. It's the Temora. The dictionary says that metathesis means transposition or interchange, while metastasis indicates change and shifting. How stupid dictionaries are. The root is the same. Either it's the verb metatithemi or the verb methystemi. Metatithemi means I interpose, I shift, I transfer, I substitute, I abrogate a law, I change a meaning. And methystemi? It's the same thing. I move, I transform, I transpose, I switch clichés, I take leave of my senses. And as we sought secret meanings beyond the letter, we all took leave of our senses. And so did my cells, obediently, dutifully. That's why I'm dying, Jacopo, and you know it. You talk like this because you're ill. I talk like this because finally I understand everything about my body. I've studied it day after day. I know what's happening in it, but I can't intervene. The cells no longer obey. I'm dying because I convinced myself that there was no order, that you could do whatever you liked with any text. I spent my life convincing myself of this, I, with my own brain. And my brain must have transmitted the message to them. Why should I expect them to be wiser than my brain? I'm dying because we were imaginative beyond bounds. Listen, what's happening to you has no connection with our plan. It doesn't? Then explain what's happening to you. The world is behaving like my cells. He sank back, exhausted. The doctor came in and whispered to Belbo that it was wrong to submit a dying man to such stress. Belbo left, and that was the last time he saw Diotalevi. Very well, he wrote, the police are after me for the same reason that Diotalevi has cancer. Poor friend, he's dying, and I, who don't have cancer, what am I doing? I'm going to Paris to find the principle of neoplasm. But he didn't give in immediately. He stayed shut up in his apartment for 4 days, reviewed his files, sentence by sentence, to find an explanation. Then he wrote out this account, a final testament, so to speak, telling it to himself, to Abulafia, to me, or to anyone else who was able to read it. And finally, Tuesday, he left. I believe Belbo went to Paris to say to them there was no secret, that the real secret was to let the cells proceed according to their own instinctive wisdom, that seeking mysteries beneath the surface reduced the world to a foul cancer, and that of all the people in the world, the most foul, the most stupid person was Belbo himself, who knew nothing and had invented everything.
Such a step must have cost him dear, but he had accepted for too long the premise that he was a coward, and De Angelis had certainly shown him that heroes were few. In Paris, after the first meeting, Belbo must have realized they wouldn't believe him. His words were too undramatic, too simple. It was a revelation they wanted, on pain of death. Belbo had no revelation to give, and his final cowardice, he feared death. So he tried to cover his tracks, and he called me, but they caught him. Chapter 111. C'est une leçon par la suite. Quand votre ennemi se reproduira, car il n'est pas en son dernier masque, congédiez-le brusquement, et surtout n'allez pas le chercher dans les grottes. Jacques Cazot, Le Diable Amoureux, 1772, from a page suppressed in later editions. Now, in Belbo's apartment, as I finished reading his confessions, I asked myself, what should I do? No point going to Garamond. De Angelis had left. Diotallevi had said everything he had to say. Leah was far off in a place without a telephone. It was 6 in the morning, Saturday, June 23rd, and if something was going to happen, it would happen tonight in the Conservatoire. I had to decide quickly. Why, I asked myself later in the periscope, didn't you pretend nothing had happened? You had before you the texts of a madman who had talked with other madmen, including a last conversation with an overexcited or overdepressed dying friend. You weren't even sure Belbo had called you from Paris. Maybe he was talking from somewhere a few kilometers outside Milan, or maybe from the booth on the corner. Why involve yourself in a story that was imaginary and that didn't concern you anyway? That was the question I set myself in the periscope as my feet were growing numb and the light was fading, and I felt the unnatural yet very natural fear that anyone would feel at night, alone, in a deserted museum. But early that morning I had felt no fear, only curiosity, and, perhaps, duty, friendship. I told myself that I, too, should go to Paris. I wasn't quite sure why, but I couldn't desert Belbo now. Maybe he was counting on me to slip under cover of night into the cave of the thugs and, as Suryodhana was about to plunge the sacrificial knife into his heart, burst into the underground temple with my sepoys, their muskets loaded with grape-shot, and carry him to safety. Luckily, I had a little money on me. In Paris, I got into a taxi and told the driver to take me to Rue de la Manticore. He grumbled, cursed. The street couldn't be found even in those guides they have. In fact, it turned out to be an alley no wider than the aisle of a train. It was in the neighborhood of the old Bièvre, behind Saint-Julien-le-Pauvre. The taxi couldn't even enter it. The driver left me at the corner. Uneasily, I entered the alley. There were no doorways. At a certain point, the street widened a little, and I came to a bookshop. Why it had the number 3, I don't know, since there was no number 1 or 2 or any other street number. It was a grimy little shop, lighted by a single bulb. Half of the double door served as a display case. Its sides held perhaps a few dozen books, indicating the shop's specialties. On a shelf, some pendulums, dusty boxes of incense sticks, little amulets, Oriental or South American, and tarot decks of diverse origin. The interior was no more welcoming. A mass of books on the walls and on the floor, with a little table at the back and a bookseller who seemed put there deliberately, so that a writer could write that the man was more decrepit than his books. This person, his nose in a big handwritten ledger, was taking no interest in his customers, of which at the moment there were only 2, and they raised clouds of dust as they drew out old volumes, nearly all without bindings, from teetering shelves, and began reading them, giving no impression of wanting to buy. The only space not cluttered with shelves was occupied by a poster. Garish colors, a series of oval portraits with double borders, as in the posters of the magician Houdini. Le Petit Cirque de l'Incroyable, Madame Olcott et ses liens avec l'invisible. An olive-skinned mannish face, 2 bands of black hair gathered in a knot at the nape. I had seen that face before, I thought. Les derviches hurleurs et leurs danses sacrées, les frics mignons, ou les petits-fils du Fortunio Licetti. An assortment of pathetic, abominable little monsters. Alex et Denise, les géants d'Avalon. Théo, Léo et Géo Fox, les enlumineurs de l'ectoplasme. The Librairie Sloane truly supplied everything from the cradle to the grave. It even advertised healthy entertainment, a suitable place to take the children before grinding them up in the mortar. I heard a phone ring. The shopkeeper pushed aside a pile of papers until he found the receiver. "Oui, monsieur," he said. "C'est bien ça." He listened for a few minutes, nodded, then assumed a puzzled look, or at least it was the pretense of puzzlement on account of those present, as if everybody could hear what he was hearing and he didn't want to assume responsibility for it. Then he took on that shocked expression of a Parisian shopkeeper when you ask for something he doesn't have in his shop, or hotel clerk when there are no rooms available. "Ah, non, monsieur." "Ah, ça? Non, non, monsieur. C'est pas notre boulot. Ici, vous savez, on vend des livres. On peut bien vous conseiller sur des catalogues, mais ça... Il s'agit de problèmes très personnels, et nous... Oh, alors, il y a... C'est pas moi, des curés, des... Oui, si vous voulez, des exorcistes. D'accord, je le sais, on connaît des confrères qui se prêtent. Mais pas nous. Non, vraiment, la description ne me suffit pas. Et quand même... Désolé, monsieur. Comment? Oui. Si vous voulez. C'est un endroit bien connu, mais ne demandez pas mon avis. C'est bien ça, vous savez. Dans ce cas, la confiance est tout. À votre service, monsieur. The other two customers left. I felt ill at ease, but steeled myself and attracted the old man's attention with a cough. I told him I was looking for an acquaintance, a friend who I thought often stopped by here, Monsieur Allier. Again the man had the shocked look he had had while on the telephone. Perhaps, I said, he didn't know him as Allier, but as Rakoski or Soltykov or... The bookseller looked at me again, narrowing his eyes, and remarked coldly that I had friends with curious names. I told him never mind, it was not important, I was merely inquiring. "Wait," he said, "my partner is arriving, and he may know the person you are looking for. Have a seat, please. There's a chair in the back there. I'll just make a call and check." He picked up the phone, dialed the number, and spoke in a low voice. "Casaubon," I said to myself, "you're even stupider than Belbo. What are you waiting for? For them to come and say, 'Oh, what a fine coincidence, Jacopo Belbo's friend as well. Come along, yes, you too.'" I stood up abruptly, said good-bye, and left. In a minute I was out of Rue de la Manticore, in another alley, then at the Seine. "Fool," I said to myself, "what did you expect? To walk in, find Allier, take him by the lapels, and hear him apologize and say it was all a misunderstanding? Here's your friend, we didn't touch a hair on his head. And now they know that you're here too." It was past noon, and that evening something would take place in the Conservatoire. What was I to do? I turned into Rue Saint-Jacques, every now and then looking over my shoulder. An Arab seemed to be following me. But what made me think he was an Arab? The thing about Arabs is that they don't look like Arabs, at least not in Paris. In Stockholm it would be different. I passed a hotel, went in, asked for a room, got a key. As I was going upstairs, wooden stairs with a railing, from the second-floor landing the desk was still visible, and I saw the presumed Arab enter. Then I noticed that in the corridor there were other people who could have been Arabs. Of course, that neighborhood was full of little hotels for Arabs. What did I expect? I went into the room. It was decent. There was even a telephone. Too bad I didn't know anyone I could call. I dozed fitfully until 3. Then I washed my face and headed for the Conservatoire. Now there was nothing else for me to do but enter the museum, stay on after closing, and wait for midnight. Which I did. And a few hours before midnight I found myself in the periscope, waiting. Netzach, for some interpreters, is the sephira of endurance, forbearance, constant patience. In fact, a test lay ahead of us, but for other interpreters it is victory. Whose victory? Perhaps, in this story full of the defeated, of the diabolicals mocked by Belbo, of Belbo mocked by the diabolicals, of Diotalevi mocked by his cells, I was, for the moment, the only victorious one. Lying in wait in the periscope, I knew about the others, but the others didn't know about me. The first part of my scheme had gone according to plan. And the second? Would it too go according to plan? Or would it go according to the plan, which now was no longer mine? Hod. Chapter 112. For our ordinances and rites, we have 2 very long and fair galleries in the Temple of the Rosy Cross. In one of these we place patterns and samples of all manners of the more rare and excellent inventions. In the other we place the statues of all principal inventors. John Haydon, The English Physician's Guide, or A Holy Guide, London, Ferris, 1662, the preface. I had stayed in the periscope too long. It must have been 10:30. If something was going to happen, it would happen in the nave, before the Pendulum. I had to go down there and find a hiding place, an observation post. If I arrived too late, after they entered, from where, they would notice me. Go downstairs. Move. For hours I had waited for this, but now that it was possible, even wise, to do it, I felt somehow paralyzed. I would have to cross the rooms at night, using my flashlight only when necessary. The barest hint of a nocturnal glow filtered through the big windows. I had imagined a museum made ghostly by the moon's rays. I was wrong. The glass cases reflected vague glints from outside, that was all. If I didn't move carefully, I could go sprawling on the floor, could knock over something with a shatter of glass, a clang of metal. Now and then I turned on the flashlight, turned it off. Proceeding, I felt as if I were at the Crazy Horse. The sudden beam revealed a nakedness, not of flesh, but of screws, clamps, rivets. What if I were suddenly to reveal a living presence, the figure of an envoy of the masters echoing, mirroring my progress? Who would be the first to shout? I listened. In vain. Gliding, I made no noise. Neither did he. That afternoon I had studied carefully the sequence of the rooms, in order to be able to find the great staircase even in the darkness. But instead I was wandering, groping. I had lost my bearings. Perhaps I was going in circles, crossing some of the rooms for the second time. Perhaps I would never get out of this place. Perhaps this groping among meaningless machines was the right. The truth was, I didn't want to go down. I wanted to postpone the rendezvous. I had emerged from the periscope after a long and merciless examination of conscience. I had reviewed our error of the last years and tried to understand why, without any reasonable reason, I was now here hunting for Belbo, who was here for reasons even less reasonable. But the moment I set foot outside the periscope, everything changed. As I advanced with another man's head. I became Belbo. Like Belbo, now at the end of his long journey toward enlightenment, I knew that every earthly object, even the most squalid, must be read as the hieroglyph of something else, and that there is nothing, no object, as real as the plan. How clever I was! A flash of light, a glance was all it took, and I understood. I would not let myself be deceived. Froment's motor, a vertical structure on a rhomboid base. It enclosed, like an anatomical figure exhibiting its ribs and viscera, a series of reels, batteries, circuit breakers, what the hell did the textbooks call them? And the thing was driven by a transmission belt fed by a toothed wheel. What could it have been used for? Answer: for measuring the telluric currents, of course. Accumulators. What did they accumulate? I imagined the 36 invisibles as stubborn secretaries, keepers of the secret, tapping all night on their clavier scribes to produce from this machine a sound, a spark, all of them intent on a dialogue from coast to coast, from abyss to surface, from Machu Picchu to Avalon. Come in, hello, hello, hello. Pamerseal, we've caught a tremor, current Mu 36, the one the Brahmins worshipped as the breath of God. Now I'll plug in the tap, the valve, all micro-macrocosmic circuits operational, all the mandrake roots shuddering beneath the crust of the globe. You hear the song of the universal sympathetic over and out. My God, armies slaughtered one another across the plains of Europe, popes hurled anathemas, emperors met, homophiliac and incestuous, in the hunting lodge of the Palatine Gardens, all to supply a cover, a sumptuous facade for the work of these wireless operators who in the House of Solomon were listening for pale echoes from the umbilicus mundi. And as they operated these pseudo-thermic, hexatetragrammatic electrocapillatories, that's how Garamond would have put it, every now and then someone would invent, say, a vaccine or an electric bulb, a triumph in the wonderful adventure of metals. But the real task was quite different. Here they are, assembled at midnight to spin this static electricity machine of Ducretet, a transparent wheel that looks like a bandolier, and inside it 2 little vibrating balls supported by arched sticks. and when they touch, sparks fly, and Dr. Frankenstein hopes to give life to his golem. But no, the signal has another purpose. Dig, dig, old mole. A sewing machine. What else? One of those engraving advertisements, along with pills for developing one's bust, and the great eagle flying over the mountains with the restorative cordial in its talons, Robur le Conquérant, R.C. But when you turn it on, it turns a wheel, and the wheel turns a coil, and the coil... What does the coil do? Who is listening to the coil? The label says, currents induced from the terrestrial field. Shameless. They're to be read even by children on their afternoon visits. Mankind believed it was going in a different direction, believed everything was possible, believed in the supremacy of experiment, of mechanics. The masters of the world have deceived us for centuries. Enfolded, swaddled, seduced by the plan, we wrote poems in praise of the locomotive. I passed by. I imagined myself dwindling, an ant-sized, dazed pedestrian in the streets of a mechanical city, metallic skyscrapers on every side. Cylinders, batteries, Leyden jars one above the other, merry-go-round centrifuges, tourniquets électriques à attraction et repulsion, a talisman to stimulate the sympathetic currents, colonnade étincelante, formée de 9 tubes, électroaimant, a guillotine, and in the center, it looked like a printing press, hooks hung from chains, the kind you might see in a stable, a press in which you could crush a hand, a head, a glass bell with a pneumatic pump, two-cylinder, a kind of alembic, with a cup underneath and to the right, a copper sphere. In it Saint-Germain concocted his dyes for the Landgrave of Hesse. A pipe rack with 2 rows of little hourglasses, 10 to a row, their necks elongated like the neck of a Modigliani woman, some unspecified material inside, and the upper bulge of each expanded to a different size, like balloons about to take off. This an apparatus for the production of the rebus, where anyone could see it. Then the glassworks section. I had retraced my steps. Little green bottles, a sadist host offering me poisons in quintessence. Iron machines for making bottles, opened and closed by 2 cranks. What if instead of a bottle someone put a wrist in there? Whack! And it would be the same with those great pincers, those immense scissors, those curved scalpels that could be inserted into sphincters or ears, into the uterus to extract the still-living fetus, which would be ground with honey and pepper to sate the appetite of Astarte. The room I was now crossing had broad cases and buttons to set in motion corkscrews that would advance inexorably toward the victim's eye, the pit and the pendulum. We were close to caricature now, to the ridiculous contraptions of Rube Goldberg, the torture racks on which Big Pete bound Mickey Mouse, the engrenage extérieur à 3 pignons, triumph of Renaissance mechanics, Branca, Romelli, Zonka. I knew these gears. I had put them in the wonderful adventure of metals, but they had been added here later, in the last century, and were ready to restrain the unruly after the conquest of the world. The Templars had learned from the assassins how to shut up Nofo Dei when the time of his capture came. The swastika of Sabatendorf would twist, in the direction of the sun, the twitching limbs of the enemies of the masters of the world. All ready, these instruments awaited a sign, everything in full view. The plan was public, but nobody could have guessed it. The creaking mechanical maws would sing their hymn of conquest, great orgy of mouths, all teeth that locked and meshed exactly, mouths singing in tick-tock spasms. Finally, I came to the émetteur à étincelles soufflées, designed for the Eiffel Tower, for the emission of time signals between France, Tunisia, and Russia, the Templars of Provins, the Paulicians, the assassins of Fez. Fez isn't in Tunisia, and the assassins anyway were in Persia, but you can't split hairs when you live in the coils of transcendent time. I had seen it before, this immense machine, taller than I, its walls perforated by a series of portholes, air ducts. The sign said it was a radio apparatus, but I knew better. I had passed it that same afternoon. The Beaubourg. For all to see, and for that matter, what was the real purpose of that enormous box in the center of Lutetia, the air duct in a subterranean sea of mud, where once there was the belly of Paris, and those prehensile proboscises of vents, that insanity of pipes, conduits, that ear of Dionysius, opened to the sky to capture sounds, messages, signals, and send them to the very center of the globe, and then to return them, vomiting out information from hell. First the conservatoire, a laboratory, then the tower, a probe, and finally the Beaubourg, a global transmitter and receiver.
Had they set up that huge suction cup just to entertain a handful of hairy, smelly students who went there to listen to the latest record with a Japanese headset? For all to see, the Beaubourg, gate to the underground kingdom of Agartha, the monument of the Resurgentes Equites Synarchici. And the rest, 2, 3, 4 billion of them, were unaware of this, or forced themselves to look the other way. Idiots and hylics, while the pneumatics headed straight for their goal through 6 centuries. Unexpectedly, I found the staircase. I went down with increasing caution. Midnight was approaching. I had to hide in my observation post before they arrived. It was about 11. I crossed the Lavoisier Hall without turning on the flashlight, remembering the hallucinations of that afternoon. I crossed the corridor with the model trains. There were already people in the nave, dim lights moving, the sound of shuffling, of objects being dragged. Would I have time to make it to the sentry box? I slipped along the cases with the model trains and was soon close to the statue of Gram in the transept. On a wooden pedestal, cubic in form, the cubic stone of Yesod, it stood as if to guard the entrance to the choir. My Statue of Liberty was almost directly behind it. The front panel of the pedestal had been lowered, a kind of gangplank allowing people to enter the nave from some concealed passage. In fact, an individual emerged from there with a lantern, a gas lantern with colored glass, which illuminated his face in red patches. I pressed myself into a corner, and he didn't see me. A second man joined him from the choir. "Vite," he said. "Hurry. In an hour they'll be here." So this was the vanguard, preparing something for the right. If there weren't too many of them, I could still reach Liberty before they arrived, God knows from where and in what numbers, by the same route. For a long while I crouched low, following the glints of the lanterns in the church, the regular alternation of the lights between greater and lesser intensity. I calculated how far they moved away from Liberty and how much of it remained in shadow. Then, at a certain moment, I risked it, squeezed past the left side of Gram, a tight fit, painful, even sucking in my stomach. Luckily, I was thin as a rail. Leah. I made a dash, slipped into the sentry box, where I sank to the floor and curled up in a fetal position. My heart raced, my teeth chattered. I had to relax. I breathed through my nose rhythmically, my breaths gradually deeper and deeper. This is how, under torture, you can make yourself lose consciousness and escape the pain. And in fact, I sank slowly into the embrace of the subterranean world. Chapter 113. Our cause is a secret within a secret that only another secret can explain. It is a secret about a secret that is veiled by a secret. Jafar as-Sadiq, 6th Imam. Slowly I regained consciousness, heard sounds. The light, now stronger, made me blink. My feet were numb. When I tried to get up, making no noise, I felt I was standing on a bed of spiny sea urchins. The Little Mermaid. Silently I stood on tiptoe, then bent my knees, and the pain lessened. Peering out cautiously, left and right, I saw that the sentry box was still pretty much in the shadows. Only then did I take in the scene. The nave was illuminated on all sides. There were now dozens and dozens of lanterns, carried by new arrivals who were entering from the passage behind me. They moved by on my left, into the choir, or lined up in the nave. My God, I said to myself, a night on Bald Mountain, Walt Disney version. They didn't raise their voices. They whispered, together creating a noise like a crowd scene in a play. Rhubarb, rhubarb. To the left, the lanterns were set on the floor in a semicircle, completing with a flattened arc the eastern curve of the choir, and touching at the southernmost point the statue of Pascal. A burning brazier had been placed there, and on it someone was throwing herbs, essences. The smoke reached me in the box, parched my throat, gave me a feeling of dazed excitement. In the center of the choir, in the flickering of the lanterns, something stirred, a slender shadow. The pendulum. The pendulum no longer swayed in its familiar place in the center of the transept. A larger version of it had been hung from the keystone in the center of the choir. The sphere was larger, the wire much thicker, like a hawser, I thought, or a cable of braided metal strands. The pendulum, now enormous, must have appeared this way in the Pantheon. It was like beholding the moon through a telescope. They had recreated the pendulum that the Templars first experimented with, half a millennium before Foucault. To allow it to sway freely, they had removed some ribs and supporting beams, turning the amphitheater of the choir into a crude symmetrical antistrophe marked out by the lanterns. I asked myself how the pendulum could maintain its constant oscillation, since the magnetic regulator could not be beneath it now, in the floor. Then I understood. At the edge of the choir, near the diesel engines, stood an individual ready to dart like a cat to follow the plane of oscillation. He gave the sphere a little push each time it came toward him, a precise light tap of the hand or the fingertips. He was in tails like Mandrake. Later, seeing his companions, I realized that he was indeed a magician, a prestidigitator from Le Petit Cirque of Madame Olcott. He was a professional, able to gauge pressures and distances, possessing a steady wrist skilled in working within the infinitesimal margins necessary in legerdemain. Perhaps through the thin soles of his gleaming shoes he could sense the vibrations of the currents and move his hands according to the logic of both the sphere and the earth that governed it. His companions, now I could see them as well. They moved among the automobiles in the nave, they scurried past the draisines and the motorcycles, almost tumbling in the shadows. Some carried a stool and a table covered with red cloth in the vast ambulatory in the rear, and some placed other lanterns. Tiny, nocturnal, twittering, they were like rachitic children, and as one went past me I saw mongoloid features and a bald head. Madame Olcott's freaks mignons, the horrible little monsters I had seen on the poster in the Librairie Sloane. The circus was there in full force, the staff, guards, choreographers of the rite. I saw Alex and Denise, les géants d'Avalon, sheathed in armor of studded leather. They were giants indeed, blond, leaning against the great bulk of the obéissante, their arms folded as they waited. I didn't have time to ask myself more questions. Someone had entered with solemnity, a hand extended to impose silence. I recognized Bramante only because he was wearing the scarlet tunic, the white cape, and the mitre I had seen on him that evening in Piedmont. He approached the brazier, threw something on it, a flame shot up, then thick white smoke rose and slowly spread through the room. As in Rio, I thought, at the alchemistic party. And I didn't have an agogo. I held my handkerchief to my nose and mouth as a filter. Even so, I seemed to see two Bramantes, and the pendulum swayed before me in several directions at once, like a merry-go-round. Bramante began chanting, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, He, Vav, Zain, Het, Tet, Yod, Kaf, Lamed, Mem, Mun, Samek, Ayin, Pe, Sade, Quof, Resh, Shin, Tau. The crowd responded, praying, Pamersil, Padiel, Camuel, Asalil, Barmiel, Gediel, Asiriel, Masariel, Dortiel, Uziel, Caberiel, Raziel, Simiel, Armadiel. Bramante made a sign, and someone stepped from the crowd and knelt at his feet. For just an instant I saw the face. It was Ricardo, the man with the scar, the painter. Bramante questioned him, and Ricardo answered, reciting from memory the formulas of the ritual. Who are you? I am an adept, not yet admitted to the higher mysteries of the trace. I have prepared myself in silence and meditation upon the mystery of the Baphomet, in the knowledge that the great work revolves around 6 intact seals, and only at the end will we know the secret of the 7th. How were you received? Through the perpendicular of the pendulum. Who received you? A mystical envoy. Would you recognize him? No, for he was masked. I know only the knight of the rank higher than mine, and he knows only the neometer of the rank higher than his, and each knows only one other, and so I wish it to be. Quid facit sator arepo? Tenet opera rotas. Quid facit satan adama? Tabat amata natas. Mandabas data amata, nata sata. Have you brought the woman? Yes, she is here. I have delivered her to the person as I was ordered. She is ready. Go, but remain ready. The dialogue proceeded in bad French on both sides. Then Bramante said, Brothers, we are gathered here in the name of the one order, the unknown order, to which order until yesterday you did not know that you belonged, and yet you have always belonged to it. Let us swear. Anathema on all profaners of the secret. Anathema on all sycophants of the occult. Anathema on all those who have made a spectacle of the rites and mysteries. Anathema! Anathema on the invisible college, on the bastard children of Hiram and the widow, on the operative and speculative masters of the lie of the Orient and the Occident, ancient, accepted, or revised, on Mizraim and Memphis, on the Philalethees and the Nine Sisters, on the strict observance and on the Ordo Templi Orientis, on the Illuminati of Bavaria and of Avignon, on the Kadosh Knights, on the Élus Cohans, on the Perfect Friendship, on the Knights of the Black Eagle and of the Holy City, on the Rosicrucians of Anglia, on the Kabbalists of the Rose and Cross of Gold, on the Golden Dawn, on the Catholic Rosy Cross of the Temple and of the Grail, on the Stella Matutina, on the Astrum Argentinum und Thelema, on Brill and Thule, on every ancient and mystical usurper of the name of the Great White Fraternity, on the guardians of the Temple, on every college and priory of Zion and of Gaul. Anathema! Whoever out of ingenuity, submission, conversion, calculation, or bad faith has been initiated into any lodge, college, priory, chapter, or order that illicitly refers to obedience to the unknown superiors or to the masters of the world, must this night abjure that initiation and implore total restoration in spirit and body to the one and true observance, the trace, Templi Resurgentes Equites Synarchici, the triune and trinosophic mystical and most secret order of the Synarchic Knights of Templar Rebirth. Sub umbra alarum tuarum. Now enter the dignitaries of the 36 highest and most secret degrees. As Bramante called the elect, they appeared in liturgical vestments, wearing the insignia of the Golden Fleece on their chest. Knight of the Baphomet, Knight of the 6 intact seals, Knight of the 7th seal, Knight of the Tetragrammaton, Knight Executioner of Florian and Day, Knight of the Athanor, Venerable Neometer of the Turris Babel, Venerable Neometer of the Great Pyramid, Venerable Neometer of the Cathedrals, Venerable Neometer of the Temple of Solomon, Venerable Neometer of the Hortus Palatinus, Venerable Neometer of the Temple of Heliopolis. As Bramante recited the titles, those named entered in groups, so I was unable to assign to each his individual dignity, but among the first 12 I saw de Gubernatis, the old man from the Librairie Sloane, Professor Comestries, and others I had met that evening in Piedmont. And I saw Signor Garamond, I believe as Knight of the Tetragrammaton, composed and hieratic, very much absorbed in his new role, with hands that trembled as they touched the fleece on his chest. Meanwhile Bramante went on. Mystical Legate of Karnak, Mystical Legate of Bavaria, Mystical Legate of the Barbelo-Gnostics, Mystical Legate of Camelot, Mystical Legate of Montségur, Mystical Legate of the Hidden Imam, Supreme Patriarch of Tomar, Supreme Patriarch of Kilwinning, Supreme Patriarch of Saint-Martin-des-Champs, Supreme Patriarch of Marienbad, Supreme Patriarch of the Invisible Okrana, Supreme Patriarch in partibus of the Rock of Alamut. The Patriarch of the Invisible Okrana was Salon, still grey-faced, but without his smock, now resplendent in a yellow tunic edged in red. He was followed by Pierre, the psychopomp of the Église Luciferienne, who wore on his chest, instead of the golden fleece, a dagger in a gilded sheath. Meanwhile Bramante went on. Sublime hierogram of the chemical wedding, sublime rhodostaric psychopomp, sublime referendarium of the most arcane arcana, sublime steganograph of the hieroglyphic monad, sublime astral connector utriusque cosmi, sublime keeper of the tomb of Rosenkreutz, imponderable archon of the currents, imponderable archon of the hollow earth, imponderable archon of the mystic pole, imponderable archon of the labyrinths, imponderable archon of the pendulum of pendula. Bramante paused, and it seemed to me that he uttered the last formula with reluctance. And the imponderable archon of imponderable archons, the servant of servants, most humble secretary of the Egyptian Oedipus, lowest messenger of the masters of the world and porter of Agartha, last thurifer of the pendulum, Claude Louis, Comte de Saint-Germain, Prince Rocochy, Comte de Saint-Martin, and Marchese di Allier, Monsieur de Surmont, Mr. Weldon, Marchese di Monferrato, of Weimar and of Belmar, Count Soltikoff, Knight Schöning, Count of Zaragy. As the others of the elect took their places in the ambulatory facing the pendulum, and the faithful stood in the nave, Allier entered, pale and drawn, wearing a blue pinstripe suit. He led by the hand, as if escorting a soul along the path of Hades, Lorenzo Pellegrini, also pale and dazed, as if drugged.
She was dressed only in a white semi-transparent tunic, and her hair fell loose over her shoulders. I saw her in profile as she went by, as pure and languid as a pre-Raphaelite adulteress. Too diaphanous not to stir, once again, my desire. Allier led Lorenza to the brazier, near the statue of Pascal. He caressed her vacant face and made a sign to the Géant d'Avalon, who came and stood on either side of her, supporting her. Then he went and sat at the table, facing the faithful, and I could see him very well as he drew his snuff-box from his vest and stroked it in silence before speaking. "Brothers, knights, you are here because in these past few days the mystic legates have informed you of the news, and therefore you all know the reason for our meeting. We should have met on the night of June 23rd, 1945. Some of you were not even born then, at least not in your present form. We are here because after 600 years of the most painful error, we have found one who knows. How he came to know, and to know more than we, is a disturbing mystery. But I trust that among us there is one. You could not fail to be here, could you, mystical friend, already too curious on one occasion? I trust, as I said, that in our presence there is one who can shed light on this matter. Ardenti." Colonel Ardenti, yes, it was he, raven-haired as before, though now doddering, made his way among the others and stepped forward before what seemed to be turning into a tribunal. But he was kept at a distance by the pendulum, which marked a space that could not be crossed. "We have not seen each other for some time, brother." Allier was smiling. "I knew that you would be unable to resist coming. Well, you have been informed what the prisoner said, and he says he learned it from you. So you knew, and you kept silent." "Count," Ardenti said, "the prisoner is lying. It is humiliating for me to say this, but honor above all. The story I confided to him is not the story the mystic legates told me. The interpretation of the message, it's true I came into possession of a message, but I didn't hide that from you years ago in Milan. The interpretation is different. I wouldn't have been capable of reading it as the prisoner has read it, and so at that time I sought help. And I must say I received no encouragement, only distrust, defiance, and threats." Perhaps he was going to say more, but as he stared at Allier, he stared also at the pendulum, which was acting on him like a spell. As if hypnotized, he sank to his knees and said only, "Forgive me, because I do not know." "You are forgiven, because you know you do not know," Allier said. "And so, brothers, the prisoner has knowledge that none of us has. He knows even who we are. In fact, we learned who we are through him. We must proceed. It will soon be dawn. While you remain here in meditation, I will withdraw once more to wrest the revelation from him." "Ah, non, Monsieur le Comte." Pierre stepped into the hemicycle, his pupils dilated. "For 2 days you have talked with him, tête-à-tête, and he has seen nothing, said nothing, heard nothing, like the 3 monkeys. What more do you wish to demand this night? No, let it be here before all of us." "Calm yourself, my dear Pierre. I have had brought here this night a woman I consider the most exquisite incarnation of the Sophia, the mystic bond between the world of error and the superior Ogdoad. Don't ask me how or why, but in her presence the man will speak. Tell them who you are, Sophia." And Lorenza, like a somnambulist, as if it were an effort to utter the words, said, "I am the saint and the prostitute." "Ah, that is to laugh," Pierre said. "We have here the crème de l'hallucination, and we call in a pute. No, the man must be brought immediately before the pendule." "Let's not be childish," Allier said. "Give me an hour. What makes you think he would speak here before the pendulum?" "He will speak as he is undone. Le sacrifice humain!" Pierre shouted to the knave, and the knave in a loud voice repeated, "Le sacrifice humain!" Salon stepped forward. "Count, our brother is not childish. He is right. We are not the police." "You, of all people, say this," Allier quipped. "We are not the police," Salon said, "and it is not fitting for us to proceed with ordinary methods of inquiry. On the other hand, I do not believe that sacrifices to the forces of the underground will be efficacious either. If they had wanted to give us a sign, they would have done so long ago. Another one knows, besides the prisoner, but he has disappeared. This evening we have the possibility of confronting the prisoner with those who knew." He smiled, staring at Allier, his eyes narrowing beneath their bushy brows. "And to make them also confront us." "What do you mean, Salon?" Allier asked, in a voice that showed uncertainty. "If Monsieur le Comte permits, I will explain," a woman said. It was Madame Olcott. I recognized her from the poster, livid, in an olive garment, her hair black with oil tied at the nape. The hoarse voice of a man. In the Librairie Sloane I had recognized that face, and now I remembered. She was the druidess who had run toward us in the clearing that night in Piedmont. "Alex, Denise, bring the prisoner here." She spoke in an imperious tone. The murmuring in the nave expressed approval. The two giants obeyed, trusting Lorenza to two freaks mignons. Allier's hands gripped the arms of his throne. He had been outvoted. Madame Olcott signaled to her little monsters, and between the statue of Pascal and the obéissante, 3 armchairs were placed. On them 3 individuals were seated. The 3 were dark-skinned, small of stature, nervous, with large white eyes. "The Fox triplets. You know them well, Count. Théo, Léo, Géo, ready yourselves." At that moment the giants of Avalon reappeared, holding Jacopo Belbo by the arms, though he barely came up to their shoulders. My poor friend was ashen, with several days' growth of beard. His hands were bound behind his back, and his shirt was open. Entering the smoky arena, he blinked. He didn't seem surprised by the collection of hierophants he saw before him. After the past few days, he was probably prepared for anything. He was surprised, though, to see the pendulum in its new position. The giants dragged him to face Allier's seat. The only sound was the swish of the pendulum as it grazed his back. Briefly, Belbo turned, and he saw Lorenza. Overwhelmed, he started to call to her, and tried to free himself. But Lorenza, though she stared at him dully, seemed not to recognize him. From the far end of the nave, near the ticket desk and the bookstall, a roll of drums was heard, and the shrill notes of some flutes. Suddenly the doors of 4 automobiles opened, and 4 creatures emerged. I had seen them before, too, on the poster for Le Petit Cirque. Wearing fez-like felt hats and ample black cloaks buttoned to the neck, les derviches stepped from the automobiles like the dead rising from the grave, and they squatted at the edge of the magic circle. In the background a flute now played sweet music, and the 4 gently put their hands on the floor and bowed their heads. From the fuselage of Breguet's plane, a 5th derviche leaned out like a muezzin from a minaret and began to chant in an unknown tongue, moaning and lamenting as the drums began again, increasing in intensity. Crouched behind the brothers Fox, Madame Olcott whispered words of encouragement to them. The 3 were slumped in their chairs, their hands clutching the arms, their eyes closed. They began to sweat, and all the muscles of their faces twitched. Madame Olcott addressed the assembly of dignitaries. "My excellent little brothers will now bring into our midst 3 people who knew." She paused, and then said, "Edward Kelly, Heinrich Kunrat, and—" Another pause. "Comte de Saint-Germain." For the first time I saw Allier make a wrong move. Out of control, he sprang from his seat, flung himself toward the woman, narrowly avoiding the trajectory of the pendulum as he cried, "Viper! Liar! You know that cannot be!" Then, to the knave, "It's an imposture! A lie! Stop her!" But no one moved except Pierre, who went up and sat on the throne. "Proceed, madame," he said. Allier, recovering his sang-froid, stood aside, mingling with the others. "Very well," he challenged. "Let's see, then." Madame Olcott moved her arm as if signaling the start of a race. The music grew shrill, dissonant. The drum beats lost their steady rhythm. The dancers, who had already begun swaying back and forth, right and left as they squatted, got up now, threw off their cloaks, and held out their arms wide, rigid, as if they were about to take flight. A moment of immobility, and they began to spin in place, using the left foot as a pivot, faces upraised, concentrated, vacant, and their pleated tunics belled out as they pirouetted, making them look like flowers caught in a hurricane. Meanwhile the mediums, breathing hoarsely, seemed to knot up, their faces distorted as if they were straining unsuccessfully to defecate. The light of the brazier dimmed. Madame Olcott's acolytes turned off the lanterns on the floor, and now the church was illuminated only by the glow from the nave. And the miracle began to take place. From Theo Fox's lips, a whitish foam trickled, a foam that seemed to thicken. A similar substance issued from the lips of his brothers. "Come, brothers," Madame Olcott murmured, coaxed. "Come, come, that's right, yes." The dancers sang brokenly, hysterically. They shook and bobbed their heads. They shouted, then made convulsive noises like death rattles. The stuff emitted by the mediums took on body, grew more substantial. It was like a lava of albumin, which slowly expanded and descended, slid over their shoulders, their chests, their legs, with the sinuous movement of a reptile. I could not tell now if it came from the pores of their skin or their mouths, ears, and eyes. The crowd pressed forward, pushing closer and closer to the mediums and the dancers. I lost all fear. Confident that I would not be noticed among them, I stepped from the sentry box, exposing myself still more to the fumes that spread and curled beneath the vaults. Around the mediums, a milky luminescence. The foam began to detach itself from them, to assume amoeboid shape. From the mass that came from one of the mediums, a tip broke free, turned, and moved up along his body like an animal that intended to strike him with its beak. At the end of it, two mobile knobs formed, like the horns of a giant snail. The dancers, eyes closed, mouths frothing, did not cease their spinning, and they began to revolve, as much as the space allowed, around the pendulum, miraculously doing this without crossing its trajectory. Whirling faster and faster, they flung off their fezzes, let their long black hair stream out, and it seemed their heads were flying from their necks. They shouted like the dancers that evening in Rio. "Ho! Ho! Ho!" The white forms acquired definition. One of them grew vaguely human in appearance, another went from phallus to ampule to alembic, and the third was clearly taking on the aspect of a bird, an owl with great eyeglasses and erect ears, the hooked beak of an old schoolmistress, a teacher of natural sciences. Madame Olcott questioned the first form. "Kelly, is that you?" From the form a voice came. It was definitely not Theo Fox speaking. A voice, distant, said in halting English, "Now, I do reveal a mighty secret, if ye mark it well." "Yes, yes," Madame Olcott insisted. The voice went on. "This very place is called by many names. Earth. Earth is the lowest element of all. When thrice ye have turned this wheel about, thus my great secret I have revealed." Theo Fox made a gesture with his hand as if to beg mercy. "No, hold on to it," Madame Olcott said to him. Then she addressed the owl shape. "I recognize you, Kunrat. What have you to tell us?" The owl spoke. "Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Was? Was helfen Fackellicht oder Brillen, so die Leute nicht sehen wollen?" "We do wish," Madame Olcott said. "Tell us what you know." "Symbolen cosmu ta antra, kaitan en cosmion dunameon eritento, oi theologoi." Leo Fox was also exhausted. The owl's voice weakened. Leo's head slumped. The effort to sustain the shape was too great. But the implacable Madame Olcott told him to persevere and address the last shape, which now had also taken on anthropomorphic features. "Saint-Germain, Saint-Germain, is that you? What do you know?" The shape began to hum a tune. Madame Olcott called for silence. The musicians stopped, and the dancers no longer howled, but they continued spinning, though with increasing fatigue. The shape was singing, "Gentle love, this hour befriends me." "It's you, I recognize you," Madame Olcott said invitingly. "Speak, tell us where. What?" The shape said, "Il était nuit, la tête couverte du voile de lin. J'arrive, je trouve un hôtel de fer. J'y place le roman mystérieux. Oh, je crus descendre dans un abîme. Des galeries composées de quartiers de pierre noire. Mon voyage souterrain. He's a fraud! A fraud! Allier cried. Brothers, you all know these words. They're from the Très Sainte Trinosophie. I wrote it myself. Anyone can read it for 60 francs. He ran to Géo Fox and began shaking him by the arm. Stop, you impostor! Madame Olcott screamed. You'll kill him! And what if I do? Allier shouted, pulling the medium off the chair. Géo tried to support himself by clinging to the form he had secreted, but it fell with him and dissolved on the floor. Géo slumped in the sticky matter that he continued to vomit until he stiffened, lifeless. Stop, madman! Madame Olcott screamed, seizing Allier. And then to the other brothers, Stand fast, my little ones! They must speak still! Kunrat! Kunrat! Tell him you are real! Leo Fox, to survive, was trying to reabsorb the owl. Madame Olcott went around behind him and pressed her fingers to his temples to bend him to her will. The owl, realizing it was about to disappear, turned toward its creator. Fie, fie, diabolos, it muttered, trying to peck his eyes. Leo gave a gurgle, as if his jugular had been severed, and sank to his knees. The owl disappeared in a revolting muck. Fie, fie, it went, and into it, choking, the medium also fell, and was still. Madame Olcott, furious, turned to Theo, who was doing his best to hold on. Speak, Kelly, you hear me? But Kelly did not speak. He was trying to detach himself from the medium, who now yelled as if his bowels were being torn. The medium struggled to take back what he had produced, clawing the air. Kelly, earless Kelly, don't cheat again, Madame Olcott cried. Kelly, unable to separate himself from the medium, was now trying to smother him, turning into a kind of chewing gum, from which the last Fox brother was unable to extricate himself. Theo, too, sank to his knees, choking, and tangled in the parasite blob that was devouring him. He rolled and writhed as if enveloped in flame. The thing that had been Kelly covered him like a shroud, then melted, liquefied, leaving Theo on the floor, the drained, gutted mummy of a child embalmed by Ceylon. At that same moment the 4 dancers stopped as one, flailed their arms, drowning men sinking like stones, then crouched, whined like puppies, and covered their heads with their hands. Allier had returned to the ambulatory. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the little handkerchief that adorned his breast pocket, took 2 deep breaths, and put a white pill in his mouth. Then he called for silence. Brother Knights, you have seen the cheap tricks this woman inflicts on us. Let us regain our composure and return to my proposal. Give me 1 hour with the prisoner in private. Madame Olcott, oblivious, bent over her mediums, was stricken with an almost human grief. But Pierre, who had followed everything and was still seated on the throne, resumed control of the situation. No, he said. There is only one means, le sacrifice humain. Give to me the prisoner. Galvanized by his energy, the giants of Avalon grabbed Belbo, who had watched the scene in a daze, and thrust him before Pierre, who, with the agility of an acrobat, jumped up, put the chair on the table, and pushed both giants to the center of the choir. He grabbed the wire of the pendulum as it went by and stopped the sphere, staggering under the recoil. It took barely an instant. As if the thing had been prearranged, and perhaps during the confusion some signals had been exchanged, the giants climbed up on the table and hoisted Belbo onto the chair. One giant wrapped the wire of the pendulum twice around Belbo's neck, and the other held the sphere, then set it at the edge of the table. Bramante rushed to this makeshift gallows, flashing with majesty in his scarlet cloak, and chanted, Exorcizo igitur te per pentagrammaton, et in nomine tetragrammaton, per alpha et omega, qui sunt in spiritu Azoth. Sadai, Adonai, Yochava, Ayazari, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Anael, fluat udor per spiritum Elohim, maneat terra per Adam, iot kava, per Samael Zabaoth et in nomine Elohim Gibor, veni Andramelech, vade retro Lilith. Belbo stood straight on the chair, the wire around his neck. The giants no longer had to restrain him. If he took one step in any direction, he would fall from that shaky perch, and the noose, tightening, would strangle him. "Fools!" Allier shouted. "How will we put it back on its axis now?" He was concerned for the safety of the pendulum. Bramante smiled. "Do not worry, Count. We are not mixing your dyes here. This is the pendulum as they conceived it. It will know where to go, and to convince a force to act, there is nothing better than a human sacrifice." Until that moment, Belbo had trembled, but now I saw him relax. He looked at the audience, I will not say with confidence, but with curiosity. I believe that, hearing the argument between the two adversaries, seeing before him the contorted bodies of the mediums, the dervishes still jerking and moaning to the side, the rumpled vestments of the dignitaries, Belbo recovered his most genuine gift, his sense of the ridiculous. I believe that at that moment he decided not to allow himself to be frightened any more. Perhaps his elevated position gave him a sense of superiority, as if he were watching from a stage that gathering of lunatics locked in a Grand Guignol feud, and at the sides, almost to the entrance, the little monsters, now uninterested in the action, nudging each other and giggling, like Annibale Cantalamessa and Pio Bo. He only turned an anxious eye toward Lorenza as the giants again grasped her arms. Jolted, she came to her senses. She began crying. Perhaps Belbo was reluctant to let her witness his emotion, or perhaps he decided instead that this was the only way he could show his contempt for that crowd. But he held himself erect, head high, chest bared, hands bound behind his back, like a man who had never known fear. Calmed by Belbo's calm, resigned to the interruption of the pendulum, but still eager to know the secret after a lifetime's search, or many lifetimes, and also in order to regain control over his followers, Allier addressed him again. "Come, Belbo, make up your mind. As you can see, you are in a situation that, to say the least, is awkward. Stop this play-acting." Belbo didn't answer. He looked away as if politely to avoid overhearing a conversation he had chanced upon. Allier insisted, conciliatory, paternal. "I understand your irritation, your reserve, how it must revolt you to confide an intimate and precious secret to a rabble that has just offered such an unedifying spectacle. Very well, you may confide your secret to me alone, whispering it in my ear. Now I will have you taken down, and I know you will tell me a word, a single word." Belbo said, "You think so?" Then Allier changed his tone. I saw him imperious as never before, sacerdotal, hieratic. He spoke as if he had on one of the Egyptian vestments worn by his colleagues. But the note was false. He seemed to be parodying those whom he had always treated with indulgent commiseration. At the same time, he spoke with the full assumption of his authority. For some purpose of his own, because this couldn't have been unintentional, he was introducing an element of melodrama. If he was acting, he acted well. Belbo seemed unaware of any deception, listening to Allier as if he had expected nothing else from him. "Now you will speak," Allier said. "You will speak, and you will join this great game. If you remain silent, you are lost. If you speak, you will share in the victory. For truly I say this to you. This night you and I and all of us are in Hod, the Sephira of splendor, majesty, and glory. Hod, which governs ritual and ceremonial magic. Hod, the moment when the curtain of eternity is parted. I have dreamed of this moment for centuries. You will speak, and you will join the only ones who will be entitled after your revelation to declare themselves masters of the world. Humble yourself, and you will be exalted. You will speak because I order you to speak, and my words efficiunt quod figurant." And Belbo, now invincible, said, "Magavte lanata." Allier, even if he was expecting a refusal, blanched at the insult. "What did he say?" Pierre asked, hysterical. "He will not speak," Allier roughly translated. He lifted his arms in a gesture of surrender, of obedience, and said to Bramante, "He is yours." And Pierre said, transported, "Assez, assez, le sacrifice humain! Le sacrifice humain!" "Yes, let him die! We'll find the answer anyway!" cried Madame Olcott, equally carried away, as she now returned to the scene, rushing toward Belbo. At the same time, Lorenza moved. She freed herself from the giant's grasp and stood before Belbo, at the foot of the gallows, her arms opened wide, as if to stop an invading army. In tears, she exclaimed, "Are you all crazy? You can't do this!" Allier, who was withdrawing, stood rooted to the spot for a moment, then ran to her to restrain her. What happened next took only seconds. Madame Olcott's knot of hair came undone.
All rancor and flames, like a Medusa, she bared her talons, scratched at Allier's face, shoved him aside with the force of the momentum of her leap. Allier fell back, stumbled over a leg of the brazier, spun around like a dervish, and banged his head against a machine. He sank to the ground, his face covered with blood. Pierre, meanwhile, flung himself on Lorenza, drawing the dagger from the sheath on his chest as he moved, but he blocked my view, so I didn't see what happened. Then I saw Lorenza slumped at Belbo's feet, her face waxen, and Pierre, holding up the red blade, shouted, "Enfin, le sacrifice humain!" Turning toward the knave, he said in a loud voice, "Ya Tulu! Ya Shatan!" In a body, the horde in the nave moved forward. Some fell and were swept aside. Others, pushing, threatened to topple Cugnot's car. I must have heard it, I can't have imagined such a grotesque detail, the voice of Garamond saying, "Gentlemen, please, manners!" Bramante, in ecstasy, was kneeling by Lorenza's body, declaiming, "Hussar! Hussar! Who is clutching me by the throat? Who is pinning me to the ground? Who is stabbing my heart? I am unworthy to cross the threshold of the house of Mat." Perhaps no one intended it. Perhaps the sacrifice of Lorenza was to have sufficed, but the acolytes were now pressing inside the magic circle, which was made accessible by the immobility of the pendulum, and someone, Ardenti, I think, was hurled by the others against the table, which literally disappeared from beneath Belbo's feet. It skidded away, and thanks to the same push, the pendulum began a rapid, violent swing, taking its victim with it. The wire, pulled by the weight of the sphere, tightened around the neck of my poor friend, yanked him into the air, and he swung above and with the pendulum, swung toward the eastern extremity of the choir, then returned, I hoped without life, in my direction. Trampling one another, the crowd drew back, retreated to the edges of the semicircle to allow room for the wonder. The man in charge of the oscillation, intoxicated by the rebirth of the pendulum, supplied pushes directly on the hanged man's body. The axis of motion made a diagonal from my eyes to one of the windows, no doubt the window with the colorless spot through which in a few hours the first ray of the rising sun would fall. Therefore I did not see Belbo swing in front of me, but this, I believe, was the pattern he drew in space. His head seemed a second sphere, trapped in the loops of the wire that stretched from the center of the keystone, and when the metal sphere tilted to the right, Belbo's head tilted to the left, and vice versa. For most of the long swing, the two spheres tended in opposite directions, one on either side of the wire, so what cleaved the air was no longer a single line, but a kind of triangular structure. And while Belbo's head followed the pull of the wire, his body, at first in its final spasms, then with the disarticulated agility of a wooden marionette, arm here, leg there, described other arcs in the void, arcs independent of the head, the wire, and the sphere beneath. I had thought that if someone were to photograph the scene using Unabridged's system, fixing on the plate every moment as a succession of positions, recording the two extreme points the head reached in each period, the two rest points of the sphere, the points of intersection of the wire with time, independent of both head and sphere, and the intermediary points marked by the plane of oscillation of the trunk and legs, Belbo, hanged from the pendulum, would have drawn, in space, the tree of the Sephiroth, summing up in his final moment the vicissitude of all universes, fixing forever in his motion the 10 stages of the mortal exhalation and defecation of the divine in the world. Then, as the mandrake entails continued to encourage that funereal swing, Belbo's body, through a grisly addition and cancellation of vectors, a migration of energies, suddenly became immobile, and the wire and the sphere moved, but only from his body down. The rest, which connected Belbo with the vault, now remained perpendicular. Thus Belbo had escaped the error of the world and its movements, had now become himself the point of suspension, the fixed pin, the place from which the vault of the world is hung, while beneath his feet the wire and the sphere went on swinging from pole to pole without peace, the earth slipping away under them, showing always a new continent. The sphere could not point out, nor would it ever know, the location of the world's navel. As the pack of diabolicals, dazed for a moment in the face of this portent, began to yowl again, I told myself that the story was now finished. If Hod is the Sephira of glory, Belbo had had glory. A single fearless act had reconciled him with the Absolute. Chapter 114. The ideal pendulum consists of a very thin wire which will not hinder bending and torsion, of length L, with a weight attached to its barycenter. For a sphere, the barycenter is the center.
For the human body, it is a point 0.65 of the height, measured from the feet. If the hanged man is 1.70 meters tall, his barycenter is located 1.10 meters from his feet, and the length L includes this distance. In other words, if the distance from the man's head to neck is 0.60 meters, the barycenter is 1.70 minus 1.10 equals 0.60 meters from his head, and 0.60 minus 0.30 equals 0.30 meters from the neck. The period of the pendulum discovered by Huygens is given by t times seconds equals 2 pi divided by the square root of g, the sum times the square root of L, where L is the length in meters, pi equals 3.1415927, and g equals 9.8 meters divided by seconds squared. This gives t equals the sum 2 times pi divided by the square root of 9.8 times the square root of L equals 2.00709 times the square root of L, or more or less t equals 2 times the square root of L. Note, t is independent of the weight of the hanged man. In God's eyes, all men are equal. As for a double pendulum, one with two weights attached to the same wire, if you shift A oscillates, then after a while it stops and B will oscillate. If the paired weights are different, or if their pendulum lengths are different, the energy passes from one to the other, but the periods of these oscillations will not be equal. This difference of movement also occurs if, instead of beginning to make A oscillate freely by setting it in motion, you apply a force to the system already in motion. That is to say, if the wind blows in gusts on the hanged man in asynchronous fashion, after a while the hanged man will become motionless, and his gallows will oscillate as if its fulcrum were the hanged man. From a private letter of Mario Salvadori, Columbia University, 1984. Having nothing more to learn in that place, I took advantage of the melee to reach the statue of Gram. The pedestal was still open. I entered, went down by a narrow ladder, and found myself on a small landing illuminated by a light bulb, where a spiral stone staircase began. At the end of this I came to a dim passage with a higher vaulted ceiling. At first I didn't realize where I was, and couldn't identify the source of the rippling sound I heard. Then my eyes adjusted. I was in a sewer with a handrail that kept me from falling into the water, but not from inhaling an awesome stink, half chemical, half organic. At least something in our story was true. The sewers of Paris, of Colbert, Fantomas, Caux. I followed the biggest conduit, deciding against the darker ones that branched off, and hoped that some sign would tell me where to end my subterranean flight. In any case, I was escaping, far from the conservatoire, and compared to that kingdom of darkness, the Paris sewers were relief, freedom, clean air, light. I carried with me a single image, the hieroglyph traced in the choir by Belbo's corpse. What was that symbol? To what other symbol did it correspond? I couldn't figure it out. I know now it was a law of physics, but this knowledge only makes the phenomenon more symbolic. Here, now, in Belbo's country house, among his many notes, I found a letter from someone who, replying to a question of his, told him how a pendulum works, and how it would behave if a second weight were hung elsewhere along the length of its wire. So Belbo, God knows for how long, had been thinking of the pendulum as both a Sinai and a Calvary. He hadn't died as the victim of a plan of recent manufacture. He had prepared his death much earlier in his imagination, unaware that his imagination, more creative than he, was planning the reality of that death. Somehow, losing, Belbo had won. Or does he who devotes himself to this single way of winning then lose all? He loses all if he does not understand that the victory is a different victory. But on that Saturday evening I hadn't yet discovered this. I went along the tunnel, mindless, like Postel, perhaps lost in the same darkness, and suddenly I saw the sign. A brighter lamp attached to the wall showed me another ladder, temporary, leading to a wooden trapdoor. I tried it, and I found myself in a basement filled with empty bottles, then a corridor with 2 toilets, a little man on one door, a little woman on the other. I was in the world of the living. I stopped, breathless. Only then did I remember Lorenza. Now I was crying. But she was slipping away, leaving my bloodstream, as if she had never existed. I couldn't even see her face. In that world of the dead, she was the most dead. At the end of the corridor I came to another stairway, a door. I entered a smoky, evil-smelling place, a tavern, a bistro, an oriental bar, black waiters, sweating customers, greasy skewers, and mugs of beer. I appeared like an ordinary customer who had gone to urinate and returned. Nobody noticed me. Perhaps the man at the cash desk, seeing me arrive from the back, gave me an almost imperceptible signal, narrowing his eyes as if to say, "Yes, I understand. Go ahead. I haven't seen a thing." Chapter 115. If the eye could see the demons that people the universe, existence would be impossible. Talmud, Barakot 6. Leaving the bar, I find myself among the lights of Porte Saint-Martin. The bar is Arab, and the shops around it, still open, are Arab too. A composite odor of couscous and falafel, and crowd. Clumps of young people, thin, many with sleeping bags. I ask a boy what is going on. "The march," he says. "Tomorrow there will be a big march against the Savary law. Marchers are arriving by the busload." A Turk, a Druze in Ismailian disguise, invites me in bad French to go into some kind of club. Never. Flee à la moute. You do not know who is in the service of whom. Trust no one. I cross the intersection. Now I hear only the sound of my footsteps. The advantage of a big city. Move on a few meters and you find solitude again. Suddenly, after a few blocks on my left, the Conservatoire, pale in the night. From the outside, perfect peace, a monument sleeping the sleep of the just. I continue southward toward the Seine. I have a destination, but I'm not sure what it is. I want to ask someone what has happened. Belbo dead? The sky is serene. I encounter a group of students. They are silent, influenced by the genius loci. On the left, the hulk of Saint-Nicolas-des-Champs. I continue along Rue Saint-Martin, across Rue aux Ours, broad, a boulevard almost. I'm afraid of losing my way, but what way? Where am I going? I don't know. I look around, and on my right at the corner I see 2 display windows of Édition Rosicrucienne. They're dark, but in the light of the street lamp and with the help of my flashlight, I manage to make out their contents. Books, objects, Histoire des Juifs, Comte de Saint-Germain, Alchemy, Monde Caché, Les Maisons Secrètes de la Rose-Croix, The Message of the Builders of the Cathedrals, The Cathars, The New Atlantis, Egyptian Medicine, The Temple of Karnak, the Bhagavad Gita, Reincarnation, Rosicrucian crosses and candelabra, busts of Isis and Osiris, incense in boxes and tablets, tarots, a dagger, a tin letter opener with a round hilt bearing the seal of the Rosicrucians. What are they doing, making fun of me? I pass the façade of the Faubourg. During the day the place is a village fair. Now the plaza is almost deserted. A few silent groups, sleeping, a few lights from the brasseries opposite. It's all true. Giant air ducts that absorb energy from the earth. Perhaps the crowds that come during the day serve to supply them with vibrations. Perhaps the hermetic machine is fed on fresh meat. The Church of Saint-Merry, opposite the Librairie La Vouivre, 3/4 occultist. I must not give in to hysteria. I take Rue des Lombards to avoid an army of Scandinavian girls coming out of a bistro laughing. Shut up. Lorenza is dead. But is she? What if I am the one who is dead? Rue des Lombards intersects at right angles Rue Nicolas Flamel, and at the end of that you can see white the Tour Saint-Jacques. At the corner, the Librairie Arcane, 22, tarots and pendulums. Nicolas Flamel, the alchemist, an alchemistic bookshop, and then the Tour Saint-Jacques, with those great white lions at the base, a useless late Gothic tower near the Seine, after which an esoteric review was named. Pascal conducted experiments there on the weight of air, and even today, at a height of 52 meters, the tower has a station for meteorological research. Maybe they began with the Tour Saint-Jacques before erecting the Eiffel Tower. There are special locations, and no one notices. I go back towards Saint-Merry. More girls' laughter. I don't want to see people. I skirt the church. Along Rue de Cloître Saint-Merry, a transept door, old, of rough wood. At the foot of the street a square extends, the end of the Beaubourg area, here brilliantly lit. In the open space, machines by Tinguely, and other multicolored artifacts that float on the surface of a pool, a small artificial lake, their cogged wheels clanking insinuatingly. In the background I see again the scaffolding of Dalmine pipes, the Beaubourg with its gaping mouths, like an abandoned Titanic near a wall devoured by ivy, a shipwreck in a crater of the moon. Where the cathedrals failed, the great transatlantic ducts whisper, in contact with the Black Virgins. They are discovered only by one who knows how to circumnavigate Saint-Marie, and so I must go on. I have a clue. I must expose their plot in the very center of the Ville Lumière, the plot of the Dark Ones. I find myself at the façade of Saint-Marie. Something impels me to train my flashlight on the portal, flamboyant Gothic, arches and accolade. And suddenly, finding what I didn't expect to find, on the archivolt of the portal I see it. The Baphomet, where two curves join. At the summit of the first, a dove of the Holy Spirit with a glory of stone rays, but on the second, besieged by praying angels, there he is, the Baphomet with his awful wings, on the façade of a church, shameless. Why here? Because we aren't far from the temple. Where is the temple, or what's left of it? I retrace my steps north and find myself at the corner of Rue de Montmorency. At number 51, the house of Nicolas Flamel, between the Baphomet and the temple. The shrewd spagyric knew well with whom he was dealing. Poubelles full of foul rubbish opposite a house of undefined period. Taverne Nicolas Flamel. The house is old, restored for the tourists, for diabolicals of the lowest order, Hilux. Next door, an American shop with an Apple poster. Secouez-vous les pouces. Microsoft Hermes. Directory. Tamura. Now I'm in Rue du Temple. I walk along it and come to the corner of Rue de Bretagne, and the Square du Temple, a garden blanched as a cemetery, the necropolis of the martyred knights. Rue de Bretagne to Rue Vieille du Temple. Rue Vieille du Temple, after Rue Barbette, has novelty shops, electric bulbs in odd shapes, like ducks or ivy leaves. Too blatantly modern. They don't fool me. Rue des Francs Bourgeois. I'm in the Marais, I know, and soon the old kosher butcher shops will appear. What do the Jews have to do with the Templars, now that we gave their place in the plan to the assassins of Alamut? Why am I here? Is it an answer I am looking for? Perhaps I'm only trying to get away from the Conservatoire. Unless I do have a destination, a place I'm going to, but it can't be here. I rack my brain to remember where it is, as Belbo hunted in a dream for a lost address. An obscene group approaches. Laughing nastily, they march in open order, forcing me to step off the sidewalk. For a moment I fear they are agents of the Old Man of the Mountain, that they have come for me. Not so. They vanish into the night, but they speak a foreign language, a sibilant Shiite, Talmudic, Coptic, like a serpent of the desert. Androgynous figures loom in long cloaks, Rosicrucian cloaks. They pass, turn into Rue de Sévigné. It is late, very late. I fled the Conservatoire to find again the City of All, but now I realize that the City of All is a catacomb with special paths for the initiated. A drunk, but he may be pretending. Trust no one, no one. I pass a still-open bar. The waiters, in aprons down to their ankles, are putting chairs on tables. I manage to enter just in time. I order a beer, drain it, ask for another. "A healthy thirst, eh?" one of them says, but without cordiality, suspicious. Of course I'm thirsty. I've had nothing to drink since 5 yesterday afternoon. A man can be thirsty without having spent the night under a pendulum. Fools. I pay and leave before they can commit my features to memory. I'm at the corner of Place des Vosges. I walk along the arcades. What was that old movie in which the solitary footsteps of Mathias, the mad killer, echoed at night in Place des Vosges? I stop. Do I hear footsteps behind me? But I wouldn't, of course. The killer has stopped too. These arcades, all they need is a few glass cases, and they could be rooms in the Conservatoire. Low 16th-century ceilings, round-headed arches, galleries selling prints, antiques, furniture. Place des Vosges with its old doorways, cracked and worn and leprous. The people here haven't moved for hundreds of years. Men with yellow cloaks, a square inhabited exclusively by taxidermists. They appear only at night. They know the movable slab, the manhole through which you penetrate the mundus subterraneus. In full view. The Union de Recouvrement des Cotisations de Sécurité Sociale et d'Allocation Familiale de la Patrie, number 75, apartment 1. A new door. Rich people must live there, but right next to it is an old door, peeling, like a door on Via Sincero Renato. Then at number 3, a door recently restored. Hylics alternating with pneumatics, the masters and their slaves. Then planks nailed across what must have been an arch. It's obvious. There was an occultist bookshop here, and now it's gone. A whole block has been emptied, evacuated overnight, like Allier. They know someone knows. They are beginning to cover their tracks. At the corner of Rue de Birague, I see the line of arcades, infinite, without a living soul. I want darkness, not these yellow street lamps. I could cry out, but no one would hear me. Behind all the closed windows, through which not a thread of light escapes, the taxidermists in their yellow smocks will snicker. But no, between the arcades and the garden in the center are parked cars, and an occasional shadow passes. A big Belgian shepherd crosses my path, a black dog alone in the night. Where is Faust? Did he send the faithful Wagner out for a piss? Wagner. That's the word that was churning in my mind without surfacing. Dr. Wagner. He's the one I need. He will be able to tell me that I'm raving, that I've given flesh to ghosts, that none of it's true, Belbo's alive, and the trace don't exist. What a relief it would be to learn that I'm sick. I abandon the square, almost running. I'm followed by a car, but maybe it's only looking for a parking space. I trip on a plastic garbage bag. The car parks. It didn't want me. I'm on Rue Saint-Antoine. I look for a taxi. As if invoked, one appears. I say to the driver, "Sept, Avenue Élysée Reclus." Chapter 116. Je voudrais être à la tour, pendre à la tour Eiffel. Blaise Cendrars. I didn't know where 7 Avenue Élysée Reclus was, and I didn't dare ask the driver, because anyone who takes a taxi at that hour either is heading for his own home or is a murderer at the very least. The man was grumbling that the center of the city was still full of those damn students, buses parked everywhere. It was a scandal. If he was in charge, they'd all be lined up against a wall, and the best thing was to go the long way round. He practically circled Paris, leaving me finally at number 7 of a lonely street. There was no Dr. Wagner at that address. Was it 17, then? Or 27? I walked, looked at 2 or 3 houses, then came to my senses. Even if I found the house, was I thinking of dragging Dr. Wagner out of bed at this time of night to tell him my story? I'd ended up here for the same reason that I had roamed from Porte Saint-Martin to Place des Vosges. I was fleeing. I didn't need a psychoanalyst. I needed a straitjacket, or the cure of sleep, or Leah, to have her hold my head, press it between her breast and armpit, and whisper soothingly to me. Was it Dr. Wagner I wanted, or Avenue Élysée Reclus? Because, now I remembered, I had come across that name in the course of my reading for the plan. Élysée Reclus was someone in the last century who wrote a book about the earth, the underground, volcanoes. Under the pretext of academic geography, he stuck his nose into the mundus subterraneus. One of them, in other words. I ran from them, yet kept finding them around me. Little by little, in the space of a few hundred years, they had occupied all of Paris, and the rest of the world. I should go back to the hotel. Would I find another taxi? This was probably an out-of-the-way suburb. I headed in the direction where the night sky was brighter, more open. The Seine. When I reached the corner, I saw it. On my left. I should have known it would be there, in ambush, because in this city the street names wrote unmistakable messages. They gave you warnings. It was my own fault that I hadn't been paying attention. There it was. Foul metal spider, the symbol and instrument of their power. I should have run, but I felt drawn to that web, craning my neck, then looking downward, because from where I stood the thing could not be encompassed in one glance. I was swallowed by it, slashed by its 1,000 edges, bombarded by metal curtains that fell on every side. With the slightest move it could have crushed me with one of those mechano paws. La Tour. I was at the one place in the city where you don't see it in the distance, in profile, benevolent above the ocean of roofs, light-hearted as a Dufy painting. It was on top of me. It sailed at me. I could glimpse the tip, but I moved inward between its legs and saw its haunches, underside, genitalia, sensed the vertiginous intestine that climbed to join the esophagus of that polytechnical giraffe's neck. Perforated, it yet had the power to douse the light around it, and as I moved it offered me, from different perspectives, different cavernous niches that framed sudden zooms into darkness. I was at the one place in the city where you don't see it in the distance, in profile, benevolent above the ocean of roofs, light-hearted as a Dufy painting. It was on top of me. It sailed at me. I could glimpse the tip, but I moved inward between its legs and saw its haunches, underside, genitalia, sensed the vertiginous intestine that climbed to join the esophagus of that polytechnical giraffe's neck. Perforated, it yet had the power to douse the light around it, and as I moved it offered me, from different perspectives, different cavernous niches that framed sudden zooms into darkness. To its right, in the northeast, still low on the horizon, a sickle moon. At times the tower framed it, and to me it looked like an optical illusion, the fluorescence of one of those skewed screens the tower's structure formed. But if I walked on a little, the screens assumed new forms. The moon vanished, tangled in the metal ribs. The spider crushed it, digested it, and it went into another dimension. Tesseract. 4-dimensional cube. Through an arch I saw a flashing light. No, two, one red, one white. Surely a plane looking for Oissy or Orly. The next moment, I had moved, or the plane or the tower, the lights hid behind a rib. I waited for them to reappear in the next frame, but they were gone for good. The tower had 100 windows, all mobile, and each gave onto a different segment of space-time. Its ribs didn't form Euclidean curves. They ripped the very fabric of the cosmos. They overturned realities. They leaped through pages of parallel worlds. Who was it who said that this spire of Notre-Dame de la Brocante served à suspendre Paris au plafond de l'univers? On the contrary, it suspended the universe from its spire. It was thus the substitute for the pendulum. What had they called it? Lone suppository, hollow obelisk, magnificat of wire, apotheosis of the battery, aerial altar of an idolatrous cult, bee in the heart of the rose of the winds, piteous ruin, hideous night-colored colossus, misshapen emblem of useless strength, absurd wonder, meaningless pyramid, guitar, inkwell, telescope, prolix as a cabinet minister's speech, ancient god, modern beast. It was all this and more, and, had I had the sixth sense of the masters of the world, now that I stood within its bundle of vocal cords encrusted with rivet polyps, I would have heard the tower hoarsely whisper the music of the spheres as it sucked waves from the heart of our hollow planet and transmitted them to all the menhirs of the world. Rhizome of junctures, cervical arthrosis, prothesis of protheses. The horror of it! To dash my brains out from where I was, they would have to launch me toward the peak. Surely I was coming out of a journey through the center of the earth. I was dizzy, anti-gravitational, in the antipodes. No, we had not been daydreaming. Here was the looming proof of the plan. But soon the tower would realize that I was the spy, the enemy, the grain of sand in the gear system it served. Soon it would imperceptibly dilate a diamond window in that lace of lead and swallow me, grab me in a fold of its hyperspace, and put me elsewhere. If I remained a little longer under its tracery, its great talons would clench, curve like claws, draw me in, and then the animal would slyly assume its former position. Criminal, sinister pencil sharpener. Another plane. This one came from nowhere. The tower itself had generated it between two of its plucked mastodon vertebrae. I looked up. The tower was endless, like the plan for which it had been born. If I could remain there without being devoured, I would be able to follow the shifts, the slow revolutions, the infinitesimal decompositions and recompositions in the chill of the currents. Perhaps the masters of the world knew how to interpret it as a geometric design. Perhaps in its metamorphoses they knew how to read their instructions, their unconfessable mandates. The tower spun above my head, screwdriver of the mystic pole. Or else it was immobile, like a magnetized pin, and made the heavenly vault rotate. The vertigo was the same. "How well the tower defends itself," I said silently. "From the distance it winks affectionately, but should you approach, should you attempt to penetrate its mystery, it will kill you, it will freeze your bones, simply by revealing the meaningless horror of which it is made. Now I know that Belbo is dead, and the plan is real, because the tower is real. If I don't get away now, fleeing once again, I won't be able to tell anyone. I must sound the alarm." A noise. Stop. Return to reality. A taxi bearing down. With a leap I managed to tear myself from the magic girdle. I waved my arms and was almost run over because the driver braked only at the last moment, stopping as if with great reluctance. During the ride he explained that he, too, when he passed beneath it at night, found the tower frightening, so he speeded up. "Why?" I asked him. Parce que ça fait peur, c'est tout." At my hotel I had to ring and ring before the sleepy night porter came. I said to myself, "You have to sleep now. The rest tomorrow." I took some pills, enough to poison myself. Then I don't remember. Chapter 117. Madness has an enormous pavilion where it receives folk from every region, especially if they have gold in profusion. Sebastian Brandt, Das Narrenschiff, 1494-46. I woke at 2 in the afternoon, dazed, catatonic. I remembered everything clearly, but didn't know if what I remembered was true. My first thought was to run downstairs and buy the newspapers. Then I told myself that even if a company of Spahis had stormed the Conservatoire immediately after the event, the news wouldn't have had time to appear in the morning papers. Besides, Paris had other things on its mind that day. The desk clerk informed me as soon as I went down to look for some coffee. The city was in an uproar. Many metro stations were closed. In some places the police were using force to disperse the crowds. The students were too numerous. They were going too far. I found Dr. Wagner's number in the telephone book. I tried calling, but his office was obviously closed on Sunday. Anyway, I had to go and check at the Conservatoire. It was open on Sunday afternoons. In the Latin Quarter, groups of people were shouting and waving flags. On the Ile de la Cité, I saw a police barricade. Shots could be heard in the distance. This is how it must have been in '68. At Sainte-Chapelle, there must have been a confrontation. I caught a whiff of tear gas. I heard people charging. I didn't know if they were students or policemen. Everybody around me was running. Some of us took refuge inside a fence behind a cordon of police, while there was some scuffling in the street. The shame of it. Here I was with the aging bourgeoisie waiting for the revolution to subside. Then the way was clear, and I took back streets around the old Halles until I was again in Rue Saint-Martin. The Conservatoire was open with its white forecourt, the plaque on the façade. Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers, established by decree of the Convention on 19 Vendémiaire, year 3, in the former priory of Saint-Martin-des-Champs, founded in the 11th century. Everything normal, with a little Sunday crowd ignoring the students' kermesse. I went inside, Sundays free, and everything was as it had been at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The guards, the visitors, the pendulum in its usual place. I looked for signs of what had happened, but if it had happened, someone had done a thorough cleaning. If it had happened. I don't recall how I spent the rest of the afternoon, nor do I recall what I saw wandering the streets, forced every now and then to turn into an alley to avoid a scuffle. I called Milan, just to see, dialed Belbo's number, then Lorenz's, then Garamond Press, which would of course be closed. As I sit here tonight, all this happened yesterday, but between the day before yesterday and this night an eternity has passed. Toward evening I realized that I hadn't eaten anything. I wanted quiet and a little comfort. Near the Forum des Halles, I entered a restaurant that promised fish. There was too much fish. My table was directly opposite an aquarium. A universe sufficiently surreal to plunge me again into paranoia. Nothing is accidental. That fish seems an asthmatic hesychast that is losing its faith and accusing God of having lessened the meaning of the cosmos. Sabaoth, Sabaoth, how can you be so wicked as to make me believe you don't exist? The flesh is covering the world like gangrene. That other fish looks like Minnie. She bats her long lashes and purses her lips into a heart shape. Minnie Mouse is Mickey's fiancée. I eat a salade folle with a haddock tender as a baby's flesh, with honey and pepper. The Paulicians are here. That one glides among the coral like Breguet's airplane, a leisurely lepidopteral fluttering of wings. 100 to 1 he saw his homunculus abandoned at the bottom of an Athanor, now with a hole in it, thrown into the garbage opposite Flamel's house. And now a Templar fish, all armored in black, looking for Nofodei. He grazes the asthmatic hesychast, who navigates pensively, frowning, toward the unspeakable. I look away. Across the street I glimpse the sign of another restaurant, Chez R. Rosy Cross, Reuchlin, Roses Perjus, Rakowski, Ragotsky, Zorogi. Signatures, signatures. Let's see. The only way to discomfit the devil is to make him believe you don't believe in him. There's no mystery in your nighttime flight across Paris, in your vision of the tower. To come out of the conservatoire after what you saw, or believe you saw, and to experience the city as a nightmare, that is normal. But what did I see in the conservatoire? I absolutely had to talk to Dr. Wagner. I don't know why, but I had to. Talking was the panacea, the therapy of the word. How did I pass the time till this morning? I went into a movie theater where they were showing Orson Welles' The Lady from Shanghai. When the scene with the mirrors came, it was too much for me, and I left. But maybe that's not true. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. This morning I called Dr. Wagner at 9. The name Garamond enabled me to get past the secretary. The doctor seemed to remember me, and, impressed by the urgency in my voice, he said to come at once at 9:30 before his regular appointments. He seemed cordial, sympathetic. Did I dream the visit to Dr. Wagner, too? The secretary asked for my vital statistics, prepared a card, had me pay in advance. Luckily, I had my return ticket. An office of modest size with no couch, windows overlooking the Seine. To the left, the shadow of the tower. Dr. Wagner received me with professional affability. I was not his publisher now, I was his patient. With a wide gesture he had me sit opposite him, at his desk, like a government clerk called on the carpet. "Et alors?" He said this and gave his rotating chair a push, turning his back to me. He sat with his head bowed and hands clasped. There was nothing left but for me to speak. I spoke, and it was like a dam bursting. Everything came out, from beginning to end. What I thought 2 years ago, what I thought last year, what I thought Belbo had thought and Dio Televi, above all, what had happened on St. John's Eve. Wagner did not interrupt once, did not nod or show disapproval. For all the response he made, he could have been fast asleep. But that must have been his technique. I talked and talked, the therapy of the word. Then I waited for the word, his word, that would save me. Wagner stood up very, very slowly. Without turning to me, he came around his desk and went to the window. He looked out, his hands folded behind his back, absorbed in thought. In silence for 10, 15 minutes. Then, still with his back to me, in a colorless voice, calm, reassuring, "Monsieur, vous êtes fou." He did not move, and neither did I. After another 5 minutes, I realized that he wasn't going to add anything. That was it. End of session. I left without saying goodbye. The secretary gave me a bright smile, and I found myself once more in Avenue Élysée-Reclus. It was 11. I picked up my things at the hotel and rushed to the airport. I had to wait 2 hours. In the meantime, I called Garamond Press Collect because I didn't have a cent left. Gudrun answered. She seemed more obtuse than usual. I had to shout 3 times for her to say, "Si, oui, yes," that she would accept the call. She was crying. Dio Televi had died Saturday night at midnight. "And nobody, not one of his friends, was at the funeral this morning. The shame of it. Not even Signor Garamond. They say he's out of the country. There was only me, Grazia, Luciano, and a gentleman all in black, with a beard, side curls, and a big hat. He looked like an undertaker. God knows where he came from. But where were you, Casaubon? And where was Belbo? What's going on?" I muttered something in the way of an explanation and hung up. My flight was called, and I boarded the plane. Yesod. Chapter 118. The conspiracy theory of society comes from abandoning God and then asking who is in his place. Karl Popper, Conjectures and Refutations, London, Routledge, 1969, Roman 4, page 123. The flight did me good. I not only left Paris behind, I left the underground, the ground itself, the terrestrial crust, sky and mountains still white with snow, solitude at 10,000 meters, and that sense of intoxication always produced by flying, the pressurization, the passage through slight turbulence. It was only up here, I thought, that I was finally putting my feet on solid ground. Time to draw conclusions, to list points in my notebook, then close my eyes and think. I decided to list first of all the incontestable facts. There is no doubt that Dio Televi is dead. Gudrun told me so. Gudrun was never part of our story. She wouldn't have understood it, so she is the only one left who tells the truth. Also, Garamond is not in Milan. He could be anywhere, of course, but the fact that he's not there and hasn't been there the past few days suggests he was indeed in Paris, where I saw him. Similarly, Belbo is not there. Now, let's assume that what I saw Saturday night in Saint-Martin-des-Champs really happened. Perhaps not the way I saw it, befuddled as I was by the music and the incense, but something did happen. It's like that time with Amparo. Afterward, she didn't believe she had been possessed by Pombahira, but she knew that in the tenda de Umbanda something had possessed her. Finally, what Leah told me in the mountains is true. Her interpretation is completely convincing. The Provins message is a laundry list. There were never any Templars' meetings at the Grand Jodime. There was no plan, and there was no message. The laundry list for us had been a crossword puzzle with the squares empty and no definitions. The squares had to be filled in such a way that everything would fit. But perhaps that metaphor isn't precise. In a crossword puzzle, the words intersecting have to have letters in common. In our game, we crossed not words but concepts, events, so the rules were different. Basically, there were 3 rules. Rule 1. Concepts are connected by analogy. There is no way to decide at once whether an analogy is good or bad, because to some degree everything is connected to everything else. For example, potato crosses with apple because both are vegetable and round in shape. From apple to snake by biblical association. From snake to donut by formal likeness. From donut to life preserver, and from life preserver to bathing suit, then bathing to sea, sea to ship to shit to toilet paper, toilet to cologne, cologne to alcohol, alcohol to drugs, drugs to syringe, syringe to hole, hole to ground, ground to potato. Rule 2 says that if tout se tient in the end, the connecting works. From potato to potato, tout se tient. So it's right. Rule 3. The connections must not be original. They must have been made before, and the more often the better by others. Only then do the crossings seem true because they are obvious. This, after all, was Signor Garamont's idea. The books of the Diabolicals must not innovate. They must repeat what has already been said. Otherwise, what becomes of the authority of tradition? And this is what we did. We didn't invent anything. We only arranged the pieces. Colonel Ardenti hadn't invented anything either, but his arrangement of the pieces was clumsy. Furthermore, he was much less educated than we, so he had fewer pieces. They had all the pieces, but they didn't know the design of the crossword. We, once again, were smarter. I remembered something Leah said to me in the mountains when she was scolding me for having played the nasty game that was our plan. People are starved for plans. If you offer them one, they fall on it like a pack of wolves. You invent and they'll believe. It's wrong to add to the inventings that already exist. This is what always happens. A young Herostratus broods because he doesn't know how to become famous. Then he sees a movie in which a frail young man shoots a country music star and becomes the center of attention. Herostratus has found the formula. He goes out and shoots John Lennon. It's the same with the SFAs. How can I become a published poet whose name appears in an encyclopedia? Garamond explains. It's simple. You pay. The SFA never thought of that before, but since the Minutius plan exists, he identifies with it, is convinced he's been waiting for Minutius all his life. He just didn't know it was there. We invented a non-existent plan, and they not only believed it was real, but convinced themselves that they had been part of it for ages, or rather, they identified the fragments of their muddled mythology as moments of our plan, moments joined in a logical, irrefutable web of analogy, semblance, suspicion. But if you invent a plan and others carry it out, it's as if the plan exists. At that point, it does exist. Hereafter, hordes of diabolicals will swarm through the world in search of the map. We offered a map to people who were trying to overcome a deep private frustration. What frustration? Belbo's last file suggested it to me. There can be no failure if there really is a plan. Defeated you may be, but never through any fault of your own. To bow to a cosmic will is no shame. You are not a coward. You are a martyr. You don't complain about being mortal, prey to 1,000 microorganisms you can't control. You aren't responsible for the fact that your feet are not very prehensile, that you have no tail, that your hair and teeth don't grow back when you lose them, that your arteries harden with time. It's because of the envious angels. The same applies to everyday life. Take stock market crashes. They happen because each individual makes a wrong move, and all the wrong moves put together create panic. Then whoever lacks steady nerves asks himself, who's behind this plot? Who's benefiting? He has to find an enemy, a plotter. Or it will be, God forbid, his fault. If you feel guilty, you invent a plot, many plots, and to counter them, you have to organize your own plot. But the more you invent enemy plots to exonerate your lack of understanding, the more you fall in love with them, and you pattern your own on their model. which is what happened when Jesuits and Baconians, Paulicians and Neo-Templars each complained of the other's plan. Dio Talevi's remark was, "Of course you attribute to the others what you're doing yourself, and since what you're doing yourself is hateful, the others become hateful. But since the others, as a rule, would like to do the same hateful thing that you're doing, they collaborate with you, hinting that, yes, what you attribute to them is actually what they have always desired. God blinds those he wishes to destroy. You just have to lend him a helping hand." A plot, if there is to be one, must be a secret that, if we only knew it, would dispel our frustration, lead us to salvation, or else the knowing of it in itself would be salvation. Does such a luminous secret exist? Yes, provided it is never known. Known, it will only disappoint us. Hadn't Allier spoken of the yearning for mystery that stirred the age of the Antonines? Yet someone had just arrived and declared himself the Son of God made flesh, to redeem the sins of the world. Was that a run-of-the-mill mystery? And he promised salvation to all. You only had to love your neighbor. Was that a trivial secret? And he bequeathed the idea that whoever uttered the right words at the right time could turn a chunk of bread and a half-glass of wine into the body and blood of the Son of God, and be nourished by it. Was that a paltry riddle? And then he led the Church Fathers to ponder and proclaim that God was one and triune, and that the Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son, but that the Son did not proceed from the Father and the Spirit. Was that some easy formula for Heilig's? And yet they, who now had salvation within their grasp, do-it-yourself salvation, turned deaf ears. Is that all there is to it? How trite. And they kept on scouring the Mediterranean in their boats, looking for a lost knowledge, of which those 30 denarii dogmas are but the superficial veil, the parable for the poor in spirit, the elusive hieroglyph, the wink of the eye at the pneumatics. The mystery of the Trinity? Too simple. There had to be more to it. Someone, Rubinstein maybe, once said when asked if he believed in God, "Oh, no, I believe in something much bigger." And someone else, was it Chesterton, said that when men stop believing in God, it isn't that they then believe in nothing, they believe in everything. But everything is not a bigger secret. There are no bigger secrets, because the moment a secret is revealed, it seems little. There is only an empty secret, a secret that keeps slipping through your fingers. The secret of the orchid is that it signifies and affects the testicles. But the testicles signify a sign of the zodiac, which in turn signifies an angelic hierarchy, which then signifies a musical scale, and the scale signifies a relationship among the humors, and so on. Initiation is learning never to stop. The universe is peeled like an onion, and an onion is all peel. Let us imagine an infinite onion, which has its center everywhere and its circumference nowhere. Initiation travels an endless Möbius strip. The true initiate is he who knows that the most powerful secret is a secret without content, because no enemy will be able to make him confess it. No rival devotee will be able to take it from him. Now I found more logical and consequential the dynamic of that nocturnal rite before the pendulum. Belbo had claimed to possess a secret, and because of this he had gained power over them. Their first impulse, even in a man as clever as Allier, who had immediately beat the tom-tom to summon all the others, had been to wrest it from him, and the more Belbo refused to reveal it, the bigger they believed the secret to be. The more he vowed he didn't possess it, the more convinced they were that he did possess it, and that it was a true secret, because if it were false, he would have revealed it. Through the centuries, the search for this secret had been the glue holding them all together, despite excommunications, internecine fighting, coups de main. Now they were on the verge of knowing it, but they were assailed by two fears, that the secret would be a disappointment, and that once it was known to all, there would be no secret left, which would be the end of them. Allier then thought, if Belbo spoke, all would know, and he, Allier, would lose the mysterious aura that granted him charisma and power. But if Belbo confided in him alone, Allier could go on being Saint-Germain, the immortal. The deferment of Allier's death coincided with the deferment of the secret. He tried to persuade Belbo to whisper it in his ear, and when he realized that wouldn't be possible, he provoked him by predicting his surrender, and further by putting on a display of pompous melodrama. Oh, the old Count knew very well that for people from Piedmont, stubbornness and a sense of the ridiculous could defeat even the fear of death. Thus he forced Belbo to raise the tone of his refusal, and to say no definitively. The others, out of the same fear, preferred to kill him. They might be losing the map, they would have centuries to continue the search for it, but they were preserving the vigor of their base, slobbering desire. I remembered a story Amparo told me. Before coming to Italy, she had spent some months in New York City, living in a neighborhood of the kind where even on quiet days you could shoot a TV series featuring the Homicide Squad. She used to come home alone at 2 in the morning. When I asked if she wasn't afraid of sexual maniacs, she told me her method. When a sexual maniac approached, threatening, she would take his arm and say, "Come on, let's do it." And he would go away, bewildered. If you're a sexual maniac, you don't want sex. You want the excitement of its theft. You want the victim's resistance and despair. If sex is handed to you on a platter, here it is, go to it. Naturally, you're not interested. Otherwise, what sort of sexual maniac would you be? We had awakened their lust, offering them a secret that couldn't have been emptier, because not only did we not know it ourselves, but even better, we knew that it was false. The plane was flying over Mont Blanc, and the passengers all rushed to the same side so as not to miss the view of that blunt bubo that had grown there thanks to a fluke in the telluric currents. If what I was thinking was correct, then the currents didn't exist any more than the Provins message existed. But the story of the deciphering of the plan, as we had reconstructed it, that was history. My memory went back to Belbo's last file. But if existence is so empty and fragile that it can be endured only by the illusion of a search for its secret, then, as Amparo said that evening in the tenda, after her defeat, there's no redemption. We are all slaves. Give us a master, that's what we deserve. No, Leah taught me there is more, and I have the proof. His name is Giulio, and at this moment he is playing in a valley, pulling a goat's tail. No, because Belbo twice said no. The first no he said to Abulafia, to those who would try to steal its secret. Do you have the password? Was the question, and the answer, the key to knowledge, was no. Not only does the magic word not exist, but we do not know that it does not exist. Those who admit their ignorance, therefore, can learn something, at least what I was able to learn. The second no he said on Saturday night, when he refused the salvation held out to him. He could have invented a map or used one of the maps I had shown him. In any event, with the pendulum hung as it was incorrectly, that bunch of lunatics would never have found the X marking the umbilicus mundi, and even if they did, it would have been several more decades before they realized this wasn't the one. But Belbo refused to bow. He preferred to die. It wasn't that he refused to bow to the lust for power. He refused to bow to non-meaning. He somehow knew that, fragile as our existence may be, however ineffectual our interrogation of the world, there is nevertheless something that has more meaning than the rest. What had Belbo sensed, perhaps only at that moment, which allowed him to contradict his last desperate file and not surrender his destiny to someone who guaranteed him a mere plan? What had he understood at last that allowed him to sacrifice his life, as if he had learned everything there was to learn without realizing it, and as if compared to this one true absolute secret of his, everything that took place in the conservatoire was irreparably stupid? And it was stupid now, stubbornly, to go on living. There was still something, a link missing in the chain. I had all of Belbo's feats before me now, from life to death, except one. On arrival, as I was looking for my passport, I found in one of my pockets the key to this house. I had taken it last Thursday, along with the key to Belbo's apartment. I remembered that day when Belbo showed us the old cupboard that contained, he said, his opera omnia, or rather his juvenilia. Perhaps Belbo had written something there that couldn't be found in Abulafia. Perhaps it was buried somewhere in name omitted. There was nothing reasonable about this conjecture of mine, all the more reason to consider it good, at this point. I collected my car, and I came here. I didn't find the old relative of the Canepas, the caretaker, or whatever she was. Maybe she too had died in the meantime. There was no one. I went through the various rooms. A strong smell of mildew. I considered lighting the bed warmer in one of the bedrooms, but it made no sense to warm the bed in June. Once the windows were opened, the warm evening air would enter. After sunset there was no moon, as in Paris, Saturday night. The moon rose late. I saw less of it now than in Paris, as it slowly climbed above the lower hills, in a dip between the Bricot and another yellowish hump, perhaps already harvested. I arrived around 6 in the evening. It was still light, but I had brought nothing with me to eat. Roaming the house, I found a salami in the kitchen, hanging from a beam. My supper was salami and fresh water. Going on 10 o'clock, I think. Now I'm thirsty. I've brought a big pitcher of water to Uncle Carlo's study and drink a glass every 10 minutes. Then I go down, refill the pitcher, and start again. It must be at least 3 in the morning. I have the light off and can hardly read my watch. I look out the window. On the flanks of the hills, what seem to be fireflies, shooting stars. The headlights of occasional cars going down into the valley or climbing toward the villages on the hilltops. When Belbo was a boy, this sight did not exist. There were no cars then, no roads. At night there was a curfew. As soon as I arrived, I opened the cupboard of juvenilia. Shelves and shelves of paper, from elementary school exercises to bundles of adolescent poems and prose. Everyone has written poems in adolescence. True poets destroy them, bad poets publish them. Belbo, too cynical to save them, too weak to chuck them out, stuck them in Uncle Carlo's cupboard. I read for hours, and for hours up to this moment I meditated on the last text, which I found just when I was about to give up. I don't know when Belbo wrote it. There are pages where different handwritings, insertions, are interwoven, or else it's the same hand in different years. As if he wrote it very early, at the age of 16 or 17, then put it away, then went back to it at 20, again at 30, maybe later, until he gave up the idea of writing altogether, only to begin again with Abu Lafia, but not having the heart to recover these lines and subject them to electronic humiliation. Reading them, I followed a familiar story. The events of, name omitted, between 1943 and 1945, Uncle Carlo, the partisans, the parish hall, Cecilia, the trumpet. These were the obsessive themes of the romantic Belbo, disappointed, grieving, drunk, the literature of memory. He knew himself that it was the last refuge of scoundrels. But I'm no literary critic. I'm Sam Spade again, looking for the final clue. And so I found the key text. It must represent the last chapter of the story of Belbo in, name omitted, for after it, nothing more could have happened. Chapter 119. The garland of the trumpet was set afire, and then I saw the aperture of the dome open and a splendid arrow of fire shoot down through the tube of the trumpet and enter the lifeless body. The aperture then was closed again, and the trumpet, too, was put away. Johann Valentin André, Die Chemische Hochzeit des Christian Rosenkreuz, Strasbourg, Setzner, 1616, pages 125 to 126. Belbo's text has some gaps, some overlappings, some lines crossed out. I'm not so much rereading it as reconstructing, reliving it. It must have been toward the end of April of 1945. The German armies were already routed, the fascists were scattering, and, name omitted, was firmly in the hands of the partisans. After the last battle, the one Belbo narrated to us in this very house almost 2 years ago, various partisan brigades gathered in, name omitted, in order to head for the city. They were awaiting a signal from Radio London. They would depart when Milan was ready for the insurrection. The Garibaldi brigades also arrived, commanded by Ross, a giant with a black beard, very popular in the town. They were dressed in invented uniforms, each one different except for the kerchiefs and the star on the chest, red in both cases, and they were armed in makeshift fashion, some with old shotguns, some with submachine guns taken from the enemy. A marked contrast to the Badoglio brigades with their blue kerchiefs, khaki uniforms similar to the British, and brand-new Sten guns. The Allies assisted the Badoglio forces with generous nighttime parachute drops after the passage, every evening at 11 for the past 2 years, of the mysterious Pipetto, a British reconnaissance plane. Nobody could figure out what it reconnoitered, since not a light was visible on the ground for kilometers and kilometers. There was tension between the Garibaldini and the Bodigliani. It was said that on the evening of the battle the Bodigliani had flung themselves at the enemy, shouting, "Forward, Savoy!" Well, but that was out of habit, some said. What else could you shout when you attacked? It didn't necessarily mean they were monarchists. They, too, knew that the king had grave things to answer for. The Garibaldini sneered. You could cry Savoy if you attacked with fixed bayonets in the open field, but not darting around a corner with a Sten. The fact was, the Bodigliani had sold out to the British. The two forces arrived, nevertheless, at a modus vivendi. A joint command under one head was needed for the assault on the city. The choice fell on Mongo. He led the best-equipped brigade, was the oldest, had fought in the First World War, was a hero, and enjoyed the trust of the Allied command. In the days that followed, some time before the Milan insurrection, I believe, they set out to take the city. Good news arrived. The operation had succeeded. The brigades were returning victorious to name omitted. There had been some casualties, however. Rumor had it that Ross had fallen in battle, and Mongo was wounded. Then, one afternoon, the sound of vehicles was heard, songs of victory, and people rushed into the main square. From the highway the first units were arriving, clenched fists upraised, flags and weapons brandished from the windows of the cars and the running boards of the trucks. The men had already been strewn with flowers along the way. Suddenly some people shouted, "Ross! Ross!" And Ross was there, seated on the front fender of a Dodge, his beard tangled and his sweaty black hairy chest visible through his open shirt. He waved to the crowd, laughing. Beside Ross, Rampini also climbed down from the Dodge. He was a nearsighted boy who played in the band, a little older than the others. He had disappeared 3 months earlier, and it was said he'd joined the partisans. And there he was, with a red kerchief around his neck, a khaki tunic, a pair of blue trousers, the uniform of Don Tico's band. But now he had a big belt with a holster and a pistol. Through the thick eyeglasses that had earned him so much teasing from his old companions at the parish hall, he now looked at the girls who crowded around him as if he were Flash Gordon. Jacopo asked himself if Cecilia was there among the people. In half an hour the whole square was full of colorful partisans, and the people called in loud voices for Mongo. They wanted a speech. On the balcony of the town hall, Mongo appeared, leaning on his crutch, pale, and with one hand he tried to calm the crowd. Jacopo waited for the speech, because his whole childhood, like that of others his age, had been marked by the great historic speeches of Il Duce, whose most significant passages were memorized in school. Actually, the students memorized whole speeches because every sentence was a significant declaration. Silence. Mongo spoke in a hoarse voice, barely audible. He said, "Citizens, friends, after so many painful sacrifices, here we are. Glory to those who have fallen for freedom." And that was it. He went back inside. The crowd yelled, and the partisans raised their submachine guns, their Stens, their shotguns, their 91s, and fired festive volleys. With shell cases falling on all sides, the kids slipped between the legs of the armed men and civilians, because they'd never be able to add to their collections like this again, not with the war looking like it would end in a month. Worst luck. But there had been some casualties. 2 men killed. By a grim coincidence, both were from San Davide, the little village above, name omitted, and the families asked permission to bury the victims in the local cemetery. The partisan command decided that there should be a solemn funeral, companies in formation, decorated hearses, the village band, the provost of the cathedral, and the parish hall band. Don Tico accepted immediately, because, he said, he had always harbored anti-fascist sentiments, and because, as the musicians murmured, for a year he had been making them practice 2 funeral marches, and he had to have them performed sooner or later. Also because, the sharp tongues of the village said, he wanted to make up for Giovinezza. The Giovinezza story went like this. Months earlier, before the arrival of the partisans, Don Tico's band had gone out for some saint's feast or other, and they were stopped by the Black Brigades. "Play Giovinezza, Reverend," the captain ordered, drumming his fingers on the barrel of his submachine gun. What could Don Tico do? He said, "Boys, let's try it. You only have one skin." He beat time with his pitch pipe, and horrible clattering cacophony drifted over, name omitted. Only someone desperate to save his skin would have agreed that the sounds heard were Giovinezza. Shameful for everyone. Shameful for having consented, Don Tico said afterward, but even more shameful for having played like dogs. Priest he was and anti-fascist, but above all, damn it, he was an artist. Jacopo had been absent on that day. He had tonsillitis. On the bombardons there were only Annibale Cantalamessa and Pio Bo, and their presence without Jacopo must have been the crucial contribution to the collapse of Nazism-fascism. But this was not what troubled Belbo, at least at the time he was writing. He had missed another opportunity to find out if he would have had the courage to say no. Perhaps that is why he died on the gallows of the Pendulum. The funeral, anyway, was scheduled for Sunday morning. In the cathedral square everyone was present. Mongo with his troops, Uncle Carlo and other municipal dignitaries, and their great war decorations. And it didn't matter who had been a fascist and who had not. It was a question of honoring heroes. The clergy were there, the town band in dark suits, and the hearses with the horses decked in trappings of cream, black, and gold. The automaton was dressed like one of Napoleon's marshals, cocked hat, short cape, and great cloak, and in the same colors as the horses' trappings. And there was the parish hall band, their visored caps, khaki tunics, and blue trousers, brasses shining, woodwinds severe black, cymbals and drums sparkling. Between, name omitted, and San Davide were 5 or 6 kilometers of uphill curves. This road was taken on Sunday afternoons by the retired men. They would walk, playing bowls as they walked, take a rest, have some wine, play a second game, and so on, until they reached the sanctuary at the top. A few uphill kilometers are nothing for men who play bowls, and perhaps it's nothing to cover them in formation, rifle on your shoulder, eyes staring straight ahead, lungs inhaling the cool spring air. But try climbing them while playing an instrument, cheeks swollen, sweat trickling, breath short. The town band had done nothing else for a lifetime, but for the boys of the parish hall it was torture. They held out like heroes. Don Tico beat his pitch pipe in the air, the clarinets whined with exhaustion, the saxophones gave strangled bleats, the bombardins and the trumpets let out squeals of agony, but they made it, all the way to the village, to the foot of the steep path that led to the cemetery. For some time Annibale Cantalamessa and Pio Bo had only pretended to play, but Jacopo stuck to his role of sheepdog, under Don Tico's benedictive eye. Compared to the town band, they made not a bad showing, and Mongo himself and the other brigade commanders said as much. Good for you, boys. It was magnificent. A commander with a blue kerchief and a rainbow of ribbons from both world wars said, "Reverend, let the boys rest here in the town. They're worn out. Climb up later at the end. There'll be a truck to take you back to—" name omitted. They rushed to the tavern. The men of the town band, veterans toughened by countless funerals, showed no restraint in grabbing the tables and ordering tripe and all the wine they could drink. They would stay there, having a spree until evening. Don Tico's boys, meanwhile, crowded at the counter, where the host was serving mint ices as green as a chemistry experiment. The ice sliding down the throat gave you a pain in the middle of your forehead like sinusitis. Then they struggled up to the cemetery, where a pickup truck was waiting. They climbed in, yelling, and were all packed together, all standing, jostling one another with the instruments, when the commander who had spoken before came out and said, "Reverend, for the final ceremony we need a trumpet, you know, for the usual bugle calls. It's a matter of 5 minutes." "Trumpet," Don Tico said, very professional. And the hapless holder of that title, now sticky with green mint ice and yearning for the family meal, a treacherous peasant insensitive to aesthetic impulses and higher ideals, began to complain. It was late, he wanted to go home, he didn't have any saliva left, and so on, mortifying Don Tico in the presence of the commander. Then Jacopo, seeing in the glory of noon the sweet image of Cecilia, said, "If he'll give me the trumpet, I'll go." A gleam of gratitude in the eyes of Don Tico, the sweaty relief of the miserable titular trumpet, an exchange of instruments like 2 guards. Jacopo proceeded to the cemetery, led by the psychopomp with the Addis Ababa ribbons. Everything around them was white, the wall struck by the sun, the graves, the blossoming trees along the borders, the surplice of the provost ready to impart benediction. The only brown was the faded photographs on the tombstone. And a big patch of color was created by the ranks lined up beside the 2 graves. "Boy," the commander said, "you stand here beside me and at my order play assembly. Then again at my order taps. That's easy, isn't it?" "Boy," the commander said, "you stand here beside me and at my order play assembly. Then again at my order taps. That's easy, isn't it?" Very easy, except that Jacopo had never played assembly or taps. He held the trumpet with his right arm bent against his ribs, the horn at a slight angle as if it were a carbine, and he waited, head erect, belly in, chest out. Mongo was delivering a brief speech with very short sentences. Jacopo thought that to emit the blast he would have to lift his eyes to heaven, and the sun would blind him. But that was the trumpeter's death, and since you only died once, you might as well do it right. The commander murmured to him, "Now." He ordered assembly. Jacopo played only do, mi, sol, do. For those rough men of war, that seemed to suffice. The final do was played after a deep breath, so he could hold it, give it time, Belbo wrote, to reach the sun. The partisans stood stiffly at attention, the living as still as the dead. Only the grave-diggers moved. The sound of the coffins being lowered could be heard, the creak of the ropes, their scraping against the wood. But there was little motion, no more than the flickering glint on a sphere, when a slight variation of light serves only to emphasize the sphere's invariability. Then the dry sound of "present arms." The provost murmured the formulas of the aspersion. The commanders approached the graves and flung each of them a fistful of dirt. A sudden order unleashed a volley toward the sky. Rat-a-tat-a-boom. and the birds rose up squawking from the trees in blossom. But all that, too, was not really motion. It was as if the same instant kept presenting itself from different perspectives. Looking at one instant forever doesn't mean that, as you look at it, time passes. For this reason, Jacopo stood fast, ignoring even the fall of the shell cases now rolling at his feet. Nor did he put his trumpet back at his side, but kept it to his lips, fingers on the valves, rigid at attention, the instrument aimed diagonally upward. He played on. His long final note had never broken off. Inaudible to those present, it still issued from the bell of the trumpet like a light breath, a gust of air that he kept sending into the mouthpiece, holding his tongue between barely parted lips, without pressing them to the metal. The instrument, not resting on his face, remained suspended by the tension alone in his elbows and shoulders. He continued holding that virtual note, because he felt he was playing out a string that kept the sun in place. The planet had been arrested in its course, had become fixed in a noon that could last an eternity. And it all depended on Jacopo, because if he broke that contact, dropped that string, the sun would fly off like a balloon, and with it this day and the event of this day, this action without transition, this sequence without before and after, which was unfolding, motionless, only because it was in his power to will it thus. If he stopped to attack a new note, a rent would have been heard, far louder than the volleys that had deafened him, and the clocks would all resume their tachycardial palpitation. Jacopo wished with his whole soul that this man beside him would not order taps. I could refuse, he said to himself, and stay like this forever. He had entered that trance state that overwhelms the diver when he tries not to surface, wanting to prolong the inertia that allows him to glide along the ocean floor. Trying to express what he felt then, Belbo, in the notebook I was now reading, resorted to broken, twisted, unsyntactical sentences, mutilated by rows of dots. But it was clear to me that in that moment, though he didn't come out and say it, in that moment he was possessing Cecilia. The fact is that Jacopo Belbo did not understand, not then and not later, when he was writing off his unconscious self, that at that moment he was celebrating once and for all his chemical wedding, with Cecilia, with Lorenza, with Sophia, with the earth and with the sky. Alone among mortals, he was bringing to a conclusion the great work. No one had yet told him that the Grail is a chalice, but also a spear, and his trumpet raised like a chalice was at the same time a weapon, an instrument of the sweetest dominion, which shot toward the sky and linked the earth with the mystic pole, with the only fixed point in the universe, with what he created, for that one instant, with his breath. Diotalevi had not yet told him how you can dwell in Yesod, the sephira of foundation, the sign of the superior bow drawn to send arrows to Malkut, its target. Yesod is the drop that springs from the arrow to produce the tree and the fruit. It is the anima mundi, the moment in which virile force, procreating, binds all the states of being together. Knowing how to spin this singulum veneris means knowing how to repair the error of the demiurge. You spend a life seeking the opportunity, without realizing that the decisive moment, the moment that justifies birth and death, has already passed. It will not return, but it was, full, dazzling, generous as every revelation. That day, Jacopo Belbo stared into the eyes of truth, the only truth that was to be granted him, because, he would learn, truth is brief, afterward it is all commentary. So he tried to arrest the rush of time. He didn't understand, not as a child, not as an adolescent when he was writing about it, not as a man who decided to give up writing about it. I understood it this evening. The author has to die in order for the reader to become aware of his truth. The pendulum, which haunted Jacopo Belbo all his adult life, had been, like the lost addresses of his dream, the symbol of that other moment, recorded and then repressed, when he truly touched the ceiling of the world. But that moment in which he froze space and time, shooting his Zeno's arrow, had been no symbol, no sign, symptom, allusion, metaphor, or enigma. It was what it was. It did not stand for anything else. At that moment there was no longer any deferment, and the score was settled. Jacopo Belbo didn't understand that he had had his moment, and that it would have to be enough for him for all his life.
Not recognizing it, he spent the rest of his days seeking something else until he damned himself. But perhaps he suspected this. Otherwise he wouldn't have returned so often to the memory of the trumpet. But he remembered it as a thing lost, not as a thing possessed. I believe, I hope, I pray that as he was dying, swaying with the pendulum, Jacopo Belbo finally understood this and found peace. Then taps was ordered, but Jacopo would have stopped in any case because his breath was failing. He broke the contact, then blared a single note, high with a decrescendo, tenderly, to prepare the world for the melancholy that lay in store. The commander said, "Bravo, young fellow. Run along now. Handsome trumpet." The provost slipped away. The partisans made for a rear gateway where their vehicles awaited them. The grave-diggers went off after filling the graves. Jacopo was the last to go. He couldn't bring himself to leave that place of happiness. In the yard below, the pickup truck of the parish hall was gone. Jacopo asked himself why Don Tico had abandoned him like this. From a distance in time, the most probable answer is that there had been a misunderstanding. Someone had told Don Tico that the partisans would bring the boy back down. But Jacopo at that moment thought, and not without reason, that between assembly and taps too many centuries had passed. The boys had waited until their hair turned white, until death, until their dust scattered to form the haze that now was turning the expanse of hills blue before his eyes. He was alone. Behind him, an empty cemetery. In his hands, the trumpet. Before him, the hills fading, bluer and bluer, one behind the other, into an infinity of humps. And, vindictive, over his head, the liberated sun. He decided to cry. But suddenly the hearse appeared, with its automaton decorated like a general of the emperor, all cream and silver and black, the horses decked with barbaric masks that left only their eyes visible, caparisoned like coffins, the little twisted columns that supported the Assyro-Greco-Egyptian tympanum, all white and gold. The man with the cocked hat stopped a moment by the solitary trumpeter, and Jacopo asked, "Will you take me home?" The man smiled. Jacopo climbed up beside him on the box, and so it was on a hearse that he began his return to the world of the living. That off-duty Charon, taciturn, urged his funereal chargers down the slopes. As Jacopo sat erect and hieratic, the trumpet clutched under his arm, his visor shining, absorbed in his new, unhoped-for role. They descended, and at every curve a new view opened up, of vines blue with verdigris in dazzling light, and after an incalculable time they arrived in name omitted. They crossed the big square, all arcades, deserted as only Monferrato squares can be deserted at 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. A schoolmate at the corner saw Jacopo on the hearse, the trumpet under his arm, eyes fixed on infinity, and gave him an admiring wave. Jacopo went home, wouldn't eat anything, wouldn't tell anything. He huddled on the terrace and began playing the trumpet as if it had a mute, blowing softly so as not to disturb the silence of the siesta. His father joined him and, guilelessly, with the serenity of one who knows the laws of life, said, "In a month, if all goes as it should, we'll be going home. You can't play the trumpet in the city. Our landlord would evict us. So you'll have to forget that. If you really like music, we'll have you take piano lessons." And then, seeing the boy with moist eyes, he added, "Come now, silly. Don't you realize the bad days are over?" The next day, Jacopo returned the trumpet to Don Tico. 2 weeks later, the family left, name omitted, to rejoin the future. Malkut. Chapter 120, the last chapter. But that which seems to me should be deplored is the fact that I see some senseless and foolish idolaters who no more imitate the excellence of the cult of Egypt than the shadow approaches the nobility of the body, and who seek divinity, for which they have no reason whatsoever, in the excrements of dead and inanimate things. These idolaters nevertheless mock not only those of us who are divine and sagacious worshippers, but also those of us who are reputed to be beasts. And what is worse, with this they triumph by seeing their mad rites in so great repute. "Let not this trouble you, O Momus," said Isis, "because fate has ordained the vicissitude of shadows and light." "But the evil," answered Momus, "is that they hold for certain that they are in the light."
Giordano Bruno, The Expulsion of the Triumphant Beast, Third Dialogue, Second Part, translated by Arthur D. Imerti, Rutgers University Press, 1964, page 236. I should be at peace. I have understood. Don't some say that peace comes when you understand? I have understood. I should be at peace. Who said that peace derives from the contemplation of order, order understood, enjoyed, realized without residuum, in joy and triumph, the end of effort? All is clear, limpid. The eye rests on the whole and on the parts and sees how the parts have conspired to make the whole. It perceives the center where the lymph flows, the breath, the root of the whys. I should be at peace. From the window of Uncle Carlo's study I look at the hill, and the little slice of rising moon. The Brico's broad hump, the more tempered ridges of the hills in the background, tell the story of the slow and drowsy stirrings of Mother Earth, who stretches and yawns, making and unmaking blue plains in a dread flash of 100 volcanoes. The earth turned in her sleep and traded one surface for another. Where ammonites once fed, diamonds. Where diamonds once grew, vineyards. The logic of the moraine, of the landslip, of the avalanche. Dislodge one pebble by chance, it becomes restless, rolls down. In its descent leaves space. Auror vacui. Another pebble falls on top of it, and there's height, surfaces. Surfaces upon surfaces. The wisdom of the earth, and of Leah. Why doesn't understanding give me peace? Why love fate, if fate kills you just as dead as Providence or the plot of the Archons? Perhaps I haven't understood after all. Perhaps I am missing one piece of the puzzle, one space. Where have I read that at the end, when life, surface upon surface, has become completely encrusted with experience, you know everything, the secret, the power, and the glory? Why you were born, why you are dying, and how it all could have been different. You are wise. But the greatest wisdom at that moment is knowing that your wisdom is too late. You understand everything when there is no longer anything to understand. Now I know what the law of the kingdom is, of poor, desperate, tattered Malkut, where wisdom has gone into exile, groping to recover its former lucidity. The truth of Malkut, the only truth that shines in the night of the Sephiroth, is that wisdom is revealed naked in Malkut, and its mystery lies not in existence, but in the leaving of existence. Afterward, the others begin again. And with the others, the diabolicals, seeking abysses where the secret of their madness lies hidden. Along the Brico's slopes are rows and rows of vines. I know them. I have seen similar rows in my day. No doctrine of numbers can say if they are in ascending or descending order. In the midst of the rows, but you have to walk barefoot with your heels calloused from childhood, there are peach trees. Yellow peaches that grow only between rows of vines. You can split a peach with the pressure of your thumb. The pit comes out almost whole, as clean as if it had been chemically treated, except for an occasional bit of pulp, white, tiny, clinging there like a worm. When you eat the peach, the velvet of the skin makes shudders run from your tongue to your groin. Dinosaurs once grazed here. Then another surface covered theirs. And yet, like Belbo when he played the trumpet, when I bit into the peach I understood the kingdom and was one with it. The rest is only cleverness. Invent. Invent the plan, Casaubon. That's what everyone has done, to explain the dinosaurs and the peaches. I have understood, and the certainty that there is nothing to understand should be my peace, my triumph. But I am here, and they are looking for me, thinking I possess the revelation they sordidly desire. It isn't enough to have understood if others refuse and continue to interrogate. They are looking for me. They must have picked up my trail in Paris. They know I am here now. They still want the map. And when I tell them that there is no map, they will want it all the more. Belbo was right. Fuck you, fool. You want to kill me? Kill me then, but I won't tell you there's no map. If you can't figure it out for yourself, tough shit. It hurts me to think I won't see Leah again, and the baby, the thing, Giulio, my philosopher's stone. But stones survive on their own. Maybe even now he is experiencing his opportunity. He's found a ball, an ant, a blade of grass, and in it he sees paradise and the abyss. He, too, will know it too late. He will be good. Never mind. Let him spend his day like this, alone. Damn. It hurts all the same. Patience. When I'm dead, it won't hurt. It's very late. I left Paris this morning. I left too many clues. They've had time to guess where I am. In a little while they'll be here. I would have liked to write down everything I thought today, but if they were to read it, they would only derive another dark theory and spend another eternity trying to decipher the secret message hidden behind my words. It's impossible, they would say. He can't only have been making fun of us. No. Perhaps, without his realizing it, being was sending us a message through its oblivion. It makes no difference whether I write or not. They will look for other meanings, even in my silence. That's how they are, blind to revelation. Malkut is Malkut, and that's that. But try telling them, they of little faith. So I might as well stay here, wait, and look at the hill. It's so beautiful. This concludes the reading of Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco. This book was read by Alexander Adams.